Chapter 1, I'm a graduate student, I can't marry a delivery boy, can I? Jiang Cheng, in a rented room. Chen Xiao, don't, young fan will be back soon. A pure-looking woman in a short JK skirt and a knitted crop top said sweetly. Ha, so what if she comes back? He's just a delivery boy, a loser. Just break up with him. The man had a handsome face, parted in the middle, and was wearing a suit of luxury clothes from Haifizi. The woman's face was rosy, and she seemed to be trying to resist but also welcoming. Outside the building, a man wearing a royal robe and riding an electric bicycle stopped downstairs. It was Yang Fan. He was full of excitement, and took out a bunch of flowers from the box in the back that carried the takeaways. Today is the 3rd anniversary of me and Ran being together, and I've finally saved enough money to pay the down payment. Yang Fan hid the ring on the flowers, took off his helmet, and patted the dust off the royal robe. Yes, today he was going to propose. 3 years ago, Yang Fan and his girlfriend Zhang Ran were admitted to the same university, but Zhang Ran did not want to go to university because of family reasons. Yang Fan had a crush on Zhang Ran since high school, so he dropped out of school and delivered takeaways to earn money to support Zhang Ran's studies. Zhang Ran was also touched by his sincerity, and agreed to his pursuit just over 2 months ago, and they have been living together. Yang Fan believes that the two of them have been together for 3 years. The community where they live has no elevator, but fortunately the rental house is not very high. In the stairwell, Yang Fan takes heavy steps, taking a deep breath with each step. Yang Fan has proposed to Zhang Ran countless times in his dreams, but now that it's really time to do it, he is so nervous. It takes less than 2 minutes to walk to the 5th floor, but Yang Fan takes 5 minutes. Phew. At the door of the rental apartment, Yang Fan let out a deep breath and placed the flowers behind him. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Fan had the key in his hand, but he still chose to knock on the door, just to surprise Zhang Ran. His heart was beating fast. Zhang Ran was his first love and the girl he had a secret crush on. Even though they had been living together for a few months, Yang Fan had not done anything to her, because he felt that kind of thing should be best reserved for the wedding night. He wasn't sure if he heard it right, but there seemed to be the sound of a man and a woman arguing in the room. After a minute, the door opened. Yang Fan's smile gradually froze upon seeing the strange man behind the door. You, who are you? How come you're in my house? The handsome man on the other side ignored him, looking at Yang Fan in his delivery uniform and sneering. You're Yang Fan? Who the hell are you? Do you know that this is breaking and entering? Yang Fan's voice was a little crazy. The handsome man gave a faint smile, not taking Yang Fan, who was taller than him, into account at all. At this time, Zhang Ran walked out of the house. She was still wearing a short skirt and a knitted crop top, but her clothes were a little messy. Ran, you run, there's a thief in the house, Yang Fan shouted, ready to take action. But the handsome man instead put his arms around Zhang Ran from behind. Zhang Ran's face flushed slightly, but she did not resist. Yang Fan's heart broke. He was not stupid. He had just thought of something, but he would rather deceive himself than believe it. Yang Fan, let's break up. The flowers behind Yang Fan fell to the ground, and his body became rigid. Why? Yang Fan's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot, and at this moment his faith disappeared. You ask me why? When you first graduated, you were quite handsome. Look at what you've become now. After 3 years of delivering takeaway food, exposed to wind and rain and the scorching sun, Yang Fan's skin was dark and his beard unkempt, having gone a few days without a trim. He stammered, but didn't we agree that I would earn the money and you would go to school, and we would get married after you graduated? Zhang Ran put her arms around her chest and laughed. Yang Fan, you didn't really think that I, a graduate student, would marry a delivery boy, did you? Bang! Although the weather was nice, Yang Fan's mind felt like it had been struck by lightning. Chen Xiao, who was watching the drama unfold, pinched him, causing Zhang Ran to cry out in alarm. He then took out a bank card and threw it at Yang Fan's feet. There are 100,000 yuan in the card, thank you for taking such good care of Xiaoran for me these past 3 years. He emphasized the last 4 words, and Zhang Ran gave him a glare. Bang! The loud sound of a door slamming echoed in Yang Fan's ears, and he could even hear the giggles of the man and woman inside. Yang Fan stood still, his mind repeating Zhang Ran's words over and over. You don't really think that I, a graduate student, would marry you, a delivery boy, do you? After a long while, Yang Fan laughed to himself. Ha, I should have known. Yang Fan picked up his flowers and walked downstairs like a walking corpse. His eyes were vacant, as if he had no soul. He walked out of the community and went to a lake in the park, which was a place he often went to. Zhang Ran didn't let him smoke, but Yang Fan, who was under so much pressure, couldn't stay away from cigarettes. After finishing the cigarette, Yang Fan looked at the lake in front of him. There was a news report before that a man committed suicide by the lake. I heard it was because of love. At the time, Yang Fan felt sorry for him. A real man shouldn't commit suicide because of setbacks. That's not being responsible for yourself or your parents. Yang Fan grinned and threw the ring he was going to use to propose with. It only made a small splash, just like the feelings he had given. Yang Fan took out his phone. On the back of the case was a photo of a family of 3. But my parents are no longer here. Yang Fan placed the photo on his forehead, as if this would bring him closer to his parents. A line of tears flowed from his eyes. Dad, Mom, I've come to find you. Just then, an old man carrying a poster walked by. He took off his trousers and started to relieve himself. It turned out that this was where he went to the toilet. The old man turned his head and saw Yang Fan and quickly pulled up his trousers. Shit, a ghost. Yang Fan was also startled. After a while, the uncle saw Yang Fan clearly and realized that he had made a mistake. Young man, you look like you're about to kill yourself. The uncle walked over and put his arm around Yang Fan's shoulder. Yang Fan's body trembled a little and he quickly said, No, I just like standing by the lake and smoking. The uncle looked deeply at Yang Fan and lit a cigarette, and then lit one for Yang Fan as well. Young man, I don't know what's happened to you, but as someone who's been there, I must remind you that life is precious, so cherish every moment. The man said, looking at the flowers on the ground. Yang Fan was silent and didn't answer him. The man handed Yang Fan a leaflet and said, This place specializes in treating illnesses like yours. Go and see the world. With that, the man turned and walked away, not looking back. Yang Fan gave a wan smile as he watched the man's back. But I have no ties. Yang Fan noticed that he still had a flyer in his hand that the old man had given him, so he picked it up and took a look. A prosperous district, a new branch opening, 30% off all items. Foot massage, 199. Pedicure, 128. Facial, 368. Unit, Huaxia currency. Yang Fan looked at the flyer with a face full of black lines. He had just felt that the old man was not very decent, but he had no idea that he was so indecent. Yang Fan thought that he had heard someone say before that the more you spend in a foot massage parlor, the better the service. After 23 years, I can't still go to my parents' house like a child, can I? Looking at the address on the flyer, Yang Fan turned and left. Chapter 2, Loser, please start your comeback. Wealthy District. It was already past 9 p.m. Yang Fan got out of the taxi and stood in front of the entrance to the wealthy district. This place must have just opened, because the air arches at the entrance had not yet been removed. Handsome, would you like a foot massage? A middle-aged woman with a mature appearance welcomed him with a smile, and Yang Fan didn't know how to refuse. He was then dragged inside. A little after 11 p.m., Yang Fan once again stood in front of the entrance to the wealthy district. Unlike when he first arrived, this time he was facing away from the door. Looking at the page on his phone with the bill for over 3,000 yuan, Yang Fan's mouth curled up in a wry smile. He had gone through all the items over the past 2 hours. At the moment, he felt completely comfortable, as if all the fatigue from the past 3 years of delivery had been swept away. Even the beard on his face had been cleaned up, revealing his handsome face for the first time in a long time. At 182 centimeters tall, with a strong body built up from 2 years of delivery, he was a handsome guy. It's just that the takeaway uniform he's wearing greatly reduces his attractiveness. Yang Fan is very angry, because he is still a child. Damn, it really is all a lie. Yang Fan is angry when he thinks about the 40-something woman who just gave her a foot massage. Yang Fan has been cheated again, or rather, he has been cheated by a woman again. He has never hated a gender so much. Ding, the system that detects the host's miserable situation has awakened. The system binding is successful, and you have obtained the novice reward skill, the Eye of Detection. Cashback, 10 times the cashback for any female host with a charisma score of 85 or higher. Loser, start your comeback. Yang Fan's body trembled at the sound of the mechanical voice in his head. Is this the necessary Tonzi brother for a loser's comeback? I've awakened just as I was about to leave this world. Yang Fan gave a bitter smile. I've seen through the world, you're too late. Find a new host. Yang Fan took out his mobile phone and looked at the remaining 120,000 yuan in his bank card. This was the down payment he had saved up over the past 3 years by eating frugally and working day and night. He had directly donated 100,000 yuan to children in impoverished mountainous areas. Now that he had no parents or relatives, he had no use for so much money. There were very few passers-by on the street in the early morning, and Yang Fan walked aimlessly. His eyes were vacant, as if he had lost interest in the world. Until he passed by a barbecue stand. I've done so much for her, and she ran off with a rich guy with blonde hair. At a nearby barbecue stand, there was only one table with people still drinking, and it looked like they were drinking a lot. A relatively sober man said to the drunk man, "It's her loss to lose you. Just split up, and the next one will be better." The drunk man was full of tears. "Why?" "I worked on the construction site for 5 years, and let her go to college. Why did she abandon me?" The sober man sighed and said, "My friend, the person you have held up as a god will never like you, the mere mortal that you are." The drunk man was not convinced. "I have saved and scrimped, and given her all my money." The first thing a blind man does when he regains his sight is throw away his walking stick. Bang! Just then, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky full of stars, and heavy rain fell. The weather in the city of Jiang is so unpredictable. Yang Fan listened to the two men drinking and chatting, and felt the same way himself. So, is that how it is? Licking dogs will never end well. The rain suddenly came down, and Yang Fan hurriedly found a nearby pavilion to take shelter from the rain. Not far away, a woman who had gotten soaked to the skin also came to the small pavilion to take shelter from the rain. She had a good figure and was wearing baggy jeans. The white shirt she was wearing was already wet from the rain, and the pink underwear underneath could be seen faintly. Seeing that the person who came was a woman, Yang Fan shuddered. Now women are so terrifying in his eyes. He quickly turned around. 10 minutes passed, and the heavy rain did not stop, and it was even getting heavier. "Are you Yang Fan?" A pleasant voice came from the woman behind him. Yang Fan turned his head and said with some confusion, "Do we know each other?" The woman laughed lightly. "Lin Yi, don't you remember me?" Yang Fan thought for a while before remembering that this person seemed to be his high school classmate, and it seemed that she was also the school beauty queen. "That's right, everyone knows that you had a crush on Zhang Ran for 3 years in high school, so it's no wonder that you don't remember any other girls." Lin Yi giggled. Yang Fan smiled awkwardly and said, "I remember, I haven't forgotten." After these words were spoken, there was silence in the field, and the two were very embarrassed. Yang Fan saw 2 small characters of detection above Lin Yi's head, and thought that this was a skill given by the system. He couldn't help but feel a sudden stirring in his heart. Name, Lin Yi. Age, 24. Height, 167. Weight, 98. Charm value, 92. Occupation, beauty sales. Number of relationships, 0. Note, the number of relationships refers to the number of times you have been in a relationship. Looking at the lines of large characters that suddenly appeared, Yang Fan was first surprised, but soon accepted the truth. The system really had attached itself to him, and what had just happened was not his imagination. Lin Yi looked at Yang Fan, who had been staring at her, and felt a little embarrassed. She asked, "Yang Fan, how are things with Zhang Ran?" Hearing Zhang Ran's name, Yang Fan's right hand clenched, and the veins on his arm bulged. But after a while, he let go and replied, "We broke up." "You broke up?" Lin Yi said in surprise. "I never thought that you two, who were the most important people in the class after graduation, would not end up together." Yang Fan let out a bitter laugh. Yes, even he never thought that they would not end up together. The rain continued to fall. Lin Yi looked for a topic of conversation and said, "So where are you living in Jiangcheng now?" Yang Fan looked at the rain, which was getting heavier and heavier, and felt helpless. Since Yang Fan had earned all of Zhang Ran's tuition, Zhang Ran had insisted on renting the apartment, and the rental contract was also in Zhang Ran's name. Yang Fan was a little desperate. Could it be that she had betrayed him back then? "I don't have a place to stay for the time being." Lin Yi didn't expect him to reply like that. She didn't know what to say, so she politely said, "Then how about I let you stay for the night?" Lin Yi was just being polite, after all, they were old classmates. She could also see that Yang Fan seemed to be at a low point in his life, and the whole person looked decadent. Yang Fan really had nowhere to go, and when he heard her say this, he nodded dumbly. "Okay. Lin Yi's eyes widened. I was just being polite, and you took it seriously? At this moment, Lin Yi regretted why she had to meddle. How could she, a girl, take a man back to her place? Lin Yi began to think of a way to take back what she had just said. After a while, the rain stopped, and Lin Yi hurriedly left. As she walked, she said, Yang Fan, actually, my home. Suddenly, Lin Yi tripped on the steps under the pavilion and sprained her foot in her high heels. She was about to fall. At that moment, Yang Fan reached out and caught her. Her arm was soft and thin. Without any extra movement, Yang Fan helped her sit down on the side. How is it? Lin Yi's face was not very good, because her ankle was already swollen. I can't seem to walk anymore. Yang Fan squatted down and looked at her ankle. He didn't use his hands, either to maintain a distance or because he could tell with his eyes that her foot had already swollen. Is your house far from here? Yang Fan asked. It's about a kilometer away. Lin Yi bit her teeth back and replied, and it was obvious that her foot was in pain. Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, Why don't I carry you back? Lin Yi's face flushed a little when she heard his words, but apart from that, there didn't seem to be a better way. When she thought about it, Yang Fan had been quite a nice person in high school, honest and not bad. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Yang Fan didn't resent this high school classmate who had offered to let him stay the night. He crouched down, and Lin Yi hesitated for a moment before climbing up. The next moment, Yang Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. This feeling was a bit strange. During the years with Zhang Ran, the most Yang Fan did was hold her hand. Yang Fan stood up, not noticing the blushing Lin Yi behind him. Under her guidance, after more than 10 minutes, Yang Fan arrived at her rented room. Yang Fan put her down, opened the door, and helped Lin Yi sit on the sofa. Her room was not big, it could be said to be very small. There was one bedroom, one living room, and one toilet. Do you have some safflower oil? Your foot is like this, if you don't put some medicine on it, it might get infected tomorrow, Yang Fan reminded her. Lin Yi pointed to the table over there and said, There's a small medicine cabinet over there, can you get it for me? Yang Fan went over and brought the medicine box to her, without offering to help her apply the medicine. Because he was very considerate. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came from the door. It was already past 11 o'clock, and Yang Fan looked at Lin Yi with some confusion. Lin Yi, on the other hand, seemed to have remembered something, and her face looked a little bad. Yang Fan went to open the door, and then saw the landlady holding a bunch of keys. She said impatiently, Lin Yi, do you think you can avoid me by coming back so late? Lin Yi put on a smile and said, Auntie Wang, just give me a few more days, I'm sure I can pay it. Auntie Wang frowned and said, You've been late on the rent for 3 months now, you have to pay up today, or I'll throw all your stuff out tomorrow. Chapter 3, A Wake-Up Call. Lin Yi's face turned ugly when she saw that the landlady was not budging. At that moment, Yang Fan stepped forward and asked, How much? Wang Yi looked at Yang Fan in his delivery uniform and said with disgust, You want to help her pay? Yang Fan took out his phone and scanned the QR code. Seeing Yang Fan's resolute attitude, Wang Yi glanced at Lin Yi and then took out the payment code. 3 months, 6,000 yuan. Yang Fan thought for a moment and then scanned 10,000 yuan directly. The extra payment would be counted as the rent for the next 2 months. Auntie Wang looked at the payment record on her phone and smiled at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, aren't you very delicate? Where did you find this young man? Yang Fan's face was not white, and it was a little dark from the sun, but because of the 10,000 yuan, Auntie Wang treated him as a sucker that Lin Yi had hooked. Just take the money and leave. Yang Fan impatiently said. Auntie Wang didn't get angry either, smiled, closed the door and left. Spending 10,000 yuan successfully returned 100,000 yuan. Yang Fan listened to the voice in his head, picked up his phone and glanced at the balance of his bank card, which had already become more than 100,000 yuan. Thank you. Thank you, Yang Fan, I will pay you back as soon as possible. Lin Yi said gratefully. It's nothing, I should be thanking you. Lin Yi thought Yang Fan was talking about staying the night, and didn't say anything more. Do you want to rest? Yang Fan asked, looking at Lin Yi, who had stood up. Lin Yi, who had just gotten up, didn't stand firm and fell back down. Fortunately, Yang Fan was quick and helped her up, just in time for her breasts to touch his arm. Lin Yi's face was flushed, and she looked extremely shy. Let me carry you over there, okay? Lin Yi wanted to refuse, but the pain in her feet made it hard for her to speak. Since he was carrying her all the way there, it wouldn't be a big deal for a little while longer. Okay. Yang Fan then picked her up, and the soft feeling came again. It was a little bit comfortable, but Yang Fan's face didn't show any expression. Opening the door, Yang Fan smelled a nice fragrance. The room was not big but very cute. The whole theme was based on pink, and there were 2 small pink Hello Kitty dolls on the bedside table. The walls were decorated with some cartoon stickers. It looked like a room where a princess lived. Lin Yi became even more embarrassed and lowered her head. Fortunately, Yang Fan didn't say anything. You get some rest, Yang Fan said and left. Wait. Yang Fan looked at her in confusion. Take a blanket. Yang Fan looked in the direction she was pointing and saw a pink blanket. He picked it up and said, Thanks. Then he turned and left, not lingering. It was not a good idea for a man to be in a girl's room late at night, so Yang Fan left quickly to avoid worrying her. Lin Yi looked at the closed door and always felt that this man was different from those in the company. He was very good at maintaining a distance and did not deliberately take advantage of himself. The main thing is that he is very polite and gives a sense of security. Thinking that she still has to repay Yang Fan 10,000 yuan, her face fell. She gets 7,000 yuan a month, which is not low in the city of Jiangcheng. It is enough for her own living, but unfortunately, Yang Fan was lying on the sofa, thinking about what had happened today, and feeling like it was all a dream. Looking at the 100,000 yuan in cash back again, it felt so real. For 3 years, he had lived for Zhang Ran, and today, he had almost taken his own life. From now on, I will only live for myself. Yang Fan's eyes revealed determination, and he had figured out many things. Why should he give up his whole life because of a woman like Zhang Ran? Couldn't he live without her? Yang Fan laughed to himself, and at the moment he felt that he was the real clear-headed person in the world. Now he no longer needed to live for her, he wanted to live for himself. Ding, the system has detected a change in the host's mood, and has been successfully recognized. The main task has been released. Main task, successfully spend money on 5 women with a charm value of 85 or higher. Task reward, super physical fitness. Hearing the voice of the system, Yang Fan felt a little sad. So much had happened in just one night. Spending money on 5 women? Yang Fan tapped his head. It didn't seem very difficult, and it was a good thing it wasn't something else. Yang Fan thought a lot that night and didn't know when he fell asleep. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Yang Fan was woken up by the noise in the living room. When he opened his eyes, it was Lin Yi. Yang Fan felt strange watching her walk, until she was about to put on her high heels again. Are you crazy? You haven't even recovered from your injury and you're wearing high heels? Lin Yi was startled, and then she saw Yang Fan sitting on the sofa. She gave a helpless look. I have no choice, I have to meet with a client today. Your foot is still injured, and if you wear high heels all day, you won't be able to work tomorrow, Yang Fan reminded her. Lin Yi sighed, remembering something. Sigh, it's all for a living. Yang Fan seemed to have guessed something and asked, Are you in dire need of money? It was very strange to think that Lin Yi, who was obviously living alone, was several months behind in her salary. Yang Fan immediately thought that something might be wrong at home. Lin Yi closed her eyes and said, It's nothing. After that, Lin Yi ignored her, but she didn't wear high heels again, instead wearing white sneakers. Yang Fan stood up and said, Thank you for letting me stay last night. Then Yang Fan took the lead and walked out of the room. He heard the voice of Lin Yi behind him, saying, I will repay you as soon as I can. Yang Fan waved his hand to show that he knew. After going downstairs, Yang Fan thought about the plan he had made last night. First, he would transform himself. From now on, the former Yang Fan who delivered takeaways would no longer exist. Yang Fan returned to the parking lot of the community where he had parked his car yesterday, because his good friend was still here. Looking at the steed that had accompanied him for 3 years, Yang Fan's eyes were full of memories. My good friend, I won't be able to accompany you on your journeys from now on. Yang Fan rode his electric bicycle to a place that sold new electric bicycles. Buying a bike, my friend? A tattooed man asked with a smile. The electric bicycle shop owner didn't look down on Yang Fan because he was wearing a takeaway delivery uniform. Because to him, this takeaway delivery person who had come here was really here to buy a bike. I want to buy a new one. How much can I get for this old one as collateral? Although there was still more than 100,000 yuan left, Yang Fan still wanted to save as much as possible. The tattooed man glanced at the electric bicycle behind Young Fan and said, "Look, it's not easy for either of us. If you buy a new one, I'll give you 1,000 off." Yang Fan nodded. 1,000 off a second-hand one was already pretty good. "Brother, take a look at the new Ghostfire motorcycles in our store. They're especially suitable for young guys," the tattooed man said with a smile. Yang Fan looked at the row of motorcycles in the store, all different colors but all very flashy. The tattooed man noticed Yang Fan's lingering gaze on the ghostwriter and sensed that there was a deal to be made. He continued, "Brother, I can see that you are a nice guy. How about I charge you 2,000 yuan for the 3,500 yuan ghostwriter, minus the mortgage?" Yang Fan looked at the black ghostwriter motorcycle and glanced at his good friend who had followed him for 3 years. If he was going to change, he would do it completely. He would get rid of the electric scooter and try a motorcycle. Scan the code. Upon hearing this, the tattooed man happily put his arm around Young Fan's shoulders and opened the green bubble payment code. Before long, Young Fan left on the Ghostfire. The tattooed boss was not a bad person, and the gas tank was full. The tattooed man looked at Young Fan's departing back and laughed, then looked at Young Fan's old electric scooter. What a fool, this single order directly earned an extra 500. Chapter 4, It's a Gift. Young Fan rode the Ghostfire onto the street, attracting a lot of attention along the way. With a new bike, Yang Fan arrived at the shopping mall. In the past, he would buy clothes from street stalls or from Renmin Street, and he had never been to a shopping mall before. He walked to a Givenchy boutique and went inside. "Stop, just leave the takeaway at the door." Before Yang Fan could go in, he was stopped by a woman wearing heavy makeup. At this time, Yang Fan was still wearing the free yellow vest given to him by the takeaway group, so it was understandable that he was mistaken for a delivery person. Yang Fan said indifferently, "I'm here to buy clothes." The heavily made-up woman looked at Yang Fan with disgust. "You? Do you know that the cheapest clothes in our store cost thousands of dollars? What are you going to buy with that?" Many people come to Givenchy and always try on several pieces of clothing, then take crazy photos, and in the end they say things like they don't fit and it just ends. The heavily made-up woman looked at Yang Fan and immediately classified her as one of these types. These days, even delivery people dare to come to Givenchy. Yang Fan frowned. She didn't expect that just because she was wearing a delivery person's uniform, she wouldn't be let in. How annoying. So how can I get in? The heavily made-up woman snorted in disdain and laughed. To get in, you have to buy at least one item of clothing. Yang Fan nodded and walked in. The heavily made-up woman frowned slightly. What if he says he doesn't have the money to buy anything later? Thinking about this, the heavily made-up woman stopped Yang Fan again. "Wait a minute, I need to check your balance first. You can only go in if you have more than 100,000 yuan. People who come to Jihefen to buy clothes are either rich or famous. This is a place for luxury clothes." Yang Fan looked at her face, which was full of annoyance. This was the second time she had stopped him. Thinking that he had exactly 100,000 yuan left in his balance, Yang Fan didn't want to cause trouble and was about to take out his phone. "Cardamom, how can you stop a customer outside?" A beautiful woman inside the store said. "Sure, see you're an intern and you dare to tell an old salesperson what to do?" Chi Duku said with a sinister look. Sure, Siyu's face showed some fear, but she still said firmly, "The customer is always right. If you keep stopping customers outside like this, who will come to the store to buy clothes in the future? You little girl, how dare you speak to me like that? You'll lose your internship certificate, and I'll tell Sister Li on you." Upon hearing this, Sure Siyu's little face suddenly turned pale. At this time, Yang Fan shouted, "It's okay." He took out his mobile phone and stopped at the page of the bank card balance. "It's just to see the balance, so open your little eyes and look carefully." Chiduku glanced at it and saw that his balance was 103,856.30, and then she didn't stop him. After Yang Fan entered, she muttered behind him, "It's just over 100,000, what's so arrogant? Can a delivery person afford it?" After entering the store, Yang Fan's yellow takeaway uniform was so conspicuous here, attracting the probing glances of several other people. "Aren't you free? You go entertain him," Chiduku ordered. Sure Siyu, an intern, didn't dare say anything and took Yang Fan on a tour of the menswear. "Sir, take a look at the type of clothes you need, and I can help you try on something that suits you." Sure Siyu didn't look down on Yang Fan because he was wearing a takeaway uniform, but introduced him normally. Yang Fan looked at the girl who had just spoken up for him and a good feeling arose in his heart. She didn't dislike him like Chiduku did, and just now Yang Fan heard Chiduku say that she would fail her internship. Name, Siyu. Age, 23. Height, 165. Weight, 92. Charisma, 88. Occupation, clothing sales internship. Number of relationships, 1. Yang Fan looked at her 88 charm value and then looked at Chiduku, who was sitting next to her getting a manicure. Sir, are you listening? Siyu's voice interrupted Yang Fan's thoughts. Yang Fan asked, is what she just said true? Upon hearing this, Siyu lowered her head. She knew that this Chiduku had something to do with the manager of this store. Looking at the silent Siyu, Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, show me the women's clothing. Siyu froze for a moment when she heard his words, and then confirmed. Sir, do you mean you want to see the women's clothing? Yang Fan nodded. Siyu thought about it and agreed. How would a delivery boy like him buy clothes here? It would make sense if he said he was buying them for his girlfriend. Then Siyu brought him to the women's clothing area. Sir, what kind of clothes do you want to buy for your girlfriend? Short skirts, long skirts, dresses. Yang Fan waved his hand and then said, how about this, you help me choose a few outfits, all sizes, within 100,000 yuan. Siyu asked incredulously. Do you want me to help you choose? Yang Fan repeated what she had just said, and Siyu finally responded. But after all, it was the customer's request, so she did as she was told. Siyu spent a long time choosing, and then came to Yang Fan with 3 outfits. Sir, I've picked out some clothes for you. Yang Fan looked at the 3 clothes. One was over 50,000 yuan, one was over 20,000 yuan, and one was over 10,000 yuan. The 3 together cost just under 100,000 yuan. Just swipe your card. Siyu froze for a moment and asked, just swipe the card? She was paid a commission and performance-based salary for each item sold, and she had been here for a week, but not a single item had been sold through her. Because those who look like they are here to buy clothes are all taken away by the old sales, such as Chiduku. Only those who are hesitant to buy a single piece of clothing will let Siyu serve them. Soon, Siyu brought him to the front desk to pay. Then Chiduku on the side noticed the situation here. He really bought it? It seems that he bought more than one. Chiduku stood up and said, Siyu, you go take a break. When Siyu heard this, his body trembled, and the words he wanted to say in rebuttal got stuck in his throat and couldn't be spoken. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Chiduku said coldly. Siyu retreated a step, helplessly let out an "oh" and bowed his head. Chiduku then came forward to pay the bill for Yang Fan. Wait. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at Chiduku and said, I want her to help me pay. Chiduku, who was operating the computer, paused for a moment, and then forced a smile on his face full of fat, saying, oh, it doesn't matter who pays. Yang Fan was expressionless, and continued, let her pay for me, otherwise I won't buy it. Chiduku's face was so angry that the fat on it trembled, and he looked at Siyu with a sinister expression and said, you, come here and pay for him. Siyu looked at Yang Fan with gratitude, and walked over to help him pay. Thank you. Yang Fan waved his hand. It's okay, in this society nowadays, there aren't many kind people like you. The payment was quickly made successfully, and the payment information of 95,300 appeared on Yang Fan's phone. Chiduku sat there glaring at Siyu. Yang Fan, who had observed this, gave a faint smile, and then handed the 3 packed clothes to Siyu, saying, they're for you. Chapter 5 The young man with yellow hair who started a ghost fire. Siyu was stunned, and after a while said, sir, what are you talking about? Didn't you buy these for your girlfriend? Hearing the words girlfriend, Yang Fan thought of some bad memories, shook his head, and continued. I don't have a girlfriend. This scene was seen by Chiduku next to him, and she was instantly infuriated. These clothes are almost 100,000, which is equivalent to most of her salary for half a year. Siyu then came back to his senses and quickly refused. No, sir, this is too valuable, I can't accept it. As soon as these words were spoken, Chiduku couldn't sit still for a moment, stood up, and she really wanted to say, you don't want to give it to me, I want it. Yang Fan was very satisfied with Chiduku's reaction, and she looked at Siyu and continued. I appreciate your kindness, and good people will be rewarded. This is your reward. Sisi still didn't agree, and she held the hem of her skirt in her small hands. Yang Fan saw that she was hesitating to speak and deliberately said, "If you don't want it, I'll give it to the salesperson next to me. After all, it's useless for a man like me to want women's clothing." Chiduku's face was filled with ecstasy at these words, and she quickly trotted over, saying, "Thank you very much, sir." Before she could finish speaking, Sisi quickly said, "I want it, not her." Yang Fan gave a faint smile and said, "That's right." As Sisi took the clothes from Yang Fan's hands, the system's voice sounded again. "Spent 95,300, successfully refunded 953,000. Yang Fan looked at his phone and saw that more than 900,000 yuan had been credited to his account. He couldn't contain his excitement. Brother Tongzi is awesome. Sisi, you don't need to come to work tomorrow." Chiduku shouted angrily. But who knew that Sisi, with a blush on her face, retorted, "If you don't want to come, then don't come. Every day you take away customers and bully me, I don't want to be here anymore." Chiduku frowned at her and stuttered, You are out of line." Sisi turned her head and ignored her, took a deep breath, and looked at Yang Fan and asked, "Sir, do you need anything else?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "I haven't bought my own clothes yet." Then he selected 2 suits for men with a total value of nearly 30,000 to 40,000 yuan and swiped the card without saying a word. "Don't worry, you've already sold over 100,000 yuan's worth of goods today, you definitely won't be fired," Yang Fan said reassuringly. Sisi lowered her head and didn't say anything. After a while, she took out her phone and said, "Sir, thank you for the clothes you gave me, can I have your contact information?" If it were before, Yang Fan might have added her, but after what happened with Zhang Ran. "Never mind, we'll meet again if we're meant to." Yang Fan said this and picked up the clothes before turning and walking towards the door. Sisi's face turned a deep red. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to ask a boy for his contact details, and she never expected to be rejected on the first try. She mustered up her courage and came up to Yang Fan, saying, "Sir, the clothes you gave me are too valuable. I also hope that you will give me the opportunity to treat you to a meal. It's just a meal, you can either eat it or not." Yang Fan was about to refuse when he heard her say, "If you refuse, I can't accept those clothes." Yang Fan's body trembled when he heard this. If he refused, would she take back the cash for the clothes? Yang Fan's mind raced with thoughts. It was just a contact information. After all, he still had to do the tasks for the system, and he would inevitably come into contact with women. As long as there was no woman in his heart, it was useless for others to take the initiative. Yang Fan then opened the green bubble and added Sisi's contact information. Behind him, Chiduku was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. After Yang Fan left, she angrily scolded, "I knew you were a bitch, and you even took the initiative to ask for someone's contact information." When Sisi heard her words, tears welled up in her eyes. She had only added someone's contact information. Don't think that you can't be fired just because you sold a few clothes. The store manager is my cousin." Yang Fan had already changed into the clothes she bought at Givenchy, and her entire temperament had changed. The facial repair she had done at Fuzzy Ifang last night had now made her entire face very clean. However, his skin, which had been tanned by the sun for years, could not turn white all of a sudden. Yang Fan was very happy riding his Ghostfire on the street. After throwing away his takeaway uniform, he had completely said goodbye to his old self. The Yang Fan who licked dogs is dead. I am now the Yang Fan who has seen through the world. Handsome, do you want a haircut? We have a discount today. Yang Fan was leisurely riding along when he heard the voice of a beautiful woman on the side of the road. He looked over and saw a barber shop called Zajiba Shears. Yang Fan ran his hand through his messy, slightly long hair. It was time for a haircut. He parked his ghost bike at the entrance and walked into the barber shop. Handsome, perm or dye? Today is Thursday, 30% off everything. Yang Fan heard the 30% off and immediately thought of the Fuzzafang from the night before, where he had spent over 3,000 yuan in just over an hour. No, I just need a trim. As he walked into the barber shop, a woman with a good figure and big yellow waves in her hair came up to him. Name, Huang Lan. Age, 28. Height, 166. Weight, 100. Charisma, 82. Occupation, hairdresser. Number of relationships, 5. Yang Fan secretly lamented the hairdresser's lack of charisma. Handsome guy, perm or dye? The same question was asked again, and Yang Fan replied once more, just cut it short, it'll look more energetic. Huang Lan used her hand to straighten his head and said, handsome guy, you have a great face shape, it would be a shame not to perm it. Yang Fan was about to refuse when she added, I'll give you a 30% discount. I guarantee that after you get it permed, you'll look several notches more handsome. A hot breath from Huang Lan's mouth hit Yang Fan's ear. Whether on purpose or not, Yang Fan had never tried a perm before, and he didn't lack money anyway. Since he was saying goodbye to the past, he might as well get a perm. Okay. Huang Lan gave a soft laugh, took the tongs and started to style his hair. An hour later, Huang Lan dried Yang Fan's hair and looked at himself in the mirror. He couldn't believe it was him. No wonder they say hairstyles can change a person's face. This fluffy Morgan crushed cover suits Yang Fan too well. I didn't lie to you, handsome. Yang Fan nodded. He was very satisfied with his current hairstyle. Handsome, why don't you dye your hair again? Yang Fan didn't think much about it and simply nodded. It wouldn't cost much after all, and he was very satisfied with the hairstyle Huang Lan had done. Huang Lan looked at the Ghostfire parked at the door and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yang Fan then sat down again as Huang Lan began her performance. He closed his eyes and looked forward to the changes. This time it didn't take as long as the perm, and after more than 40 minutes, Yang Fan, with his head of yellow hair, walked out of the barbershop. Looking at the 800-odd yuan spent on his phone, Yang Fan felt much better about his conscience than if he had been rich. Sitting on the Ghostfire, Yang Fan looked at his hairstyle in the phone's camera and nodded with satisfaction. It was almost midnight, and Yang Fan was a little hungry after all, having not eaten breakfast. Riding the Ghostfire, he soon rode off into the distance. After Yang Fan left, a woman holding the hand of a 6-year-old girl on the road pointed at Yang Fan in the distance and said, Yen Yen, in the future, if you see someone riding a bike like this one or someone with yellow hair, you must hide as far away as possible. The little girl blinked her big eyes and asked, Why, Mom? The woman pretended to look fierce and said, Because they are all bad people and will eat Yen Yen up. The woman even made a face with her mouth wide open, which scared the little girl into crying. Wow, Yen Yen knows that she must not make friends with a brother with yellow hair. Chapter 6, Sorry for worrying you. Yang Fan had no idea what had happened afterwards. At the moment, Yang Fan was driving the Ghostfire, and his head turned 90% of the time. Yang Fan thought that the way he looked on the road was very handsome, which was why he attracted so much attention. Yang Fan drove the Ghostfire to Huaxia High School, where he had spent 3 years. Standing in front of the gate, he looked at the familiar school with mixed feelings. He had spent 3 years here, and many things had happened, and he had met many people. After standing for 10 minutes, Yang Fan parked the ghost bike next to it and then walked towards the snack street in the back. He came here to eat, and the snack street here is full of memories from his entire high school years. For 3 years after graduation, he worked as a delivery boy to earn money day and night. As a result, he earned nearly 200,000 yuan in 3 years. After deducting expenses, he saved 120,000 yuan for a down payment. The snack street is still the same as he remembers, although several stores have been replaced. Boss, a bowl of mala tang. Is it slightly spicy? Make it super spicy. The woman in the apron looked over and after a long while she said, Xiao. Xiao Fan? Hearing the familiar name, Yang Fan felt his eyes become itchy. It's me, Aunt Xiao. Yang Fan's voice even trembled a little. Aunt Xiao dropped her account book when she heard this and shouted, Boss, come out and see who's here. Soon, a middle-aged man holding a metal ladle and wearing a transparent catering kitchen mask hurriedly came out. What's going on? Who's here to cause trouble? Aunt Xiao patted him on the back and said excitedly, Xiao Fan, it's Xiao Fan. Yang Fan stood up, and the middle-aged man's gaze fell on him. After a while, he said, It's you, kid. It's been more than 3 years, and you finally come to see us. Tears in Yang Fan's eyes could no longer be held back. Uncle Kai, Auntie Xiao, I'm home. Yang Fan walked up to them and embraced them both. Uncle Kai's eyes gradually became moist, while Auntie Xiao was already unable to hold back her sobs. Good boy, it's good that you're back. Look how thin and dark you've become. You haven't had an easy time these past few years, have you? Hearing the words of concern from the two, Yang Fan, like a child, seemed to cry out all the grievances of the past few years. Kai Gingyuan and Xiao Ling were good friends of Yang Fan's parents, and the two families had a very close relationship. After Yang Fan's parents died in a car accident, Kai Gingyuan and Xiao Ling treated Yang Fan like their own child. But Yang Fan didn't want to trouble them, so after graduating, he worked hard to earn his own money, because he knew that they would definitely pay for his university education. Yang Fan didn't want this, and since they also had their own children to support through university, Yang Fan didn't want to put such a heavy burden on them. So he left alone. Although he was still in Jiangcheng, he didn't contact the two. He worked alone delivering food to earn money for Zhang Ran's college education. He knew that Kai Gingyuan and Xiao Ling would definitely not approve. All these factors combined, so Yang Fan had not contacted them for more than 3 years after graduating from high school. At this time, Kai Gingyuan suddenly shouted, "Oops, my pot is still burning. Xiao Fan, you sit for a while first." Yang Fan wiped away his tears and sat down at the table. There were 2 or 3 high school students eating in the restaurant, so they didn't want to cause too much of an impact. It didn't take long for the few people to finish eating and leave the restaurant, and Kai Gingyuan also walked from the kitchen and switched the business sign at the door to temporarily closed. The two sat with Yang Fan and asked after his welfare. Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't go to college." Xiao Ling looked as if she had expected this and said softly, "You child, you just don't listen." Yang Fan laughed and said, "I didn't want to make things difficult for you too, and I'm doing pretty well now." Later, Yang Fan explained to the two of them what had happened to her over the years, but did not mention Zhang Ran. "Xiao Fan, what happened to that girl you liked in high school? I heard Sisi say that you two weren't together anymore?" Xiao Ling asked. Yang Fan was silent for a moment. She had deliberately not said anything, but she didn't expect Sisi to tell her parents anyway. "We broke up. It wasn't a good match." Yang Fan said it very casually, as if it were a trivial matter. Kai Gingyuan and Xiao Ling were not surprised either. Yang Fan had no parents and no one to depend on, so it was understandable that other girls would not look at him. "If you broke up, then you broke up. When you were in high school and came here to eat spicy hot pot, I felt that the girl was not good, and she looked at our small shop with disdain." Yang Fan let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, he also hated himself for not realizing it sooner. If you can't find a girlfriend, don't look for one. You're still young and in no hurry. Kai Gingyuan sighed. Xiao Ling grabbed Yang Fan's hand and said, "Don't run away without saying a word in the future. You don't know how much your Uncle Kai and I have missed you over the past few years." Hearing this, Yang Fan also felt that he was a jerk at the time. Because of Zhang Ran, he hurt the people who treated him best. "After your parents left, your Uncle Kai and I have treated you like our own child. Your affairs are our affairs. Don't do anything stupid in the future. That is, we are your godparents. Even if you don't do anything, your aunt and I can support you for the rest of your life." Feeling the strange yet familiar love, Yang Fan realized how much of an asshole he had been. "It definitely won't happen in the future," Yang Fan said seriously. "By the way, Fan, why don't you and Sisi just get along, and be my son in the future?" Kai Gingyuan gave her a blank look. "What are you talking about? Just get along, my daughter is beautiful and graceful." Xiao Ling pinched him and said, "What do you care about my daughter?" Kai Gingyuan rubbed his arm and said hesitantly, "You can't force love. Sisi hasn't graduated yet." Xiao Ling glared at him, as if they were about to argue. Yang Fan gave a bitter smile and quickly said, "Uncle Kai, I haven't eaten for 2 meals and I'm so hungry." On hearing this, Kai Gingyuan hurriedly said, "Ouch, look at my brain, wait a minute, Xiao Fan, I'll be done in a second." After Kai Gingyuan left, Xiao Ling said, "Xiao Fan, your uncle is just too fond of Sisi. Auntie is telling the truth. I have known you since you were little, and I know you inside out. You and Sisi were childhood sweethearts. In the future, after you marry Sisi, we won't lose sight of her." Yang Fan blinked, not knowing how to refuse. "Aunt Xiao, you can't force relationships. Let's talk about it later." "Ha, that's right, since you're back, there's no rush. By the way, Fan, where are you living now?" Yang Fan thought about it for a moment, not knowing what to say, and sighed. "For now, I have nowhere to live." "What? That's not good. There's still room at home, you can come home and stay." Yang Fan shook his head quickly. "No, I just recently gave up the previous apartment and am preparing to rent a new one." On hearing this, Aunt Xiao let out a sigh of relief. She had thought that Yang Fan had returned after being homeless. Spicy hot pot is here. You can't handle spicy food, so I only put in a little spice. Kai Gingyuan said, holding the spicy hot pot. Yang Fan's heart warmed. Someone who cares about you even knows your likes and habits. The malatang is still a little hot, but Yang Fan feels that it is all the love and care from the two people for him when he puts it in his mouth. He finishes eating quickly. Uncle Kai, Auntie Xiao, I'll be going then, I have things to do in the afternoon, Yang Fan says. Xiao Fan, you won't leave again without saying goodbye this time, will you? Xiao Ling says, sounding a little scared. Yang Fan flashes a smile and says seriously. From now on, never again. After saying goodbye to the two people, Yang Fan turns and leaves. Do you really want to marry Sisi to Xiao Fan? Kai Gingyuan questioned. What's wrong? Xiao Fan is a kind boy whom we have watched grow up. Seeing that Kai Gingyuan still wanted to say something, Xiao Ling said, What? You don't like Xiao Fan? Kai Jingyuan hurriedly said. No, I just feel like a cultivated cabbage being trampled on by a pig. Humph, so do you think it's better to be trampled on by Xiao Fan, or by a child you don't know? Marrying Xiao Fan, they will still be our children in the future. Kai Jingyuan slapped his hands together. Yes, Xiao Fan's parents are gone, so in the future, Xiao Fan will still live with them, right? This has nothing to do with whether or not she gets married. For parents, they are afraid that their daughters will marry far away and be bullied without their knowledge. Yes, I think Xiao Fan is a very nice child. Xiao Ling next to him gave him a look. At that moment, a voice came from inside the store. The agricultural bank has received 200,000 yuan. What kind of amplifier did you buy? It's broken, isn't it? Xiao Ling asked. Kai Gingyuan was also a little puzzled. I just bought it, and I haven't used it for long. He took out his phone and looked at the payment record on his bank card. It was indeed 200,000 yuan, and there was a message below. Uncle Kai, Aunt Xiao, Xiao Fan is confused. I have worried you for these past few years. I will definitely not be willful in the future. This is a little token of my appreciation. I have recently made a small fortune in business, so please accept it. Chapter 7, Jian Wenxin. Leaving the snack street, Yang Fan went to the place where he parked the ghost fire. It was past the time for lunch, and it was just the time when students came to school. Looking at the students coming and going, Yang Fan felt a little nostalgic. He was once one of them. The students at this time had not yet grown up. Yang Fan scanned the crowd, and there was not a single one with a charm value of over 85. Just as Yang Fan turned to leave, he saw a girl with a cold appearance, wearing a school uniform. Name, Jian Wenxin. Age, 18. Height, 165. Weight, 88. Charisma, 90 growing. Occupation, student. Number of relationships, 0. Yang Fan looked at the somewhat thin and small girl with a cold appearance and wanted to go up and get to know her. He didn't really have any ideas, but it was really rare to find someone with a charisma score of 85 or above, so as long as he bought her a candy, he could check that task off his list. Yang Fan walked up to her and patted her on the shoulder. Classmate, can you do me a favor? Jian Wenxin turned her head and looked at him expressionlessly. Yang Fan smiled and thought about what to say. He said, Brother, I'd like to buy you some candy. Yang Fan felt a little uncomfortable after saying this, and he realized that he had suffered from a lack of education. Jian Wenxin blinked at him, still not saying anything. At that moment, the guard at the main entrance walked over. He grabbed Yang Fan and said, In this day and age, there are still yellow-haired punks who dare to scam students. Yang Fan was caught by the old doorman, and he explained. No, you've misunderstood, I just want to invite her to. Shut up, you social trash, don't even think about harming our school students. Then a few old doormen about the same age as him held him down together. Yang Fan did not resist, the old men were too old, and he was afraid of hurting them. Listen to me, I really. Wait until you talk to the police, comrade. Yang Fan was held down by the old men while a crowd of students gathered around, until the police car arrived. The old security guard in charge spoke rapidly in front of the uniformed man. Then the uniformed man walked over to Yang Fan. Uncle policeman, I'm not a bad person. The uniformed man looked at Yang Fan, who had yellow hair, and said indifferently. Let's go to the station and talk. Police station. Yang Fan sat there. Opposite him was a middle-aged man in his 40s, commanding respect without having to shout. "This is what happened. I really didn't mean to harm the students. You have to believe me, officer." The middle-aged man looked at him indifferently, making Yang Fan feel creepy. After a while, someone came over with a few A4 sheets of paper and handed them to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked at his information and then his brows furrowed. After a while, he asked, "You are Yang Fan's son?" Yang Fan nodded slowly upon hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar name. "Yes, officer, you know my father?" The middle-aged man seemed to have stepped into his memories and said, "Call me Uncle Zhang." "Uncle Zhang, my father." Yang Fan knew that he had asked a question he shouldn't have, so he stopped talking halfway through. He only knew that his father was a policeman, but he didn't tell Yang Fan what exactly he did, as if he couldn't say. After a while, the middle-aged man came back to his senses, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Yang Fan was not as severe as before. "Don't disgrace your father," he said. "The matter is clear. Find someone to take you away." Yang Fan's heart was finally set, and he was really afraid that he would be detained for a few days. But who could he call? He didn't want Kai Gingyuan and Xiaoling to know that he was in the police station. He hadn't made any friends in recent years, and every day he was either delivering takeout or on his way to do so. Zhang Ran? Forget it, he was afraid that she would laugh at him, and he wasn't going to have anything to do with her anymore. After looking at his phone for a long time, he finally dialed Lin Yi's phone number. It rang for nearly 30 seconds before it was answered. "Hello? This is Yang Fan." Yang Fan had her phone number before, but he had never called her. "What? What's the matter?" "I'm at work." Yang Fan didn't hesitate. "I'm at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Can you come pick me up?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before she said, "Okay, I'll be there as soon as I can." After hanging up, Yang Fan gave a helpless smile. He was in a real mess, and even when he was in the police station, he couldn't find anyone to pick him up. 20 minutes later. In front of the police station. Lin Yi laughed. "What did you do to your hair? Did you trick a little girl into the police station?" Yang Fan gave a bitter smile and didn't want to mention it again. It was a long story and it was better not to talk about it. At that moment, Lin Yi's phone rang. Inside was the rebuke of a woman. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi's face looked a little bad. "Did I delay you from working?" Yang Fan said, a little embarrassed. Lin Yi muttered, "How could this be a coincidence?" Then she hailed a taxi and got in, looking very urgent. Yang Fan thought about it and followed. "Why did you come up?" Lin Yi gave Yang Fan a resentful look. Yang Fan laughed awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry, let me see if I can help you in any way." From the fact that Lin Yi couldn't pay the rent last night, Yang Fan knew that she might not be doing well. Now if he had caused her trouble, Yang Fan would rather pay her some money to help her out. Lin Yi didn't say anything. What could a delivery boy like him do to help, besides dyeing his hair yellow and making people afraid of him? Soon the two arrived at Lin Yi's company, which was an e-commerce company. "Lin Yi, where have you been during work hours? Do you know how important this client is to our team, eh?" A woman in her 30s scolded Lin Yi, and when she spoke, she also looked at Lin Yi's shoes. "I'm sorry, sisterly. Today a supplier came to their company, and two teams each sent a representative to talk with them together. Lin Yi was the negotiator sent by Team A. As she had just been away because of Yang Fan, there was only the person from Team B in the interview room. Yang Fan was not noticed by the others as their attention was focused on the interview room. After a while, the door to the interview room opened and a fat man with a wretched appearance walked out. Behind him was a woman in a professional outfit, her clothes a little rumpled and her makeup smudged. The lecherous man, however, was beaming. As soon as he came out, the team leaders of Groups A and B also gathered around. The leader of Group B asked, "Mr. Wang, I wonder how your talks went with our representative from Group B. Can we let Group B sell this batch of goods for you?" Mr. Wang looked at the disheveled representative from Group B and smiled. "You Group B are very sincere, so I will entrust you with this batch of goods. I believe you will handle it well for me." Chapter 8, She and I are just classmates. The leader of Team B smiled at him. "Don't worry, Mr. Wang, you won't be disappointed. Shall we sign the contract?" Hearing this, Sister Li sighed helplessly. It was done, and there was nothing she could do. Lin Yi, however, was relieved. She knew this would happen, which was why she had deliberately left at this point in time. This Mr. Guan was notorious for his lechery, always fondling his female subordinates. So Lin Yi deliberately did not negotiate with him. Sisterly made Lin Yi the representative because she was the most beautiful woman in the entire company. It was only then that President Wang saw Lin Yi, and his gaze lingered on her for several seconds, making Lin Yi feel very uncomfortable. President Wang sighed with no choice but to accept the fact that the work was already done. At this time, Yang Fan, who had an idea of what was going on, walked over. "Hello, are you President Wang?" Yang Fan asked with a smile. Guan looked at the handsome Yang Fan and said with some jealousy on his face. "Yes, who are you?" Yang Fan didn't care about his attitude and continued to smile and say, "I heard that you have a supply of beauty products, is that true?" "Wang came here just to sell this supply, everyone here knows that." "What exactly are you doing?" Facing Wang's inquiry, Yang Fan gave a faint smile and said, "I want to buy your supply." "Can you name a price, Mr. Wang?" Lin Yi, who was standing nearby, thought Yang Fan was crazy and quickly grabbed him. "Yang Fan, come back here. This is no place for joking." Mr. Wang heard Yang Fan's words and quickly asked, "Are you serious?" Yang Fan nodded, seriously. Mr. Wang sneered upon hearing this. "Where did this young guy come from? Do you know that the supply in my hands is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? And he has the nerve to buy it." Hearing that it was worth several hundred thousand, Yang Fan let out a sigh of relief. It was still acceptable. He still had more than 700,000 yuan. "Of course I'm serious. What do you think, Mr. Wang?" Looking at Yang Fan's serious expression, Mr. Wang also put away his smile and asked again, "Do you have this much money?" This time, it was Yang Fan's turn to become impatient. "Is it so hard to make you make an offer?" As soon as Mr. Wang heard Yang Fan's tone, he was even more convinced that this young man was most likely a rich second-generation heir. "Ha, young and promising, young and promising." President Wang first gave a sarcastic response, but seeing that Yang Fan didn't react, he continued. "The cost of the goods in my hands is 600,000 yuan. If I sell them all, I should make a profit of no less than 200,000 yuan. Of course, after deducting losses, I should at least make 150,000 yuan." After saying this, President Wang looked at Yang Fan. At this time, several people in the room couldn't hold themselves back anymore. It seemed that President Wang and this unknown young guy really wanted to cooperate. "Who are you? How did you end up in my company?" the leader of Team B asked. Lin Yi stood next to Yang Fan and said, "My friend." And the leader of Team A, Li Jia, also helped her by saying, "Yes, she is a guest of our Team A. Do you have any objections?" Team B's leader was so angry that his chest was heaving, but he didn't know how to refute. Yang Fan smiled and said to Mr. Wang, "Mr. Wang is in such a hurry to ship the goods, so you must be in urgent need of money, right?" Hearing Yang Fan's words, Wang's eyes narrowed a little, and he laughed heartily. "No, that's not the case." Yang Fan had already noticed his micro-expression. 700,000, if you agree, we can sign the transfer contract on the spot, Yang Fan said softly. However, Wang frowned, 50,000 is not much. "Young man, it's a bit unreasonable for you to cut 50,000 yuan from me all of a sudden, isn't it?" 730,000, this is the biggest concession I can make, Yang Fan said without even looking at him. Yang Fan didn't even look at him, and turned to Lin Yi, pretending to be unconcerned, and said, "I'll say it again, 700,000 yuan to be signed on the spot, otherwise you won't have the opportunity to cooperate with me." President Wang's face turned black when he heard this. He really needed the money urgently, and even if these goods started to be sold, it would take some time before he could get the money. 720,000, before President Wang could finish speaking, Yang Fan had already walked out the door. President Wang was so angry that his liver ached. Would this kid ever stop haggling over the price? 700,000 it is then. Wang agreed to the price with gritted teeth. Yang Fan also stopped in his tracks, turned around, came over, held out his palm and said, "Happy cooperation." Wang smiled wryly and said, "Happy cooperation." "Take out the contract in the bag," Wang said to the assistant behind him. The female negotiator who had just come out of the interview room with Wang said, "Wang, get out." "Damn it, did you touch me for nothing?" Mr. Wang ignored her, but the leader of Team B held her back. No matter what he said, she was a client of the company, and it would not do her any good if the negotiations broke down. Subsequently, a contract with several sheets stapled together was handed to young Fan. He flipped through it and saw that there were no problems. Then he looked at Lin Yi next to him and said, "Put your name on it." "Me?" Lin Yi pointed at herself in disbelief. She had just been wondering where young Fan had gotten so much money, and the shock made her forget to think about it. "Yes, write your name." After writing her name, it meant that the goods worth 700,000 yuan belonged to Lin Yi. But Lin Yi knew that young Fan was just trying to help her. With the contract in her hands, she could gain great convenience and even the initiative. And the money earned from this batch of goods still belonged to young Fan. "Thank you." Lin Yi didn't be pretentious and signed her name. Then she took out her phone and asked for Mr. Wang's bank card number, and successfully transferred 700,000 yuan to him. Spending 700,000 yuan and successfully getting 7 million yuan in return. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes. It really was as expected, and fortunately, Lin Yi signed the contract. Legally speaking, the 700,000 yuan worth of goods already belonged to Lin Yi. As for Lin Yi not returning the money she earned to young Fan didn't care at all. With 7 million yuan already in the account, what did he need 700,000 yuan for? President Wang saw the bank's message about the deposit and laughed out loud. "Mr. Yang, I underestimated you." In President Wang's eyes, young Fan must be a rich second generation, and someone who can casually come up with 700,000 yuan can't be an ordinary person. Young Fan gave a faint smile and didn't say anything. He knew that the less he said, the more mysterious he would seem in President Wang's eyes. "This is my business card. I run a beauty products factory. We can cooperate again if we get the chance." Mr. Wang smiled and handed over his business card. Yang Fan didn't refuse, and took his business card. "Mr. Yang, I'm Lin Yi's team leader. I'm very happy to sell this batch of goods for you." Sisterly held out her hand, but young Fan narrowed his eyes and didn't shake it. He didn't mean anything by it. He just didn't want to have contact with women from the bottom of his heart. "I'm just trying to help Lin Yi," young Fan said indifferently. Sisterly withdrew her hand, which had been hanging in the air, and laughed nervously. "Mr. Yang, are you Lin Yi's boyfriend?" Sisterly asked curiously. Lin Yi is very beautiful, and many men in the company or business partners have expressed their feelings for her, but Lin Yi has rejected them all for some reason. So when she met young Fan, Sisterly guessed that this handsome and wealthy man might be Lin Yi's boyfriend. Lin Yi, who was standing next to her, blushed all over. She was very popular with men at the company, but they were all there for her looks, and not to mention her looks, they were all quite old. And Lin Yi, for family reasons, had to work hard to earn money and had never thought about men and women. Yang Fan's help today would allow her to earn at least 10,000 yuan this month. This was a good income for her and would be of great help to her family. Looking at young Fan, who had changed his clothes and had a Morgan crushed cover, Lin Yi suddenly realized that young Fan was actually very handsome. She couldn't help but think about what had happened last night. Yang Fan had carried her all the way here to her home. Moreover, she was the first man to enter her home, and he even spent the night there. Thinking about this, Lin Yi's heartbeat gradually quickened, and this feeling made her face flush. Until the next cold voice broke all her fantasies. "Don't get me wrong, she and I are just classmates." Chapter 9, Maybe. "I won't go up." Upon hearing his words, Lin Yi's body trembled and her face turned pale. She had just been fantasizing about Yang Fan confessing to her and whether she should say yes to him. The two had been high school classmates, and she knew Yang Fan well. He was a man of deep feelings. Now that Yang Fan had broken up with Zhang Ran, and it seemed that Yang Fan had made some small fortune. When she saw Yang Fan yesterday, she felt that this might be an arrangement from the heavens. And she was very satisfied with Yang Fan's performance last night, even though he was just a delivery boy. But Yang Fan's cold voice shattered all the illusions in Lin Yi's heart. Yes, he is a deep and affectionate man, and the person he likes is Zhang Ran. He is a man of principle, and he helped her, so now he is just returning the favor. Sisterly was a little puzzled when she heard Yang Fan's reply and wondered why Yang Fan had answered so decisively. As a woman, she had noticed the way Lin Yi looked at Yang Fan when she signed the contract. Yang Fan, however, was oblivious to Lin Yi's thoughts. "Why are you so pale?" Yang Fan asked Lin Yi, who was staring blankly. Lin Yi hastily said, "No, nothing, I think I'm just a little hypoglycemic." "It's an old problem." Lin Yi had lied. She wasn't hypoglycemic. Yang Fan nodded and thought for a moment before saying, "Work is important, but your health is more important than work." After saying this, he turned to look at Sister Lee and asked, "Can you give Lin Yi 2 days off? She's been feeling a bit unwell in her legs these past 2 days." Sister Lee was taken aback and quickly said, "Sure, is 2 days enough?" Yang Fan turned to look at Lin Yi and wanted to ask for her opinion. Lin Yi looked into Yang Fan's eyes and saw that there was no special feeling in his eyes for her. "But why are you being so nice to me? Just because I helped you twice in a trivial way? Then I'll thank the team leader." Sister Lee said with a smile, "You should thank Mr. Yang, hee hee." Lin Yi turned her head and looked at Yang Fan. "Thank you. She was so nice to me, but she only dared to say the second half in her heart. If there's nothing else, you can go back and rest, I still." Yang Fan suddenly thought of something, slapped his head, "Damn it, my ghost fire." Yang Fan hurriedly left, as if he had something urgent to do. "You like him?" Li Jia asked from the side. Lin Yi shook her head expressionlessly. "How could she? We only met yesterday." Li Jia smiled and said, "I feel that he seems to reject women." Lin Yi looked at her doubtfully. "I'm over 30, and I've seen more than you. This young fan should have been hurt in relationships, and probably not lightly." "Why do you think so?" Lin Yi asked, puzzled. "The smell in his hair is from a recent perm, and the clothes he's wearing are still brand new. They don't match the cheap shoes he's wearing. His skin tone is dark, but the skin on his chest is very white, which shows that he's been tanned." She looked at Lin Yi and said, "I guess he either worked on a construction site before, or delivered food?" Lin Yi subconsciously took a step back, as if she was meeting the team leader for the first time. "When I saw him yesterday, he was still wearing the clothes he used to deliver food," Lin Yi muttered. Sister Lee nodded and continued. "In such a short time, he has allowed himself to change so much. Do you think he has said goodbye to his former self because he has suffered some kind of injury?" Lin Yi felt that what she said made a lot of sense, and then asked, "Do you know why he just did that?" Lee knew that Lin Yi was talking about signing the contract in her name. After thinking about it, Lee said, "It's probably to woo you, but from the way he's acting, it looks more like he's doing something insignificant." Lin Yi was in deep thought after hearing this. Lee patted her on the shoulder and said, "You're 23, right? You're not young anymore. If you meet the right person, go for it. Otherwise, you know why those who approach you are there without me having to say anything." Lin Yi shook her head and said, "I'm not ready to fall in love yet." On hearing her words, Sister Lee covered her mouth and laughed softly. "Well, it's up to you, but I warn you, someone who has just come out of a relationship is not going to heal so easily. The more he acts like he doesn't care, the more he cares. Of course, it's hard for someone like that to get inside your heart, but once he does, he'll love you like crazy." On hearing this, Lin Yi suddenly remembered that when she was in high school, everyone said that Yang Fan had a secret crush on Zhang Ran and was like a crazy person. She looked up at the back of Li's figure and shouted, "Li, what did you do before?" Li turned around, as if she had thought of something bad, a psychological counselor. As she watched Li's departing back, Lin Yi kept thinking back to what she had just said. Huaxia High School. Yang Fan was here again, at the place where he parked the ghost fire. He let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this was next to the school, so there weren't many car thefts, and this ghost fire used oil, not a battery. Yang Fan drove his ghost fire away from here. After a delay at Lin Yi's place, the afternoon was almost over. Not far away, by the lake, Yang Fan stood there looking at the scenery in the lake. In high school, he also often watched here by the lake, except that at the time he was not alone. Familiar scenery always evokes bad memories. Yang Fan stood here with his eyes vacant, smoking the cigarette the whole time. It wasn't until there was not a single cigarette left in the pack that he reacted. "Help, a student has fallen in the water." Yang Fan was attracted by the cry for help and looked over. In the distance, more than 10 meters away from him, people had already gathered. "Does anyone know how to swim? Come quickly and save someone." Yang Fan hurried over, taking off her clothes as she walked. When she arrived, she jumped up and jumped into the lake. 5 meters from the shore, the head of a student in school uniform had already sunk. Yang Fan quickly swam over. "Come on, young man." Many people on the shore were shouting encouragement to her. Some people also found long poles and stuck them into the lake to help Yang Fan get to shore. Yang Fan swam to the drowning student, whose body had completely sunk and only his legs were showing. It seemed like an intentional move, because if someone accidentally fell into the water, they would definitely try to keep their upper body, that is, their head, above the surface. Without thinking, Yang Fan dove down and saw long hair floating in the lake, guessing that it must be a girl. Yang Fan saw the girl's face, and it looked a little familiar. At this moment, the girl also opened her eyes and glanced at Yang Fan. Yang Fan saw her take another sip of water, and the first thing he thought of was to breathe air into her mouth. Their eyes met, and Yang Fan breathed air into her mouth, but it seemed that the other person was not very cooperative. Yang Fan looked helpless, and then embraced her with one hand and brought her to the surface. "She's out!" a woman shouted. Yang Fan embraced the girl with one hand and held onto the pole with the other, and was quickly pulled to the shore by the crowd. However, the fence along the shore was very high, and it was difficult to get up there. "Save the student first!" Yang Fan shouted, making himself into a tray to lift the female student as high as possible. Finally, with the unremitting efforts of the crowd, the female student successfully made it to shore. Yang Fan smiled with relief, and then he grinned when someone pulled him. For some reason, at that moment, he felt like this was his destiny. Why don't I just not go up? Chapter 10, I Lost My First Kiss. Just as this thought was born in his mind, a small hand grabbed him. Yang Fan looked up. If Yang Fan felt a little familiar just now, he was now sure that this girl was the one he met at noon, and her name seemed to be Jianwenxin. "Hurry up and pull her away, what are you guys looking at?" Yang Fan thought she was going to jump off again and shouted. "Hey, that's strange, she was clearly lying on the ground just now." An older man muttered. Then someone pulled Jianwenxin away, and Yang Fan, fearing an accident, took hold of an older man's arm with one hand and, kicking off the ground, climbed ashore. On the shore, Yang Fan gasped for breath. He could swim, but the physical exertion underwater was great, and he was exhausted after a short while. "Young man, you saved the student," someone shouted. Yang Fan gave a smile, looked at the sky, and sneered at himself for having just thought that. Death is just to escape, but living requires even more courage. Hearing others praise him, Yang Fan had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Suddenly, her vision was blocked by a large part of the female student. This girl is very beautiful. Although she has just reached adulthood, she is already a stunning beauty. Yang Fan met her eyes, and he saw a familiar feeling in Jianwenxin's eyes. That feeling was the same as when he was by the lake last night, except that there was an old man by his side then. The sound of an ambulance arrived, and a doctor in a white coat walked down the stairs. Yang Fan sat up and hurriedly said that he was fine. Not only him, but Jianwenxin was also fine. However, the two were still taken away. After all, if someone almost died, they still needed to be checked. Hospital. Jianwenxin lay on the hospital bed and stared at Yang Fan. Yang Fan sat on the side, feeling very embarrassed by her stare. "Why are you always staring at me?" Yang Fan asked, puzzled. "Why did you save me?" Jianwenxin's voice was very cold, which was very consistent with her somewhat aloof appearance. Yang Fan frowned and criticized. "How old are you and you're already thinking about suicide? Is the pressure of the college entrance exam too great, or have you been bullied at school? If you have a problem, solve it, not yourself." Jianwenxin just stared straight at Yang Fan. No matter what Yang Fan said, she just kept staring at him as if she hadn't heard. After a while, Yang Fan asked again, "Why are you still staring at me?" Jianwenxin said coldly, "My first kiss is gone." Yang Fan first froze for a moment, and then said angrily, "You still have the nerve to say that? I helped you out of the water, why didn't you accept it? Do you know that if you had fainted, we would both have sunk to the bottom of the lake? And how do you know that it wasn't my first kiss?" Jianwenxin's eyes blinked a little, and then she turned her head and looked out the window. Yang Fan let out a sigh of relief when he saw that she was finally not looking at him. It was hard to be stared at by her. After an unknown period of time, a man in a suit walked into the ward. Yang Fan knew that he was no ordinary person just by looking at him. He wore glasses and was about 40 years old. Despite entering the ward, his face did not change much. "You saved my daughter, didn't you?" the man in the suit said indifferently. He took out a bank card and handed it to Yang Fan. Yang Fan frowned and did not take it. "Wasn't the first thing you did when you came in to care about your daughter?" The man in the suit was stunned and had not yet spoken when Yang Fan continued. "Your daughter jumping into the river is enough to show how much of a failure you are as a father. No matter how successful you are in life, you really can't do it when it comes to being a father." Yang Fan turned his head and glanced at Jianwenxin, who was also looking at him at the moment. Since her father had arrived, there was no need for her to stay, so she opened the door and left. As soon as he left the house, someone led him to the hospital reception room. Yang Fan saw a man in police uniform inside. This person Yang Fan had seen once today, at the entrance of Huaxia High School. "Come with me," the man in police uniform said. "Why?" "It was me who saved the person," Yang Fan asked in puzzlement. "Yes, I'm also curious why it was you who saved the person, and the person you saved happened to be the student you tried to chat up at noon," the man in police uniform said, and had already walked up to Yang Fan. "Do you think there is a connection?" Yang Fan's face turned pale, because he actually felt that the police officer was right. So he went to the police station again and sat in front of the man who told him to call him Uncle Zhang. "Uncle Zhang," Yang Fan called out. Yang Fan was not intimidated this time. After all, a clear conscience is clear. Uncle Zhang rubbed his temples and gave him a look of admiration. "You've come in twice in one day, you're even more impressive than your father, aren't you?" Uncle Zhang teased. Yang Fan scratched his head apologetically. For whatever reason, he had indeed come in twice in one day. "Li, do you know who he is?" Uncle Zhang said to the uniformed man who had brought Yang Fan in. Li's face was expressionless as he said in a deep voice, "I don't care who he is, I have reason to suspect him of doing all this." "You're so stubborn," Uncle Zhang sighed and said. "His father is Yang Fan." Upon hearing this, Li's expression changed significantly. "What?" Li looked at Yang Fan, his eyes almost popping out of his head. "So you still have doubts?" Uncle Zhang asked. After a long while, Li said, "I'm sorry." Yang Fan realized that he seemed to be talking to himself, so he quickly said politely, "Officer, you don't need to say sorry to me. You are suspicious, and that's a good thing for you." Li walked over to Yang Fan, straightened his clothes, and said softly, "Don't call me officer, call me Brother Li." Yang Fan frowned. He only knew that his father was a policeman, but he didn't know what exactly he did. "Brother Li, what is your relationship with my father?" Little Li said with some nostalgia, "He is my master." Yang Fan was a little puzzled and asked him, "What exactly does my father do?" Little Li didn't answer him, and the situation became a little awkward. After a while, Uncle Zhang said, "That's enough, it's getting dark, let's find someone to take you out." Yang Fan's face turned ugly again on hearing this. "Well, you guys sure know how to have fun." In the happy community, Lin Yi had just finished taking a shower when she heard her phone ring. "Who is it?" "Well, it's me, Yang Fan. Could you please leave a message?" Lin Yi looked at the phone, and the only name on it was Yang Fan. She giggled and joked. "What's wrong, did you get arrested again?" Yang Fan gave a bitter smile and said, If I'm really in jail right now, can you come over and pick me up again?" Chapter 11, Keep an eye on your daughter, I'm here, Huang Mao. In front of the police station, Yang Fan was embarrassed and scratching his head, extremely awkward. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was looking at him and laughing. "Help! How on earth did you manage to get into the police station twice in one day?" Lin Yi was laughing so hard that tears were coming out of her eyes. Yang Fan replied with a dark face, "This time it's different, I was saving someone and that's why I got in." "Yes, I believe you," Hero Lin Yi said, giving him a glare. "Where are we going now?" Lin Yi said with a smile, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Yang Fan looked at her. He could smell the fragrance on Lin Yi's body, and if he guessed correctly, she should have just taken a shower. She was wearing baggy jeans, a crop top, and a plaid shirt. Yang Fan looked at her feet and saw that she was wearing flat white shoes. "Does your foot still hurt?" Yang Fan asked. "It's not a big problem anymore." Yang Fan touched his stomach and said, "Let me buy you dinner. I'm starving. I had a bowl of spicy hot soup for dinner." It had just gotten dark, and it was only a little after 7. Yang Fan guessed that Lin Yi probably hadn't eaten yet. He had asked Lin Yi to do him a favor twice in one day, so he should treat her to dinner. Lin Yi's beautiful eyes twitched, and she revealed a sweet smile. "Great, I haven't eaten yet." Yang Fan led her aimlessly into the distance, and Lin Yi followed him. As they walked, Yang Fan slapped his forehead. "Oh no, my ghost fire." 20 minutes later, Yang Fan and Lin Yi arrived at the lake where he had spent the afternoon. Fortunately, there are still many good people in society. Yang Fan sighed as he looked at the Ghostfire motorcycle still parked there. Yang Fan got on the ghost fire, patted the back seat, and then looked at Lin Yi, who was looking dazed. Are we going? Lin Yi came back to her senses, looked at Yang Fan, who now had dyed yellow hair, and suddenly remembered what Sister Lee had told her earlier. In such a short time, he has let himself change so much. Do you think he has said goodbye to his old self because he has suffered some kind of injury or setback? At that moment, Lin Yi was certain that what Sister Lee had told her was true in 90% of cases. Let's go, I'm starving, what are you daydreaming about? Yang Fan urged again. Lin Yi uttered a wooden no. She looked at the seat behind her. Although she was wearing trousers, she chose to sit sideways on it, letting her legs dangle to the side. Yang Fan glanced at her left leg, which she had placed on the seat. Even though she was wearing baggy jeans, the graceful curve of her leg was still visible. Sit properly. Yang Fan reminded her, and then the bike roared into motion. Lin Yi, who had been prepared, almost fell over, and her right hand instinctively wrapped around Yang Fan's waist. This ghost bike really starts quickly. Yang Fan looked down at the slender white hand on his abdomen, and felt a little unnatural. But he resisted the urge to say it out loud. A big man saying that is a bit petty, isn't it? Lin Yi was also very embarrassed at the moment. She didn't do it on purpose, because she almost fell just now. At the moment, her hand was already around him. Should she take it back? It was in this kind of hesitation that the two of them rode off. Runmin Street. This is a place where Yang Fan often comes to eat, because the prices here are very cheap, and there is a kind of bustling atmosphere here that you don't find in other places. Yang Fan stopped by a barbecue stall, a place he only visited occasionally. Opposite the barbecue stall, a little girl was sitting in the doorway feeding a rabbit in a cage with radishes. Hearing the sound of a motorcycle, the little girl looked over. Mommy, there's a yellow hair. The little girl's mother rushed over at the sound, picked up the little girl and looked at Yang Fan and the other person at the same time. Alas, such a good girl has been ruined by a yellow hair. The woman couldn't help but laugh, perhaps out of sympathy, and couldn't help but say it out loud. Yang Fan, who had just parked his car, heard the sound and looked over, and saw the woman's disgusted look, while the little girl blinked her big eyes curiously at him. Yang Fan gave a faint smile and deliberately scared her by saying, "Watch your daughter well, I'm here, yellow hair." As he said this, Yang Fan deliberately made a movement as if he was going to go over and grab her. The little girl laughed out loud at his teasing, while the woman turned around and went back, shouting psycho. Everyone said that this yellow-haired guy on a ghost bike was not to be messed with, and the woman didn't dare say anything more and quickly left. Are you childish or not? Lin Yi said angrily from the side. Yang Fan touched his nose and said nonchalantly, "Who told her to talk about me first?" Lin Yi laughed out loud, and her eyes were full of curiosity as she looked at him. Childish. What kind of person are you? Yang Fan found a small square table. It was not yet 8 o'clock, but there were already many people having late-night snacks. In the summer, there are many people having barbecues, especially men, who like to eat barbecue and drink beer. Boss, 2 skewers of kidney beans and a beer. Okay. Yang Fan looked at Lin Yi and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Lin Yi turned her beautiful eyes and asked, "Is this where you take me to eat?" Yang Fan was puzzled and said, "Why? This is delicious. I haven't been here for a long time." Lin Yi looked at his serious eyes. What he said seemed to be true. "You order for me, I've never eaten here before." Yang Fan thought about it and agreed. Barbecue stalls are usually frequented by men. He then ordered more than 20 skewers, including lamb, chicken, pork belly, and vegetables. Now that he is not short of money, he is very generous. Soon, the skewers, which were full of the smell of smoke, were served. Yang Fan opened a bottle of beer and asked, "Do you want some?" Lin Yi looked at him without saying a word. Yang Fan was puzzled and asked again, "Do you want some beer?" Lin Yi blinked her eyes and asked, "Do you know what it means for a guy to buy a girl a drink?" Yang Fan frowned slightly. This was the first time he had brought a girl to a barbecue stand to drink. What does it mean? Lin Yi looked at him as if she really didn't know, gave him a blank stare and said, "It means you want to get me drunk," and then. Lin Yi didn't say anything more, looking at Yang Fan's expression, wanting to see what he would say. Yang Fan froze for a moment, and after a few seconds said, "Don't worry, I won't get you drunk, and even if you do get drunk I won't do anything." Looking at Yang Fan, who looked serious, Lin Yi let out a puff of laughter. "Open one for me." Yang Fan didn't hesitate. With a flick of the chopsticks, the beer was opened. Here. Lin Yi took it, looking curiously at the yellow beer bottle. She had never drunk it before. There had been so many people who had wanted to take her out for dinner and drinks, and she had rejected them all, because the men made her feel sick, and their intentions were written all over their faces. But this yellow-haired guy in front of her. Oh no, it was Yang Fan, and it seemed a little different. There was no glass, so Lin Yi took a small sip from the bottle. This was her first time drinking beer. It had a strange taste, but it was actually quite good. Lin Yi had just put the bottle down when she looked over at Yang Fan. He had already finished 2 bottles. Belch. Yang Fan took a bite of a piece of lamb kebab and said to Lin Yi, "Eat kebab and beer, what do you say?" Lin Yi looked at it and found a small bite of a not very fat lamb kebab. The charcoal fire, cumin, and the juice of the lamb exploded in her mouth, and this strange taste seemed not bad. Looking at Yang Fan again, he had already drunk 3 bottles. Lin Yi looked at him curiously, wondering how he could drink so fast. After nearly half an hour, Yang Fan had finished 10 of the 12 bottles of beer. Lin Yi had only drunk 1 bottle, and she had only taken a small sip of the other one. At this moment, she realized that Yang Fan was not here to get her drunk, but to get himself drunk. Yang Fan's face was flushed, and it seemed that 10 bottles of beer was already almost his limit. "Where's the wine?" Yang Fan asked with half-closed eyes. "You've finished it." Lin Yi cooed. Yang Fan looked at the box, which was already empty. "There's still a bottle on the table." Yang Fan picked up the bottle and started to drink. "Wait, I'll drink that one." Gulu gelu. In no time at all, Yang Fan had finished the nearly full bottle of beer. Lin Yi's face turned a little red, and she stared at him without saying a word. The next moment, Yang Fan slumped over the table and stopped moving. "Hey, Yang Fan? HM?" Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that he had just had too much to drink. "Yang Fan, why did you and Zhang Ran break up?" Yang Fan, who was slumped over the table, said in a daze, "We didn't break up." Lin Yi looked at him with some confusion. "She dumped me, she never loved me." "Ha ha ha." Lin Yi asked again, "Do you know that Zhang Ran has found a new boyfriend?" "Ha, yes, she dumped me right in front of that man." Lin Yi looked at her phone, and the screen was stuck in the circle of friends. It was a selfie of a woman sitting in the arms of a good-looking man. The caption read, "Finally dumped that dog licker, and from now on I'll be Gu Chen's girlfriend." Chapter 12, Drunk. Lin Yi went over to pay the bill. It was very cheap, only a little over 100 for 2 people. She walked over to Yang Fan and said coquettishly, "You even invited me to dinner, and in the end you want me to pay." Yang Fan didn't say anything, his breathing had gradually evened out. Lin Yi knew that he had drunk too much, and tried to help him up. "Stand up." Lin Yi used a lot of strength to help him onto the ghost fire. She put on her helmet and told him to put his arm around her waist to hold on. "You're lucky." Lin Yi muttered under her breath, and then she twisted the throttle and sped off. Although it was the first time she had ridden a motorcycle like this, she didn't drive slowly. "Ran, don't leave me." His voice mingled with the wind, and Lin Yi was not sure if he had actually spoken. "What did you say?" "Ran." Lin Yi could only hear the wind, and couldn't hear what he was muttering. As they rode along, Lin Yi's face suddenly turned pale, and she gave him a hard elbow with her left hand. "Don't you dare touch me." Lin Yi's face turned slightly red, and she looked a little cute in the wind with her helmet on. Having removed Yang Fan, Lin Yi sped up and rode towards the happy community. Luckily, there was an elevator in the community, otherwise Lin Yi really didn't know how she would get him up here. Bang! Lin Yi threw Yang Fan onto the sofa and looked at him, unconscious and looking innocent, as if he hadn't done anything. Humph! Lin Yi covered him with a blanket and went back to her room to rest. In the dark living room, there was only the faint light by the window, like a direction in the dark. "Dad, you haven't been home for a long time." The 5-year-old boy saw his father come home and ran up to greet him. "Oh, my little Fan, Daddy missed you so much." Young Fan, in his 30s, made the young boy giggle with his newly grown beard. "Ah, it tickles." A beautiful woman walked out of the kitchen. "Okay, come and eat." "Daddy, in a couple of days there's a parents' meeting for our class, can you come?" Yang Fan gave a wry smile. He rubbed the young boy's head. "Daddy probably won't have time, let your mom go with you." Oh. Spring turned to autumn, and in the blink of an eye the little boy had grown to 15 years old. Qin, you take Xiaofan to Jingyuan for a couple of days. Yang Fan had a long beard, which hadn't been trimmed for a long time. No, I won't allow you to go alone. The beautiful woman's eyes were tearful, but her tone was unmistakable. The door creaked open. 15-year-old Yang Fan was already over 1.7 meters tall, like a little adult. Dad, you're back. Yang Fan gave the beautiful woman a look, telling her to go back inside first. Father and son sat in the living room and chatted. Fan, tomorrow I'll arrange for someone to take you to your Uncle Kai's house for a couple of days. Yang Fan nodded, as this kind of thing often happened due to his father's occupation. Looking at the silent Yang Fan felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Over the years, he had owed Yang Fan too much. Fan, do you know why I gave you this name in the first place? Yang Fan is very smart and replied, I understand. Setting sail means pursuing dreams and success. Yang Fan sighed and said, Actually, I originally wanted to name you Yang Fan, and I can repay society on my own. Looking at Yang Fan's puzzled eyes, Yang Fan continued. But I feel that this is unfair to you. My son definitely won't be willing to be ordinary. Yang Fan nodded, but I don't want to be a policeman. Before Yang Fan could ask, he added, I don't want my children to grow up without a father. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan's heart ached. He said in a deep voice, Fan, life is very short. Some people don't live for themselves. I have served the people my whole life, so I respect your decision. I just hope that in the future, you can live for yourself. 15-year-old Yang Fan still didn't quite understand the meaning of these words. He opened his mouth and muttered, Live for myself? In the living room, Yang Fan, who was sleeping soundly, had 2 clear tears roll down the corners of his eyes. Hospital. Why are you such a disobedient child? You know that this makes me. Jian Wenxin looked at the suit-wearing man in front of her expressionless. Isn't this the best? Her voice was cold, and it made the suit-wearing man feel a few degrees colder. You, how can you be as stubborn as your mother? The suit-wearing man said angrily. Jian Wenxin ignored him and looked out the window. The college entrance exam is coming up soon, and you must go to the capital to attend university. Even if you don't pass the exam, I will find someone to send you there. The man in the suit left his sentence and turned around and walked away. After he left, a man in his 50s in a butler's uniform walked up to the door. Butler Lee? Butler Lee gave a bitter smile. Miss, sir, he is just hard-headed, but he is actually very worried about you. Jian Wenxin didn't say anything, as if she hadn't heard. Miss, before you go to college, I, your servant, will always be by your side to protect your safety. Jian Wenxin still didn't say anything, and kept looking out the window. The college entrance exam is just a few days away, miss, please don't make it difficult for your servant. Butler Lee said with a worried expression. Jian Wenxin withdrew her gaze and said softly. I know. Early in the morning. Lin Yi still got up early. She had already formed the habit of going to bed early and getting up early. After getting up and washing up, she went downstairs to buy breakfast. After a while. Bang! The loud sound of the door closing made Yang Fan, who was still sleeping, frown. Lin Yi did it on purpose. She was angry when she thought about what this man did last night. She thought about what Yang Fan said at night, and there seemed to be the word Ran in it. She immediately thought of the name Zhang Ran that Yang Fan shouted last night after getting drunk. His hand was on me, but his mouth shouted Zhang Ran's name. Thinking about this, Lin Yi became even angrier, and kicked Yang Fan's corpse. Yang Fan opened his eyes drowsily, and his head hurt a little from being drunk. Lin Yi? What? Yang Fan rubbed his forehead and realized that he was still in Lin Yi's small rented room, and slowly began to recall what happened last night. In a daze, he seemed to remember that Lin Yi wrote a ghost fire to bring him back. It seems that, she also hit me with her elbow? Yang Fan shook his head, this must be a dream, why would she hit herself? You seem very angry. Yang Fan asked doubtfully. Lin Yi ate the Xiaolong Bao on her own, not even looking at him. Did I? Yang Fan looked at the table and saw 2 cups of soy milk, 2 eggs, and the Xiaolong Bao were also for 2 people. He picked up the straw, inserted it into the soy milk, and started drinking. Lin Yi gave him a cold stare without saying anything. Yang Fan could only bitterly laugh. What did he do to offend her? Did he throw up on her when he came back last night, or did he do something else? Yang Fan looked at the steep mountain peaks of Lin Yi, and then looked at his hands again. Could it be? Eat quickly and leave quickly after you're done. Lin Yi blushed and said something before going back to her room. Yang Fan sat on the sofa with a wry smile. This is bad. Chapter 13 Zhengzheng University. After a brief breakfast, Yang Fan went downstairs. Although Lin Yi was angry, he still had to start planning for the new day. The system's tasks were not yet complete, and he had only completed 2 of the 5 cashback tasks for women with a charm value of 85 or higher. Yang Fan rode his Ghostfire motorcycle, and this time he cleverly arrived at the university entrance. Zhengzheng University was a school he had once applied to but did not attend. Sitting on the Ghostfire motorcycle, his eyes yearned for the university. He was holding a few lollipops in his hand, and as long as he gave these to 3 women with a charm value of 85 or above, he would have completed the task. Today there were exceptionally few people, and Yang Fan had been waiting all day without seeing a girl with a charm value of 85 or above. It was only then that he remembered that today was Saturday, and the students were all on holiday. Those who were going home had already gone home, and those who were going out to play had left on Friday, so who was still around? It was already dark when Yang Fan realized the problem and helplessly patted himself on the head. Just as he was about to leave, 3 female university students in beautiful costumes walked out of the school gate. It was usually not very crowded at this time of day, and the sudden appearance of 3 beautiful women attracted the attention of everyone outside. Among them was Yang Fan. Name, Yun Xiaoer. Age, 22. Height, 164. Weight, 90. Charm value, 88. Occupation, junior college student. Number of relationships, 1. Yang Fan casually looked at the one with a charisma score of 88, and for a moment, his depression today was swept away. Then he looked at the one in the middle with longer legs. Name, Jiyin Yen. Age, 22. Height, 170. Weight, 98. Charisma score, 91. Occupation, junior college student. Number of relationships, 2. Yang Fan was so excited that he almost jumped up. Fortunately, he waited until the end, otherwise he would have missed these 2 people. Now he just needs to give the 2 girls the lollipops he has in his hand, and he will have completed 4/5 of the quest. There is still 1 person left to investigate, so Yang Fan is about to use detect again. Suddenly, a car exhaust chokes Yang Fan and makes him cough. He looks up and sees a young man in a BMW getting out of the driver's seat and walking towards the 3 women. He makes a very gentlemanly bow and asks, "Ladies, may I have the honor of taking you all out to dinner?" Yang Fan looked at him and said, "Damn, someone's stealing my woman." He was about to go over. Just then, a red sports car came speeding from afar. A man got out of the car, dressed in a luxurious Hifeezi suit. He got out of the car and said to Yun Xiaoyi, "Sorry Xiaoyi, there was a bit of traffic." Then he looked at the other 2 and said, "Are these your roommates?" The person named Yun Xiaoyi nodded obediently and said, The man wearing a high flex smiled and said, "Let's get in the car then, I've already booked a restaurant." The man behind him in the BMW saw that the man in the sports car was obviously a rich kid and obviously knew one of the 3. He sensibly stepped aside. After all, this man's sports car was enough to buy himself several BMWs. Yang Fan looked at the face of the man wearing a high flex and his face was full of hostility. Isn't this the man he saw the night before? Isn't he Zhang Ran's boyfriend? Yang Fan's face turned completely vicious at the thought, and he rode Ghostfire over to him in a flash. The man in the BMW saw Yang Fan riding Ghostfire with dyed yellow hair and looked very disdainful. This configuration is not as good as his own, and he dares to come and be embarrassed. The man in the hi-fis laughed mockingly, not taking him seriously at all. When they got closer, Yang Fan jumped off the Ghostfire and punched the Hifefoff man. The Hifefoff man didn't expect the other person to come at him, and for a moment, he didn't dodge, taking the punch. He was knocked flying, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Yang Fan also fell to the ground, but obviously, he was much less injured than the Hifefoff man. "Who the hell do you think you are, looking for death?" Yang Fan stood up and continued walking towards him. "You broke up with Zhang Ran?" The Hephaesian man's face instantly changed when he heard Zhang Ran's name, and he just calmed down. "It's a misunderstanding, brother, let's talk." Yang Fan was about to fight, but he thought about the fact that he had been in jail twice yesterday and held back. As soon as he walked aside, the Hephaesian man said, "Brother, my name is Gu Chen." Yang Fan snarled, "I don't care what your name is. Don't you know me? Do I need to know you?" Gu Chen looked at Yang Fan, whose hair was dyed yellow, and thought that he was just a small-time thug. But this kind of yellow hair was not afraid of death. Brother, although I don't know how you know about me, but you just punched me, I won't hold it against you. Here is 100,000, keep my business a secret. Yang Fan didn't even pick it up. Do I need your 100,000? You little. Gu Chen quickly covered his mouth. Brother Chen, who is he? Yun Xiaoer walked over and looked at Gu Chen with concern at the corner of his mouth, which was still bleeding. It's okay, Xiaoer, he's a friend of mine. We had a misunderstanding, but it'll be resolved soon. Gu Chen then pulled Yang Fan aside again. If you're not a friend, then who are you? Name your price, as long as you don't expose me. Yang Fan also calmed down. He had really been too impulsive just now. Now that he had broken up with Zhang Ran, he had acted on impulse just now, but had now calmed down. Thinking about his goal, Yang Fan said, You want to have dinner with the three of them? Gu Chen immediately understood his goal. He must have his eye on one of the three, so he was threatening him with Zhang Ran. It's easy to deal with someone who has a goal in mind, but it's the crazy people you have to watch out for. Yes, which one do you like? In Gu Chen's eyes, Yang Fan was just a scumbag in society. His life was worthless, and he didn't want to get involved with such a lunatic. Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, How about this, you invite them to dinner and bring me along, and I'll keep your secret. Gu Chen smiled, and sure enough, he agreed directly, as if he had thought of it himself. This was no big deal. Although he had his eye on all three college girls, he couldn't take them all, and he didn't think Yang Fan was capable of winning them over. Gu Chen and Yang Fan walked towards the three of them, looking like good friends. This is my friend, she'll be joining us for dinner. Yun Xiaoer nodded blankly. The other two women didn't have any objections either, as it was Gu Chen who wanted to invite Yun Xiaoer to dinner, and they were just there as company. And mainly to keep an eye on Yun Xiaoer and prevent her from doing anything stupid. You look so familiar. The other woman, who Yang Fan had not used his sense of detection on, asked. Yang Fan also noticed her, and he also felt that this girl looked familiar. Name, Kai Qianqian. Age, 22. Height, 167. Weight, 95. Charm value, 90. Occupation, junior college student. Number of relationships, 0. At this time, Kai Qianqian tentatively asked, Are you young? Before she could finish, Yang Fan directly covered her mouth. Chapter 14, Didn't you say you only love me? This action startled the people nearby. Yang Fan quickly smiled and said, That's right, I didn't think you remembered me, Lin Fan. Yang Fan leaned close to her ear and whispered, Sisi, don't say my name. Kai Sisi knew that he was Yang Fan, and nodded. So you two know each other? Gu Chen smiled and said, but accidentally drew his injured mouth. Yang Fan nodded without explaining too much. You, let go of me. Kai Shishi pushed him, and Yang Fan remembered that he had forgotten to let go. Kai Shishi looked at him with anger. At the moment, she had a lot to say to Yang Fan, but the occasion was not right. Then let's go. My sports car can still seat 4 people if we squeeze in. Yang Fan, however, shook his head and said, I have a car. Then he pointed to the will-o'-the-wisp that had just fallen to the side. Gu Chen laughed with disdain. Then the 4 of us will go first, and you can follow behind. At this time, Kai Sisi spoke up. Xiaoer, Jean, you guys take his car, I'll go with Yang, Lin Fan. The 2 girls looked at her with some confusion, and nodded when they thought of their acquaintance. Gu Chen also looked deeply at Yang Fan. Boom! Gu Chen's sports car let out a loud engine sound and sped off into the distance. In the back, Yang Fan looked at his Ghostfire motorcycle and finally knew where he had lost. Tomorrow, I'll go get a sports car first. What did you say? Kai Sisi didn't hear him clearly and asked him. It's nothing. Yang Fan looked at Kai Sisi, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and she had matured a lot. Her young face was now calm and mature, and although she was wearing a white dress, she still couldn't hide her developed and mature figure. She sat diagonally on Yang Fan's Ghostfire, revealing her slender legs. Yang Fan felt as if he had gone back in time. Back then, when he went to school at Kai Jing Yuan's house, it was Yang Fan who rode the little electric bike and took her there. Yesterday, my mom called and said you went to see them. Kai Sisi said softly. Yang Fan gave a bitter smile. He knew Kai Sisi was blaming him. She reached out and put her arms around him. Yang Fan looked at her palm, which was much smaller than his, and sighed. Just like when we were kids, ah. What are you pinching me for? Sisi did not let go, saying, You left my parents' house without saying goodbye just because of a woman? Yang Fan grabbed her hand and tried to make her let go. The girl had not used her strength lightly. I know I was wrong, and I'm back, aren't I? You broke up with Zhang Ran? Sisi asked suspiciously. Yes, little sister, let go of my hand first. Sisi let go of her hand and continued. I told you a long time ago that woman was no good, but you wouldn't believe me. Yang Fan gave a bitter smile. I know now, I was blind before. So what have you been doing all these years? How did you make so much money? Yang Fan knew she was referring to the 200,000 yuan he had transferred to her parents. He had already thought of an excuse for this. I've made a bit of money in business. Kai Chanxian didn't say anything. Yang Fan continued. Really, you'll find out in a few days. Uncle Kai and Aunt Xiao are my godparents, and I will take responsibility for my ignorance in the future. Sisi still didn't say anything. Yang Fan really didn't know what to say, and it was only then that Sisi spoke. My hand is loose, so shouldn't yours be loose too? Yang Fan then realized that his hand was still holding her small, delicate hand. On the sports car. Guchun asked, Shower, is that yellow-haired guy on the Ghost Rider your roommate's boyfriend? Yin Shower thought for a moment and replied, No way, Shenxian has never been in love. Guchen nodded in satisfaction when he heard her reply. No love affairs, that's great. Like Zhang Ran, although they dated for 3 years, what's the difference between that and never being in love? So Shower, have you been in love? Guchen asked. Yun Shower replied with a dumbfounded look on her face, I've been online. Yan Jin, who was standing next to her, quickly patted her hand to indicate that she should not answer. Yun Shower obediently nodded, as she didn't really understand relationships. Therefore, when Guchen pursued her, she deliberately asked her 2 roommates to be her advisors, and she even took them out to dinner. What? You're saying that Zhang Ran broke up with you because of Guchen? So Guchen is Zhang Ran's boyfriend now? Facing Kaishishi's questioning, Yang Fan nodded, and when it came to Zhang Ran again, he no longer felt much. No, Shower, that silly girl was tricked and didn't even know it. Kaishishi rubbed her little head, obviously trying to think of something. Xiao Fan. Brother, do you still have Zhang Ran's phone number? Kaishishi asked. Yang Fan said, I still have it. Ah, what's wrong? Kaishishi first pinched the soft flesh of his waist and then said. Let me use your phone. Yang Fan didn't hesitate at all, holding the bike with one hand while handing her his phone with the other. What do you want to do? Yang Fan remembered that Kai Chanxian was a sly girl who had tricked him a lot when they were kids. Despite her pretty appearance, she was actually a backstabber. Stay out of my business. Not long after, Yang Fan arrived at Guchen's car, where the 2 girls and 1 guy were waiting for them. Let's go, Lin Fan. Guchen shouted, and they walked towards the restaurant called Shui Linglong. Yang Fan didn't notice that Kai Chanxian and Yan Jin exchanged glances. At the table, Guchen sat with Yin Xiaoi, next to Yan Jin, then Kai Chanxian and Yang Fan. At this time, Yang Fan took out 3 lollipops. Want some candy? Kaishishi looked at him suspiciously, then took it, and then gave one to Yan Jin and Yin Xiaoer. Guchen looked at the poor Yang Fan full of disgust. Spending 3 yuan, getting 30 yuan back. Yang Fan heard the system's voice and suddenly felt that this time he had lost out on the deal. It was clearly a counter-the-world skill, and he had only spent 3 yuan. Main task, successfully spend money on 5 women with a charm value of 85 or higher, completed, super physical fitness has been issued. A new main quest has been opened, successfully spend money on 10 women with a charm value of 85 or higher. Quest reward, Warrior Bodyguard. What? Warrior? Yang Fan felt a burning sensation in his body and hurried to the toilet. Brother Tonzi, can I collect it later? Okay. Yang Fan let out a sigh of relief when he felt the burning sensation in his body disappear. He had a feeling that if the super physique possessed him, he would change super dramatically, but this was not a good place for that. Tonzi, what do you mean by martial arts bodyguards? Can they fly? The system didn't answer him, so Yang Fan continued to ask, then you have to let me know how powerful he is, right? After a while, the system transmitted a voice. Blue star power ceiling no true chi. Power ceiling? Swing your fist? Yang Fan didn't quite understand and didn't think much of it before returning to the dining room. Before he even entered the door, he heard a familiar voice from inside. Gu Chen, who are they? Didn't you say you only loved me? Yang Fan could tell it was Zhang Ran's voice. Then he heard Yun Xiaoyi's voice. Gu Chen, you scum, let's not contact each other in the future. Chapter 15, if you don't say anything, I'm going to go in. This girl's voice was very weak, but you could tell she had summoned up a lot of courage to shout it. After that, he saw Yun Xiaoyi running out crying, followed by Yin Jin, and then Kai Qianqian. Yang Fan took hold of Kai Qianqian's hand. Looking at her smug expression, how could Yang Fan not know that she was the one who did it? You're still so. Kai Qianqian stuck out her tongue and said. I was just being helpful, especially to this kind of scum. Yang Fan rubbed his forehead and, hearing the sound of the argument inside, dragged Kai Qianqian away. Let me walk you back. Kai Qianqian nodded and told her roommates on the green bubble to go ahead. Because she also had some questions for Yang Fan. Riding his Ghost Rider motorcycle, Yang Fan cruised along the road, chatting with Kai Sisi in a random manner. So what do you actually do? Seeing that Kai Sisi kept on dwelling on this question, Yang Fan thought for a moment and said. I've opened a media company now, I'm the boss, and I have dozens of beautiful female anchors under me. You're just blowing smoke. Kai Sisi gave him a dirty look and said. With so many female anchors, you wouldn't be single. Yang Fan laughed, he was indeed bragging, because he had been to Lin Yi's company, so he could say that. But he did have this idea, to open a media company and then hire many female anchors, or female anchors with a charm value of 85 or above. In this way, he can get cash back every day for sending gifts. This is the correct way to use the system. Bang! What? Why did you suddenly stop? Kai Sisi didn't notice and fell on Yang Fan. Yang Fan was also a little puzzled. He tried to start the engine a few more times, but it just wouldn't start. Shit, is it broken? The two got off the motorcycle and Yang Fan looked for what was wrong with it. Half an hour later, Yang Fan stood up with black paint all over his hands and face. Can you fix it? Kai Sisi asked. Yang Fan gave a bitter smile and said, the engine is broken. In the afternoon, when he punched Gu Chen, it directly knocked the ghost fire flying, and I'm afraid that's when the problem appeared. So what do we do? Yang Fan thought for a moment and said. I remember there seems to be a place not far ahead that repairs cars. After saying this, the two of them pushed Ghostfire and walked over. After walking for another 10 minutes, they finally encountered someone who repaired cars. Master, can this engine be repaired? The car repair master, who was smoking a cigarette, said. The engine is broken, it can only be replaced. Yang Fan frowned, he had only driven the car for 2 days, how could it break after a fall? How much is it to replace the engine? The mechanic replied expressionlessly, 1,300. 1,300? How can it be so expensive? Kai Qianqian asked in surprise. Even Yang Fan felt that the engine was too expensive. The mechanic said irritably. You can choose whether to replace it or not, but the price is the same no matter where you go. Yang Fan sighed and said, how much do you pay for the car, master? The mechanic's eyes lit up and he asked. This is a new car, are you sure you want to recycle it? Yang Fan nodded. 500 or 600, that's the best price I can give you. Yang Fan didn't say anything, and directly opened the green bubble payment code. After turning off his phone, Yang Fan directly took Kai Sisi and left. No way, you just sold it? Yang Fan lit a cigarette and said. It may not be suitable for me, and there's no need to forcefully keep things that aren't suitable for me. Kai Sisi snatched the cigarette he had just lit and threw it on the ground, stamping it out. When did you learn to smoke? Kai Sisi said, twisting Yang Fan's arm. Yeah, when did you learn to smoke? Ouch, you're still so violent. Yang Fan said, breaking her hand away. I'll tell mom and dad on you. Yang Fan was scared and raised his hands in surrender. No, I just admitted my mistake to them, don't add fuel to the fire. I will. Yang Fan's head quickly thought, saying. Don't tell them, how about I get you a car? Kai Sisi turned her head and asked. What kind of car? Yang Fan laughed and said. Anything under 7 million will do. Kai Sisi rolled her eyes and said with disbelief. Like I'd believe you. In a short while, Yang Fan took a taxi and arrived. The two got in the car and headed to Zhengzheng University. 8:08 p.m. A man and a woman stood at the entrance of Zhengzheng University. The evening wind blew past their figures, making them look a little desolate. "It's all your fault, wasting so much time, it's curfew already," Sisi said, about to hit Yang Fan. "I didn't mean it," Yang Fan said, running away. After a while, Sisi said, "Take me to your place for the night, I have nowhere to stay." Yang Fan let out a bitter laugh and stammered, For now, don't have anywhere to stay either." Sisi's eyes widened, and she shouted, "Didn't you say you'd made some money? How little? You don't even have a place to stay?" Yang Fan scratched his head, not saying anything. He had slept at Lin Yi's place the previous 2 days. There was no other way, so Yang Fan had to take her to a nearby hotel for the night. This neighborhood is the university town, and it's already past 10 o'clock. After running around for a while, they finally found a room with a vacancy. "Is there only one room left?" Yang Fan asked tentatively. The woman at the front desk said, "There's one that's not bad, and it was just vacated by someone earlier." There was no choice, so Yang Fan had to share a room with Kai Chanshan. Fortunately, the room was not small, and it was also very luxurious. No wonder it cost more than 500 yuan, which was already very expensive in the university town. "I'm going to take a shower, so behave yourself." Kai Chanshan glared at him before walking into the bathroom. Yang Fan sat on the sofa, speechless. Was that really the kind of person he was? Taking out his phone, he started to browse Douyin, because he found that the people in the videos could also use the probe. He browsed through several videos in a row, and everyone's charm value was between 70 and 80, with the highest being 82. And this was just the videos. After thinking about it, Yang Fan turned on the live broadcast. The first anchor he just saw was the 10th on the popularity list, so Yang Fan quickly used the probe. Name, Xiaobai Luo. Age, 54. Height, 163. Weight, 142. Charm value, 58. Occupation, anchor. Number of relationships. Yang Fan looked at her profile and at first thought that his detective's eye had broken. Damn it, the person broadcasting really doesn't believe a bit of it. At this time, the bathroom door opened, and Yang Fan quickly closed the broadcast. Sisi's hair was still damp and hung down her shoulders, and she was wearing a loose hotel bathrobe. The bathrobe was not small, but it obviously did not fit Sisi very well, revealing her faintly visible fair skin. "You go and wash up, I'll sleep on the bed and you sleep on the sofa." Sisi walked straight towards the bed. Yang Fan shook his head and smiled. There was no need to care so much about their relationship. Yang Fan walked into the bathroom, where a special fragrance still lingered. He knew it was Sisi's body scent. He turned on the shower and the hot water washed away his tiredness. Just as he reached up to get the shower gel on the stand, he noticed a pair of white cartoon underwear worn by a girl, and it looked like it wasn't a small size. Yang Fan froze for a moment. There was only one woman here, Sisi, and since it was unlikely that the maid had forgotten to clean up, the only conclusion was that the cartoon underwear belonged to Sisi. So she was wearing a towel and had a vacuum? Yang Fan shook his head, wondering what he was thinking. Sisi had grown up with him, like a younger sister. "Brother Tonzi, accept your super physique." Ding, instilling. The next moment, Yang Fan felt a hot sensation spreading throughout his body, and black dirt was excreted from his body. He knew that this was the feeling, and he felt so comfortable that he couldn't help but let out a shout. "Ah!" Kai Chanshan, who was lying on the bed playing with her phone, frowned, not knowing what he was shouting about. At first she didn't take it seriously, but after a while the sound got louder and louder, and she couldn't help but become a little worried. Could it be that something has happened to his health? Once this thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but worry more and more. She went from being a little worried to being very worried. She walked over to the bathroom door and shouted, "Hey, what's your name?" Yang Fan inside didn't hear her at all. The dripping sound of the rainwater covering her voice. "Yang Fan, don't scare me like that. If you don't say anything, I'm going to go in." Chapter 16, It Really Is a Vacuum. Sisi was a little scared. What if something really happened to Yang Fan? The next moment, she made up her mind and pushed open the bathroom door. A pungent stench greeted her, and she couldn't help covering her nose. Then she saw the handsome man, stark naked, with 8-pack abs and well-defined muscles all over his body. Yang Fan then noticed that the door had opened, and he looked towards the door. They locked eyes. Kai Chanqian seemed to be seeing Yang Fan for the first time. His body was as white as hers. His face was also super white, and the contours and muscle lines on his face were so handsome. Kai Chanqian felt a hot stream in her nose, and when she touched it, it was red and a little sticky blood. Ah! She screamed and ran away. Yang Fan then reacted, and he was exposed by Kai Chanqian. He quickly covered his body, but she had already gone, so there was no point in covering up now. He closed the door and then locked it. He applied shower gel several times and found that there was no more stench on his body, and there was a light fragrance. Only then did he put on the bath towel. Coincidentally, when he took the bath towel, he saw the white cartoon underwear again. He pretended not to see it, but this was the daughter of Uncle Kai and Aunt Xiao. Then he walked out of the bathroom door and glanced at the bed. Kai Sisi had covered herself completely with the white quilt, without even showing her face. Yang Fan shook his head and smiled, realizing that this girl also had a shy side. He walked over to the mirror, untied the towel around his chest, and sought his long-lost 8-pack abs. He turned around and looked at his angular profile, really wanting to shout handsome. If before he was just a little handsome, then now he could only be described as exceptionally handsome. At this moment, he saw that there were also 2 small exploration characters above his head in the mirror. Yang Fan was a little puzzled. He had thought that this exploration could only be used on women, but it turned out that he could use it on himself as well. Name, Yang Fan. Age, 23. Height, 182. Weight, 142. Charm value, 95. Occupation, magician. Number of relationships, 1-3. Yang Fan nodded with satisfaction when he looked at his charm value. He estimated that his previous charm value was only 84 or 85, and it had suddenly increased by 10 points. That's not the main thing, though. He can feel that his body possesses extremely powerful strength, but he doesn't know exactly how much, as there is no reference point. But what does this magician mean? Is it because he possesses the system? The thing that is most unacceptable is the number of relationships. Why is it 1/3? After all, they dated for 3 years, and at least they held hands once. Yang Fan turned around and walked towards the sofa, but suddenly saw a pair of small eyes peeking out from the white quilt on the bed. She quickly covered them again. Yang Fan pretended not to see it. After all, she now even found him handsome, and couldn't help but look in the mirror. Don't suffocate to death, Yang Fan teased. Kai Chanqian poked her little head out and retorted. I'm just cold, what do you know? Yang Fan looked at the air conditioner display showing 26 degrees, smiled helplessly, and then turned off the light and got ready for bed. Tomorrow he was going to buy a car and write Kai Chanqian's name on it. The seed had been planted today, and there shouldn't be any major accidents tomorrow. Yang Fan was a little excited at the thought of getting tens of millions of cash back tomorrow. Xiao Fan. Brother, are you asleep? Hearing this familiar name, Yang Fan's face was full of memories. When he was young, he often boarded at Kai Jingyuan's house, and over time the two became childhood sweethearts. I still remember when I was a kid, Aunt Xiao first told Kai Sisi to call him Xiao Fan Gu, and she refused, until she was so angry she cried. No, what's wrong, Sisi? Yang Fan answered calmly. I told my mom that I saw you today, and she said that she would come home tomorrow if she is free. Yang Fan recalled that home, where he had lived for quite some time. Sure, I'll take you there after I buy the car tomorrow. Still bragging. Kai Sisi muttered. Yang Fan smiled slightly and said that there was no use talking more, and she would know tomorrow, because tomorrow he was going to show off his wealth. Little Fan, how have you and Zhang Ran been doing these past few years? Kai Sisi asked. Hearing that name again, Yang Fan didn't feel much inside. Not good. She went to school while I delivered takeaways to earn tuition fees for her. By the time I had saved enough for a down payment on a house, she had dumped me hard. Yang Fan's tone was calm, as if he wasn't talking about himself. That's so hateful, I knew I should have beaten her up when I saw her today. Yang Fan smiled faintly. It's all in the past, and without her I wouldn't be who I am today. This sentence was full of meaning, and Kai Shishi thought that he had since worked hard and started a successful business. Kai Shishi thought about the fact that today she had looked at Yang Fan's phone and seen his chat history with Zhang Ran, and it seemed that they had not spent much time together. Most of the entries were about money transfers, and there were very few chats, let alone video calls. Moreover, she had also seen Zhang Ran's circle of friends, which was posted by Gu Chen, saying something like Zhang Ran had been taken care of perfectly. Thinking about this, Kai Shishi tentatively asked. They say that a husband and wife should be grateful for each other even after they've been separated for a long time. You were with Zhang Ran for so long, didn't she have any feelings for you? Yang Fan felt a little sad when he heard this. Yes, a husband and wife should be grateful for each other even after they've been separated for a long time. Unfortunately, he was rather shy at the time, and they didn't even stay together for a day. I regret that too. If only I hadn't been so shy, we wouldn't have just held hands once. When Kai Shishi heard this, her thoughts were confirmed. Did this mean that Yang Fan was still a virgin? After being together for so many years, they were still living apart. Could it be that Yang Fan was impotent? No, that wasn't right. She had just seen him in the bathroom, and it was impossible that he was impotent. The fact that Yang Fan had not touched Zhang Ran for 3 years showed that he truly loved her. Unfortunately, she had not grasped that opportunity, and had lost the man who had her in his sights. For some reason, the scene she had just witnessed in the bathroom just wouldn't go away from Kai Sisi's mind. Thinking about that perfect body and handsome face, Kai Sisi suddenly felt no sleepiness at all. Brother Yang Fan, are you asleep? There was no response, so Kai Sisi called out again, thinking that Yang Fan should have fallen asleep. She quietly got out of bed and went to the bathroom. As she was getting a tissue, she saw her white underwear, which she had accidentally forgotten here. Kai Sisi walked out and tiptoed over to Yang Fan. He was lying on the sofa, comfortably warm without a blanket, his chest showing off his neatly defined abs. You looked at my underwear, it's not too much for me to look at your abs, is it? Moonlight from the window shone in, making her see clearly. At some point, Yang Fan opened his eyes. Ah! Kai Sisi was startled and quickly turned away, but she didn't realize that the slippers she had just used to go to the bathroom slipped, and she fell towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan quickly held her up, and as soon as she stood up, he let go of her hand. Trying to scare me to death by pretending to be a ghost in the middle of the night? In the dark, he couldn't see Kai Sisi's face clearly, and the latter walked quickly towards the bed. Yang Fan also lay down to rest, and feeling the residual warmth from his right hand, he thought to himself. It really is a vacuum. What a dump, not even an elevator. Gu Chen had finally combed Zhang Ran down and was walking downstairs with his back hurting. What a pain, and I have to throw her a high school reunion party. If I wasn't still having fun, I would have dumped you a long time ago. Gu Chen rubbed his back and took out the wolfberries he always carried in his pocket, grabbed a handful and put them in his mouth. He mumbled. Young people can really be a handful. It's a pity about that girl from Jiangnan University. I had already booked a room for us, but then had to cancel it. Chapter 17 Buying a Car. Early in the morning. Yang Fan slowly opened his eyes and looked at the clock. It was already 9 o'clock. Seeing Kai Qianqian, who was still asleep, he shouted. Get up, Qianqian. The delicate body in the bed moved a little, and then a lazy voice came from under the covers. Don't shout, let me sleep a little longer. Yang Fan gave a helpless smile, didn't call her again, and went to wash up first. 10 minutes later, Yang Fan was done washing up. He spent 5 of those 10 minutes in front of the mirror admiring himself. What a system! He also washed his hair, because he had slept through the night, but didn't blow dry it. He just let it dry naturally, so it would be fluffy. After he was done washing up, he looked at Kai Sisi, who was still motionless in bed, and a mischievous feeling came over him. Hey, Uncle Kai, what's wrong? Well, Kai Sisi is next to me, she hasn't woken up yet. Yang Fan, what are you talking nonsense about? Kai Sisi sat up straight, her disheveled hair making her look a little crazy. Then she saw Yang Fan pretending to make a phone call with his hand, looking at her with a wicked smile. Good, you dared to lie to me. Yang Fan turned around and said, busted, sis. Hearing this, Kai Sisi quickly hugged her bathrobe. I'm going downstairs to buy breakfast, and you have to tidy up when I get back. With that, Yang Fan walked towards the door, not caring about what Kai Sisi was shouting at him from behind. Yang Fan felt the meaning of life. Why had he previously wanted to kill himself? It was obvious that there were many people in the world who cared about him. There was a lot of food near the university town, and although it was already past 9 o'clock, there were all kinds of things for sale nearby, as well as many small stalls with tricycles. College students are really happy. Yang Fan sighed, and bought 2 cups of soy milk and 3 egg pancakes. He felt very hungry, perhaps because of the super strong physical fitness he had received. Back in the room, Kai Chanshan was already dressed and applying makeup in the bathroom. Yang Fan sat directly on the sofa and started eating. He finished one egg pancake in 3 bites and then went for the second one. Yang Fan was a little puzzled. His appetite seemed to have increased a lot. Because 2 egg-filled crepes only made him feel 3/4 full. But it wasn't long before it was time to go to Uncle Kai's house for lunch. "Are you ready?" Yang Fan asked. "In a minute, what's your hurry?" Kai Sisi came over after a while. Yang Fan was amazed just by looking at her. The charm value of 90 was no joke, not to mention the light makeup she was wearing. With an almost perfect face and light makeup, she was probably above 90. After all, a 90 charm value is without any embellishments. Kai Chanshan felt a little embarrassed by Yang Fan's constant staring, and when she thought about what happened last night, her face turned red for a moment. "Let's go." She picked up the egg pancake that belonged to her and walked towards the door. Yang Fan tapped his head and for a moment, he was mesmerized. Downstairs. Yang Fan hailed a taxi and told the driver to go to the Porsche 4S store. Kai Chanshan next to him asked, "Are you really going to buy a car, or a Porsche?" Yang Fan smiled and replied, "Yes, I promised you yesterday." Kai Chanshan then knew that he was serious and wasn't joking. But did he have that much money? The day before, when she spoke with Xiao Ling on the phone, she knew that Yang Fan had given her parents 200,000 yuan. Did he have a lot of money besides that? Soon the taxi driver took them to the Porsche 4S store. As soon as they entered the door, a salesman came to greet them. "Sir, what price range of car are you looking for?" Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, "Do you have a Porsche 911 in stock?" The woman who greeted Yang Fan was shocked to hear this. Seeing that Yang Fan was wearing luxury clothes from Givenchy and was with such a pretty girl, she thought that he must really be here to pick up the car. She then smiled and said, "My name is Shurya, sir, please follow me." Shurya led them inside, where a pink sports car was parked. "Sir, this is the only Porsche 911 in stock at our store. This 911 is equipped with a 3.8L twin turbocharged flat-6 engine, with a maximum horsepower of 650 horsepower and a maximum torque of 800 Nm. It is equipped with an 8-speed Porsche dual-clutch transmission, with a 0-100 km/h acceleration time of only 2.7 seconds and a top speed of up to 330 km/h. Yang Fan waved his hand and asked directly, "Is it fully equipped?" Shurya replied seriously, "Yes, sir. Because it is the only car in stock, some customers want to drive it away on the spot when they come to buy it, so the configuration on this car is already high by default. Of course, if you want to choose other configurations, you can tell me, but it will take a few days to adjust it back." Yang Fan shook his head and looked at Kai Chanshan next to him and said, "What do you think, does this car look good?" Kai Chanshan kept staring at the pink sports car as soon as she saw it, and Yang Fan thought she should like it. "It's beautiful." Kai Chanshan nodded and said. On hearing this, Yang Fan directly asked Shurya, "How much is this car, including the full payment and license plates?" Shurya was also a little surprised to see that Yang Fan was so quick to negotiate the price. However, she still politely said, "The bare car is 2.28 million, and the turbo is 160,000. Yang Fan interrupted her and said, "Report the total price, I'm in a hurry." Shurya swallowed and said, "Sir, the total, including the decimal places, is 3.12 million. Yang Fan nodded, satisfied with the price, but Kai Sisi next to him screamed, "More than 3 million? Mamma mia, you scared me." She then took Yang Fan and left. Yang Fan was puzzled. "What's wrong, Sisi? What do you mean? More than 3 million, what else are we going to do? I thought it was going to be 200,000 to 300,000. Yang Fan smiled and said, "It's okay, I have the money." Then he looked at Shurya. "Go prepare the contract, full payment, hurry." Shurya, who heard his words, trembled a little and asked incredulously, Full payment?" Yang Fan said impatiently, "Yes, full payment, go prepare the contract, I'm in a hurry." Then Yang Fan took Kai Sisi by the hand and went to sit in the adjacent rest area. Kai Sisi asked with a small hand, "Brother Yang Fan, you want to pay the full price for a sports car worth more than 3 million? Yang Fan had already planned to reveal his wealthy identity today, and had even thought of a reason. Kai Sisi blinked. Yesterday she still didn't believe it, but now they were already at the Porsche 4S store, she had to believe it. Because Yang Fan was about to pay the full price for the car. Even though Yang Fan had asked her to go over the contract as quickly as possible, she still had to wait for more than an hour. Buying a car really was the most time-consuming thing to do. At that moment, a bald man in a suit walked over. "Mr. Yang, I am the manager here. The contract is ready for you. Is it convenient for you to sign now?" Yang Fan nodded and followed Kai Sisi into the room. "Mr. Yang, please sign here." Chapter 18. Whose car is this? Yang Fan looked at the contract and frowned, asking, "Isn't it 3.12 million? In response to Yang Fan's query, the bald manager smiled and replied, "That's right. Because you are the first person to buy a sports car worth more than 3 million in full this year, I have negotiated the best deal for you." Yang Fan looked at the contract and saw that it only said 3,120,000 less, and was a little unhappy. 12 million in cash back is 1,200,000. This bald manager has let me earn 1,200,000 less. The bald manager was a little puzzled. Why was this customer still angry even though he had done such a good job? "Kai Shishi, just sign your name." Kai Shishi was shocked. No, little fan brother, you really want me to sign my name? This is 3 million. She had originally thought that Yang Fan was just joking about buying a car, but she never expected him to actually buy one. And she really has to sign her name. Sure, yeah, who was standing nearby, saw Kai Sisi's face full of envy. A car worth 3 million yuan was given away as a gift. Yang Fan gave a faint smile and said, "Yes, didn't we agree on this?" Kai Sisi took a deep breath and said, "Brother Yang Fan, this is too valuable, I can't accept it." A car worth more than 3 million yuan, and the name represents the owner of the car. 3 million yuan. This is not 300 yuan, nor 3,000 yuan. She is a junior college student with a monthly living allowance of 3,000 yuan, and her parents' shop only makes a maximum of 300,000 to 400,000 yuan a year, minus expenses. Her living allowance is already not low. But this 3 million sports car has exceeded Kai Sisi's perception of money. This much money should be heavy just to hold, right? Yang Fan rubbed her head and said softly, "This is only part of the compensation I have made. Not only you, but I am also going to buy Uncle Kai and Aunt Xiao a car." Kai Sisi pinched her fingers. Although she thought the pink sports car was very nice, it was 3 million yuan. And it was a gift from her childhood friend. But it was too expensive. Yang Fan said at this time, "If you don't want to sign, I can let this Miss Shurya sign it." Yang Fan then handed the pen to the salesperson named Shurya. Kai Sisi knew that he was teasing her, but 3 million yuan. "Okay, I'll sign it." Kai Sisi snatched the pen and gave Yang Fan a look. Yang Fan laughed and watched as she wrote her name. Swiped the card. Yang Fan took out his bank card and said. The bald manager standing nearby was well prepared. With a ding, the sound of a successful card swipe rang out, and the bald manager couldn't contain his excitement. Spending 3 million, successfully getting 30 million back. "Mr. Yang, I will prepare the car picking ceremony right away. Please wait a moment, I will call everyone." Yang Fan waved his hand, saying that there was no need for all the fanfare, as they were in a hurry. Yang Fan led Kai Sisi to the Porsche 911. I've never driven one before, you drive. Kai Sisi said fearfully, and ran to the passenger seat. Yang Fan shook his head and smiled, and got in as well. The room. The engine sounded loud, but Yang Fan didn't find it noisy. Is this the sound of money? Yang Fan left the Porsche 4S store with a foot on the accelerator. Many female salespersons stood in front of the store, full of envy. I envy that girl so much. She's pretty and has a rich boyfriend. Exactly, a 3 million Porsche 911 just given away. If someone buys me a Porsche, I'll do anything. Brother Yang Fan, I feel that you've changed. Kai Sisi said coldly as she looked out of the window of the Porsche 911. Yang Fan thought she was referring to his appearance and joked. You think I'd become more handsome, don't you? But then he saw Kai Sisi's serious eyes. Are you still the Yang Fan I know? Kai Sisi's eyes were full of questions, and Yang Fan knew that he felt strange about her. Yang Fan lowered the speed of the car, then gave her a little tap on the head and frowned, saying, 3 grass? Kai Sisi's face puffed up with anger when she heard this nickname she hadn't heard in a long time. she said angrily. Yang Fan, don't think I won't dare to beat you just because you're driving. Yang Fan pulled over to the side of the road, gave a contemptuous gesture, and said arrogantly. Come, I accept your challenge. The next moment, Kai Chanshan pounced on him like a chicken and started strangling him. You're a dog, why are you biting? Humph, I wanted to beat you up last night. The two of them had a fight, and Yang Fan felt like he was back when he was a child. Looking at Kai Chanshan, who was flushed and her hair was a bit messy, Yang Fan tidied her hair by the ear. He said softly, come on, you're a big girl in your 20s, acting like a child. Humph, let you bully me. Kai Sisi didn't resist either, looking relieved. Yang Fan's arms and neck were a little red from her scratching, and there was a neat row of teeth marks on his right arm. At this time, Yang Fan looked at her seriously and said, so no matter what I become, I will always be the little Fan, you know, understand? Kai Sisi looked at the handsome young Fan and suddenly felt a little embarrassed by his seriousness. She accidentally remembered the image of herself having a nosebleed last night. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she quickly turned her head away, let out a huff, and said, let's go, Mom and Dad must be getting anxious. Yang Fan gave a faint smile. She really is a cute girl. Although he hadn't seen Kai Sisi for a few years, their relationship was still the same as it once was. He then steered towards the place he remembered. No matter what, I won't leave again without saying goodbye. Who cares? After half an hour or so, Yang Fan arrived at a small town on the edge of Jiangchang. It wasn't far from the city, but it would take an hour to get there by car, and much faster by car. Soon Yang Fan arrived in this familiar yet strange town, which he had visited countless times. Ahead was an ordinary courtyard with a two-story house. At the entrance to the courtyard, Yang Fan parked the car and took out the fruit, eggs, milk, and other things he had bought on the way from the trunk. Kai Chanshan helped him carry the fruit. Mom! Kai Chanshan shouted as soon as they entered the courtyard. Hey! No one was in sight yet, but Xiao Ling's voice came from the kitchen. After a while, Xiao Ling came out holding a freshly peeled green onion. Auntie Xiao! Yang Fan said with a smile. Good boy, you came right away, what else did you bring? Xiao Ling pretended to be angry. It's the least I could do. Yang Fan smiled and went inside. Kai Chanshan, go wash the fruit for your little brother. Kai Chanshan said with some dissatisfaction, he won't die if I don't wash it. Xiao Ling glared at her, how can you talk like that, child? And she was about to hit her. Kai Sisi quickly hid behind Yang Fan and stuck her tongue out at Xiao Ling. Yang Fan felt this scene was very warm and said, Aunt Xiao, let me help you wash the vegetables. How can I let you help? It's almost done. You and Sisi can watch TV for a while. Your Uncle Kai went shopping and will be back soon. Yang Fan sat in the living room. When he was little, Xiao Ling would often say this to let the two of them watch some TV first. The two of them even fought over the remote control back then. Here, I washed it. Kai Shishi took an apple and slammed it into Yang Fan's face, making intimate contact with him. Yang Fan wasn't angry, and picked up the apple and started to nibble on it. Humph. Kai Shishi stamped her foot in anger, and then sat down next to him. At this moment, a cry came from outside the door. Damn, whose car is this? Chapter 19, he still has 8 abdominal muscles. What are you shouting about, what car? Xiao Ling scolded when she heard Kai Jingyuan's shout. No, wife, come out and take a look. Kai Jingyuan said with a somewhat agitated voice. Xiao Ling, wearing an apron, walked to the door and saw the sports car parked in front of the door. Oh my, what a beautiful car, it must cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. Kai Jingyuan shook his head and said, it's more than that. I've seen the logo before, it's called Porsche. This sports car might cost more than 1,000,000 yuan. Upon hearing this figure, Xiao Ling covered her mouth. So expensive. Aren't they all cars? Aren't they all the same as our family's Volkswagen, with 4 wheels? Knowledge is not gained by having long hair. At this time, Yang Fan and Kai Chanshan also walked out. What's wrong, Dad? Kai Shishi is back. Kai Jingyuan looked at the sports car and said, your mother and I were talking about this car. It's so beautiful, it must cost over 1,000,000 yuan. Kai Shishi shook her head and said, 3 million. Do you want to try it? With that, Kai Shishi took out a set of car keys and pressed them. The next moment, the door of the Porsche 911 opened automatically. Kai Jingyuan's mouth hung open as he watched her without moving. On the table, the four of them had nearly 10 dishes spread out in front of them, but no one was picking up their chopsticks. Sisi kept her head down, while Kai Jingyuan and Xiaoling glared at her. Xiaofan is inconsiderate, and you're not considerate either? Xiaoling scolded. Sisi didn't dare to speak, and stole a glance at Yang Fan. Yang Fan gave a wry smile and said, Aunt Xiao, it's really not her fault. I insisted on buying it for Sisi. Xiaofan, not that I'm saying anything to you, you've just earned some money starting your own business, and all of a sudden you bought her a sports car that costs millions of dollars. You have to understand that doing business is hard. Yang Fan could only listen to Kai Jingyuan's reprimand and didn't dare to contradict him. When the two had finished talking, Yang Fan spoke up at this time. Aunt Xiao, Uncle Kai, to be honest with you, I've made a lot of money doing business, and buying Sisi a car was my idea, not just hers, but also yours. Saying this, Yang Fan stood up. In the past few years, I have behaved like an ignorant child and left you all. Now I have come to my senses and have achieved some success, so I want to make your lives a little better. I know that I let you all down back then, and the one who was most hurt was probably Sisi. She was just a little girl back then, and now that I am back, I want to make up for it as much as I can. Yang Fan's eyes had become moist as he finished speaking. The three people at the table were probably the last people in the world who cared about him. Xiaofan, don't say that. You're a good boy. How could we blame you? Aunt Xiao said, rubbing her eyes. Uncle Kai also didn't seem as serious as before. Alas, it's my fault. I didn't watch you properly at the time. But if you don't return the car, will it really not affect the operation of your company? Yang Fan nodded. Really, it's not a problem for me to buy dozens of cars with my current assets. Yang Fan was naturally bragging, and he didn't want them to worry, but if he wanted to get money, it really wasn't difficult for Yang Fan, who had a systematic approach. You've made something of yourself, and Uncle Kai and I are happy for you, Xiaoling said with relief. No matter how successful I become, I'll still be your child. If I'm successful, it means you're successful. Aha, you're right, when will I be able to drive a Porsche around for a while? Xiaoling gave him a glare, then looked at Yang Fan tenderly, and said, hurry up and eat, the food is getting cold. Xiaoling gave Yang Fan and Sisi each a chicken leg and a full plate of food. Fan, you eat more, you look so thin. Sisi said, Mom, I'm the one who's thin, he's not thin at all, he's got six-pack abs. Xiaoling looked at Sisi after hearing this. Sisi, who was nibbling on a chicken leg, realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly lowered her head to eat. Yang Fan let out a dry laugh, but he felt a little chill from Kai Jingyuan's side. Boss, hurry up and eat. Don't you have something to do this afternoon? Noticing Xiaoling's gaze, Kai Jingyuan kept saying yes, oh, yes, go get the materials, eat, eat. The four of them soon finished eating in a happy atmosphere, as if the previous remark had never been made. After they had just finished eating, Xiaoling took Kai Chanqian to wash the dishes. Xiaofan, I'm going to the town to buy materials, will you help me? Yang Fan suddenly felt that something was wrong, but he still said, sure, I'll come. Then Yang Fan got into Kai Jingyuan's tricycle and left home. Kitchen. You girl, quickly tell your mother if you and Xiaofan have been in contact? Kai Chanqian shook her head quickly, no, I only saw brother Xiaofan yesterday. Yesterday? So you slept together yesterday? Kai Chanqian thought for a moment, and in a house, they all slept together, right? Looking at Kai Chanqian nodding, Xiaoling suddenly realized. Oh, I see why Xiaofan bought you such a nice car. After a while, Xiaoling thought of something and asked. Right, have you taken your medicine? You young people don't know anything. At last Sisi understood what Xiaoling meant. No, Mom, what are you thinking? I went back to school late last night and slept in a hotel with Xiaofan, but nothing happened. Sisi said with a face full of grievances. Really? Sisi nodded quickly. Alas, I've watched Xiaofan grow up since he was little, and I really don't object to him dating. When I saw Xiaofan the day before yesterday, I already knew what I wanted to say. If he doesn't mind, I'll let you marry him and we'll all live together as a family of four. But now you can see for yourself that Xiaofan is rich and has even started his own company. Kai Xiaoxi blushed all over after hearing what she had said. What are you talking about, Mom? I just think of him as a brother. I don't like him. Oomph, you didn't like him? You cried your eyes out when he left that year. Sisi seemed to sense something, her face turning pale with fear. You read my diary? What I, as a mother, did when reading what my daughter wrote? Sisi burst into tears in an instant, crying out, "Mom, you're so annoying, I'm not talking to you anymore." Looking at Sisi's back, Xiaoling sighed and said, "Silly girl." Xiaoling tidied up the kitchen, and after a while, she went to Sisi's room. At this time, Sisi was sitting at her desk, staring out the window in a daze. "Girl, come and talk to Mom." Sisi was no longer angry, and obediently sat next to Xiaoling. "Tell me what you're thinking." Sisi's small hands were twined together, a signature move of hers that she did whenever she got nervous. "I don't know." "Then do you still like your little fan brother?" Sisi looked out the window as if she had fallen into memories. "I liked him when I was young, and even when I found out in high school that he liked Zhang Ran, I didn't give up until he left our family." Xiaoling sighed and said, "Alas, Yang Fan is not a bad boy, you know. But I just hate that he delivered takeaways for 3 years for a woman who didn't like him, and that woman just held her hand once. How could he be so stupid?" Xiaoling narrowed her eyes at this, which was quite like Yang Fan in her perception. "So, what do you think of him?" At the mention of what she thought of him, Sisi thought of what happened last night. "Mom, I didn't fall in love in college because I was waiting for him. Do you think I'm a bitch?" Xiaoling hugged her in his arms and patted her back, saying, "How can you say that about yourself? You're just like your little fan. He delivered takeout to someone for 3 years, and you waited for him for 3 years. You're the same type of person. But he just broke up with someone, and I don't know if he likes me." "Silly girl, my daughter is so beautiful, who wouldn't like her?" Kai Chanshan was embarrassed and buried her head in her arms. "I've thought it over, let's do it tonight. If he can hold back, then he really cares about you." Kai Chanshan's face turned red as she said, "What if he can't hold back?" Xiaoling laughed, "Then he can be my husband." Kai Chanshan glared at her angrily, "What kind of stupid idea is this?" In the town's wholesale market, the 3-wheeled cart was now full of goods, and Kai Gingyuan was leading Yang Fan back home. On the country road full of wheat, Kai Gingyuan stopped. He lit a cigarette and let out a breath. Yang Fan, who was sitting next to Kai Gingyuan, took a deep breath. He knew it was coming. Chapter 20, I'll tell you a secret. "Kid, go ahead, how do you want to be responsible for my daughter?" When Kai Jingyuan called him kid, Yang Fan knew that this time, it was not going to be an easy fix. Yang Fan said seriously, "Uncle Kai, the truth is, Sisi and I." "Don't call me Uncle Kai. You even dared to flirt with my daughter, do you think I'm your uncle?" Yang Fan let out a bitter laugh. "Godfather, it's not what you think." Bang! Kai Gingyuan slammed the car seat and looked at him menacingly. "What kind of person are you? I really misjudged you, Yang Fan." Yang Fan hurriedly said, "Godfather, in fact, I have always regarded Sisi as my younger sister." "Are you talking sense? You are saying now that you regard Sisi as your younger sister, but why didn't you think that way last night?" Yang Fan took a deep breath, and the image of the somewhat mischievous young girl came to mind, and he said, "Uncle Kai, I like Sisi." This time, it was Kai Jingyuan's turn to be speechless. Kai Gingyuan really wanted to ask Xiaoling what she was going to say next, but it was inconvenient to take out his phone. You tell Sisi yourself." Kai Gingyuan stubbed out his cigarette and rode his tricycle towards home. As the tricycle's battery was a bit worn out and the load was relatively heavy, it was almost dark when he arrived home. He had to push the tricycle for a third of the way back. "This damn battery, I thought it would last until the end of the year." Yang Fan took the cold Coke that Kai Gingyuan handed him and opened it to take a sip. "Yang Fan, I have watched you grow up since you were little, and I don't object to your dating Kai Sisi. But she is my only daughter, so even if she is headstrong, you have to indulge her." Yang Fan nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. "Uncle Kai, don't worry. When he was young and ignorant, didn't he also have special feelings for Kai Sisi? It was just that the long period of time they spent together made him not know whether it was family affection or love. Until he met Zhang Ran in high school, and for some reason, he was infatuated with that woman." Yang Fan had previously read Kai Chanshan's diary by accident, and there was a reason why he left here with Kai Chanshan. "Family, why did you come back so late?" Kai Gingyuan sighed, "Hey, I already said to replace the battery, but you insisted that it could still be used for a while." Xiaoling also smiled a little embarrassed at the sound of this. "Come on in, there's rice in the pot for you." The two of them had been pushing the bicycle the whole way, and they were already starving. Looking at the few dishes on the table, Yang Fan picked up the rice and started to eat like there was no tomorrow. He looked like he hadn't eaten in days. Xiaoling added another bowl of rice for Yang Fan and said, "Didn't you eat a lot at lunch? Why are you still so hungry? Aunt Xiao can cook, I can eat 8 bowls of rice." After saying that, she took a few bites of rice. "You're so talkative," Xiaoling said with a smile. In the end, Yang Fan ate 4 bowls of rice, and he burped after eating all the rice in the rice cooker. "This is the pajamas I bought for you this afternoon, take a shower and change. Oh, by the way, I burned the bed in the room upstairs as firewood some time ago, so you'll have to sleep with Sisi for now." Yang Fan felt his soul tremble at hearing this. He didn't dare to say anything. It was death either way, so he quickly ran off to take a shower. "Xiaoling, what do you mean? You want Xiaofan to sleep with Sisi? What are you shouting about? Mind your own business." "No, you tell me." Xiaoling slammed the door shut. "You're sleeping on the floor tonight. Don't even think about coming to bed with me." Kai Gingyuan stood still, slapped himself, and cursed his bad luck. "Why did he get stuck with you too?" Yang Fan finished his shower, changed into the pajamas that Xiaoling had bought for him, and went upstairs. Knowing Xiaoling, he knew that tonight's incident was most likely a test. Yang Fan skillfully went to Kai Sisi's room upstairs and gently pushed open the door. "Sisi, are you asleep?" There was no response, so Yang Fan gently closed the door. Kai Sisi's room was not big, and apart from a bed, there was a desk and a clothes counter. Yang Fan gently lay down on the bed. He wondered if it was his imagination, but the slender figure next to him seemed to have trembled. After a while, Yang Fan said, "Kai Sisi, I know you're not asleep. Why don't we chat for a while?" Kai Sisi still didn't say anything, as if she really was asleep. "Kai Sisi, after the college entrance exams, do you blame me for leaving? I know I was a jerk for doing that, but I don't know why I did it. Maybe I was possessed at the time? So like an idiot I delivered takeaways to her for 3 years, paid for her university and postgraduate studies, and then found a rich second generation who dumped me. Yes, it was pretty stupid, when I think about it. I really want to beat up that person from that time. I gave up on someone who really loved me, but licked someone who didn't love me for years. Isn't that especially despicable?" Yang Fan talked a lot to himself, but got no response. "Sissy, do you still like me?" As soon as this sentence came out, Yang Fan clearly felt the petite body in the quilt tremble. Yang Fan thought about it for a while and pulled her over. Feeling the soft touch, Yang Fan exclaimed in surprise, "Kai Sisi, why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Kai Sisi quickly grabbed the quilt and wrapped herself in it. "In fact, Kai Sisi, you actually still like me, right?" Facing Yang Fan's inquiry, Kai Sisi gave a small sound. Yang Fan smiled and wrapped Kai Sisi, who was wrapped in the quilt, in his arms and faced her. "Sisi, I won't do that again, okay?" Kai Sisi in his arms nodded lightly, a little obedient. Then Yang Fan kissed Kai Sisi's soft lips. He could feel Kai Sisi's delicate body shaking. She should be nervous too, this was her first kiss, right? It was also his first kiss, after all, because it was to save someone's life that day, it shouldn't count, right? The kiss lasted a long time, and they didn't separate until Kai Sisi couldn't breathe anymore. Kai Sisi gasped in Yang Fan's arms. Yang Fan buried his head in her hair and greedily inhaled the scent of her hair. It smelled good, and it made him feel at peace. "Sisi, shall I tell you a secret?" "What secret?" Kai Sisi asked softly. Yang Fan gave a wicked smile and said, "Actually, I peeked at your diary in my 3rd year of high school." Yang Fan could clearly feel Kai Sisi's body stiffen. "Yang Fan, I'll strangle you." Kai Sisi sat up and put her hands around Yang Fan's neck. Yang Fan laughed, "Sisi, come down, you're not dressed." It was dark, and Yang Fan couldn't actually see anything. "I don't care, no one will know if I strangle you." But she was no match for Yang Fan. In no time at all, Yang Fan pinned her to the bed. Just as Kai Sisi thought he was going to do something, Yang Fan wrapped her in the summer quilt and carried her into his arms. "Okay, time to go to sleep." With that, Yang Fan closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. There was no more talk that night. Chapter 21, Work for Me in the Future. It was a little after 8 in the morning. It's Monday, Yang Fan answered a phone call and left in a hurry. Kai Chanxian, on the other hand, didn't have any classes in the morning and didn't hurry to go. Xiaoling, who was sitting downstairs eating breakfast, saw Kai Qianqian go downstairs and stared at her. After watching her for a while, she said, "Little Fan is really a good boy." Kai Qianqian had a sad expression on her face. She rubbed her own plumpness and said coyly, "It's all your bad idea. Little Fan's hands are not at all honest." On the way back to the city, young Fan was walking quickly, obviously preoccupied with something. "I understand, don't worry, just wait for me at the company." The voice on the other end of the phone was urgent, but young Fan's face did not look worried. A little after 9, young Fan arrived at the company Lin Yi had visited a few days ago. As soon as he entered, he saw Lin Yi, whose little face was full of self-blame. Lin Yi saw young Fan coming and lowered her head deeply, saying, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Yang Fan waved his hand nonchalantly. Not long after, Sister Li also arrived, along with a few people young Fan had never seen before. 2 men and 5 women. Yang Fan knew that these must be the members of their team. "Mr. Yang, I'm very sorry for the trouble our company has caused you. The police are already searching with all their might, and we will help you recover your money as soon as possible." Yang Fan didn't say anything, quietly watching the several people. After a long time, he spat in his mouth secretly. 700,000 yuan was all rolled up. "How much money does your boss need?" Sister Li also lowered her head apologetically. They signed a consignment contract with Yang Fan with all their hearts. But now their boss not only took his money away, but also transferred the entire company. The total value is already worth tens of millions of yuan. Not to mention how many people have lost their jobs, many people still haven't been paid. Yang Fan lit a cigarette. Since the contract was signed in Lin Yi's name, she was the one who suffered the most. She had been on vacation the previous 2 days and had only come to work today, and only then did she find out about the situation. There was no rush about the money, as your boss was no longer in Xiagua. Yang Fan spat out a puff of smoke and said, "So you've all lost your jobs?" Sister Li let out a bitter laugh. "It's not just us, the entire company has lost dozens of people." At this time, Zhang Yu, the leader of Group B, walked over. "Hey, isn't that Li Na? Why are you so down in the dumps? Where's the confidence you used to have?" Hearing Zhang Yu's mocking voice, Li Na looked at her coldly. "Zhang Yu, did you hear the news early? Otherwise, why did you even find a new job in advance?" Zhang Yu laughed. Who knows, anyway, our group doesn't have to face that 700,000 compensation, we can go wherever we want." Li Na's face turned even uglier after hearing her words. Then Zhang Yu saw Yang Fan standing in front of the group. Although Yang Fan was very handsome, she still said with a sneer, "Isn't this a local rich guy? He spent 700,000 yuan on picking up girls and ended up losing everything. Ha ha ha." Yang Fan coldly glanced at her and said, "Get lost. Who do you think you are, why should I get lost?" Yang Fan stubbed out the cigarette in his hand, clenched his fists, and smashed a punch at her. He hit someone. Yang Fan didn't hit her, he just wanted to scare her. Looking at the 7 neatly dressed people standing there, Yang Fan thought that if he wanted to, he could ask them to pay back the 700,000 yuan. "What are your plans for the future?" Li Na, the leader, gave a bitter smile. "What plans could there be? Our reputation is ruined, so we'll work for you to pay back the debt." Yang Fan didn't say anything. He knew that these people might not be able to get along in their circles in the future. "If you're willing, you can work for me. The salary and benefits won't be lower than what you're getting now," Yang Fan said after thinking about it. Upon hearing these words, the several people all looked up. Li Na then asked, "What does Mr. Yang do?" Yang Fan looked at the several people and said, "I plan to open a company, a media company." Upon hearing this, the several people also became somewhat interested. They were originally e-commerce live streamers who brought in goods. "I will recruit all kinds of hosts, entertainment hosts, game hosts, and I plan to open an extremely large media company." Yang Fan had painted a super large pie, but in fact, he himself hadn't thought about how to do it, it was just a plan. When a few people heard what Yang Fan said, they all looked disappointed. The fact that he could say such things meant that Yang Fan knew nothing. Yang Fan didn't care about their expressions. "Li Na, you and Lin Yi come with me for a moment." After saying that, Yang Fan went downstairs, and the 2 women followed. "Mr. Yang, you're not serious, are you?" Sister Li asked doubtfully. Yang Fan looked at her seriously and said, "Although I don't really understand, this is indeed my plan." Li Na sighed and said, Do you know how many platforms we need to do e-commerce alone? Planners, agents, and also sourcing and platform traffic. You just mentioned that game host, entertainment, and so on. Let's not talk about whether it can succeed or not, just this workload. Yang Fan smiled, knowing that he had found the right person. Li. Sister, what's your annual salary? Li looked at him for a moment. Although it was impolite to ask directly about someone else's salary, Yang Fan was likely to be her future boss, so she said directly. More than 300,000, why? Yang Fan glanced at Lin Yi and continued to say to Lina, I will offer you an annual salary of 1 million. Lina and Lin Yi both gasped. Although the amounts they had negotiated in business were not small, Yang Fan was talking about an annual salary. Seeing that he had successfully impressed Lina, Yang Fan continued. This is just the basic salary. As one of my founding pioneers, I will definitely not hold back on your performance. Lina was silent for a while and said. But I am not very confident that I can do a good job, and I will fully support you. Yang Fan looked into her eyes and smiled. We don't have much, but we have a lot of money. Okay, I'll take a chance for this million. Lina was finally impressed by his financial resources. Yang Fan nodded, gave her some tasks and let Lina leave. Lin Yi, however, did not leave, but stood there as if she wanted to say something. Yang Fan felt good about Lin Yi, who had helped him several times, but only as a friend, of course. What's wrong, Lin Flower? Is there something else you want to say? Lin Yi gave him a blank look. Lin Flower girl? How long has it been since I heard those words? Yang Fan, I'm sorry, you trusted me so much, but I messed things up. Lin Yi took a deep breath and said. If I can't get the 700,000 back, I'll work hard to pay it back for you. If I can't do it in 10 years, I'll do it in 20. Looking at Lin Yi, who looked so serious, Yang Fan felt a little smile in his heart. How come I didn't notice before that Lin Yi was so cute? Otherwise, I wouldn't have hung myself on Zhang Ran. Yang Fan rubbed her head and said, Don't worry, just do a good job following me, and you'll get the same salary as Sister Li. After saying that, Yang Fan went downstairs. Now he was ready to pursue Kai Sisi, and naturally he wouldn't think so much about other girls. As he watched Yang Fan's back, Lin Yi's face had turned red. Did he mean what I think he meant when he said, follow him? Chapter 22 Don't be afraid, I'm not a good guy. Huaxia High School. Yang Fan stopped here again, but this time it was different. Last time it was a ghost fire, but this time it was a pink Porsche 911. Since Kai Sisi had not yet graduated, Yang Fan was driving the car for now. Spending for 10 women with a charm value of 85 or higher, progress 510, reward, martial artist bodyguard. Looking at this unknown reward, Yang Fan's heart itched. What exactly is a martial arts bodyguard? Can it fly and escape? Why was this thing rewarded? Could it be that he was in danger? Many questions arose in Yang Fan's mind. But no one could answer them with him. Alas, 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 you can't park here. An old man in a doorman's uniform knocked on Yang Fan's car window and pulled him back to reality. Yang Fan opened the car door and got out. Why is it you again? You're out so soon? The doorman said he was going to call someone. Yang Fan hurriedly said, wait a minute, I haven't done anything, and you can't catch me even if you call the police. The doorman felt that this made sense and asked. What are you doing at the school again? Don't think that you can fool the female students just because you're good looking, let me tell you. Yang Fan looked helpless and said. No, isn't it almost the college entrance exam? I'm just providing free mineral water for the students. The doorman looked at the cool car and asked, are you really that kind? Yang Fan opened the trunk and took out some mineral water from Chen Sui Shan. Starting today until the end of the college entrance examination, I will give out the water for free every day. The college entrance examination is in 3 days, plus the 3 days of the college entrance examination, a total of 6 days. It's not long, I hope I can increase my charisma points to above 85 in these few days. The doorman looked at him and saw that he really took out some water. He said, even if you really do a good deed, there are so many students at the school. He didn't finish speaking when a truck pulled up behind him, loaded with one thing, mineral water. A worker got out of the truck, wearing clothes with the words Chen Sui Shan on the back. Boss, I've brought you all the goods you asked for. There are 100 mineral water bottles in total. Take a look at the receipt. Yang Fan looked at the receipt, 5,800 yuan. Without saying a word, he handed him 6,000 yuan. Boss, you've overpaid by 200 yuan, the worker said. Yang Fan waved his hand and said, it's hot, you must be having a hard time. Here, take this for an ice cream. The worker was an honest man at first glance, and he said with some embarrassment, thank you, boss. The worker looked around and saw that there was nowhere to unload the goods, so he asked, boss, where should I put all this water? Yang Fan replied, did you deliver it from the factory or from a wholesaler? The honest worker replied, I'm a wholesaler. Tell you what, don't drive the truck back. In the next few days, bring this amount of water every day and sell it with me. I'll pay you. Seeing that the worker was a bit embarrassed, Yang Fan continued, the children are about to take the college entrance exam. It's all for the children. Hearing this, the worker's eyes hardened a bit and he said, yes, boss, you seem like a good person. I don't want any wages either. I've already earned a lot from this truckload of water. Yang Fan smiled. Naturally, wages had to be paid, but they would be paid at the end. This box of water may not seem like much at 6,000 yuan, but in fact, the worker could earn a few cents at most from each bottle, and 700 to 800 yuan from this truckload. After deducting the fuel costs and the fact that it was still very tiring in such a hot day, the main thing was that not every day would Yang Fan buy a truckload like this. My name is Zheng Taishu. My boss can just call me Taishu. Yang Fan looked at Zheng Taishu. Although he looked very old, if you looked closely you could still see the innocence on his face. Only someone who had just entered society would say something like that just now about not wanting money. How old are you? I'm 22. I stopped going to junior high school, so I look old. Zheng Taishu guessed what he wanted to ask, so he just said it directly. Boss, don't think I'm uneducated, but I really want to help the students. When I was young, my family couldn't afford to send me to school, so I had to leave school early. Yang Fan didn't say anything, for fear that he would misunderstand. The two of them had carried down a lot of water, and 2 boxes were stacked together to sit on. Then, many of the boxes of water next to them had been opened. There was also a sign holder next to them, which read, free for students. This made the old doorman, who had just begun to doubt Yang Fan, stunned. It was now past 11 o'clock, and school was about to let out. As a bell rang, many students, mostly boys, rushed out of the doors. Someone soon noticed the sign, as so much water was really quite conspicuous. Is it really free? A student asked incredulously. Yang Fan nodded with a smile and said, you can come and get it for free every day until the college entrance exams are over. Wow, thanks, brother. Once the first person had taken some, many others started to line up. But most people didn't take it. High school students are still more polite, maybe some are shy, and some are not thirsty. Even so, in the middle of the day, there were 700 to 800 fewer bottles of mineral water, which means that 700 to 800 people took it. There are more than 5,000 students in the 3 grades of Huaxia High School, which means that these 700 to 800 people are the more sociable and cheerful students. There are many socially anxious or introverted people who are afraid to take it. Yang Fan didn't care about this at all, after all, the base number was large. Although there was only one person with a charm score above 85 at noon, he was not discouraged in the least. 1 or 2 class flowers in a class, 1 school. Yang Fan smiled when he thought about this. For tasks issued by the system, is this kind of behavior considered cheating? Who cares, if it's not said, it doesn't count. Yang Fan and Zheng Taishu ate their lunchboxes together. Unlike in the morning, they had a large sunshade over their heads at the moment. It was now 1 o'clock, and the students were gradually arriving at school. Yang Fan noticed that when many girls came to school, they looked over to his side, and after looking, they blushed and were afraid to come and get their water. This made Yang Fan feel depressed. Did he look scary? Yang Fan saw 2 sanitation workers not far away, under a tree, cooling off in the shade. They looked like an elderly couple. They didn't mind sitting on the ground, which was dirty. In their hands were steamed buns that they must have brought from home, because they were a bit yellow and didn't look like bought handmade buns. Moreover, the water in the large teacup they were carrying had already run dry. Iron Tree, you keep an eye on things while I'm gone for a bit. Sure thing, boss, I'll keep a close eye on things. Yang Fan took a few bottles of water and bought some hot from the oven biscuits from the tricycle stall next to the school. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy the expensive ones, but after delivering takeaways for 3 years, he knew that the better the delivery, the more difficult it was for them to accept. Yang Fan weighed the 5 biscuits and 2 bottles of mineral water in the plastic bag and walked over. The 2 elderly people sitting under the tree saw Yang Fan, with his yellow hair, approaching and thought he was looking for trouble, so they were about to get up. Yang Fan noticed the fear on the 2 elderly people's faces and quickly flashed a smile. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. Chapter 23, got you, didn't I? The 2 elderly people were taken aback and wondered if they had heard it wrong. Yang Fan coughed as well, wondering when he would be able to change his habit of not speaking at critical moments. Yang Fan laughed and said, Don't be afraid, I just saw that your cups were empty and came to give you 2 bottles of water. Looking at Yang Fan, who was smiling very brightly, the 2 elderly people were not so afraid anymore. They knew that Yang Fan was the one who distributed water at the school gate. Thank you, young man, the old woman said politely. Is this what you eat at noon? Yang Fan asked doubtfully. The old man hid the steamed buns in his pocket, a little embarrassed. He looked tired and said, A person about to be buried, as long as they eat enough and have the strength to work, that's all that matters. Yang Fan's heart twitched at these words. He casually blew the dust off the ground and sat down with the 2 elderly people. The ground is dirty, my child, the old woman reminded him. Yang Fan smiled slightly. How could the land that can carry you be dirty? The 2 elderly people were not very well educated, and they seemed to understand but not really. I bought some biscuits, but I can't finish them all, so you can help me eat them. Yang Fan handed over the biscuits in his hands. We're full, my child, the old woman said, pushing her hands together. I really can't finish them all. It's so hot, they'll go bad after a while, and that would be a waste of food. Yang Fan pushed the biscuits into the old woman's hands. The old woman felt the warm temperature and knew that he had bought them specially. Yang Fan had bought them warm and soft on purpose, as the old woman had bad teeth. Thank you, my child, the 2 old people said with moist eyes. Yang Fan was also polite and took out a biscuit to eat with the 2 old people. While they were eating, Yang Fan opened the cups they had filled with water and poured in 2 bottles of Qian Shou Shan. You are so old, why are you still working as a cleaner in this hot weather? The old man said with a bite of the biscuit in his mouth. Alas, my son left early, and my granddaughter is still at school. I want to earn some money for her, more or less. I heard that going to university costs a lot of money. Yang Fan was moved when he heard the 2 elderly people's story. He understood all too well, as his parents had passed away when he was in junior high school. These 2 elderly people were even worse off than him, having lost their children at a young age. Yang Fan chatted with them for a while and then went back. It's good to live with a purpose, but I'm afraid the elderly will have nothing to look forward to. Back under the parasol, Yang Fan saw Jian Wenxin again, someone he had met a few times before. He didn't seem to be afraid of him at all, but instead stared straight at him. Yang Fan noticed that in the few days since they had last met, her charm had increased by another point. She was already 91 years old, and still growing. Yang Fan took a bottle of water and handed it to her, saying, Classmate, here's your water. Jian Wenxin stared at him without saying a word, and Yang Fan, who had been hanging his hand in the air, lowered it, feeling a little embarrassed. After a while, Jian Wenxin said, I like drinking Nutritional Express. Then she turned and walked into the school. Yang Fan had a long face. I came here to do charity work, and you still picked on me? But he couldn't say anything. This Jian Wenxin had suicidal tendencies, so he couldn't say anything to her. Boss, did you know that student just now? Zhang Taishu asked. No. Sort of. Why? Zhang Taishu said honestly. That student just now stood here, and I refused to give her water. She kept staring at you chatting with those 2 old men, and ignored me when I spoke to her. It scared me. Yang Fan looked at the back of Jian Wenxin with some confusion. He always felt that this girl was strange. At this time, another little girl walked up to Yang Fan. The little girl had a good face, but she was a bit thin, her face was a bit dark, and there were a few patches on her school uniform. It looked like she had done a lot of farm work. Name, Chen Lin. Age, 18. Height, 163. Weight, 76. Charm value, 83 growing. Occupation, student. Number of relationships, 0. Yang Fan felt a little sympathy when he looked at the little girl, who weighed only 76 kilograms. That's 20 kilograms less than a normal girl of the same height, isn't it? He handed her a bottle of water. Little girl, here's your water. But Chen Lin didn't take it, but instead bowed deeply to Yang Fan. "Thank you, big brother." Then she quickly turned around and walked into the school. Yang Fan once again withdrew his hand, which was hanging in the air, and muttered, "Are high school students all so strange these days?" In the afternoon, Yang Fan changed the sign to read free for students and teachers. By the time the students finished school in the afternoon, Yang Fan had handed out more than 1,000 bottles of water, leaving only 3 of the total of about 2,000 bottles. And that was only in the afternoon, before evening study hours. There would be even more people leaving school at night. Because many students were too busy studying in class to move around, they ate in the student cafeteria. So the flow of people leaving school at night was the heaviest. Yang Fan gave Zhang Taishu an extra 500 yuan as a hard day's pay. "Tomorrow, you find someone to deliver more water, as many as 5,000 bottles." Zhang Taishu said excitedly, "Yes, 500 yuan a day is more than I can earn delivering water. I'll find someone to help you." Yang Fan asked Zhang Taishu to help, and the 3 remaining cases of water were taken to the guardroom. "Sir, we're not taking the rest of the water back with us, we'll give it to you," Yang Fan said. The old doorman who had been the first to hold Yang Fan back smiled bitterly and said, "My boy, I was wrong to suspect you. Today, you delivered a truckload of mineral water, and I thought you had switched tactics to trick high school students. But I saw how polite and courteous you were when delivering the water." Yang Fan laughed and said, "Never mind, just don't take me to the police station next time." The old men in the guardhouse laughed heartily at this. Yang Fan got into the sports car. It was only 6 p.m., but since there was no more water, he was going back. He forgot to rent a place to live. Yang Fan didn't know where to go, so he went to Jiangcheng University to find Sisi. She had classes in the afternoon and should be at school by now. This time Yang Fan was smart and booked a hotel room on his phone first, so he wouldn't be too late like last time. At the entrance to Jiangcheng University, Yang Fan waited for about 10 minutes, and then saw Kai Chanshan walking out. She was wearing a small floral dress that revealed her sexy shoulders and charming collarbone. The dress just reached her knees, and below were her fair, meaty legs. Although the style was loose, she still had the bulging peaks in her chest that could be seen. Yang Fan had felt those before. She walked up to Yang Fan and twirled around, the floral dress dancing with her. "Let's go," Yang Fan said with a smile. "You said the princess is asking you to get in the car." Yang Fan's face twitched. Why didn't he feel any sympathy for Sisi? Maybe it was because they had played together so much when they were young. Yang Fan picked her up and walked towards the passenger seat. "Oops, it's showing." "It's okay, I'm covering it." Just as the two were playing around, a cry of alarm sounded. "Sisi, you really have a boyfriend." Kaishishi quickly got down and looked at the distance between Yen Jiyin and Yun Xiaoer. She hid behind Yang Fan like she was running away. Yang Fan looked over and it was the same Yen Jiyin and Yun Xiaoer he had met before. He said, hello, I'm Shishi's boyfriend, Yang Fan." Chapter 24, Yen Jiyin, the face obsessed. "Don't listen to him, that's not true." Sisi quickly walked over to the 2 women and said. Yen Jiyin was dressed very sexy, wearing a crop top with super short jeans, showing off her long, snow-white legs. She was the tallest of the 3 women, and her legs played a big part in that. Yun Xiaoer wore a khaki Lolita princess dress, with black pumps and fairy socks, looking exactly like Princess Taiping. Kai Chanshan was lively and cute, Yen Jiyin was sexy and charming, and Yun Xiaoer was just a simple dumb blonde. Each of the 3 had their own merits. At the moment, Yen Jiyin stared at Yang Fan for several seconds, feeling her heartbeat quicken. Yun Xiaoer also looked at Yang Fan with a slightly flushed face. Yang Fan smiled helplessly. He knew his current appearance, and even when he looked in the mirror, he would think it looked good. "Really? If not, I'll have to do something about it, you know I'm a face maniac." Yen Jiyin said with a wicked smile. "Oh, you're so annoying, you're actually following me." Sisi stamped her foot in anger. Yang Fan walked over and laughed, "That's too bad, I'm really Sisi's boyfriend." At this point, Sisi retorted again, No, I haven't agreed yet." "Oh, I see. It was agreed that whoever got engaged first would have their boyfriend treat us to dinner." Sisi gave her a cold stare, ready to start a fight. Yang Fan, however, looked at Sisi with confusion. Sisi looked at him defiantly and said, "You left me for 4 years, and now you want me to be your girlfriend after only being back for 2 days? You're dreaming." Yang Fan looked at Kai Sisi, who had turned her head to the side, and a sharp pain shot through his heart. Yes. For years ago, she left without saying goodbye to Zhang Ran, abandoning their family for that unworthy woman. It was true that he hadn't contacted Kai Sisi for a long time, even though they had been very familiar with each other. He had been a bit hasty. Yang Fan revealed a smile and looked at Kai Sisi seriously and said, "Don't worry, Sisi, I will make up for all the lack of companionship over the years. Zhang Ran is blind to see her beauty, but now that the system has given him new eyes, he can finally see clearly. Kai Sisi is much prettier than Zhang Ran." Hearing Yang Fan's serious words, Kai Sisi's face turned slightly red, and she felt a little embarrassed. After all, her two roommates were still there. "Oh, you're killing me with your sweetness, no more sugar," Yan Jiyin teased. Kai Chanxian immediately got into a tussle with Yan Jiyin. Yun Xiaoer, who was a bit shy, giggled. "Let's go, I'll take you to dinner." Yan Jiyin and Yun Xiaoer looked at him and winked. Yang Fan laughed, "Even if I'm not her boyfriend, I'm her older brother from childhood, so there's no problem treating you to dinner." "Then thank you, brother Sisi." Yan Jiyin deliberately emphasized the word brother. This made Kai Sisi angry. Yang Fan got into the car and was about to turn around. Yan Jiyin put his arm around Kai Sisi's waist and said, "Sisi, you really don't want to accept him? Do you want to die? When did I say I don't want to accept him?" Kai Sisi said angrily. "Just now, if you really didn't agree, I might have drooled," Yan Jiyin said, deliberately licking her lips. "He's mine, don't even think about it. Drip, drip. Hurry up, I'm hungry." Upon hearing this, Kai Sisi got into the passenger seat. Yan Jiyin glanced at her and then went to the back seat with Yun Xiaoer. Yang Fan thought about it, and since they were both girls, they couldn't go to a barbecue. Yes, he had wanted to take Kai Sisi to a barbecue, but now he couldn't go. It would be too embarrassing to take Kai Sisi's roommate to a barbecue stall, and the two girls looked like they were either rich or from a good family. Xinghualu. Yang Fan searched online for this restaurant and heard that it was one of the top 3 luxury restaurants in the entire city of Jiangcheng. "Welcome, do you have a reservation?" A woman with a good appearance said at the door. Name, He Ziying. Age, 28. Height, 170. Weight, 108. Charm, 80. Occupation, senior waitress. Number of relationships, 3. As soon as she saw that her charm score was less than 85, Yang Fan slowly put down the candy in his pocket. "No reservation," Yang Fan replied. "Then come with me, table 6 in the lobby," He Ziying at the door said. Yang Fan asked, "No private room?" "It's like this, sir, private rooms can only be used by members with gold status or above. A luxurious restaurant is different, even the private rooms require money." "How much is a gold membership?" Yang Fan asked doubtfully. He Ziying smiled slightly. She had just noticed that Yang Fan had arrived in a sports car and was accompanied by 3 beautiful young women. Yang Fan was also a super handsome guy in his own right, wearing designer clothes from Givenchy. So He Ziying deliberately said this to get Yang Fan to become a member, so that she could get a good commission. "It's like this, sir, a silver membership requires a recharge of 1 million, a gold membership requires a recharge of 2 million, a diamond membership is 5 million, and a supreme membership is 10 million. Forget it, brother Yang Fan, just eat in the lobby, you don't come here often." Kai Sisi persuaded him. Yan Jiyin also said, "Yes, brother Yang Fan, it's just a meal, there's no need to specifically open a membership." Yun Xiaoyi, MMM. Kai Sisi heard Yan Jiyin deliberately imitating her and shouting "Little Fan Gu" and gave her a glare, determined to have some fun with her when they got back to the dormitory. Yan Jiyin, however, did not flinch and returned her gaze, even flashing a charming smile. Yang Fan was oblivious to the struggle between the two. "Okay, let's go to the lobby." With that, Yang Fan led the way to table 6 in the lobby. There were quite a few people eating here, and none of them looked like ordinary people. Most of the tables in the hall were for 4 people, but unlike ordinary restaurants, both the decorations and the atmosphere in the hall were different. The entire hall was surrounded by warm yellow lights, which gave off a romantic feeling. There were also low wooden partitions between the tables, so there was no need to worry about being embarrassed while eating. Yan Jiyin sat down with Yun Xiaoyi, and the two of them didn't feel at all uncomfortable. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time they had been to such a high-end restaurant. And Kai Chanxian naturally sat with Yang Fan. Yang Fan was ordering food on the tablet, and opposite her, Yan Jin kept staring at Yang Fan, not caring at all about Kai Qianqian, who was pouting beside her. What would you like to eat? I've never tried any of these, so I don't know much about them, Yang Fan said, feeling a little embarrassed. I'll order. Yan Jin laughed and took the tablet. When she did, her manicured hand accidentally touched Yang Fan. Kai Sisi nearly exploded when she saw this scene. She was sure that Yan Jin had done it on purpose. As a roommate, she knew all too well. Yan Jin was a face-obsessed person. She once dated a guy at school, but they broke up after a while because the guy didn't care much about his appearance and had even gained weight. There was also an online love affair, which she took Kai Sisi along when she went to meet the guy in her sophomore year. It turned out that when they met, he didn't look anything like his photos. They didn't even have dinner and went straight back to school. After they got back, they deleted all contact information for that online boyfriend without mercy. Kai Qianqian thought that Yan Jin was joking with her at first, but now she had to take it seriously. Kai Qianqian took a deep breath. She was not angry. She and Yang Fan had been childhood sweethearts, and Yang Fan liked her now. She had to hold back. She couldn't let Yang Fan get ahead of her just because of this. He had abandoned her for 4 years, and she had to punish him properly. She couldn't let him take her so easily. Kai Sisi, who had just calmed down, happened to see the long legs of Yan Jin below her reach out again. Coincidentally, she touched Yang Fan's thick and powerful legs in his shorts, and then pretended to be embarrassed and withdrew them. Kai Sisi really couldn't hold back anymore this time, and she slapped the table with one hand and stood up. Bang! Yan Jin. Chapter 25, Please give me a minute. Kai Sisi's voice drew the attention of everyone around her. Even Yang Fan looked at her curiously, then glanced at Yan Jin across the table. Yan Jin looked like a frightened bird at the moment, her little face full of fear, and she was adorable. What's wrong, Sisi? The silly, sweet Yun Xiaoer blinked and asked her. Kai Sisi breathed heavily, and the rise and fall of her chest made Yang Fan unable to hold back his laughter. Then Yang Fan pulled her to sit down. After all, everyone else was watching. What's wrong? What's wrong with Jin? Yang Fan asked in puzzlement. Hearing that Yang Fan had even called her Jin without even her surname, Kai Sisi felt like she was about to explode. She turned her head and faced the wall, ignoring Yang Fan. Yang Fan was very puzzled. What on earth had happened? He just habitually called people by their first names and only used 2 characters. After all, 3 characters had one more character than 2. Little Fan, I've ordered. Yan Jin handed the tablet over to Yang Fan, and this time there was no accident. Because Kai Sisi was staring at her. No matter what Yang Fan said to Kai Sisi, she ignored him. Helpless, he swiped to find a host with a charisma score of 85 or higher. Kai Sisi snatched his phone away. The 3 of us aren't pretty enough, and you're still watching a live broadcast of a beautiful woman? No, you and Jin Xiaoer are both very pretty. I'm just doing my job. Yang Fan said without blushing. For her part, Jin Xiaoer's mouth curved up into a smile at being praised. Thank you, little brother Fan, for the compliment. Yun Xiaoer, on the other hand, blushed. Kai Qianqian gave up completely, and just let herself be destroyed. She couldn't compete with Jin Xiaoer. Although Jin had only spoken to her twice, she had a wealth of experience and knew everything there was to know. Kai Qianqian was different. Because Yang Fan had left, she had never had a boyfriend in university and had very little contact with the opposite sex. At this time, a man in a suit with slicked back hair walked over with a bottle of champagne. Hello, ladies. Can I be friends with you? Kai Qianqian frowned and said, Who are you? Why would we want to be friends with you? Hearing this, the well-dressed man was not at all angry, but said very gentlemanly. My name is Qin Yun, and this name is enough for me to make friends with you in Jiangcheng. Kai Sisi was a little displeased, but looking at the other person's appearance, it seemed that he came from a big family. She was born into an ordinary family and did not dare to say anything, for fear of offending the person. Yang Fan frowned, and he also thought that this person might not be ordinary, otherwise he would not dare to be so arrogant just by giving his name. They don't want to be friends with you, so go away. Yang Fan said indifferently. No, although you are very handsome, you can only have one girlfriend, so you can't stop me from making friends with the other 2 beautiful women. Yang Fan's brows furrowed slightly. If he hadn't been afraid that he had some big connections, he would have already wanted to scold this idiot. At this moment, Qin Yun suddenly grabbed Yan Jin's arm and said, how about a drink, beautiful lady? Pop. Yan Jin slapped him directly, and Yang Fan also got up and stood up. He knew that things had gotten out of hand. Oh, he touched my arm, I don't want to live anymore, oh. Yan Jin instantly shed tears and trotted over to Yang Fan's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Yang Fan only thought that she was shocked and wanted someone to lean on, and didn't care, just gently patting her back like a sister. His thoughts were all on Qin Yun, and he wanted to know what this Qin Yun would do next. Kai Chanshan did not act willfully for a while, knowing that she might not be able to handle the situation well today. Qin Yun, on the other hand, did not make any big moves, but just stroked his beaten face with his hand. Then he put it on his nose and sniffed, grinned, and said, "She's wild enough, I just don't know how she is in bed." When he said this, Yang Fan's eyes had already completely cooled down. He had brought all three women here, so no matter what, he had to solve the situation himself today, even if it meant going to jail again. The commotion here was loud, and many people were watching the show, because not many people eating here were of no status. "Dear Diamond member, are you seriously injured? Do you need an ambulance?" A man in his 30s wearing a suit and headphones asked. "Manager Wu, this woman slapped me in your Zingwala. How should this be resolved?" Qin Yun pointed at the girl in Yang Fan's arms who was crying, and asked with a sinister smile. Manager Wu bowed to him. "Please wait a moment." After saying this, Manager Wu walked over to Yang Fan's side. "Sir, please also ask your girlfriend to apologize to Mr. Qin, so that we can all be happy." At this moment, no one cared who he mistook for whose girlfriend. Yang Fan frowned and said, "Why should we apologize? He harassed my friend first." Manager Wu bowed politely and said, "I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Qin is a diamond member here, and according to the rules, you should apologize to him, so please don't make me call security, thank you." Yang Fan's face became grim, and Manager Wu said the harshest words in the most polite tone. "Sure enough, this society speaks with strength, background, and money, and the higher you climb, the more you will discover." "Ha, a diamond member, right?" Saying this, Yang Fan took out his bank card and helped me apply for one, oh no, helped me apply for 3 Supreme memberships. Manager Wu almost fell over as he lost his footing. Yang Fan's voice was not loud, but in the quiet environment of the room, everyone heard him clearly. Even Qin Yun looked at him in surprise, trying to recognize who this person was. 3 Supreme cards cost 30 million, and he could not have possibly not recognized someone who could casually spend 30 million in Jiangcheng. Was he bluffing or did he really not care about 30 million? When had Jiangcheng produced such a ruthless person? Could it be that he was a young master from the capital? At this moment, Qin Yun was already having second thoughts. He had originally thought that the person on the other side was just an ordinary rich person. "Sir, are you sure you want to apply for 3 Supreme VIP cards?" Manager Wu asked again to make sure. Yang Fan frowned and impatiently said, "Can you do it or not? If not, call out your boss." Yang Fan knew that in this kind of situation, he had to be ruthless and pretend to be a playboy, so that they would be afraid. "No need to call, I'm already here." A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s said, "I am the owner of Xinghua Building, Duanhua." He took a special cash register in his hand and took Yang Fan's bank card. After asking the names of the 3 women, 3 golden membership cards appeared in his hand. Then the sound of a successful payment rang out. At this moment, no one in the field dared to speak. "Dear 3 Supreme members, please give me a minute to deal with the situation in the field." Manager Wu bowed to the 3 women one by one at this time and said. Then he looked at Qin Yun. At the moment, Qin Yun's legs were shaking. This person really spent 30 million. Qin Yun dares to say that even if his father were here today, he would still have to take this kind of humiliation without spending 30 million. He looked at Yang Fan, his throat twitching a little, and put on a smile. "Brother, actually. Security, 1 minute, throw this Qin Xiao to me to shame, otherwise I will throw you out." Manager Wu shouted with a broken voice. Chapter 26 Brother, someone is bullying me. In less than 10 seconds, 4 or 5 muscular men in uniform appeared and directly picked up Qin Yun and threw him out. The next moment, Manager Wu strained his voice and looked at Yang Fan and the others with a smile on his face. "Dear Supreme members, please follow me to the 3rd floor, that is where you belong." Yang Fan was not at all surprised by his change, and even appreciated this Manager Wu a little. Kai Sisi had not yet reacted, her face a little pale, and she was afraid that today's events had scared her quite a bit. Yang Fan noticed that the little girl in his arms seemed to be constantly rubbing against him. Although she was not as big as Sisi, she was better because she was tall, and she kept moving around on his abs, making Yang Fan feel a little uncomfortable. He thought that she was still crying, so he gently patted her soft back and said softly, "It's okay, it's okay." Seeing that she didn't respond, he thought that she was still in shock, so he rubbed her head and then held her shoulders with both hands to help her up. "It's okay, nothing's wrong," Yang Fan said again. Yan Jiyin rubbed her eyes, then looked around the field to make sure that Qin Yun was no longer there, and then stopped sobbing. She stood on tiptoe and pecked Yang Fan's handsome profile, thanking him. Said her sobbing voice as if she was about to cry again. Yang Fan didn't care that she had just kissed him, he just knew that she seemed to be about to cry again. "It's okay, let's go upstairs and eat." Yan Jiyin nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go to the bathroom first, I'll be right there." Yang Fan let out an "oh." He didn't care that girls who had cried had to go to the bathroom to retouch their makeup. He took Sisi's hand and went upstairs. "I'll go check on her, you guys go ahead," Yun Xiaoer said blankly. Then only Yang Fan and Kai Chanshan followed Manager Wu. After they left, Yun Xiaoer walked over to Duan Hua and called out crisply, "Uncle Duan." Duan Hua petted her and said softly, "You girl, you didn't even say hello to your uncle when you came here. I thought you were going to pretend you didn't know me." Yun Xiaoer giggled and said, "No, my sister said that when you're away from home, you have to keep a low profile, or you'll get beaten up." Duan Hua laughed heartily and said, "Who dares to beat you in Jiangcheng? Your father doesn't need to get involved. I'm the first one who won't do it." Yun Xiaoer showed her dimples. Although she didn't know what Duan Hua was laughing at, she laughed along with him. "Go on, don't keep your little friend waiting. Bye, Uncle Duan." Yun Xiaoer called out politely, then walked in the direction of where Manager Wu had just gone. As she walked, she paused and muttered, "Huh? What was it I was going to do?" Yun Xiaoer thought about it for a minute, but couldn't remember. "Never mind, I'll just ask Sisi." Then she went over to the elevator over there, as if she knew her way around. Women's restroom. Yan Jiyin looked at her reddened eyes from rubbing them, and said, "Oops, I seem to have used too much strength." Then she used her hand to moisten her eyes, dabbed them a little, and opened the green bubble to make a video call to someone with the note "Big Idiot." The video call connected after only 3 seconds, and a burly man in military uniform appeared on the screen, with a star on his shoulder. "Jean, why did you suddenly want to call your brother?" Although the man looked fierce, his voice was gentle when he spoke to her. "Brother, someone is bullying me." As Jean said this, she began to cry, and the water droplets that had been on her eyes just now also fell down. The man on the other side instantly changed expression. "Who dares to bully my sister? I'll blow up his house with a tank tomorrow." Jean, who was faking crying, almost burst out laughing. She quickly said again in a crying voice, "Brother, don't do anything stupid, just break both of his legs. Tell me his name, and I'll take leave tomorrow to go to Jiangcheng. Brother, you don't need to come in person. He's just a small character called Qin Yun. You can just send Ahu or a go. Okay, listen to my sister. You wait for my news." Yan Jiyin hung up the phone, then adjusted her emotions a little and walked out of the bathroom. On the 3rd floor. In a private room, Yang Fan squeezed Kai Chanshan's soft and delicate hands. She obviously hadn't come back to her senses yet. "Brother Yang Fan, are you broke?" Kai Chanshan knew that Yang Fan had started his own company and had even said last time that he could buy dozens of Porsches. Yang Fan smiled slightly. The first thing this girl did was to ask about his financial situation, but he couldn't tell her that he had just spent 30 million. He leaned over Kai Chanshan's ear and whispered, "Actually, I've won the lottery, a really big one." Kai Sisi felt a little tickled by the hot breath from his mouth, but she didn't move. Seeing Yang Fan's unconcerned expression, she thought he must be in control of the situation. After all, he was still a pretty stable person. Kai Sisi then noticed that there was nothing on Yang Fan's shirt at the shoulder, and she touched it with her hand. "What's wrong, Sisi?" There are only the two of them in the box now, and Yang Fan thought she wanted to touch his abs. After all, that day at the hotel, she was very interested. Kai Sisi shook her head, "It's nothing." Without tears, she was deceived by Yan Jiyin again. Click. The door was pushed open, and Yun Xiaoer turned around blankly. "I didn't see anything." At this time, Yang Fan was still lying on Kai Sisi's shoulder, comforting her. Kai Sisi pushed him away hastily. "Xiaoer, where's Jean?" Yun Xiaoer turned around, blinked, slapped her forehead, and said, "Yes, Jean." "Why are you calling me?" Yan Jin walked into the box at this time. No. Nothing. Yun Xiao pulled Yan Jin and sat next to Kai Chanshan. Soon, an exclusive waiter pushed a cart and brought the food. Yang Fan looked and saw He Ziying, who had just greeted him at the door, but the way she looked at him now was different. If the initial gaze was playful, the current one was fearful. Yang Fan of course knew her little mind, but he didn't say anything. It's about making money, so don't be scared. Dear Supreme Member, if you need anything, just call out to me, I'll be right outside the door. He Ziying said this and left. Everyone began to eat. Yang Fan noticed that Yun Xiaoyi and Yan Jin were eating happily, as if what had just happened hadn't happened. Kai Chanshan, on the other hand, looked a little preoccupied. Yang Fan picked up a piece of crab meat and put it in her bowl, asking, "What's wrong, Chanshan?" Kai Chanshan shook her head and said, "No." Yang Fan smiled and picked up a piece of crab meat with his teeth. "Here, let me feed you." Kai Chanshan's face instantly turned red, and she reached out to push him away. But she was no match for Yang Fan's strength. After a while, Kai Chanshan lowered her head and chewed on the crab meat in her mouth, looking up at the other two people. Yun Xiao was covering her eyes with her hands and looking at herself through her fingers. When she saw that she was looking at her, she immediately closed her eyes again. As for Jin, she was eating as if nothing had happened. Kai Sisi smiled at the corner of her mouth. She was originally unhappy about what happened to Jin, but at that moment, all her depression was swept away. I can't trust Jin, but how can I not trust brother Yang Fan? Chapter 27 I Can Bend Over Backwards. The meal lasted an hour before it ended, as no alcohol was drunk. It cost a little over 10,000 yuan, but it was charged to the Supreme Card and no cashback was given. Yang Fan drove the three of them back to Zhengchun University. Before they left, Jin and Xiaoyi added his green bubble, saying that if they couldn't get in touch with Kai Sisi in the future, they could find them. Yang Fan didn't refuse. What's wrong, Shishi? Are you still scared from earlier? It's okay, I'll handle it. Yang Fan hurriedly asked, concerned. Kai Shishi looked at him without saying a word. Don't be quiet, Shishi, I'm scared. The next moment, Kai Shishi smiled, but as she smiled, she began to cry. She threw herself into Yang Fan's arms, trying to tiptoe on her own. But she wasn't as tall as Jin, and she was just a little short, so she couldn't reach Yang Fan's lips. Yang Fan pressed his hands together and pushed Kai Sisi's upturned feet back down. He leaned down and whispered in her ear. I can bend over. Kai Sisi closed her eyes, more satisfied than ever. It lasted a few minutes before Kai Sisi pushed him away. Okay, this is your reward for today, but don't think I've agreed. Kai Sisi took a step back and said. You've abandoned me for 4 years, I'm not as heartless as you are. As long as you persist in pursuing me for 4 months, I'll be your girlfriend. Yang Fan smiled knowingly, he knew that Kai Sisi was talking about that kind of thing. But Yang Fan didn't care, otherwise he wouldn't have been a dog licker for 3 years and only held hands once. He walked up to her, wanting to hug this adorable girl, but Kai Sisi deftly avoided him. A man can't be satisfied all the time or he'll soon get bored. With that, she waved her hand. Good night. Yang Fan gave a bitter smile. Who did he learn this from? Good night. Inside Jiangcheng University, the two people who were peeking were hiding from sight. I can bend over, so sweet, so good. Yun Xiaoyi put her arm around Yan Jiin's arm, and her little head leaned against her shoulder. Go to hell with your love brain. You're the one with a love brain, I'm the smart one, okay? Right, smart enough to be fooled by a scumbag like Gu Chen. Yan Jin, I'm going to come to your bed tonight and bully you. Come on, little princess, I'll wash your face. Outside the door, Yang Fan, who was about to leave, suddenly heard his phone ring. Hello? There was a sound of something falling on the phone, and Yang Fan then saw that the name on the phone was Lin Yi. What's wrong, Lin Flower? Still no sound, except for the sound of something falling to the ground just now. Yang Fan felt that something was wrong. He didn't hang up the phone, and drove his sports car towards Xingfu community. There weren't many cars at night, and it took Yang Fan just 20 minutes to get there from the half-hour journey. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yi, are you home? There was no response, but Yang Fan knew very well that she was inside. After thinking about it on the way, he realized that the sound that came from the phone was the sound of the phone falling to the ground. Yang Fan had heard it before, it was the floor in her room. Without hesitation, Yang Fan directly kicked the door open with 3 kicks. If he wasn't afraid of making too much noise, he could have kicked it open with just one kick. The lights were still on inside, and Yang Fan found a person lying on the floor next to the sofa. It was Lin Yi. She was lying on the floor in her pajamas. Yang Fan quickly picked her up and put her on the sofa. Why is she so hot? The temperature coming from her body is so hot that it's almost 40 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, Yang Fan arrived in time, otherwise she would have been a fool for burning all night, and her life would even be in danger. Yang Fan wet a towel with warm water and placed it on Lin Yi's forehead. When he was a child and had a fever, his mother did the same thing, and then there were also antipyretics and antiviral drugs. Yang Fan found the room key behind the door and closed the door, which had not been completely damaged. He hurried downstairs to buy medicine. He remembered that there was a pharmacy at the entrance of the residential area. He rushed back 5 minutes later. He took the axillary thermometer and didn't know how to start. Sick people are not divided into men and women. Yang Fan closed his eyes and put it under her armpit. At this moment, she was running a high fever, and there was no time to lose. Why is this armpit so big? Yang Fan opened his eyes and realized that he had put it in the wrong place. He quickly corrected the location. Coincidentally, Lin Yi opened her eyes at this time. When their eyes met, Yang Fan was embarrassed. What a coincidence, we can meet by chance in your house. Yang Fan cursed himself in his heart. Every time at a critical moment, he couldn't speak, and it could only be attributed to the fact that he hadn't studied Chinese well. Fortunately, Lin Yi only opened her eyes for a few seconds before closing them again. Yang Fan took a deep breath. Lin Yi was very confused by her fever at the moment, and she might not remember tomorrow. Yang Fan remembered that Lin Yi had a small medicine chest in her room, and there was medical alcohol in it because Lin Yi had used it last time. Medical alcohol has a very good cooling effect, so he opened Lin Yi's room and took out the small medicine chest. 10 minutes later, Yang Fan took out the thermometer and was shocked when he saw it. Damn, 41.8 degrees. I almost went to see her grandmother. Yang Fan quickly fed the fever-reducing medicine into her mouth and also poured some water. But the next second she vomited. Right, with a temperature of 41.8 degrees, what sense is there? Yang Fan didn't care. If the fever continued, she would really go crazy. He put the fever-reducing medicine in his mouth and drank some water, then lifted Lin Yi slightly and sent the medicine in. Damn, coincidentally, she opened her eyes again. Yang Fan was so angry he wanted to curse. It made it seem like he was taking advantage of her. Because her temperature was so high, there was no air conditioning in the small living room. Yang Fan took off her pajamas directly, leaving only her underwear. Then he moistened a towel with medical alcohol and gently wiped her body. He did this every 20 minutes. After more than 2 hours, Yang Fan took her temperature again. It was 40 degrees Celsius. The effect was good, her temperature had dropped quite a bit, but it was still quite high. Yang Fan stayed by her side, wiping her body with alcohol every 20 minutes. At around 3 a.m., her temperature finally dropped to 39 degrees Celsius. 38.8 degrees Celsius. The effect of the antipyretic drug was almost exhausted. He took another dose of the antipyretic drug and then skillfully fed it to Lin Yi. Yang Fan only wanted to feed her medicine, and definitely had no other thoughts. After a while, he seemed to hear Lin Yi talking, but her voice was very small. He moved his ear closer to her and did hear her mumbling something. Speak louder, I can't hear you. Lin Yi's mouth moved slowly, and Yang Fan finally heard clearly. Asshole, I'm cold. Yang Fan stood up and looked at her almost perfect body. He patted himself on the head and cursed under his breath. Right, how could you not cover up when you have a fever? He took the blanket he had used from the room and covered her up. Yang Fan felt her forehead. The temperature was not very high anymore, and it would probably subside by morning. He turned off the light and guarded Lin Yi's side before falling asleep. It was a little after 8 in the morning when Lin Yi slowly opened her eyes. Immediately, the feeling of her headache made her not want to move. However, she kept feeling her chest suffocating. After a while, her head stopped hurting so much, and she noticed the salty pork claw on her chest. She threw it away, and then sat up and kicked Yang Fan. Yang Fan woke up, but found himself sitting on the ground. You're awake, that's good, but you've worn me out. Lin Yi was sitting on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket, her face a terrible red. Her fever hadn't gone down yet, so why was her face still so red? Get out. Ha! Yang Fan couldn't understand why she wanted him to get out after helping her all night. Thinking about the fact that she was naked, Yang Fan stretched and left. Get better at home, and call me if you need anything. Get out. Yang Fan closed the door behind her, confused. Could it be that she was conscious yesterday? But I did it to help her lower her fever, so she should understand. Yang Fan yawned. She hadn't slept well and was still a little sleepy. Hey! What's the smell on my hands? It's so fragrant. Yang Fan in the elevator suddenly had a bad feeling. No. Could it be? Chapter 28, You're Not Retired Yet? School Water Dispenser. Yang Fan didn't arrive until 9 o'clock. It was still hot in June, even though it was only 9 o'clock in the morning. Today was the last day of classes for the students, because after today, the students in their third year of high school would have to take the exams. The students in the first and second years of high school would also be on holiday. Boss, you're here. Zhang Taishu had arrived even earlier than him, and it looked like he had already dispensed water once in the morning. Yang Fan noticed that the main task had already been completed to 11:10, but the system was taking its time without making a sound, which made Yang Fan very puzzled. Could it be that this is considered cheating? To be honest, Yang Fan also felt that this was quite doggy, but since the system didn't say anything, he continued to do it. And now that there was money, Yang Fan was very happy to do something within his abilities for these students. Not only him, Zhang Taishu was also very happy, otherwise he would not have come so early. Doing such good deeds will make you happy from the bottom of your heart. Yang Fan noticed that Zhang Taishu had already struck up a conversation with several teachers. After all, doing something that benefits a school is still very respectable, especially during the summer when water is in such high demand. Yang Fan? A man wearing glasses and with half of his hair already white shouted. Teacher Li, you haven't retired yet? Yang Fan saw the teacher who had come to greet him. This is Yang Fan's high school homeroom teacher, Li Kangyan, who was already 58 when Yang Fan was in his third year of high school. Now he should be retired, but I didn't expect him to still be teaching. Why do I feel like you're cursing me? Yang Fan laughed. Li Kangyan said. I heard at school that someone was giving out free water at the entrance until the end of the college entrance exam. I thought it was some big boss, but it turned out to be you. What big boss? It's just out of kindness. Yang Fan said, handing over a bottle of Chitos Mountain. Li Kong did not refuse, took the water and said. Back then, you were in the top 20 in your year, but you were the worst student in the Chinese language I taught. You got into Jiangnan University but didn't go, which I felt was a great pity. After saying this, Li Kong looked at the Porsche 911 behind Yang Fan and continued. Now that I see you're doing well, I'm not that disappointed. Although Yang Fan was not good at Chinese, it did not mean that he had a bad relationship with his Chinese teacher. On the contrary, he was very familiar with Li Kangyan, and the latter often helped him with his lessons. But Yang Fan was naturally unable to express himself, not to mention the language, and he was not even sure about his ability to express himself. Alright, I still have to teach the class. This is the last class I will teach, and also the last class I will ever teach. Yang Fan bowed to him. Goodbye, teacher. Li Kong waved at him with a 1,000-year-old mountain in his hand. Sitting on a bench made of a 1,000-year-old mountain, Yang Fan looked in the direction of the school. Feeling a little sad, but soon he put on a smile. He did regret not going to college. Over the past 3 years, Yang Fan had taught himself a lesson, and he had gained a lot. Soon it was 12 o'clock, and the students once again rushed out the door. Many of the students were self-disciplined and could already carry their own water. Yang Fan looked at the group of little brats, as if they weren't there. This was the breath of youth. His task in the system was complete, but his task was not. He would stick it out until the end of the college entrance exams. As the students had mostly left, Yang Fan bought some fried noodles, 2 of which he deliberately did not make spicy. Granny, let's eat together. Yang Fan went back to the tree where the 2 old people were preparing to eat. And they were still eating the somewhat yellowed buns. Don't waste your money, my child, we won't be around much longer, we can eat anything. The old man said, pushing his hands together. You shouldn't say things like that. It's unlucky. Curses, curses, curses. Yang Fan laughed, which touched the old man. After yesterday's burnt bread, today's fried noodles were not so hard to accept. Yang Fan didn't care if the floor was dirty or not, and sat down with them to eat. He took the half-empty water glasses the old man had left and refilled them, and also put 2 more bottles of Qianshou Shan before leaving. After eating, Yang Fan returned under the parasol and continued to deliver water. The task progress was already 12:10, and the system had not responded yet. Yang Fan already guessed that his actions had been deemed cheating by the system. There was nothing he could do but wait and see what the system said at the end. "Big brother, have some candy." A little girl with a slightly tanned face held up a candy in her hands and handed it to him. Looking at the little girl, Yang Fan felt a little familiar. Her name seemed to be Chen Lin. She wasn't bad looking, and if she were a little fairer, her charm score would be above 85. Yang Fan took the lollipop from her. In the past 2 days, other people had also given him candy and other things, and he hadn't refused any of it. He gave her a bottle of water and said, "You're going to take the college entrance exam soon, right? Good luck, and go to the best university in Jiangcheng." Chen Lin took the water and said thank you. This little girl always bowed when she said thank you, so Yang Fan was quite impressed with her. In a good mood, Yang Fan hummed a song. With his chair behind him on Qian's hill, Yang Fan squinted his eyes. He hadn't slept well in the early morning, so he took a little nap. There weren't many people anyway, so Zhang Taishu could manage on his own, and many of the little brats would take it themselves. After a while, Yang Fan felt a darkness in front of his eyes, and someone walked up to him. Yang Fan opened his eyes and saw that it was indeed her. Jian Wenxin was standing there looking at him. Yang Fan did not show any weakness either. He looked back, because she would be taking a class later anyway, and he wanted to see who would win in a staring contest. However, after a while, Yang Fan could no longer hold out. This Jian Wenxin was really beautiful, and she exuded the aura of a goddess. She had the face of a goddess, and her aloofness was destined to make her a cold goddess in 2 years' time. "No, why are you staring at me?" Yang Fan was really puzzled and asked directly. "You stole my innocence." Poof. Zhang Taishu, who was drinking water nearby, instantly vomited all over himself. "Boss, I heard everything." "No, I couldn't hear anything." "Get lost." "Okay." Jian Wenxin just stared at herself and didn't say anything. "So I'll give it back to you?" Jian Wenxin still didn't respond, but this time she held out her hand. Yang Fan picked up a bottle of Kaitasayama, but then thought about it and put it down. He returned to the Porsche and took a bottle of Nutritional Express that he had bought specially the day before. Yang Fan handed it over, and this time Jian Wenxin managed to catch it. She opened the bottle and took out a silver needle from her bag behind her back. Yang Fan's face was a mess. Jian Wenxin threw away the silver needle and took a small sip, with some milk cover on her lips. Somehow, Yang Fan actually found it a bit cute. The college entrance exams are coming up soon, so I'll try to get into Jiangcheng University. For Yang Fan, the best school in Jiangcheng is Jiangcheng University, so he says that to every student he sees. Jian Wenxin looked at him, her eyes shining with a different light. She didn't reply, but walked towards the school. Yang Fan was also happy and at ease. This little girl had jumped across the river before, and he had saved her. He also heard at the hospital that Jian Wenxin seemed to have jade disease, so she was different from other people. Chapter 29, Didn't you get enough last night? In the afternoon. There were a lot of people at the school gate today. Since the high school freshmen and sophomores had left, many of them were parents of students. Some people came to pick up their children, while some came with their whole family. Yang Fan was generous, and whenever someone came to him, he would give them water. At this time, Yang Fan spotted Jian Wenxin in the crowd, but she was sitting on the ground, as if she had been bumped into. Yang Fan took 2 steps at once and walked up to her. There were a lot of people here, and it was a bit chaotic. Many parents were carrying quilts on their backs and big packages, making it hard to see the road and leading to stampedes. Without hesitation, Yang Fan picked her up. He really didn't have the slightest other intention towards Jian Wenxin, who was 5 years younger than him. If it were anyone else, Yang Fan would have done the same without hesitation, except for the little brat, of course. Jian Wenxin seemed a little embarrassed, and an imperceptible blush appeared on her pale face. "Put her down." A cold shout exploded in Yang Fan's head, and looking up, he saw a 50-year-old man with 2 bodyguards clearing a path and walking over. Jian Wenxin's heartbeat slowed down, and it looked like she hadn't suffered any injuries. "Butler Li, I'm fine," Jian Wenxin said. But Butler Li kept glaring at Yang Fan, and the 2 bodyguards beside him were also ready to pounce. Yang Fan frowned. It seemed that this Jian Wenxin was not as simple as she appeared to be. I want to go home.
Jian Wenxin's cold voice came, and she had already walked towards the outside. The two bodyguards immediately opened the way for her and escorted her away.
Butler Lee looked at Young Fan for a few seconds, snorted, and then gave up. Although he didn't say anything, Young Fan felt a lot of hostility. What kind of people are in this family?
Yang Fan was very speechless. The same thing happened last time when she met the man in a suit at the hospital, who pulled out his bank card as soon as they met. It seems that Jian Wenxin's having the Yu syndrome has a big impact on the living environment in her family. Yang Fan didn't care, after all, she was saving people's lives. Back at the place where the water was being distributed, Zhang Taishu was enthusiastically handing out water to others.
There were also many little brats each holding several bottles.
Yang Fan saw that they were taking it for their parents, so she didn't say anything. Looking at the 1510 task progress, Yang Fan became more and more certain that he was cheating.
Sigh. After an hour or two, the crowd thinned out, but people and parents kept coming out. Brother, can I take a photo with you? Said a sweet-looking girl in glasses. Young Fan looked over. Name, Gu Chanqian. Age, 18. Height, 162. Weight, 90. Charm value, 84 growing. Occupation, student. Number of relationships, 0. Alas.
With the system, Yang Fan felt his luck with women was getting better and better.
That's fine. Young Fan replied. He. Gu Chanqian laughed, ran over to Young Fan and took a photo with him.
After all, the high school students were graduating today, and it was normal to have a mobile phone.
Thank you, brother.
Yang Fan waved and smiled, and handed her a bottle of water.
Good luck in the college entrance exam.
Since she was 18, Yang Fan knew that she was a college entrance examination candidate.
Gu Chanqian took the water and turned around to leave.
Yang Fan looked at her as if she had gotten into the passenger seat of a sports car. And that sports car seemed a little familiar. Before he had time to think much more, Young Fan saw a familiar little girl. Chen Lin was pulling a large package on the ground, her dark little face red with exertion, and it looked like she was having a hard time. Yang Fan walked over and picked up the huge package with one hand. Even he felt that it was a bit heavy, and he really didn't know how Chen Lin had pulled the package, which was heavier than her, over here.
Where are you carrying it? I'll help you.
Chen Lin seemed a bit frightened, her small hands clasped together, her head bowed, she didn't dare speak. Hurry up, it's tiring carrying it, Yang Fan teased. Chen Lin held out her small, darkened hands and pointed behind him to the big willow tree in the distance. There, two elderly men dressed as sanitation workers were sitting on a very dirty sanitation tricycle. Yang Fan thought of something and guessed something in his heart. Walking up to the side of the tricycle, the elderly man with a full face said, "Kid, let me help you." Yang Fan took a step back and said, "Old man, don't move, this is heavy, I can do it myself." The old man walked to the side after hearing this. The tricycle, which was originally used to carry garbage, had now been cleaned up by the two elderly people. Yang Fan shook his hand and threw the big package behind him up.
The entire tricycle swayed. Grandpa, Grandma.
Chen Lin happily trotted over. The old woman looked at Chen Lin running over, her face full of love, and said, Lin, are you hungry?" Chen Lin snuggled into the old woman's arms, not at all disgusted by the smell of the old woman.
"I'm hungry, I want to eat the eggs you fry."
The old woman beamed, "Okay, I'll fry 2 for Lin. Chen Lin shook her head, and said, "No, fry 3, 1 for each of us." The old man next to her also smiled knowingly, showing a few remaining teeth.
"Thank you, big brother." Chen Lin called out crisply from the side. Yang Fan waved his hand, "It's nothing. How are you going to get back?"
The back of the tricycle was full, and the two elderly people were sitting in the front. Chen Lin jumped onto the tricycle in 2 and sat on her own package.
Yang Fan gave a faint smile.
Although this kind of life is plain, a chord in his heart was touched.
"Goodbye, big brother." Chen Lin waved at him from the pedicab.
Yang Fan waved back to her.
"Be careful on the road."
Back at the place where the water was distributed, it was a student holiday today, and there would be more people tomorrow afternoon when they went to the exam venue.
Tai Shu, you can go off duty now.
Yang Fan handed him 500 yuan, which was today's salary. Zhang Taishu thanked him quickly, saying, "Thank you, boss.
I'll come in early tomorrow."
Yang Fan, however, shook his head and said, "Just come at 2 tomorrow.
No one will be here in the morning."
After saying this, Yang Fan got into his sports car and left. After a simple meal, he arrived at the Kangol building at a little after 7. During the day, Lin Yi had called him to say that she had found an office address, and Yang Fan had also directly transferred the annual rent to her. Going up the stairs, Yang Fan saw several familiar faces and a few he hadn't seen before.
There were less than 10 people. Sisterly.
Seeing Lin Yi, who was still busy, Yang Fan shouted her name. Lin Yi was in her 30s, so Yang Fan called her sisterly without any hesitation. Seeing the visitor, Lin Yi put down her work and came over. "You're here, Mr. Yang." Lin Yi's voice carried a teasing tone.
Yang Fan laughed. "Now I'm really Mr. Yang, even though I've only just started. It'll be back on track tomorrow. You've only sold a little of that batch of goods.
Although the boss has taken the company's money, the goods are still there."
Yang Fan nodded.
"You know, I'm going to build a company that encompasses various fields.
E-commerce is just one part of it.
I'll take on entertainment anchors, game anchors, and even emotional anchors." Lin Yi looked at him and blinked, not saying a word. Yang Fan took out a bank card and handed it to her.
"Don't think I'm just joking. There are 30 million yuan in this card. I need you to recruit talented people from all fields to help me build my company. The salary and benefits must be better than elsewhere."
Lin Yi took the bank card Yang Fan gave her with a little trembling hand. 30 million yuan, it was the first time she had come into contact with so much money.
"You trust me so much?" Yang Fan smiled. "You should understand how much of a future there will be by following me."
Lin Yi is now Yang Fan's top general, and she knows a lot, but before she only earned a salary of just over 300,000 yuan a year. Now Yang Fan is giving her a bigger stage to show off her skills.
Lin Yi took a deep breath.
Yang Fan is responsible for the money, but the real pressure is still on her.
"I'll try my best." Yang Fan shook his head.
"Not try your best, but succeed. I'll provide you with unlimited funds."
30 million is just the beginning.
Lin Yi gave him a deep look. This man seemed to have no regard for money.
But where did he get so much money at such a young age? Did he really win the lottery for several hundred million?
With you saying that, I'm not afraid anymore. The issue of funding is still very important.
With enough money, Lin Yi can rest assured and go recruit talent. "Pop. Come here for a moment, let me introduce you to our boss."
In a moment, several people who were busy in various places came over and stood together. Yang Fan saw Lin Yi among them and his face became a little strange.
"Why are you here too? Didn't you toss me enough last night?" Yang Fan scolded.
But Yang Fan's words of reprimand sounded so ambiguous in the ears of the others at this time.
Lin Yi also looked at Yang Fan with a deep meaning.
Yang Fan noticed that he had not expressed himself clearly and was also a little embarrassed. Lin Yi stood there, her eyes glaring at Yang Fan, and her beautiful little face was as red as if it could drip blood.
Chapter 30, Thank you for bringing me breakfast.
Yang Fan scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. "Don't get me wrong, I didn't sleep with her last night." But this sounded like an admission of guilt to the others. Lin Yi turned around and ran away, too embarrassed to stay.
Yang Fan stood there with an embarrassed face. He coughed and said, "That's enough, it's not early anymore, you can all go off work."
Lin Yi gave him a look, and then the 8 of them packed up and left. Yang Fan felt heavy inside, and what had happened last night kept coming back to his mind.
He was absolutely certain that Lin Yi had been taken advantage of.
The most important thing was that Lin Yi seemed to know exactly what had happened last night. Although he had indeed gone to save her, he had taken advantage of her. He didn't deny that when he wiped the alcohol on her body, he had wiped it very carefully. Yang Fan slapped his right hand with his left. "Why are you so indebted?" Lin Yi sat by the window, looking at the scenery outside, and the blush on her face had already disappeared. "Lin Flower Girl, I." Lin Yi turned her head and angrily shouted at Yang Fan, "Yang Fan, what kind of person do you take me for?"
Yang Fan was silent, not knowing what to say.
After a while, Lin Yi said again, "Forget it, I won't agree." After saying that, Lin Yi left, leaving an embarrassed Yang Fan.
Agree to what? What did I say? Yang Fan was very confused. Had he said anything in the past few days?
After thinking for a long time, Yang Fan could only remember saying a few days ago, "Follow me in the future."
Could it be this sentence? This sentence doesn't mean anything, does it? Yang Fan was not good at Chinese and didn't know what else it could mean. He sighed. He was really excited last night.
Compared to Lin Yi, Sisi was still a bit immature. However, he and Sisi had been childhood sweethearts, and she had liked him for many years. And he was ready to be with Chanchan.
Dog system, you don't want me to open a harem, do you?
There was no other way. Young Fan could only blame the system for everything, otherwise there was no way to explain his good fortune. If another man had come last night, 99% of them would have lost control.
Luckily it was Young Fan.
But he was also very distressed. Lin Yi's advantages had already been taken advantage of. He had kissed her, he had touched her, and he had touched her all night.
Sigh.
The more he thinks about Young Fan, the more he feels sorry for Lin Yi. After all, she is a young and innocent girl with no boyfriend, and he has been too inhumane to her. Ding, the main task has been changed. Main task, complete purchases for 100 women with a charm value of 85 or higher.
Current progress, 15,100. Reward for task, martial artist Bodyguard X1.
Yang Fan let out a bitter laugh when he heard the mechanical voice of the system. Sure enough, his actions had already made the system ashamed, but it was even more ashamed, increasing it to 100.
You want to play mind games with me? Let's see who can outsmart who.
Yang Fan picked up his phone and called Zheng Taishu.
What's up, boss? Taishu, how many people can you get on your side?
Zheng Taishu knew he was asking about water carrying.
Boss, I still have a few childhood friends, I can discuss it with them. Yang Fan nodded, good. They're just like you.
I don't care about the money you make delivering water. I'll pay you 500 yuan per day, and that includes tomorrow.
Really, boss, I thank you on behalf of my friends. Don't thank me yet. There are 6 Gaokao test centers in Zhengcheng.
I'll be here at Huaxia High School. You need to find at least 4 more people to go to the other 5 test centers. As long as they're students, teachers, or people who look like nice people, you can deliver water to them, especially beautiful women.
A doubtful voice came over the phone, good, people, beautiful, women? Did you understand? Young Fan asked. Yes, boss, we promised to complete the task.
After hanging up the phone, Young Fan gave a faint smile, little system, you are still a bit young to play with me. It was already late, Zhongcheng University had a curfew at 10 p.m., so Yang Fan sent Sisi a green bubble to explain the situation. Yang Fan set sail, Sisi, I've been a bit busy these past few days, so I probably won't have much time to see you.
AI Chow, okay, then work comes first. Take care.
Yang Fan thought about it for a moment and realized that the system's tasks could be considered work. He felt that it was more important than working at a media company. A bodyguard for a martial artist, that was really something to look forward to. After turning off his phone, Young Fan opened the chat page with Lin Yi. After all that had happened with Lin Yi, it was impossible not to feel something. Yang Fan set sail, Lin Flower Girl, remember to take your medicine, and don't set the air conditioning so low at night.
Wang's IKT cat, oh.
After turning off his phone, Young Fan lay down on the sofa at the company and fell asleep.
The next morning,
Lin Na was the first to arrive at the company. Since she had the company keys, she had to come a little early. As soon as she came in, she found Young Fan sleeping on the sofa. She sat down next to him and ate her breakfast without disturbing him.
After a while, Lin Yi also came in. Good morning, Lin Yi.
Lin Na gave her a shoe and then pointed at Young Fan, who was sleeping on the sofa, and said in a low voice.
Did you two have a fight?
Lin Yi blushed instantly. She knew exactly what Lin Na meant. Stepping on her high heels, she came to Young Fan's side and gave him a kick.
Ah, what's wrong? Yang Fan immediately sat up and saw Lin Yi and Lin Yu.
Wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, Yang Fan stood up and said, Good morning, you're here so early. As soon as he woke up, he saw Lin Yi with a slightly red face, and he thought he had done something again. Then she noticed that Lin Yi was holding breakfast in her hand. Yang Fan gave a slight smile, walked over to Lin Yi's side, took over the breakfast, and winked at her. Thanks, Lin Flower Girl. After saying that, he walked towards his own exclusive office.
Lin Yi stamped her feet angrily next to him. Lin Na watched the two of them with a face of curiosity. Have one of mine.
She handed Lin Yi a steamed bun.
No, I'm full of anger. Lin Na laughed, feeling that these two were really interesting.
At 8:30, all the employees had arrived, and there were quite a few applicants. This was all thanks to Lin Na's offer and the high wages.
The company had 300 square meters and needed many people.
Yang Fan sat in his office, eating the xiaolongbao that Lin Yi had bought for him.
He was thinking too much, and he didn't know how to face Lin Yi. After all, he was about to get together with Sisi. Until his phone rang. "Boss, the factory manager of Qianyi Mountain wants to talk to you," Zhang Taishu said. "Okay, give him the phone." "Hello, this is Tan Fei, the general manager of the supplier." Yang Fan heard a middle-aged man's voice and then said quite seriously. "Hello, Yang Fan. It's like this, Mr. Yang, I'm going to provide you with the goods for free during the college entrance examination." "Something strange is going on," Yang Fan asked suspiciously. "Why?" Tan Fei laughed heartily. "To be honest, Mr. Yang's free distribution of water to students during the college entrance exam period has been praised by the leaders above, and many manufacturers have now imitated it. I want to provide this shipment for Mr. Yang for free, and I just hope that Mr. Yang will distribute it in the name of our Qian's Mountain Supply and Marketing Factory." Yang Fan sneered. Although he had never been to university, it did not mean that his IQ was low. Director Tan has a good plan. In this way, this philanthropist will become Director Tan, right? But that's really good advertising. No, although it is in the name of our factory, it is mainly you, Mr. Yang. This is considered a collaboration, and it will also save you some money, which is mutually beneficial. Hee, Tan Fei laughed. Hee, since I'm doing this kind of thing, I naturally don't lack money. I appreciate your kindness. Mr. Yang, Tan Fei hadn't finished speaking when Yang Fan interrupted. "Director Tan, you have to know that I can use Qianshoshan, and I can also use Waha and Longfu spring water. Besides, even if I buy your products, it would already be considered a good advertisement, wouldn't it?" Tan Fei across the table fell silent, and then he laughed heartily. "Mr. Yang is a smart man. In that case, I am willing to supply Mr. Yang for free, and I don't want the credit either. Let's just consider it a friendship." Yang Fan really didn't care about the money. Since the other party had shown sincerity, Yang Fan naturally had no reason to refuse. When you're away from home, you should make more friends. Okay. Chapter 31, Think Before You Speak. Yang Fan sat in his office looking at the dense pile of documents, and all he could say was, "Holy shit. Damn, what is all this shit? Work is too hard, I might as well just be a lazy bum." He fell asleep on the table for a while, until Lin Yi came to wake him up. "Hey, are you going to eat?" Yang Fan looked up and saw Lin Yi in her professional attire, and he laughed. "Let's go." Yang Fan followed her downstairs. Many employees still ordered takeaway, after all, it was too hot to go out. The company was still small, and Yang Fan was planning to buy an office building next door and hire a few chefs to cook for them. Downstairs, Lin Yi was about to lead him into a small restaurant, but Yang Fan stopped her. Lin Yi looked at her in puzzlement. "I'll take you to a nice place." Before long, the two of them arrived at a Haidileo. "Don't you know how to live? This place is expensive." Yang Fan smiled. If he took her to Xinguala, he was afraid that the prices there would scare her off. What a good girl, even in such a society, she has kept her heart true to herself. "Why didn't I meet you sooner?" "No, it's not right, I clearly knew her in high school, it's his fault for being blind." Yang Fan used a colander to put a few pieces of tender beef into her bowl. Lin Yi glanced at him and then ate. Yang Fan gave a bitter smile. He really didn't know how to face Lin Yi now. She had clearly done something like that, and she still had a charm value of 92. If it were any other man, they would definitely have a deep confession, and then say, "I will be with you for the rest of your life." But Yang Fan felt very bad. She and Sisi were about to do something like that again. "Why aren't you eating?" Lin Yi asked, looking at Yang Fan, who was slightly in a daze. "Ha? Eat. Yang Fan was distracted and didn't have much of an appetite. Half an hour later, the two left after eating almost everything, without saying much. Spending $698, getting $6,980 in cash back. Now that he has two small goals, these cashbacks no longer impress him. Yang Fan drove Lin Yi in the Porsche to the company's building. "I still have things to do, so I won't go down." Lin Yi nodded and got ready to get out of the car. "Wait." Lin Yi trembled a little, then turned her head to look at him. "Lin Yi, think carefully before you say anything." Lin Yi looked at Yang Fan, who looked hesitant, and interrupted. After saying that, she got out of the car. Yang Fan sat in the car with a wry smile on his face. Yes, what could he say? Say that he already had Sisi and let her be the younger one? As the school beauty sought after by many, what did he have to offer? Just his 95 face value and all this stinky money? Would that be fair to her? Or would that be fair to Sisi? On the one hand, there is the school beauty queen who has helped him a lot and been taken advantage of by him, and on the other hand, there is his childhood sweetheart and godparent's daughter. Sigh, why is it a multiple choice question? After a while, the sound of a Porsche's engine started up, and Yang Fan left. Beside him, Lin Yi hid behind the building, her heart beating rapidly. Luckily, she was quick. Was he going to confess his love to her? Did he really like her? Or was he blaming himself for what happened that night? Yes, he is very handsome, but is he that much better than me? It's only been a few days since she first met Young Fan. Have they gotten to know each other yet? She blushed when she thought about the night Young Fan helped her cool down. At the time, she felt a headache coming on and was very dizzy, so she picked up her phone and dialed Young Fan's name. If it wasn't him, she might still be in the hospital. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi went upstairs. Huaxia High School. The sun was not too strong today, but the air was stuffy, and it was even hotter than when the sun was out. Yang Fan arrived just as the water delivery man arrived. Hello, Mr. Yang, I'm from the Qianyi Mountain Supply and Marketing Factory. Yang Fan nodded, and after the two of them put the goods down together, he left. This afternoon was the time to watch the exam hall, but some students were too lazy to watch it and didn't come. However, Yang Fan also had a fruitful afternoon, because there were many candidates from other schools. That afternoon, more than 10 women with a charm score of 85 or higher came to collect water. And this is only one test center on his side. I'm afraid there will be even more when the real exam starts. After all, almost every candidate is accompanied by family members, and many of them are beautiful sisters. Students graduating from their third year of high school are not comparable to those in their first or second year. In terms of appearance alone, third-year students have already blossomed. It was nearing afternoon when Yang Fan left the place. But there was still a lot of water left. Fortunately, a few old doormen were willing to watch it for him. At 7 p.m., Yang Fan left the place and returned to the company. The company sofa was not very soft, but it would do. Right now, he didn't have time to buy a house, so he would wait until after the college entrance examination. When he arrived at the company, there were still two people who hadn't left. Lina and Lin Yi were still working overtime, even though they had finished work at 6 o'clock. The preparations are almost done. Today, they recruited 3 more operators and 2 female anchors. The suppliers and advertisers have been found, and the logistics is ready to go. Lina was reporting to Yang Fan about the work. Yang Fan felt that this woman was really capable, and it was a waste to have her working as a team leader before. Okay, it's getting late, you guys can go home now. Lina glanced at Lin Yi and left first. Do you still live at the company? Lin Yi asked in a low voice. Yang Fan nodded, yes, I love my work. Lin Yi gave him a blank look, as if to say, the work that belongs to you is all done by Sister Li. Yang Fan, who had been unmasked, laughed, I'm the boss, isn't it normal to ask employees to help me with my work? Lin Yi didn't continue the conversation, and then asked, you're so rich, you shouldn't lack the money to buy a house, right? Yang Fan was surprised for a moment and said, anyway, I'm only one person, so it doesn't matter where I sleep. Lin Yi knew about his family situation. When they were in high school, everyone in the class knew that Yang Fan's parents were gone. Why don't you come to my place? Lin Yi said in a voice like a fly. Yang Fan blinked and looked at Lin Yi, whose face had turned slightly red, and asked, what did you say? Nothing. Lin Yi turned around and walked away. Yang Fan laughed out loud, turned off the power to the company, and then closed the door and left. Wait for me. Yang Fan drove Lin Yi in his Porsche to Lin Yi's home again. The door had not been fixed, but a brand new lock had been installed. However, the 3 overlapping footprints on the door were so conspicuous. As a result, the landlady scolded Lin Yi. Turning on the lights, the two looked at the sofa in the small living room and said nothing. Do you want to take a shower? Lin Yi asked in a low voice. There was no air conditioning in the living room, so it would be quite uncomfortable to sleep at night without a shower. Okay, but I don't have any clean clothes. Yang Fan, who had been working all day, was sweating from the heat. After a while, Lin Yi brought him a bath towel. This is all you'll get, so make do with it. Yang Fan took the towel, which was a bit worn but clean. He guessed that Lin Yi had bought new towels and put these away. Yang Fan went downstairs and got a new set of clothes and underwear from the car. Then he went upstairs to take a shower. The bathroom was not big and could only accommodate one person. There was only one bottle of shower gel, which Yang Fan poured onto his body. It smelled the same as Lin Yi's. Boys usually take a shower quickly. Yang Fan also took 10 minutes, 5 of which he spent admiring his own body. He wiped his body with the towel and then wrapped it around his lower body, waiting for it to dry before putting on his underwear. As soon as he opened the door, Yang Fan felt a bit cold. It turned out that Lin Yi had opened the door to her room, and the cold air blew into the living room. Fortunately, her house was not big, and although the cooling effect was not as good, it was much better than before. At this time, Lin Yi, wearing pajamas, walked out of the room, saying as she walked, "I won't close the door at night, which should be better." Before she finished speaking, she saw Yang Fan's handsome face just out of the water and his firm 8-pack abs. Chapter 32 Su Munan. Lin Yi's face flushed, and then she pretended to be nothing and said, "You can't do bad things at night." After that, Lin Yi trotted back to her room. Yang Fan felt a little cute looking at Lin Yi's appearance. His body was really too lethal to girls, there was nothing he could do about it. Yang Fan touched his still damp yellow hair and then lay on the sofa playing with his phone. He was originally swiping through Douyin, but after a while he felt it was no fun. Then he went to the live broadcast page. It was nighttime, and there were many more broadcasts than during the day. After watching a few, he still hadn't seen one with a charm value above 85, until he came across the woman named Xiao Biluo again. Name, Xiao Biluo. Age, 54. Height, 163. Weight, 142. Charm value, 58. Occupation, anchor. Number of relationships. The last time he saw her, Kai Chanxian had just finished taking a shower, so he just logged out without doing anything. Yang Fan could directly access her data through the system. She was obviously 54 years old, but how could she have a face that looked like she was in her 20s? And that voice, it was clearly the voice of a young girl, and it didn't match the tone of her age at all. Looking at the tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room who were being deceived, Yang Fan really wanted to expose her disguise. There were many people in the live broadcast room sending gifts, and there were also many explicit comments. These people are all deceived by her appearance. Yang Fan looked at Xiao Biluo in his phone, as if he could see through her disguise. Set sail and send a Carnival X1. A carnival costs 3,000 yuan, and Yang Fan charged it with 1 million. Thanks to my brother's carnival, Biluo, I love you. And he made a flying kiss gesture. 6 fired tonight, drunk, Biluo kissed me. 10 handsome villain, it is our common mission to protect Xiao Luo. 13 buzzing milk roll, Xiao Luo, I got paid 3,000 today, and I'll spend it all on you. Yang Fan frowned deeply at the comments on the screen. All the other anchors were positive, but this one, Xiao Bai Luo, was just a money grabber, and not even a good looking one, because this face is fake. Set sail, send out Carnival 1. 10 set sail, how much is it to see her without makeup? Thanks to the gifts, everyone can see Yang Fan's barrage. In the live broadcast room, Xiao Biluo's tone is obviously panicked, but she still says sweetly, "Brother, if you want to see my makeup-free face, you can go to my account. Everything in the video is my makeup-free face. 20 little dog not sad, what class? You too want to see my Biluo's makeup-free face? 19 super handsome primary school student, can you even handle my little sister's bare face? Oh, come on, guys, stop fighting. How about my little sister sings you a song? 20 puppy not sad, management, kick him out." Yang Fan's face grew colder and colder as he read the comments on the screen. He had just given away 2 carnivals worth 6,000 and they wanted to kick him out. What kind of brain-dead fan was this? Looking at the barrage of comments on the screen, led by Xiao Bai Luo alone, Yang Fan was trying to figure out how to make her reveal her true self. It seemed that she couldn't just be paid to show her face. After thinking for a while, until Xiao Bai Luo in the live broadcast accepted a PK. Oops, the person on the other side is a newcomer. What punishment do the brothers want her to do later? Should she be made to jump a big pendulum? 23 Fan little sheep roll, those who understand me are also Xiao Bai Luo. 17 single cat, it looks like the girl across the way is a student, and she's not bad looking. 27 crying fishball, no matter how pretty she is, she's not as pretty as my little Luo. Yang Fan also noticed that the phone screen had split in two, and a sweet looking girl had appeared across from him.
She had 2 pigtails tied behind her head, was wearing a pink dress that showed off her snow-white shoulders, and had light makeup on her face that made her look very sweet. But on Douyin, anyone can be a sweet girl. Yang Fan clicked to go to her live broadcast room.
Punishment? Ha ha.
6x boyfriend 1.5m, opposite you is Xiao Biluo, you're out of luck this time.
9 dice 7th side, what bad luck. I just won a game, but I ran into the big anchor.
11 men mess with my heart, I feel bad for Nan Nan, she's done so many squats today.
It's okay, we were just playing. It doesn't matter if you win or lose, as long as everyone has fun. You don't need to exchange gifts, said the anchor, whose name was Nan Nan.
Yang Fan had just entered the broadcast room at that moment and happened to see this scene.
Name, Su Munan. Age, 24. Height, 160. Weight, 95. Charisma, 89. Occupation, anchor intern. Number of relationships, 2.
Su Munan's stats were not bad, and they matched her image in the broadcast room. However, there are only about 20 people online in the broadcast room, while there are 60,000 on the other side.
There is no way she can win this gap.
6x boyfriend 1.5m, Nan Nan, the person on the other side said that if you lose, you have to do the big swing.
8 no week 8, this is so unfair,
Nan Nan, don't fight with her.
Su Munan curiously asked, what is the big swing? I don't know how to do it. If you don't know how to dance, you can always do a striptease. My brothers are waiting to see it. Zhou Bailuo's voice came over the microphone.
At that moment, Su Munan also found a video of the big pendulum. The scale of the video made her, as a girl, shake her head.
Can you change it? Su Munan asked weakly. Ha, sister, I'm just joking. You don't want my brothers to send you to the hot search, do you?
Zhou Bailuo said, and then turned off the microphone, looking as if she was going to make things difficult for you if you didn't dance.
11 men messing with my mind, this is outrageous. What a big shot anchor, bullying people like this.
13 don't want to go bald, I really want to watch, but I don't want to under these circumstances. Su Munan's expression also looked bad, and she was afraid to offend the big anchor across from her, as online backlash can be very scary.
She couldn't understand why a newbie anchor like herself would run into a big shot anchor.
Just as the PK was about to start in 30 seconds, a carnival broke the mood in the live broadcast room.
Send out Carnival 1. 12, Anchor Private Message Pass. 11, wow, big guy, you can send it after the competition starts, it's a waste.
8, yeah, there are tens of thousands of sound waves. Didn't say anything, this was the first time she had received a carnival, and she responded to first, passing his private message.
What's up, big guy? Yang Fan, I guarantee you'll win the upcoming competition.
As punishment, let her go without makeup.
Nan Nan, she's a famous anchor with a lot of followers. Yang Fan, I guarantee you'll win.
Yang Fan said these 2 words and then exited the chat interface, because the competition would start soon.
The competition would last 5 minutes.
At the moment, there were already more than 30 people in Nan Nan's live broadcast room, attracted by the carnival just now.
The family members don't need to send gifts. Later, we'll see if we can avoid swinging the pendulum and get a different punishment. 11 men mess with my mind, no way.
Opposite her, Xiao Biluo is infallible. Many anchors have been made to cry by her.
Upon seeing this, Su Munan's face fell. She really didn't want to swing the pendulum, it was too embarrassing, and she couldn't do it.
And she didn't take Yang Fan's words to heart.
After all, there were tens of thousands of people on the other side, and he couldn't possibly fight thousands of people on his own, could he? Chapter 33, Exposing Xiao Bailu.
Suddenly, a series of gorgeous special effects broke the silence in the broadcast room.
Set sail and send out Carnival X1, X2, X32, X33. Xiao Bailu's broadcast room instantly exploded, and the health bar pressed against Xiao Bailu's face.
9 handsome villain, damn, there's a big brother on the other side. 13 fired tonight, I just came back from the other side, and that big brother's carnival has already reached over 100. Xiao Biluo was also shocked. She had thought that this was a small anchor who could be bullied at will, but she didn't expect that she also had a big brother.
Go for it, brothers.
Xiao Biluo called out softly, and even danced a little, instantly filling the broadcast room with springtime joy. The health bar on this side instantly shot up a bit, but it was still much lower than the other side. Xiao Biluo's face drooped, looking pitiful.
There's a big brother on the other side, forget it, we can't beat them. Should I say it or not?
Xiao Bulyuo was good at reading people's minds, and once the sentence was finished, the gift effects in the live broadcast room suddenly flew all over the place.
30 go to bed at 9 o'clock on time, brothers, get to work, how can we let Luo lose when there are so many of us? 27 don't want to become bald, unity is strength, brothers. Let the big brother on the other side know what unity is. 20 I feel for you, I've already spent all of my 200,000 yuan bride price. Show me your sincerity.
In a moment, the blood bar in Xiao Biluo's live broadcast room began to increase, and there was an aura of momentum that seemed to be about to overtake the other side.
Xiao Biluo was overjoyed.
She never imagined that she could make so much money by meeting a new anchor.
With so many comments, she will earn at least a few 100,000 tonight. She is so happy.
Guys, stop swiping. Luo really doesn't care about winning or losing, Xiao Biluo said with a smile, her mouth unable to close from laughing. The blood bar in the broadcast room was already level with the other side, as if it was about to push over. There were still 2 minutes left until the end, and Xiao Biluo's blood bar had already started to drop. She was a little shocked at who the big brother on the other side really was, and how fierce he was.
How could tens of thousands of people not be able to defeat him?
But it doesn't matter if I win or lose, I've already earned several days' worth of money tonight, so it doesn't matter if I lose. I'm a big anchor myself, and the person on the other side doesn't dare to make excessive demands. Su Munan's live broadcast room. From the moment Yang Fan started streaming the carnival, Su Munan's mouth had been agape, and she hadn't closed it for more than 3 minutes. Her sound waves had reached tens of millions, and the number of carnivals had reached 200, and was still increasing. At the moment, the number of people in her live broadcast room had already exceeded 10,000, and many people were asking what was going on.
7 funny little genius, what happened? Is this guy crazy? 9 likes being a grandson, are you my long-lost grandfather? 8 black girl loves dog eggs, is there a monitor? Tell me what's going on, I'm dying here.
Soon, the people in the broadcast room explained the situation to the others.
But no one knew why this guy was doing it. Yang Fan's hands never stopped, and he was annoyed. Why could he only send 1 carnival at a time?
His hands were tired. He didn't stop until he had left the other person far behind at the last minute. Yang Fan had sent more than 300 carnivals, each worth 3,000, and in just 5 minutes he had spent 1 million. Spending 1.02 million, successfully refunding 10.2 million. Yang Fan smiled slightly at the voice in his head. He had earned 10 million in 5 minutes, so starting a media company was the right thing to do, and in the future he could just send gifts to make money. The competition was over. Su Munan finally came back from her shock and was speechless at the sound of such a huge number. There were more than 300 carnivals, which meant that the person just now had spent at least 1 million, and there were also other people who had spent. That person said that she could just suggest a punishment, but there were unspoken rules in the live streaming industry. She had spent 1 million, and she herself could receive more than 500,000. And there were many anchors who only needed 1 carnival to meet the big brother of the list. Su Munan, who had been in contact with live streaming for a short time, also knew that she might have been noticed by this big brother.
That's 1 million yuan.
A fresh graduate intern like her earned more than 500,000 yuan in 1 night, or 5 minutes. At the moment, she was torn between whether to agree to meet him later. After all, meeting him meant he must be someone important, most likely a balding boss or an old man. Just as she was undecided, she noticed the on-screen pop up, and realized that the other person had already turned on the microphone.
Go ahead, what's the punishment?
Xiao Biluo said with a face full of envy. Su Munan also came back to her senses, looked at the private message Yang Fan had sent, and pursed her lips as she said, "The punishment is to turn off beauty filters and filters."
What? You little brat dare to tell me to turn off beauty filters? Do you know who I am?
At the moment, Su Munan's live broadcast room already had more than 100,000 people, all attracted by the carnival. Su Munan was too scared to speak after being scolded. After all, she was just an intern. Many people who couldn't stand it went to the opposite live broadcast room and started to set the pace.
17 overbearing elementary school student, can't afford it, huh? The guy on the other side just spent 1 million, did you know?
20 handsome to the point of being stabbed, a top 10 broadcaster actually said that, what a lack of quality. Xiao Bulyuo also knew that she had just been too excited, and this was the beginning of her apology.
31 annoying man's mouth, do you have any hacker friends? Hack her broadcast room. 23 introverted elementary school student, parsing is in progress, don't worry.
Xiao Bulyuan noticed that the wind direction of the comments had changed. At the moment, no one was speaking up for her, as if they were all waiting to see her without makeup.
She immediately wanted to go off the air. Sorry guys, Bulyo isn't feeling well, I have to go off the air now. Bye bye guys. 28 Youngsuin, your lazy brother, leaving already? Could it be that an old aunt really opened up her beauty app?
When someone said that, everyone also began to doubt. After all, her anxiousness to go off the air was too suspicious. Just as Xiao Bulyuo was about to close the live broadcast, she realized that she couldn't log out, and her phone seemed to be under someone else's control. The next moment, a fat woman with crow's feet and heavy makeup appeared on her phone screen, and Xiao Bulyuo froze.
17 overbearing primary school student, oh, shit, I just threw up all the late night snacks I ate. 13 young master with a big mouth, really, a 50-year-old auntie? Can anyone become an internet celebrity? 33 60-year-old retired veteran cadre, if someone like this can make the top 10, everyone here is responsible. 14 brother fan, it's been recorded, tomorrow's trending topic is set.
Xiao Bailuo saw the barrage of comments, and she knew her live streaming career was over. Yang Fan, who was sitting across from her, gave a faint smile at this scene and then left the livestream. This was the effect he wanted. Yang Fan couldn't stand it, especially when many people gave her all their rewards, causing her to lose her family and home. After exiting the broadcast room, Yang Fan discovered that Su Munan had been sending him private messages.
Nan, big guy, add me to Green Bubble. Yang Fan didn't know what was going on, so he added her too. Then the two went to Green Bubble to chat. Yang Fan set sail, what's up? Su Munan looked at the message he sent and thought he was angry because she wasn't proactive. Su Munan had already closed the live broadcast. She thought about it for a long time and finally figured it out. She should first see what the person on the other end looked like. Yang Fan was 23 years old on Douyin, but she still wanted to verify it. If he was handsome, it wasn't a bad idea. After all, if someone could get 1 million views in 5 minutes, they would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives if they followed him. Why bother being an anchor when you can make that kind of money and still be harassed by your boss? Then she said, can I take a look at what you look like? Yang Fan casually took a photo and sent it over, accidentally capturing a few abdominal muscles.
Su Munan's face immediately turned red when she looked at the photo Yang Fan sent over, with that handsome face and clearly defined abs. There was a watermark on the photo, so it was indeed a recent photo. Su Munan took a deep breath and typed a few words with all her strength. My name is Su Munan, and from now on I will be yours. Chapter 34, okay, wait for my notification. Su Munan's face turned completely red after she sent this message. If she was still hesitant at first, she figured it out after seeing Yang Fan's photo. Yang Fan frowned slightly as he read the message she sent. Thinking that she was an anchor, did she want to be the anchor of her own company? But how did she know that he owned a media company? The other person's appearance was okay, and she could get cash back, so it wasn't impossible to want to be the anchor of her own company. After all, she has earned 500,000 yuan from me, and I have spent 1 million yuan on her. Perhaps she was impressed by my financial strength and wanted to jump ship. Yang Fan set sail, okay, just wait for my notice. After sending the message, Yang Fan started chatting with Kai Chanshan. Although they were already familiar with each other, they still had a lot to talk about. On the other side, Su Munan's face was beet red after ending the chat. After a while, she left the live streaming room. Hey, it's not even close to quitting time, where are you going? A middle-aged man with a wig shouted. Su Munan turned around and shouted back, you heartless boss, I quit. After saying that, she turned around and left directly. Once she was out the door, she said. Awesome. In an extremely cute voice. It seems like being supported feels pretty good. She made over 500,000 tonight, so she'll just go find Yang Fan and forget about doing the live stream. Yang Fan in Happy Community was still chatting with Kai Chanshan, and had no idea when he had taken on a sweetheart. It wasn't until Lin Yi got up to go to the bathroom at a little after 11 that Yang Fan realized it was late. Why haven't you turned off the lights? The living room lights were on because Lin Yi hadn't closed the door, and she couldn't sleep. Yang Fan laughed, and replied. I'll turn them off. Then he stood up and went to turn off the lights. Coincidentally, Lin Yi happened to walk over to the light switch. The moment the light was turned off, she couldn't see anything, and she didn't notice and ran straight into Yang Fan. Feeling Lin Yi fall, Yang Fan quickly put an arm around her waist, but he slipped and they both fell together. Fortunately, Yang Fan quickly changed positions so that he was underneath her and she wouldn't fall. On the floor, they looked at each other. Both could feel the other's heartbeat quicken. Yang Fan was a little dry-mouthed, so he pressed his hand directly against the back of her head and started kissing. Lin Yi wanted to resist, but she couldn't muster any strength, so she gave up. Thinking that this was still her first kiss, Lin Yi began to enjoy it. After all, the last time Yang Fan fed her medicine, she wasn't very conscious and didn't feel much. Yang Fan seemed to have gained some experience and had been guiding her the whole time, and Lin Yi had also changed from her initial resistance to closing her eyes and enjoying it, exploring it with him. Unlike Sisi, although they are only 1 year apart, Yang Fan felt that Lin Yi was much more mature. She was like a mature and caring older sister, while Sisi was like a lively and cheerful little girl next door. Yang Fan explored her mouth and even forgot about the passage of time. Suddenly, Lin Yi opened her eyes wide, sat up, and slapped Yang Fan in the face. And fled back to her own hut, slamming the door behind her. Yang Fan heard the lock click. Yang Fan lay on the ground for 2 minutes before he touched his beaten face. He gave a bitter laugh. Can I blame her? I was in control again. He got up and returned to his sofa. They didn't speak the whole night. Lin Yi didn't go to the toilet either. In the morning, Yang Fan didn't wipe the sweat from his face until the first rays of sunshine shone on him. Yes, it was too hot to sleep. He got up to go to the bathroom and wash his face, and found an unopened toothbrush, so he used it. After getting dressed, Yang Fan got up and went downstairs to buy breakfast. It was just before 6 o'clock, and there was a comfortable breeze outside. Although it was early, there were already a few old people sitting and chatting in the community. Yang Fan was bored and sat down to chat with a few old ladies, and grabbed a handful of melon seeds. It wasn't until 6:30 that he went to have breakfast, and then he took a portion and put it on the table in the living room. A portion of xiaolong bao and a portion of soy milk. He knew that Lin Yi liked the xiaolong bao with leek and egg filling. He looked at Lin Yi's door, but there was no sign that it had been opened. Yang Fan thought to himself, she hasn't gone to the bathroom in such a long time, I hope she didn't hold it in and get sick. He shook his head and went to Huaxia High School alone, shouting out before he left. I'm leaving. The office doesn't start until 8:30, so she can take the subway there. Yang Fan arrived at the entrance of Huaxia High School in his Porsche. It was nearly 7 o'clock, but there were already many people gathered at the school gate. After Yang Fan arrived, many people also came to get water. Before he arrived, there were 2 old security guards watching here, and no one was allowed to take it. Soon, many little brats took away 2 or 3 bottles each very consciously. Only those who looked more bashful would wait for Yang Fan to hand it over, and then they could still receive a thank you. Until a man with half-white hair and glasses walked over. Teacher Li, you're leading the team yourself? Yang Fan said with a smile. Li Kangyan's face was not very good, and he said, Yang Fan, can you do me a favor? Yang Fan looked at him as if he had something to do, and he also became serious. Teacher Li, you say? Li Kangyan seemed to be in a hurry and said hurriedly. One of my students didn't show up. She didn't come to the exam venue yesterday, and now I can't get in touch with her. Yang Fan hadn't said anything yet, but Li Kangyan continued. She's a good kid, but her family is poor. This college entrance exam is a chance for her to change her fate, so please help me. Li Kangyan's eyes were red as he spoke, and he was about to bow. Yang Fan quickly helped him up. Don't worry, it's no big deal. I'll take you to pick her up. My car is fast. He waved to the guard there and found an older guard to take his place. Then he got into the sports car with Li Kangyan and rushed to the place he had told him about. Although the place was a bit out of the way, Yang Fan estimated that it would take less than 20 minutes to get there. Admission would stop at 8 o'clock, so they were a bit pressed for time, but they would still make it. Teacher Li, you came so early just to see if your student had arrived? Yang Fan knew that he was not the teacher in charge of the group, so he asked. Li Kangyan sighed and said, I pay attention to all the dozens of children in the class. Some of those who live far away are staying in nearby hotels, while others are staying at home. But I have been told about all of them, except for this one child. I should have paid attention when I couldn't get in touch with her yesterday. Yang Fan was taken under his wing, so she knows him very well. He is a responsible teacher. At such an old age, he is still taking on an extra class, and he got up at 6 o'clock to see if his students had arrived. He took care of every student. Yang Fan thought to himself that if he were in his shoes, he wouldn't have the time to do that. Don't worry, you'll be there soon, Yang Fan reassured him, understanding Li Kangyan's feelings. The sports car was indeed fast, and it had covered half the distance in 12 minutes. Yang Fan was bored and spoke to him.
What's the kid's name? Li Kangyan sighed and said. Chen Lin. Chapter 35, A Change of Fortune.
Yang Fan, who was driving, suddenly froze for a moment.
Chen Lin? Isn't she the granddaughter of the old man and woman? Yang Fan overtook a car in front of him and couldn't help speeding up a bit. For some reason, a bad feeling rose in his heart.
Soon he arrived at the place Li Kangyan had mentioned. This was a village on the edge of the city, and the village was quite wealthy, with almost all the houses built in small buildings. But one household stood out, because the house was built more than 10 years ago, had only one floor, and was in a poor state of repair. The bricks on the outside were all worn out, not red bricks but green bricks from many years ago. There were 2 small wooden doors at the entrance, which creaked when moved, and behind them there was a thick wooden stick, presumably used to hold the door shut.
Chen Lin.
Li Kangyan shouted from outside before they even entered the house.
There was no response, so Yang Fan and Li Kangyan walked straight in.
The garden was very large, and there were some green vegetables and Chinese cabbages growing there, with a chicken pecking at them. There was a dog in the garden, very thin, and you could see its prominent ribs. When it saw someone coming, the dog didn't bark, and I don't know if it was because it didn't have the strength. Walking into the house, a putrid smell mixed with the smell of an old person came, which was a bit pungent.
Chen Lin.
An old man was lying on the bed, his eyes clouded over. Next to him sat a little girl, who was none other than Chen Lin. Her eyes were red and she had obviously been crying not long before.
Lin, go take the exam quickly. Li Kangyan said anxiously.
Although he could see the old man's condition, this was an important juncture. Chen Lin's expression was numb, and she shook her head woodenly.
I'm not going to take the exam, I want to stay with my grandfather. Li Kangyan leaned down and said softly, Lin, you go take the exam first, and I'll keep an eye on things for you, okay?
Chen Lin didn't cry, but tears ran straight down her face. I want to stay with my grandfather.
Yang Fan looked at the scene and couldn't bear to see it. Sigh.
The string breaks at the thinnest point.
Bad luck finds the miserable.
Suddenly, the old man on the bed muttered.
Lin, go take the exam. Grandpa.
Chen Lin shouted, as she saw a glimmer of clarity return to the old man's eyes.
Go, take the exam.
The old man's voice was so weak that if you didn't listen carefully, you wouldn't hear it.
Lin, don't you even listen to your grandfather anymore? Li Kangyan scolded. I hear you, Grandpa.
Yang Fan took her by the hand and started walking, as they were already in a hurry.
School bag, exam admission ticket. Li Kangyan threw the school bag on the bed, Yang Fan caught it with one hand, and they set off. On the way, Chen Lin didn't say a word, and Yang Fan didn't know what to say either. After all, when his parents died, no one said anything, and as for his grandparents, he had never even met them. At 7:55, Yang Fan arrived at the entrance of Huaxia High School at the very limit.
Yang Fan escorted her to the door, supporting her on the shoulders and wiping away the tears on her dark little face.
You do well in the exam, and I'll wait for you at the door, okay?
Chen Lin looked at Yang Fan's gentle eyes, nodded slightly, and then walked in. Yang Fan drove back to Chen Lin's house, and by this time the old woman had already returned. The old woman sat by the bed, holding the old man's hand with one hand while stroking his wrinkled face with the other.
My child, you're here.
The old woman said calmly, as if nothing had happened.
Yang Fan nodded vigorously and walked up to the two of them. Li Kangyan stood aside and also took off his glasses. Yang Fan sat down by the bed. He could tell that the old woman wanted to say something to him. Alas, I wanted to leave long ago, but it's because I can't let go of Lin that the old man has held on until now. Yang Fan remembered what the old man had said when they first met a few days ago. A person who is about to die just wants to eat well and have the strength to work. At that time, the old man was full of vigor, but there was still light in his eyes. Yang Fan's nose felt a little bit sour, and his eyes itched a little. The old woman took Yang Fan's hand and said, I know you are a good boy, and I didn't want to trouble you, but Lin is still young, and we are just a burden to her. Yang Fan thought of Chen Lin's dark face and hands, and guessed that she had done a lot of farm work at home. My child, after we leave, can you help me take care of Lin? The old woman said and was about to kneel,
but Yang Fan quickly helped her up. A tear rolled down Yang Fan's cheek, and he nodded heavily. The old woman sat on the bed next to the old man. Yang Fan looked at Li Kangyan in puzzlement, and he was also wiping his eyes at this time. Then Yang Fan noticed the bottle of sleeping pills on the table, and he understood instantly. My child, if Lin doesn't want to marry, let her stay with you forever, as long as you don't despise her. Yang Fan looked at the old woman, and she had already closed her eyes. The old man also said something in a trembling voice, as if he had used up all his strength. Thank you, my child. After that, the last light in the old man's eyes disappeared. Just then, a cock crow sounded outside. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The rooster crowed, ascending to heaven, and died a natural death. Li Kangyan walked over to Yang Fan's side and patted him on the shoulder. Go ahead, watch Chen Lin, I'll take care of things here. Don't tell her until after the exam. Yang Fan nodded, knowing that this was to avoid delaying Chen Lin's exam. But Chen Lin was such a big person, she would figure it out eventually. Yang Fan drove towards the school. When he arrived at the school gate, Yang Fan sat down to send a text message, but he wasn't in the mood. Boss, you're here. Yang Fan heard Zhang Tieshu's voice and looked at him in confusion, asking, why are you here? Zhang Taishu replied, I was just passing by here. Since no one was here, I sat down to wait. Then he explained. The second college entrance exam is not far from here, and my wife is watching it there. Yang Fan nodded and said, okay, your wife's salary will be counted today. You can go back now, don't let her wait too long. No, boss, she just wants to help the kids out, she doesn't want any money. Yang Fan gave a faint smile, waved his hand, and said, go. Okay, see you later, boss. Yang Fan looked at Huaxiao High School, took a deep breath, and his eyes became determined. One must always look forward. There were still 20 minutes until the end of the exam, and a woman with a cold appearance walked out. As soon as she came out, she was surrounded by onlookers, and even reporters went up to interview her. However, she was stopped by 3 people. After the cold-looking woman walked out, she walked towards Yang Fan. When she reached Yang Fan, she held out her hand. Yang Fan understood and took out a bottle of Nutritional Express from the car and handed it to her. Why did you turn in your answer sheet early? How was the exam? Jian Wenqin thought for a moment and said, 145. Yang Fan was stunned. Wasn't the first subject Chinese? She came out so quickly. Oh, no, that's not what surprised him. 145? Marked down? Yang Fan swallowed and asked. Jian Wenqin didn't say anything. Yang Fan felt that the girl in front of him was a bit scary. Her self-confidence was different from ordinary people. Miss, go back first, it's hot outside. Jian Wenqin glared at Butler Li, who just helplessly smiled wryly. Then Jian Wenqin left, but it is worth mentioning that she waved to Yang Fan before leaving. Chapter 36, Don't say a word, let me hold you for a while. Yang Fan looked curiously at the back of Jian Wenqin's head. What kind of girl was she? Her family was obviously very wealthy, with a butler and 2 bodyguards following her. Why did she want to die? Yang Fan was puzzled. He had never experienced the life of the wealthy, so he didn't understand. Before long, a bell rang, signaling the end of the first Chinese language exam. Many college entrance exam candidates swarmed out, and many parents looked for their children in the crowd. It wasn't until most of the people had left that Yang Fan saw Chen Lin walking out. How did you do? Yang Fan smiled, trying to convey his emotions to her. But it wasn't that easy. She didn't say anything, and didn't ask Yang Fan anything, just weakly said, I'm hungry. Yang Fan then remembered that in the morning, Chen Lin hadn't eaten anything in a hurry, and she still had an exam to take. Yang Fan then took her away, not going far, but to a KFC near the school. Yang Fan ordered 2 chicken leg burgers, a whole chicken with fries, and chicken nuggets. Yang Fan broke off 2 chicken legs and brought them all to Chen Lin. She slowly caught the chicken legs and then handed one to Yang Fan. She nibbled on it, and as she ate, she cried. Grandpa and Grandma said they would take me to KFC after my college entrance exam. Her eyes were constantly tearing up, and her voice was a little choked, but she didn't burst into tears. Yang Fan helplessly rubbed his forehead. How could he have known that it would be such a coincidence? After finishing the meal, Chen Lin took the initiative to go to the front desk to pay. Yang Fan didn't hold her back in time. He saw her take out a large handful of change, but the largest denomination was only 10 yuan, the smallest 50 cents, and the most was 1 yuan. I'm sorry, but you don't have enough money, the female clerk said apologetically. Yang Fan scanned the QR code and took her hand, walking out. I'll pay you back. Yang Fan didn't say anything, and took her to a nearby hotel, turned on the air conditioning, and asked her to sit on the sofa.
Tonight, why don't you stay here for now? Chen-Lin nodded, not asking anything.
Yang Fan knew that she just didn't want to ask, so that she could at least have some suspense.
Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door.
Yang Fan opened the door, and there was actually Jian Wenxin outside. Before Yang Fan could wonder, she walked in and closed the door.
I'll keep her company.
The voice was cold, and there were only 3 brief words. Yang Fan knew that Jian Wenxin's thinking was a little different from other people's, but she didn't have a bad heart. He just stayed there until the knock on the door sounded again.
Yang Fan opened the door again, and there was Butler Li and the 2 bodyguards.
Butler Li rushed into the room and took a look at the situation before slowly letting out a sigh of relief. He then grabbed Yang Fan and closed the door behind them. There are 100,000 yuan in this card, please. Yang Fan snatched the bank card and broke it in half.
The next moment, the 2 bodyguards behind Butler Li directly took action. 5 seconds later, the 2 bodyguards lay on the ground, while Yang Fan rubbed his fists. Butler Li took a deep breath and said sternly, I advise you to stay away from my young lady. She is not someone you can. Crunch. The door opened.
Yang Fan and the others had only been out for less than 20 seconds, and Jian Wenxin happened to hear these words from Butler Li. Jian Wenxin stared at Butler Li without saying a word. Sweat had already dripped from Butler Li's head, and it was not clear whether it was from the heat.
After a while, Butler Li left with the 2 bodyguards, and before leaving, he said something to Yang Fan.
If you dare to touch my lady, I guarantee you will die a horrible death. Yang Fan's expression twitched, he was really fucking narcissistic. He was 23, and Jian Wenxin was only 18.
Is this butler an animal, able to think so much? Please keep her company for the next 2 days.
Yang Fan said something and left. He didn't want to get into trouble either, after all, he still didn't know what Jian Wenxin's family did.
If it was an underground industry, then he was finished.
Although he had an extremely strong physique, and could easily overpower an ordinary bodyguard like he was overpowering a 3-year-old, he didn't think he could withstand a bullet.
Soon, the second exam began.
Yang Fan sat where the water was delivered, and he sat there until the afternoon exam was over. The afternoon exam finished at 5:30 p.m., and it wasn't until 6 p.m. that he saw Jian Wenxin walk out with Chen-Lin. They had already graduated, so Jian Wenxin wasn't wearing her school uniform anymore, while Chen-Lin was still wearing her worn-out school uniform. The 2 of them walking together formed a stark contrast.
Do you need a ride? Yang Fan asked.
Jian Wenxin shook her head, and glanced in a certain direction. Following her gaze, Yang Fan discovered that Butler Li and the other 2 were hiding there. He glanced at Chen-Lin again, and seeing that she was still in a stable condition, he watched them leave. Afterwards, Yang Fan sent Zhang Taishu 5,000 yuan, which was today's salary, with a note. Thanks for your hard work.
Let's take your friends out for a nice meal.
Then he turned off his phone and didn't read his reply. Getting into the car, Yang Fan arrived at the company. It was already 6:30, and there were still only 2 people left, Lin Yi and Lin Yi, both working hard. Seeing Yang Fan arrive, Lin Yi reported on the work for the day again. Today, they recruited 3 operations, 1 planner, 2 anchors, and 1 product promoting anchor, so you can try to give her some help.
Yang Fan nodded, but didn't say anything I couldn't understand. Just do what you think is best, you don't need to report to me every day. Lin Yi smiled and replied, that won't work. You're the boss, I'm just an employee.
Yang Fan looked around the 300-plus square meter studio and saw that it was slowly getting on track. The live streaming equipment in several rooms had been continuously improved, and it was already slowly becoming profitable.
By the way, you can try to sell more things. Right now, you only have the rest of the goods from your previous batch. Yang Fan looked at her and said, don't we have a manufacturer? You can try to communicate with them. I'll delegate the authority to you.
Lin Yi smiled and said, you're really not afraid that I'll screw it up for you?
If I didn't think highly of your abilities, would I let you do so much?
Lin Yi said seriously at this time, I want to cultivate a team of my own, so that when I get bigger in the future, I will have people I can trust.
Yang Fan nodded, this is a must. Let's go home first.
Lin Yi gave him a cold stare after hearing this.
Then Yang Fan looked at Lin Yi, who was still busy, and she pretended not to see him. Yang Fan walked up to her, and Lin Yi deliberately walked to another place. It seemed like she was deliberately avoiding him. Yang Fan took her small hand and pulled her directly into his arms. Ouch, let go. Lin Yi pushed his chest with her hand, but she was too weak and couldn't push him away. Then she pounded his back and pinched the soft flesh of his waist, but Yang Fan was unmoved. Lin Yi felt that there seemed to be something wrong with his state today, so she asked in a low voice. Yang Fan, what's wrong with you? Yang Fan didn't say anything, but just held her tighter. Don't talk, let me hold you for a while. Chapter 37, To Not is to Want. That year, Yang Fan just learned that his parents were gone, and he felt like his world had collapsed. It took a long time for him to come out of it. Because at that time, he had no more family in the world. He was all alone. Are you Yang Fan? What a cute little boy, here's a candy for you. Yang Fan took the candy and asked the girl in front of him, what's your name? I'm Zhang Ran, Lin Xiao's classmate. Yang Fan looked at the smiling little girl. In the warm sunlight, she seemed to have turned into a ray of light that entered his heart. Perhaps that was when he fell in love with Zhang Ran. But what is love? At that moment, Yang Fan, who was hugging Lin Yi, knew that she was willing to quietly stay with him when he was in a bad mood, and that was love. Did he really love Zhang Ran at that time? He didn't know if that feeling was love. Because at that time, he was very lacking in love. The departure of his parents made his personality become introverted. He wanted someone to keep him company. If someone else had comforted him at that time, he might have fallen head over heels for that person. That was his twisted idea of love. Now he has finally grown up and understands what love is. Lin Yi kept shifting in his arms because Yang Fan had been holding her for nearly 20 minutes. Her legs in high heels were getting a little sore. At that moment, a voice sounded in her ear. Lin Yi, be my girlfriend. Lin Yi's body trembled. He had still said it. The next moment, Yang Fan pressed his lips against hers. Lin Yi had not yet reacted, and was a little dazed by his sudden confession. Just as Yang Fan was about to pry her teeth open with his tongue, she pushed him away. She took 2 steps back and straightened her shirt. That was a bit fast. Lin Yi blushed a little and replied. Yang Fan smiled. It wasn't that long ago that they had met again, and they hadn't really interacted much in high school, so it wasn't that long ago that they had met. I'm sorry, I was in a hurry. Lin Yi opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. Yang Fan took her downstairs, and in the Porsche, they arrived at Xinguola. They didn't go to a private room, and they ate in the lobby. Yang Fan, who had been in a private room before, still thought the lobby was quite nice. Having had the experience before, Yang Fan was much faster when ordering. Buddha jumps over the wall, shredded shark's fin with vegetables, roast duck, sea urchin and scrambled eggs, truffle pizza, and caviar chocolate pudding. Although they were the only 2 people there, Yang Fan ordered a large table of food. What's the point of ordering so much, it's a waste. Lin Yi said reproachfully. Yang Fan laughed and said, this is the first time I'm formally dining with you, so I ordered a lot, and I have a big appetite. Yang Fan did not lie, but he had not eaten much in the past few days, just to the point where he was not hungry anymore. His appetite was now terrifyingly big. Lin Yi gave him a glare and then stared at him and said, last time you even took me to a barbecue stand. Yang Fan let out a bitter laugh. He really wanted to eat barbecue and drink beer at the time, not that he was reluctant to spend the money. Do you remember that you got drunk last time? Yang Fan nodded. Although he got very drunk, as long as he was not asleep, he was still somewhat conscious. Were you conscious when you were moving your hands around? Lin Yi asked. Yang Fan laughed sheepishly, a little. Lin Yi didn't get angry, but stared at his eyes and continued to ask. Were you conscious when you were hugging me and shouting Zhang Ran's name? Yang Fan looked at her serious eyes and didn't dare to move. Then he said in the same serious tone, before, I was just blinded by her, and didn't understand what love was. But now, I already know, and he pointed to the location of his heart. There is no longer any room for her here. Lin Yi blushed a little at his corny romantic words, and then said. Then I don't believe that's all mine either. Yang Fan was stunned again and didn't know how to respond. Although he had prepared everything when he confessed to Lin Yi, he could still stall for time. The system had given him a new life, and in the future, he just wanted to live life the way he wanted. Moreover, his luck with women was too good,
and since he couldn't avoid it, he would just do as he was told.
But now, it's all about you. Yang Fan said this without blushing. It seemed as if he really meant it.
Lin Yi felt a little embarrassed by his stare and turned her head to the side. The food was soon served, and Yang Fan noticed that the waitress who served it looked familiar.
It was the waitress from last time. What was her name? He Ziying?
But she looked at him in a strange way. After thinking about it, it was probably because she had brought Kai Sisi and the others last time, but this time she was bringing Lin Yi, so she had noticed. "Sir, your food is ready." After saying this, He Ziying left, and gave Yang Fan a deep look. Yang Fan didn't dare to look at her anymore, for fear of causing Lin Yi to misunderstand. After all, Yang Fan still hadn't won her over. Lin Yi had not yet recovered from her earlier shyness, and at the moment, she still looked a little dazed, until Yang Fan offered to help her with her food.
"Are you giving free water to students taking the college entrance exam?" Lin Yi suddenly asked suspiciously. Yang Fan was stunned for a moment and replied, "Yes, how did you know?"
Yang Fan had not told anyone about this matter, and no one he knew about it, not even Kai Dingyuan and his friends, who were not far from Huaxia High School. After all, he had only done it out of kindness and to complete a task, so there was no need to make a fuss. Lin Yi laughed, then took out her phone, which was on the Douyin video page. In the video, Yang Fan was holding the Qiansui mountain and handing it to other students and the parents of those students. There were also several other pictures, and then there was copy underneath.
An unknown wealthy man gave away free water to students at various test centers in Jiangcheng, which attracted praise from the leaders of the Education Bureau.
Yang Fan blinked. He had heard from the factory manager Tan Fei before that it had attracted the attention of the leaders above, but he hadn't expected it to spread so quickly. Sigh, just doing a little good. Many of the children in the family are still relatively poor. Speaking of which, Yang Fan thought of Chen Lin. The college entrance exam would be over tomorrow, and he still didn't know how to tell her.
"I didn't realize you were still a good person." Lin Yi gave him a glare. Yang Fan smiled awkwardly. It was a difficult question to answer. "Sometimes you are a good person, and sometimes, he."
Lin Yi looked at him with a sly expression and ignored him, eating her meal on her own. Yang Fan kept on serving her food, so her bowl never got empty. He took care of Lin Yi's meal, and although she took small bites, she still ate too much. It didn't take long for Lin Yi to fill up. She covered her mouth and belched, feeling a little embarrassed. "It's all your fault, I'm going to gain weight." Yang Fan laughed and said, "That's good, gain some weight." Lin Yi had the perfect figure, not too fat and not too thin. She looked thin in clothes, but kevya when she took them off. After all, Yang Fan had seen it for himself. Lin Yi glared at him with a blush on her face. She thought about the night she had been touched all over by her, and she was a little afraid to look at him. To blame him, she would have to admit that she might have been confused by the fever that night. But to not blame him would be too easy. Yang Fan wolfed down the remnants of the meal and then left, driving toward Xingfu Community. When they arrived downstairs, Lin Yi got out of the car and said, "Thank you for walking me home." "Goodbye." The last two words were said very heavily. Yang Fan blinked, and then he understood. "You mean you don't want me to stay, right? You don't want me to live on the hard sofa in the office, do you?" Yang Fan said, feigning pity. "It's none of my business." After Lin Yi left, Yang Fan got out of the car and followed her. "Let me stay for a while, I have feelings for that sofa." "No. There's no truth in what girls say. If they say no, it means yes." Yang Fan shamelessly followed her. Chapter 38, The college entrance exam is over. Yang Fan took a shower and then still wore the same bath towel he had used yesterday. However, he found that the clothes he had taken off yesterday had already been washed, and it was self-evident as to who had done the washing. Yang Fan lay on the sofa. He had just taken a shower and didn't feel hot yet. Lin Yi stayed in the house after taking a shower and locked the door. Yang Fan gave a wry smile in response, looking at the locked door and imagining how nice it would be to live there one day. But he was in no hurry. After all, he had not yet dealt with Kai Shishi's situation. He had no idea what it would turn out to be, so he could only take things one step at a time. Yang Fan lay on the sofa, feeling a little hot and bothered, helplessly brushing through the videos. He did not beg Lin Yi to open the door either. After all, what had happened yesterday was still fresh in his mind, and Lin Yi had not completely agreed to his advances. After a while, he felt a cool breeze, and when he looked up, he saw that it was the door to Lin Yi's room that had opened. And a message came through from the green bubble.
Lin Xiuhua, if you don't behave, you won't be allowed to stay here anymore. Last night was a complete accident, well, not completely. Lin Yi had fallen on top of him before, and in that situation, he couldn't control himself either. Yang Fan let out a bitter laugh, followed by a trace of ecstasy. Yang Fan, who had never been good at Chinese, had accurately grasped the two words in the future. Did this mean that? Yang Fan laughed heartily, thinking of Li Kangyan, and couldn't help but thank him. After half an hour, the temperature in the hall had become just right. He felt very comfortable on the sofa without a blanket, except that Lin Yi was probably wearing pajamas and a quilt inside the room. Then he fell asleep, dreaming that he had successfully slept in Lin Yi's room. In the morning, when the first ray of sunshine shone in, his alarm clock rang. Today, the alarm was set for 6:30, half an hour later than yesterday. He skillfully went downstairs to have breakfast, and on the way, he greeted the ants downstairs who were eating melon seeds. After placing the xiaolongbao and soy milk on the table, he set off for Huaxia High School. It was already 7 o'clock when Yang Fan arrived, and the students had already gathered in quite a large number. The security guard who had sent him to the police station was here to help him, and the two of them distributed water together. It wasn't long before Yang Fan saw Jian Wenxin and Chen Lin walking over. Chen Lin looked normal, just like she did yesterday, but Yang Fan knew she was holding back. When he saw the two of them walking over, Yang Fan went to the car and got 2 bottles of Nutritional Express and handed them over. Go for it. Yang Fan said 2 words and then watched them go in. Next came the waiting, and Yang Fan sat there bored, playing with his phone. It wasn't until 11 o'clock that he saw Li Kangyan. Yang Fan stood up and handed him a bottle of water. How is it? Yang Fan asked. Li Kangyan sighed and said, it's already been cremated. They don't have any relatives in the village, so no one will even hold a funeral for them. Yang Fan looked up at the sky, a worried expression on his face. Have you thought about what to tell her? Li Kangyan patted him on the shoulder and said. It's you, not me. You have a heart for charity, and I believe you will do what the old woman asked before she goes. Yang Fan's face twitched, but in a moment he was relieved. Raising a child in hardship was no burden for him. After all, he was alone in the world. Li Kangyan was in his 60s after all, and it was time for him to retire and enjoy his twilight years. Besides, he had his own children and grandchildren. Okay, I will. Before long, the bell rang, and the students hurried out. Yang Fan also received Chen Lin, and he asked Jian Wenxin next to him. I'm taking Chen Lin out to dinner. Do you want to come with us? Jian Wenxin blinked and didn't say anything. Yang Fan said, let's go then. After knowing Jian Wenxin for a long time, Yang Fan could understand what she meant just by a glance. Yang Fan didn't go to KFC again, but went to a hot pot restaurant. Because Yang Fan wanted to eat hot pot. He didn't hold back, ordering 3 beef rolls and 3 lamb rolls, as well as meatballs and vegetables, almost everything on the menu. Jian Wenxin sat with Chen Lin, and Yang Fan sat opposite them. They were sitting by the window, and Yang Fan felt a little uncomfortable, so he closed the curtains. Because there were 3 people outside who kept staring at the place. Yang Fan took the initiative to grill the meat. Chen Lin silently lowered her head, while Jian Wenxin stared at him. Feeling the atmosphere a little awkward, Yang Fan took the initiative to find a topic and asked, how was the comprehensive exam? Jian Wenxin replied indifferently, I didn't finish the last question. Yang Fan knew that the last question was a big physics question. Chen Lin also whispered, it was a bit difficult. Seeing that the two were not in the mood, Yang Fan did not say anything more, and used a colander to pass a spoonful of meat towards Chen Lin. Chen Lin nodded and said thank you. Yang Fan picked up the lamb roll, dipped it in the sauce, and brought it to his mouth, only then noticing the look in Jian Wenxin's eyes. Unlike usual, Yang Fan felt the coldness in her eyes. Jian Wenxin was really amazing, and she didn't even need to communicate with words when talking to people. Yang Fan sent her another spoonful of meat, and the feeling slowly faded away. At the same time, he also became curious about Jian Wenxin. With her such an introverted personality, she should find it difficult to make friends, right? Could it be that because he had saved her life, she had taken him as a friend? Although the hot pot was delicious, Yang Fan ate it in an unnatural manner, unlike when he dined with Sisi and Lin Yi, when he felt comfortable. Chen Lin didn't dare to pick up her chopsticks, and Jian Wenxin kept looking at him, so Yang Fan spent the whole time feeding the two of them like a nanny. It was already past 1 o'clock after they finished eating, so Yang Fan paid the bill and walked them back to school. Spending $3.51, successfully refunded $35.10.
Admission started at 2 o'clock, and the candidates arrived 15 minutes early.
Yang Fan got 2 bottles of mineral water for the 2 of them.
Jian Wenxin didn't take it, but Yang Fan took her hand and forced it into her hand. That stuff is bad if you drink too much of it, so drink less in the future. After saying that, Yang Fan went back to handing out water. He left Jian Wenxin staring at his back the whole time.
Yang Fan sat down and took a deep breath.
This was the last exam, and once it was over, it would be over, and Yang Fan should also explain the situation to Chen Lin. She was a hard child, and Yang Fan really didn't know how to say it. After a while, Yang Fan thought of the system's task. Main task: complete purchases for 100 women with a charm value of 85 or higher.
Current progress, 250-100. Task reward, martial artist Bodyguard X1. This value of 250 seems to be slapping the system in the face.
Yang Fan counted and found that he had completed 40 to 50 of them in just a few days at Huaxia High School. There are 6 test centers in Jiangcheng, and together they add up to exactly 250.
Hey, you can't play like this, you can't change it again. Yang Fan asked tentatively.
It took a while for the system to respond.
System maintenance in progress, reward delayed. Okay, it seems that it should be there, but the next task did not appear.
Yang Fan was not in the least bit anxious about this. The last English test was not sure if it was difficult or what, but many little brats handed in their papers early.
They even stood in front of the reporters and said something about strengthening whatnot.
An hour later, the bell rang, which also signified the end of the college entrance exam. All the students who ran out had an expression of excitement and liberation on their faces. After so many years of hard work, they were finally completely liberated at that moment. Yang Fan felt as if he were seeing his former self. It wasn't until the students had mostly left that Yang Fan saw Chen Lin come out. When Chen Lin walked up to him, he knew he couldn't hide it anymore.
Chen Lin, I. Chapter 39 Sunrise.
Chen Lin stood opposite Yang Fan, her dark little face full of fear. Yang Fan sighed, walked up to her, lightly took her thin shoulders in his arms, and said softly,
"Let's go, I'll take you home." It was better to just take her home than to talk about it here.
Jian Wenxin, who was preparing to walk towards Yang Fan, stood still as she watched the 2 of them leave.
"Miss, are you tired? Do you want to go to Sanya for a vacation during the summer vacation?"
Butler Li said with a smile.
"Get lost."
Jian Wenxin's face was calm, but her words carried a coldness. Yang Fan drove Chen Lin back to her home. The journey that he could have made in 20 minutes took him 40 minutes this time. When they arrived at her door, Yang Fan didn't know what to say, so he let her rush in. Yang Fan sighed helplessly and followed her into the courtyard. In the small, dilapidated house, Chen Lin stood there like a zombie, and on the wooden table in front of her were 2 boxes.
That's right, 2. There were also photos of the 2 elderly people on them. Why?
Chen Lin immediately knelt down and buried her head in her hands and wept.
Yang Fan was a little moved and knelt down, gently patting her back.
Chen Lin's tears flowed like they had no money to spare, which made Yang Fan feel very distressed.
Yes, why?
They had already been trying so hard to live, but why did this have to happen?
Your grandmother was afraid that your grandfather would be lonely, so she went to keep him company, Yang Fan said, reassuring her.
He didn't say that her grandmother was afraid of getting her into trouble.
Your grandfather passed away peacefully, in his sleep. The rooster crowed when he died, which is a good omen.
Chen Lin had been crying so hard that she couldn't hear a word he said. Yang Fan stayed by her side until she ran out of strength to cry anymore.
I have no family left.
Chen Lin's choked voice was a little hoarse, as if her throat had been crying out.
Yang Fan's heart ached.
He understood how she felt, because he had also lost a close relative. Yang Fan took a tissue to wipe her nose and put his arms around her.
He couldn't let her cry any longer. Crying for half an hour would do her harm.
Yang Fan wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, but no matter how hard he wiped, new ones would appear.
You know, when I was 15 years old, I was just like you. My father was a policeman and did a very dangerous job. The night he left, he said a lot of things to me, but I only remember one thing: I have to live for myself. I didn't understand the meaning of those words at the time, and it wasn't until after he and my mother had a car accident that I understood why he said that. I was in the same mood as you. I lost all my family and wanted to die. Why did you have to leave me alone in the world?
Chen Lin's sobs noticeably subsided when she heard Yang Fan's words. Later, I understood the meaning of those words, to live for oneself. My grandfather was also a policeman, and I never got to meet him before he died. My father said that he went to fulfill my grandfather's unfulfilled mission, but he also died. From that moment on, I thought that I would never become a policeman in my life. I was afraid that my children would be like me, without family to keep them company. Do you think I'm selfish? Chen Lin shook her head vigorously, wanting to say something but unable to speak due to her choking. Yang Fan suppressed the feeling of wanting to cry and continued. I suddenly figured it out some time ago. Why do I have to rely on others to live? No one wants me, I want myself, no one takes care of me, I take care of myself. Chen Lin, I am not as good as you, you are a very strong girl, I believe you will do better than me, come on, I will look up to you. Chen Lin sobbed uncontrollably and threw herself into Yang Fan's arms. Yang Fan gently patted her back until her voice gradually subsided. Big brother, can you take me to the beach? Yang Fan was a little puzzled when he heard Chen Lin's words. Before he could ask any more questions, he heard her hoarse voice again. Grandpa and Grandma have worked hard all their lives, and I want them to be free when they go. Yang Fan nodded with emotion. Okay. Jiangcheng is not far from the beach, but it's still more than an hour's drive. Yang Fan and Chen Lin, each holding an urn, walked to the beach. Yang Fan held onto her with the other hand, afraid that she might do something foolish. Chen Lin, holding the urn, scattered the ashes inside into the sea to say their final goodbyes. Grandpa, Grandma, go over there and take care of yourselves. If you see my father, scold him severely and ask him why he left the three of us to fend for ourselves. After a long time, the two sat by the sea, looking at the sky full of stars, as if they could see their family. Will they see us in the sky? Yang Fan nodded and said. They will, so we must live well, so that they will be happy. Chen Lin stared at the stars in the sky. At this time, Yang Fan turned to him and said. Your grandmother entrusted me with taking care of you before she died. I don't have any relatives either, but I have godparents who are like family to me. I'm 5 years older than you, so if you don't mind, I'll be your brother. Chen Lin's somewhat dark face was even darker in the darkness, but the only thing that was clearly visible were her glistening tears. Brother! Yang Fan gently hugged her thin body. She was very thin, only 80 pounds, as if a gust of wind could blow her over. She cried for a while until there was no movement, and Yang Fan realized that she had fallen asleep. Yang Fan did not disturb Chen Lin. She was too tired today. Other people's children celebrated after the college entrance examination, but she was different. Among the many stars in the sky, 2 were particularly bright, as if the relatives over there were saying hello to them. At some point, Yang Fan also fell asleep. The two of them lay on the beach, blowing in the evening breeze. Early the next morning, Yang Fan suddenly opened his eyes and realized that Chen Lin was no longer there. He panicked and hurriedly got up to look for her. Fortunately, he saw Chen Lin not far away on the beach. He quickly ran over. Chen Lin! He shouted. Chen Lin turned around, her eyes still a little swollen. At this time, Yang Fan also walked up to her side, relieved. What are you doing? Hearing Yang Fan's somewhat reproachful tone, Chen Lin's heart stirred. She often felt this feeling in her grandparents. This is care. Chen Lin turned her head and looked at the sea. Brother, look. Yang Fan followed her gaze. The golden red sunset dyed the sky, like a magnificent feast between heaven and earth. This is the first time I've seen the sunrise. Yang Fan also knew that he had wrongly accused her just now, and felt a little guilty. It wasn't until the sun rose that Yang Fan said something. Let's go, I'll take you home. Chen Lin muttered. Home. After getting in the car, it would still take more than an hour to get to Jiangcheng. Turning on his phone, he saw that it was already 6 o'clock. Yang Fan then saw the green bubble that Lin Yi had sent in more than 30 missed calls. He immediately felt. Chapter 40, Su Munan is here. At 9 a.m. Yang Fan arrived at the snack street near Huaxia High School. He had already explained Chen Lin's situation to Qiao Ling. The best thing to do now was to leave her here. After all, Yang Fan didn't even have a place to live himself. As soon as she saw Qiao Ling, she took Chen Lin's hand, as if she were her own child. Poor child, from now on I'll be your Aunt Xiao. Yang Fan felt something in his heart. Xiao Ling had said the same thing before, when his parents were away. Unconsciously, 8 years had passed. Lin, you help Auntie Qiao here, and I'll pick you up to live with me when I've settled the house in a few days.
Chen Lin nodded repeatedly. He didn't take Chen Lin to the place where they had been before to get her luggage, as there was nothing to get. The main reason was that he didn't want her to remember sad memories again. After temporarily settling Chen Lin, Yang Fan went to the company. After all, he was the boss, and it was not good to be away from the company every day. Walking into the company, Yang Fan saw more than 10 unfamiliar faces, who should be Lin Yi's new recruits. "Hey, who are you? Who let you into our company?" A young-looking man with a blue name tag around his neck shouted. Yang Fan was a little surprised. He didn't think that someone wouldn't recognize him after 2 days of not being at the company. He looked at the name tag around his neck, which said Entertainment Anchor Operations, Xianyang. Although it was rude, Yang Fan appreciated people who were on their guard against strangers. Yang Fan patted him on the shoulder and said, "You're very good." Then he walked over. "Hey, yellow hair, stop." Xianyang, who was behind him, chased after him again. Yang Fan looked at Xianyang, who was blocking him again, and became a little impatient. "Don't you know me?" Xianyang sneered, "You joke. Do I need to know you, yellow hair?" If Yang Fan just now admired him, now Yang Fan already looked at him as an idiot. He didn't care what the other person's identity was, and he dared to offend him. What an idiot! He has already called him yellow-haired twice, and the color of one's hair shouldn't determine one's character, should it? At this point, someone should have come over and revealed his identity, and then punched him hard in the face. But Yang Fan scanned the area and saw that most people were in their respective rooms streaming or working at this point, and there were only 5 or 6 newcomers outside who he had never seen before. "I am your boss, so can you make way?" Yang Fan said with a slight frown. There was no other way. Although it was a bit degrading, he could only reveal his identity. "Ha ha ha, you're killing me, boss? You're the only one with yellow hair? You're not here to chase after the female anchor of our company, are you? Look at you, all dirty and disheveled, and you call yourself a boss? Get out of here, before you soil the floor and I have to clean it up." He slept on the beach last night, so there's still some sand on him that hasn't been cleaned off. Yang Fan's brows furrowed deeply. How did someone like this get into the company? It looks like he needs to have a serious talk with Lin Yi about hiring. You can't just focus on quantity and ignore quality. Xian Yang's words were harsh, and the next moment he seemed to be preparing to grab Yang Fan. Yang Fan directly kicked him away with a single kick, a kick that wasn't very powerful but was enough to make him fall. Ouch, someone dares to start a fight in our company. There were originally 5 or 6 newcomers watching the show here, and after his shout, the higher-ups also came over. In no time, there were already a few of the few men in the company here. "Zhang Hohat, this kid dared to break into our company and injure me." Xianyang pointed at Yang Fan and said to Zhang Hohat, who was wearing glasses. Zhang Hohat, whose name is Zhang Tao, is one of the 2 men in Lin Yi's original team. "I'm sorry, boss, the new guy doesn't know you." Zhang Tao walked over to Yang Fan's side and apologized. The 5 or 6 newcomers looked at Zhang Tao standing next to Yang Fan, shocked, with their mouths wide open. Yang Fan was not angry with Zhang Tao. There were all kinds of people in the company, and this was just a black sheep. "It's up to you," Yang Fan said indifferently and walked towards the office inside. Xian Yang felt his hair stand on end when he looked at Zhang Tao's gaze. Because the company was hiring a lot, he had only passed the interview yesterday and was only starting work today. He arrived a little after 8, collected his ID tag, and before 10 o'clock had already angered the boss. At this moment, Xian Yang felt a great deal of remorse. He thought that by coming to this media company with the beautiful anchorwoman Duo, he would soon be able to get a girlfriend. Unfortunately, it seemed that he would only be able to stay here for less than 2 hours. Zhang Tao put away the expression he had used when dealing with Yang Fan and turned into the serious look of a leader. "Pack your things and go. You are not suitable for our company." After saying this, Zhang Tao paid no more attention, because he still had his own work to do. Xian Yang sat on the ground with a face full of unwillingness, and when he left, he shouted, "I'm really impressed. Who's the boss with dyed blonde hair?" Of course, no one felt sorry for him, because what he had just done didn't feel right to the other newcomers either, but they were just new and didn't dare to cause trouble. Today, Yang Fan Media already has 5 managers, which is the same as the original few people that Lin Yi started with. The rest of the recruits are still in the assessment period. Lin Yi is the highest executive under Yang Fan, equivalent to a vice president. Yang Fan walked to Lin Yi's office and wanted to talk to her about hiring.
But when he opened the door, he saw Lin Yi sleeping on the table. Her dark circles were very heavy, and Yang Fan guessed that she might not have gone home last night, but stayed here all night.
Yang Fan gently closed the door and didn't disturb her.
It's true that he had left everything to Lin Yi, and she should have long since delegated the hiring. Then Yang Fan went to the office of the technical director, Lin Yi. Before she even entered the door, Yang Fan's phone rang. Hello? Big guy, I'm in Jiangcheng. What's the name of your company? Yang Fan looked at the phone and realized that the note was called Munan. Yang Fan was stunned for a few seconds before remembering that she was the anchor who wanted to jump ship last time.
How did you know I was in Jiangcheng? Yang Fan asked in confusion. Your green bubble location is in Jiangcheng, right? It can't be fake, can it? Munan's voice was a little scared.
If it's not, she's come for nothing.
Yes, it's Yang Fan Media Company, Ltd. After a while, Munan continued. Oh, I found it, what a coincidence, it's near me, I'll be right there. Big guy.
After hanging up the phone, Yang Fan didn't think about the anchor who wanted to jump ship again.
He just handed it over to the management department.
Yang Fan tidied his clothes a bit, knocking the sand off as much as possible.
Knock, knock, knock. Come in.
Yang Fan heard the familiar voice and broke in. Lin Yi, who was working, saw that it was Yang Fan and first froze for a moment, then continued working. Yang Fan gave a bitter smile, and could tell that she was angry with him for not answering her call last night.
Before he could explain, she asked again, What can I do for you, Mr. Yang? Oh, she's calling me Mr. Yang again.
Women are really intellectual creatures, some are too sensitive, but this also proves that Lin Yi has feelings for me. Beautiful women have temperaments and naturally have to be appeased.
Actually, last night.
President Yang, it's none of my business where you went last night, and there's no need to tell me.
President Li said that no one can discuss topics outside of work during working hours in the company.
Lin Yi continued, looking at the computer.
Yang Fan was taken aback.
The system of Lin Yi's was indeed quite good, but now he hated it so much.
Then after work,
Lin Yi ignored him and went back to her work. Yang Fan smiled awkwardly, not saying anything, but thinking in his heart what to do. After a few minutes, Lin Yi picked up her water glass and went out to get some water, and Yang Fan followed her. The water dispenser was in the middle of the office, which was divided into 3 areas. The further in, the higher the position. Many people in the middle knew Yang Fan, and they looked at him following Lin Yi's ass, which was a bit funny. At that moment, a girl with a sweet face and a travel bag walked in through the company entrance. She was wearing a pink cap, 2 pigtails, 2 bangs in front of her delicate little face, a crop top, a pink and white plaid shirt tied at the waist, and light blue jeans that made her legs stand out with charming curves. No one in the newcomer area recognized her, because no one dared to ask her who she was after what Yang Fan had just done. As she walked towards the inside, she saw Yang Fan wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Since Yang Fan's appearance and his yellow Morgan crushed cover were so recognizable. When she saw Yang Fan in person, she realized that the photo from that day still did not capture Yang Fan's appearance. She thought about it for a moment and dropped the bag in her hands. Yang Fan was standing next to her watching Lin Yi get water when suddenly a gust of wind blew, and in an instant he saw a sweet-looking girl pounce towards him.
Big brother, I finally found you.
Yang Fan subconsciously wrapped his arms around her legs to keep her from falling. However, the girl, whom he didn't know, came up and kissed him hard on the face.
Bang!
The sound of the glass falling made Yang Fan suddenly react. He numbly turned his head and looked at Lin Yi, stuttering.
If I say I saw her for the first time, would you believe me? Chapter 41, This is a Misunderstanding.
Lin Yi ignored him, but anyone could tell that Lin Yi was very angry. She turned around and walked away, her high heels making a clacking sound on the ground. It was as if each sound hit Yang Fan's heart.
Who the hell do you think you are? Yang Fan couldn't hold back anymore and shook off the Munan on his body.
Although he had watched Munan's live broadcast before, Yang Fan had been sending gifts almost the whole time, and this was offline, so he didn't recognize him at first. Munan looked at her weakly, and tears welled up in her eyes. Although there was no sound of crying, her appearance was endearing. Many people in the company were watching the situation here, and Yang Fan felt 2 words floating above his head.
2 big scumbags.
Some colleagues were already looking at him differently. Yang Fan stared at Munan for a long time before recognizing her, the big guy, and that sweet face. It was too dangerous to be seen here, so he dragged Su Munan straight into his office.
Where are you from?
Su Munan kept her head down and didn't dare to speak. Her pink cap covered her eyes, and Young Fan didn't say anything harsh.
Hangzhou. Su Munan replied weakly. Do you know the trouble you just caused me?
Su Munan kept her head down, tears streaming down her face. She had expected to be treated badly as Young Fan's woman, but she had never imagined it would happen on the first meeting. On the way here, she had thought for a long time about what kind of impression she wanted to make when she first met Young Fan.
Should she be shy and modest, or enthusiastic and lively?
Yang Fan was so handsome, and he spent so much money on her, so Su Munan had thought for a long time before she could overcome herself.
She decided to be enthusiastic when she first met Young Fan, because he was so rich, and his girlfriend should be very active, right?
For this reason, she had been overcoming herself on the way here, because she had never been so proactive. When she had just seen Lin Yi, she had guessed that this woman must be one of Young Fan's girlfriends. After all, she was too beautiful, even more beautiful than herself.
In particular, Young Fan's attitude towards Lin Yi was somewhat subservient and polite. So as the younger one, I can't let others know, so that's why he got so angry, right?
I know I was wrong, and I will pay attention to the occasion in the future.
Su Munan said weakly. Yang Fan, who was drinking water, spat out with a pop. Pay attention to what occasion? Is this the way people in Hangzhou greet each other?
Yang Fan had no idea what Su Munan was thinking, and only regarded her as a female anchor who had jumped ship.
Sit down, let's talk about the contract.
Su Munan obediently sat opposite him, looking at him with big, watery eyes. Yang Fan suddenly felt that his attitude just now had been a bit bad, and coughed to make himself less serious.
How much did your last company pay you? Su Munan held up 3 small fingers.
Yang Fan nodded and said, I'll give you the same salary as your last company, 30,000 yuan a month. We'll see how your business skills are first, and then raise your salary after the advertising is doing well. At this time, Su Munan shook her little head and said softly, not 30,000 yuan, it's 3,000 yuan. Yang Fan twitched his face, looked at the rather cute Su Munan, and couldn't help but scold her.
Damn, what kind of heartless boss are you? You only give her 3,000 yuan a month for your looks?
Hearing Yang Fan praise her, Su Munan felt her previous grievances swept away, and she nodded.
Yang Fan felt a little sympathy for her.
Judging from the information, she was only an intern anchor, but with her appearance, she shouldn't be paid such a low salary, right?
Let's do this, since you have live streaming experience, you don't need training. I'll give you a try at live streaming in the afternoon, and the company will direct traffic to you. It'll depend on your retention rate.
For the first 3 months, you'll get 15,000 yuan a month, and depending on your performance, it will be increased. Su Munan nodded, which was already much higher than the company she interned for. But she was obviously his mistress, so why did she still have to work?
Su Munan didn't understand, but she didn't dare to ask.
Yang Fan then took her out to find the operations manager, Zhou Ming. Like Zhang Tao, he was the second man in Lina's group. Zhou, arrange a live broadcast for this girl this afternoon, help her attract traffic, and take care of her a bit more. After thinking about it, the girl had come from Hangchang and didn't know her way around, so it would be better to take care of her a bit. But this sentence sounded different in Zhou Ming's ears. He had heard about what had just happened. Now it was being rumored that this cute-looking little girl was Yang Fan's little girlfriend, and even Lin Yi was angry. Yes, Mr. Yang, I will definitely take good care of her, Zhou Ming said with a firm oath.
Yang Fan nodded and left after handing Su Munan over to Zhou Ming.
Zhou Ming said to Su Munan, Miss Su, don't worry, I will do my best to help you and make you the top salesperson in our company. Su Munan was still puzzled by his enthusiasm, but then she heard him whisper.
Hey, if you have time, please say good things about me to President Yang.
Su Munan then understood that there were still smart people who had figured out her relationship with Yang Fan.
I will, Su Munan replied. This made Zhou Ming very happy, and his mouth couldn't stop smiling.
Zhang Tao, who came with him, was already a planning manager, while he was still a general manager. Although it wasn't low, he also wanted to climb up the ladder. Yang Fan had no idea about the conversation between the two, otherwise he would be speechless again. He gently pushed open Lin Yi's door, and regardless of whether she agreed or not, he walked in directly.
Mr. Yang, I'm working, please don't disturb.
Yang Fan ignored her. As a man, she needed to be a little stronger.
Lin Flower Girl, you have to give me a chance to explain, don't you?
Lin Yi couldn't help but give Yang Fan a second look as she watched him speak so forcefully. Yang Fan had always been quite good-tempered in her presence, and it was rare to hear him speak in such a tone. Seeing that Lin Yi had been intimidated by him, Yang Fan quickly sat down and began to tell her about last night. At first, Lin Yi was a little angry, but after hearing about Chen Lin, her brows slowly relaxed, and at the end, a trace of sympathy appeared on her face. Then when we went to the beach, I didn't take my phone with me, and I was afraid that she might want to kill herself, so. After listening to what happened to Chen Lin, Lin Yi sighed and said, "Alas, what a pitiful child." Yang Fan saw that Lin Yi was finally not angry, so he tentatively reached out to grab her small hand on the table.
Lin Yi quickly pulled it back and continued, "Where is the girl from just now?"
Yang Fan's face twitched, and then he said, "This is a long story."
Until Yang Fan finished, Lin Yi's forehead was deeply wrinkled.
It sounded like the story of a rich guy supporting a female host no matter what you heard. Yang Fan had no choice but to take out his phone and open the chat page between Douyin and her as well as the green bubble.
Lin Yi thought about it and still took it to read it.
After flipping through the Douyin chat, she didn't see anything special. It was indeed as Yang Fan said, he just wanted her to ask Xiao Biluo to turn off the beauty filter. It wasn't until she saw the chat history in the green bubble that Lin Yi's face completely turned cold.
The latest chat was a voice call that lasted more than a minute. Further up was their last chat. "My name is Munan, and from now on I will be yours. Okay, wait for my notification." Chapter 42. Whose lipstick is this?
Lin Yi subconsciously threw her phone at Yang Fan, who caught it with one hand.
"Scum!" Lin Yi said angrily and stormed off. Yang Fan looked puzzled. What had happened? Why did she call him scum? Did he click on Sisi's page and show it to her? Yang Fan looked at his phone in confusion. It was the last chat he had with Munan. He was about to tell Lin Yi that it wasn't what she thought, but before he could say anything, he fell silent. He stared at the last message Munan had sent, and then thought about her actions today. He fell silent. So, no one else had misunderstood, but in the end, he was the only one who had been mistaken? Yang Fan sort of understood why Munan knew that he ran a media company. The case was solved. She didn't know anything at all. She just thought that the reward of 1 million yuan was for her. And she thought that I agreed because she wanted to jump ship. This misunderstanding is huge. Yang Fan smiled bitterly and returned to his office. I have to talk to Munan about this sometime, or the misunderstanding will last a long time. It wasn't until 12 o'clock when he finished work that Yang Fan walked out of the office and found Munan. "Brother Yang." Munan called out. Yang Fan didn't care that she was a year older than him, and said directly, "Let's go, I'll take you out to dinner." Yang Fan was going to explain things to her while they ate, so as to avoid any future mishaps. So it was that, in the eyes of many, Yang Fan walked down the stairs with Munan. "Lin Yi, aren't you going to do anything?" Li Na said beside her. Lin Yi shook her head, though. "I have nothing to do with him, so what's there to do?" After saying that, she took her water glass and returned to the office because she had ordered takeout. After returning to the office, she looked at her phone, where the chat page between her and Yang Fan was. "Yang Fan, it was really a misunderstanding. I thought she meant to jump ship and become an artist at our company, but I didn't realize that was what she meant. I'll talk to her clearly at lunch." Lin Yi looked at the green bubble he sent and revealed a charming smile. A guy with the heart of a thief but not the guts. Zingwala. Yang Fan did not go anywhere else, and once again came to Zingwala. However, the difference this time was that he came to a private room. Although he did not have a supreme membership himself, he could report Sisi's name, not to mention that many of the store's staff knew Yang Fan. After all, it was hard for a man who spent 30 million a night not to be known. In the private room, after the waiter served the food, Yang Fan began to get down to business. Not knowing how to start, Yang Fan first coughed to clear his throat. Munan looked at him after hearing this and then began to observe the room for any cameras. The next moment she began to undress. "What are you doing?" Yang Fan quickly pulled her clothes back. This would be even more troublesome if she really took them off. Coincidentally, Yang Fan's hand that was pulling her clothes was placed in the wrong place. Not as good as Lin Yi, slightly worse than Sisi. "Oh, no, that's not it, I'm thinking too much." Munan's body trembled violently, and although she felt a little uncomfortable, she did not resist. Seeing Yang Fan's eagerness, Munan steeled her resolve and sat directly on Yang Fan's lap, offering him her lips. After all, she was his woman, so she should take the initiative, shouldn't she?
Su Munan had a nice smell about her, like milk. Although she was a year older than Yang Fan, she looked like a young girl. Yang Fan was at a loss for what to do with her initiative, feeling her unfamiliar kissing technique.
Since we've already kissed, let's just finish it. The kiss lasted 10 minutes, and the two of them were both a little lost in it. After a long time, their lips parted. Su Munan's little face was full of blush, and there was still a thread around her mouth. Yang Fan's body was a little hot, so he put her down in the seat next to him. First, let's eat. Okay. Yang Fan ate this meal with extreme hesitation, and he didn't say the purpose of his visit until he finished eating. Damn it, what's the point of holding back?
I stopped believing in love after Zhang Ran dumped me.
What's the difference between 2 or 3? Nan. Nan, in the future, at the company.
Su Munan lowered her head.
I know. Yang Fan didn't say anything else. For now, that was enough. After dinner, he took Su Munan's hand and left Xingwala.
Su Munan is very short, only 160 centimeters tall, the shortest girl Yang Fan has ever met. After eating, the two no longer felt as awkward as before and started chatting about their lives. Su Munan is a very cheerful girl, and along the way, she told Yang Fan about her miserable experiences. During the year of her graduation internship, she changed jobs several times, each with a heartless boss. The last one was even more detestable, and she had even paid a deposit of 2,000 yuan before coming.
But she didn't even want the deposit back after accepting Yang Fan's payment of over 1,000,000 yuan, and just quit. She was so happy describing the expression on the heartless boss's face when she did, that Yang Fan couldn't help laughing. This little girl is really interesting.
No, that's not right, she just looks young, but she's actually a year older than me. After dropping Su Munan off at the company, Yang Fan went to the milk tea shop and wholesaled dozens of cups of milk tea, and then returned to the company to distribute the benefits.
Thank you, boss. A female employee took the milk tea with a shy face.
Yang Fan laughed and personally handed out a cup to everyone in the company.
The first is to give employees benefits, but also to let each employee know themselves, so as to prevent the Shangyang incident from happening again.
Finally, he took 2 special milk teas, called taro milk tea with taro paste, which I heard was super sweet. Then he went to Su Munan's live broadcast room, where Su Munan was chatting with hundreds of people in the live broadcast room. When she saw Yang Fan come in, she even turned off the camera for a while on purpose. A few minutes later, Yang Fan walked out of the room where she was broadcasting.
9x boyfriend 1.5M, Nan, why did the screen go black just now?
9 o'clock to bed on time, the microphone wasn't turned off, I could still hear a sound just now.
13 fired tonight, huh? Why is Nan's lipstick smudged? 17 love being your grandson the most, holy shit, is that my grandfather here? 19 185 pure male high school, which grandpa is upstairs? Tell me more?
11 annoying man's mouth, just the one who gave Nan 1,000,000 a night last time. Su Munan looked a little red at the comments on the screen, but with the help of beauty software, no one could tell.
She released a sunscreen, family members, this sunscreen.
As a result, the hundreds of people in the broadcast room kept discussing the topic just now, and no one paid any attention to her. Yang Fan returned to Lin Yi's office again, only this time he was holding a cup of milk tea. Lin Yi glanced at the person coming in and then continued with her work. Yang Fan moved his chair and sat next to her, then placed the milk tea with the straw inserted next to her.
Hey!
Lin Yi gave him a glare and then took the milk tea and took a sip. She had already stopped being angry when she saw the green bubbly Yang Fan scent, and she wasn't that temperamental. After all, she had initially had quite a good impression of Yang Fan, but now it seemed that. Seeing that Lin Yi was no longer angry, Yang Fan began to take advantage of the situation, and his hands began to get restless. In the end, they went straight for her pink lips. They had both confessed their love, so the man should take the initiative. Lin Yi didn't notice that he had succeeded for a moment, and then quickly pushed him away.
You're so annoying.
Although she said this, she showed no signs of anger. Then she sniffed Yang Fan's body and asked with a suspicious look.
Why do you smell like milk?
Yang Fan was taken aback for a moment and quickly said. Oh, I drank milk at noon and spilled it, it's just that I've been a bit short of calcium recently. Lin Yi wiped Yang Fan's lips with her index finger and then held it out in front of Yang Fan.
Then whose lipstick is this? Chapter 43, Acquiring the Fu Gui Cosmetics Factory.
Just as Yang Fan felt a chill run through his body, Lin Yi laughed again. You're so dumb, you can't even recognize my lipstick shade. Yang Fan laughed to ease the awkwardness, but he no longer felt as relaxed as before. The two chatted for a while, and it wasn't until Yang Fan answered a phone call that they left. After Yang Fan left, Lin Yi fell silent as she looked at the lipstick on her right index finger.
Yang Fan drove to a factory in a Porsche named Fortune Cosmetic Factory.
When he parked, a young man with dyed green hair greeted him. The green-haired man looked at Yang Fan's Porsche with envy.
Mr. Yang? Yang Fan asked in return, and you are?
The green-haired man replied, I am my father's son.
My name is Wang Han. Yang Fan nodded upon hearing this.
It seemed that this Wang Han was not very intelligent, and his Chinese was not as good as his own.
I'll take you to meet my father.
With that, he led Yang Fan to the office in the factory.
The two men, one yellow and one green, walked through the entire factory and entered the innermost office.
Who is this yellow-haired guy? Why is he walking with the young master? Who knows, it looks like they're going to the boss's office.
Alas, I really envy these rich young masters. What can I do? They were born in Rome, while we were born to be oxen and horses.
Oh, hello again, Mr. Yang. Yang Fan greeted the fat man politely when she saw him. Wang Fugue is the boss who sold Yang Fan the goods before.
Hello, Mr. Wang, I'm here to discuss the supply issue.
Oh, no problem, Mr. Yang is young and capable, much better than my worthless child. Wang Fugue said with a smile. It's the father's fault for not teaching his child.
Wang Han interjected. You are a rebellious son, get out.
Wang Fugue said coldly.
Wang Han snorted and walked out. Ha, I've embarrassed you.
Wang Fugue turned his face and put on a happy expression. This is doing business, you can change your mood at any time.
President Yang, the 2 million goods ordered by President Li will be ready this month. I don't know why you came today.
Lin Yi is now the second in command of Yang Fan Media, the chief executive other than Yang Fan, that is, the deputy general manager. Yang Fan crossed his legs, tapped the table with one hand, and his eyes flickered. Wang Fugue didn't know what he meant, but he only knew that Yang Fan was extremely wealthy. The market value of Yang Fan Media alone was equivalent to 2 of his factories. Yang Fan rubbed his chin and thought for a while before asking, President Wang, the 2 million yuan of goods is a bit too little.
Wang Fugue gave a wry smile and said,
Mr. Yang, I have already ordered the workers to produce at full capacity, but the scale of the factory really only allows it to take 2 million worth of goods.
But, why did the workers look so lazy when I just walked in? Yang Fan asked. Wang Fugue sighed. Alas, there's nothing I can do about it.
There are always some older employees who have more influence, and I can only turn a blind eye.
Yang Fan nodded and said, Mr. Wang, do you have any thoughts about transferring this factory?
Wang Fugue looked puzzled and said,
Why transfer it? The factory is doing well and the income is stable, so why transfer it?
Yang Fan continued tapping on the table and said,
The net profit of your factory in a year should not exceed 5 million yuan, right?
Wang Fugue looked at Yang Fan's mysterious smile and seemed to guess what he wanted to do.
He returned with a bitter smile and said, Not to mention 5 million, the net profit alone is less than 4 million.
The deal that Lin Yi talked to him about is worth 2 million, which is a big deal that doesn't happen every few years. After deducting the costs and workers' wages, his profit would be between 15% and 20% at most, not to mention the loss of machinery. Nevertheless, it was still very impressive. A few million in revenue a year was not a small amount, but of course people were greedy.
Is President Yang trying to tell me that he wants to buy my factory?
Wang Fugue was naturally not stupid and could easily hear what Yang Fan meant.
Yang Fan gave a faint smile and didn't care at all about Wang Fugue's directness.
Yes, I want to take over the factory.
Wang Fugue laughed heartily and said, Then you will be disappointed, Mr. Yang.
Although my factory is not doing well, it still generates an annual income of more than 3 million yuan. Besides, I can't bear to let go of these employees, after all, we have been together for many years.
Yang Fan sneered in his heart. How hypocritical.
He can't bear to let go of the employees, he just wants to drive down the price. Yang Fan took a pen from the table and played with it in his hands, his voice was flat as he spoke. I've already had someone do the math, and apart from a few new machines, the rest of your factory, including the buildings, is worth nothing.
Your factory is worth no more than 12 million yuan, right, Mr. Wang?
Wang Fugue's eyes narrowed slightly, but he still smiled and said, Mr. Yang, you've done your homework.
But to be honest, I really don't want to sell. I have feelings for it. 20 million.
Yang Fan tapped the table with his pen and smiled, observing Wang Fugui's expression. He could clearly see that Wang Fugui had swallowed, but he pretended to be reluctant.
Alas, why did Mr. Yang bother? I just wanted to leave this factory to my son. Bang!
Yang Fan slapped the table, and the next moment the table became spiderwebbed, with a crack reaching Wang Fugui.
Wang Fugui was instantly shocked. What kind of power is this? 20 million, you've already made a lot of money.
I can buy your factory for 20 million, and I can also spend 20 million on you. Yang Fan didn't say the last word out loud, but Wang Fugui's face had already changed dramatically. Yang Fan was of course bluffing. After all, he didn't have a good impression of this Wang Fugui.
At the moment, Wang Fugui's back was already wet with sweat.
Yang Fan's move had put him under a lot of pressure. And indeed, he was just trying to raise the price a little. He was willing to sell the broken factory for 15 million, not to mention 20 million.
Mr. Yang really loves to joke. How about this, 18 million?
I'm willing to make friends with Mr. Yang, and we can cooperate in the future. Saying this, Wang Fugui held out his hand, but this time Yang Fan did not shake hands with him. His aura was already there.
20 million, call out all the workers in your factory. I have 2 things to say.
Yang Fan walked out, while Wang Fugui started making phone calls behind him. 10 minutes later, all the workers came to an open area.
Mr. Yang, I am the deputy factory manager, Zhao Sancheng.
A middle-aged man in his 40s bowed next to Yang Fan and said. Cold sweat was already dripping from his forehead. The new factory manager had been replaced, and the ones who were most afraid were still the officials below. Yang Fan glanced at him and saw that he seemed like an honest man. Don't be afraid, your positions will remain unchanged for the time being.
If I don't see your abilities after 3 months, you'll be on your own. Zhao Sancheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded quickly. He knew that he had to perform well during these 3 months.
Yang Fan held a loudspeaker in his hand and stood on a higher place, shouting down to the crowd. From today onwards, I am the new factory manager.
After saying this, chaos quickly ensued. A factory manager change was no small matter. If you have any questions, you can ask, but I won't answer any of them. My time is precious. The next 3 months will be a trial period. If you do a good job, you'll get a promotion and a pay rise. If you don't, you'll be fired and your previous contract will be cancelled. Someone will sign a new contract with you. Yang Fan put down the megaphone and looked at Zhao Sancheng. Did you understand? Zhao Sancheng nodded quickly. I understand.
Yang Fan patted him on the shoulder and said.
Someone will connect you with the work here, you just need to do your part well.
Wang Fugui, who was standing nearby, also walked over with a smile on his face, but Yang Fan didn't give him a good look.
In the next 2 days, the contract will be prepared, and Lin Yi will hand it over to you. After signing the contract, the money will be credited.
After saying this, Yang Fan walked towards the door and drove away directly, not caring at all.
Phew, I'm so damn tired. Boom! With a loud engine sound, Yang Fan left. Chapter 44, Eat Me If You Want. It was already time to go home after returning to the company.
Many employees had already left, while some veterans were still working.
The cosmetics factory would take some time. It would be busy for a while. Lin Yi and Lin Yi were still busy.
After all, the workload of acquiring the cosmetics factory was still considerable, and there was a shortage of people.
Hey, Tai Shu. Boss, is there something you need? Are you still hauling water today? Yang Fan asked. Alas, business is not very good. We only sold half of the goods in the truck today. Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, Tai Shu, are you interested in working with me?
Zhang Taishu on the other end of the phone became excited for a moment, but then he fell into a slump again.
Boss, what do you want me to do? I can't do anything except have some strength.
I plan to start a large company in the future, the size of a building.
I'm currently lacking people, especially honest people like you. Yang Fan replied.
Zhang Taishu stuttered a little and said, Company.
Company, can I also work in the company?
Of course.
Then, boss, what can I do, deliver water to everyone? Zhang Taishu asked.
No, Taishu, what you have to do is to guard the safety of the company's finances and protect the company's employees from bullying. You will be needed when it comes to hard work.
Boss, what is that? Security guard. Zhang Taishu gave a wry smile. Security guard?
I heard that security guards are paid very little, and we all call them watchdogs.
Yang Fan shook his head and reprimanded. Taishu, you're thinking small. Now, our company only has one floor, and you call it security, but in the future, when there is a building, you will be the guardians of that building, referred to as security guards, and as a senior member, you will be our company's security consultant. Security consultant? That sounds like a very prestigious position. Yang Fan could hear Zhang Tieshu's excitement over the phone. Yang Fan continued without blushing. Although this is the early stage and you can only be security guards, the salary I offer you is definitely not low. Boss, how much is it?
I can work slowly with you, but my childhood friends may not be able to, as they still have their families to take care of.
Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, I will pay them 200 yuan a day, and you, who will temporarily be the head of the security team, will be paid 250 yuan a day. That much? 250 a day is 7,500 a month. You're a really good boss. Yang Fan nodded. And that's just the beginning.
When the company grows in the future, a monthly income of over 10,000 yuan will be simple, and as a security consultant, your salary can reach 1 million yuan a year.
I haven't seen 1 million yuan before, but I believe in you. I'll discuss it with them tonight. I don't have your eloquence, but I'll convince them to give you the money tomorrow even if they're drunk. Yang Fan laughed with a hand on his forehead. This is not a pie in the sky, it's all real, but don't non-violence and non-cooperation. After hanging up the phone, Yang Fan shook his head and laughed. He really didn't have a pie in the sky. After spending a few days with Zhang Taishu, he found that this person was very honest and could be led by example. A security guard's salary of 200 yuan a day is not low, not to mention the 250 he offered Zhang Taishu. Brother Yang. As soon as he turned his head, Yang Fan saw Su Munan wearing a hat. Why are you calling me Brother Yang? Su Munan gave a sweet smile and said. Calling someone brother will make them want to protect you, especially a petite girl like me. Looking at the incredibly honest Su Munan, Yang Fan suddenly wanted to bully her. Sigh, it's good to be educated, unlike a roughneck like me, who can get by with just a phrase. Su Munan covered her mouth and laughed, without saying anything. Yang Fan was about to tell Lin Yi that he was leaving first. After all, Su Munan had just arrived and didn't have a place to stay yet. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Walking through the door, Yang Fan sat across from Lin Yi and looked at her and said. I'm going to buy a house tomorrow. It's time. Lin Yi said as she typed on the keyboard. Yang Fan nodded and continued. Chen Lin has been staying at Auntie Qiao's, which isn't convenient, and I'm going to have her come to the company to learn in a few days. That's fine, Lin Yi murmured. Yang Fan thought for a long time, and then said, why don't you move in with me? No, I'm fine there, and I'm not related to you, so it's not a good idea to live together all the time. Yang Fan gave a bitter smile. There was no way around it, she was not the same as Su Munan. Without an emotional foundation, it would still take time to hone the relationship. Okay, I'll go first, and you should get off work early too. Some things can't be rushed, especially relationships. Yang Fan can spend money and find a lot of women who don't talk about emotions, but that's not what he wants. And for Lin Yi, Yang Fan has that kind of emotion. Let's go, tonight I can only find a hotel to stay for now, and I can buy a house tomorrow. Getting in the car, Su Munan was very proactive, making Yang Fan a little curious if she really only had 2 conversations. A few minutes later, Yang Fan fastened his seatbelt and asked her, how many boyfriends have you had? Yang Fan knew the answer, but he still wanted to see what she would say. Su Munan lowered her head and whispered. 2. I was ignorant in college, so. But I still love myself. Are you disgusted with me? I only had 2. Yang Fan covered her mouth and wiped away the tears that hadn't yet escaped. I was just asking casually, why do you think so much? Even though he said that, Yang Fan still felt quite satisfied. Actually, I've never been this proactive before, I was just afraid that you wouldn't be happy. Yang Fan laughed and said. I'm not a bad person, just be yourself, got it? Su Munan looked at Yang Fan, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She had originally wondered if Yang Fan was a bad person, but despite only spending 1 day together, she had already been deeply attracted to this good-looking and wealthy man. Thank you, Brother Yang. Yang Fan gave a slight smile, then drove away, found a nearby hotel, and the 2 of them checked in. Aren't you going to eat? Su Munan shook his phone and said, I ordered takeaway. I'm so tired today, I don't want to move.
Yang Fan then remembered that the young girl had come here alone today.
Fortunately, Hangzhou is right next to Jiangcheng, so it's not far.
In a short while, the takeaway arrived, and the two sat by the window eating it.
A hotel that costs 800 yuan is really different. Not only is the room big, but there is also free red wine. Yang Fan opened the wine and tasted it.
It was very bitter, not very tasty, and much worse than beer.
Why is this wine so bad? It's a good thing it's free.
Then he saw Su Munan point to a meter behind the door, which showed that the bottle of wine cost 3,000 yuan.
Shit. I thought it was free.
This action caused Su Munan to laugh out loud, his body shaking uncontrollably, which opened Yang Fan's eyes. After all, Su Munan was only wearing a small crop top, the off-white shirt tied around his waist, as if it were just for decoration.
Yang Gu, are you full? Yang Fan shook his head and said, I'm about 1/3 full. Ha? It's my fault for not asking you about your appetite in advance. Ha, it's okay, I really can eat a lot more than the average person. Yang Fan laughed nonchalantly.
Then Su Munan came over and sat in his lap, and the two passionately kissed. It's time to say it, being short has its advantages.
After a while, the two of them parted.
Su Munan had a tender look on her face, which made Yang Fan unable to hold back his laughter. She leaned over Yang Fan's ear, and the hot breath from her mouth made Yang Fan a little unsteady.
I'm not full, why don't you eat me? Chapter 45, my legs are a little weak.
Yang Fan was a little distracted, but his principles restored a little clarity.
He stroked Su Munan's little face and said, No rush, we just met, let's develop our relationship first. After thinking for a moment, he continued.
I'm not an animal that only thinks with my lower body, you don't need to deliberately please me. Su Munan, who had been blushing, couldn't hold back any longer and her eyes reddened.
This man seemed different from the others.
Her ex-boyfriend had tricked her into going to a hotel and taken away her most precious possession. At the time, because of this, Su Munan had been hesitant to break up with her ex-boyfriend. Yang Fan in front of her seemed to have some kind of magic charm that deeply attracted her. She offered him her pink lips, but she kept crying. Yang Fan couldn't bear it and put her in his arms. From the looks of it, this girl seemed to have been hurt just like himself.
Thank you, Yang Gu.
The two of them took separate showers and then went to bed. Yang Fan still slept on the sofa, having gotten used to it anyway. He wasn't exactly a good person these days, but he stuck to his principles. He could sleep, but not without a clear conscience. Ding, main quest completed, martial arts bodyguard has been distributed, can be summoned at any time. Main quest has been issued, successfully spend 1 million on 5 women with a charisma score of 85 or higher, reward, random magic, current progress 05.
Okay, playing mind games again.
Before, all you had to do was spend money, but Yang Fan has suddenly gone above and beyond to complete the task, and now the difficulty level has increased.
The main thing is that the current progress is 0. What about the 30 million he gave Kai Sisi, Yan Jian and Yin Xiaoyi before?
This task is obviously much more difficult than the last one, but random magic, does that correspond to his title of magician? He's not as curious about the known as the unknown, but the unknown is making his heart itch. Yang Fan wanted to know immediately what kind of magic it was and what it could do. Of course, he was also very curious about the martial artist bodyguard, but it was not convenient to summon him at the moment, otherwise suddenly appearing in front of a living person would scare Su Munan. There was no rush, and there was no danger anyway, so he would wait until tomorrow when he had some free time to read it.
No words were exchanged that night. At 8 o'clock the next day, Yang Fan was woken up by Su Munan.
Because today was Su Munan's first day of work, she had to sign in, so she couldn't be late. But Yang Fan still had to take her to buy a house later, otherwise there would be no cash back.
Yes, he was going to put the house in Su Munan's name.
It didn't really matter, and it would complete one task. Of course, the main thing was the cash back.
No rush, I'll give Xiao Zhou a call.
With that, he called Zhou Ming, who answered after a short while.
Hello, boss. Zhou Ming's voice was indistinct, as if he was still eating breakfast. Xiao Zhou, please give Su Munan some time off. Yang Fan's words were concise and to the point. Okay, boss.
Zhou Ming, who was eating tofu brain, was overjoyed to receive Yang Fan's call early in the morning. Zhou Ming was already in his 20s or 30s, but he didn't care at all that Yang Fan called him Xiao Zhou.
He guessed correctly that this new female anchor must be related to Yang Fan.
After all, Su Munan's appearance was not to be trifled with. A meteoric rise to success is just around the corner. Although he is the head of operations, he is still only in charge of operations.
The position of operations manager is still vacant.
There are more than 20 anchor operations personnel in the company, and he is already in a pretty high position as the head of operations.
But there is nothing he can do about it. He is outshined by others.
Zhang Tao is on good terms with him, but he is already the manager of the planning department.
What's wrong, Zhou Ming? Is that the boss's phone? Zhang Tao next to him asked.
No, you heard it wrong, I was calling Dad. Jiangcheng University, Kangle Building, Saiji Spicy Hot Pot. Yang Fan formed a triangle with 3 dots and picked a small area in the middle of the most suitable area.
Waterfront Forest Residence. Just from the name, you can tell that this place is not simple. Sales Department. Welcome, please come in.
A woman with a professional smile led the two of them in. The woman also took a special look at Yang Fan's sports car parked in the doorway. She poured the 2 men a cup of tea and then ran over to the other beautiful woman. Before long, the beautiful woman walked over to Yang Fan's side.
Name, Li Hongying. Age, 35. Height, 172. Weight, 109. Charm value, 75. Occupation, sales manager of sales department. Number of relationships.
Yang Fan didn't mean anything by it, he just wanted to see her name, but he was a little puzzled by the that appeared twice. I've seen it before on Xiao Boluo, and I thought the other person was too old to display it, but it doesn't seem to be the case.
System, what does this mean?
Yang Fan asked in his heart.
Married. Note, the number of relationships for married people is not displayed.
Hello, sir, my surname is Li Yi. Li Hongying smiled and held out her hand.
Yang Fan politely shook it lightly. My surname is Yang. Hello, Mr. Yang, I wonder how big of a house you want to buy?
Our community is in a prime location, in the city center, with convenient transportation. The environment in the community is beautiful, and each room is equipped with absolute soundproofing, so you won't be disturbed even if you dance in the room. Yang Fan was overwhelmed by her exaggerated introduction.
Can you dance and not be disturbed? Do you have any existing properties? For example, a kind that can be directly lived in with fine decoration? Yang Fan asked.
Li Hongying's eyes lit up and she replied, yes, sir, but the price of a fine decoration room is 2 to 3 times higher than an ordinary room. Yang Fan gave a faint smile and said, that's great, but I'm afraid it's too cheap.
Show us. Li Hongying took Yang Fan to the mock-up property. There are 18 buildings in our community, divided into 3 grades, A, B and C. The C district houses are generally for rent, and some are also for sale. The B district is the VIP area, where the houses are priced at no less than 2 million yuan and are relatively quiet. Yang Fan didn't say anything after she finished, and asked in puzzlement. Is that all? Go on, tell me about Area A.
Li Hongying looked at him in surprise. Yang Fan was driving a Porsche 911, which cost only 2 to 3 million, so she didn't introduce Area A.
Then she continued apologetically.
There are 3 buildings in Area A, but each of them is about 300 square meters and 15 meters high. They are also called small villas, and only one of the 3 has been sold so far. Yang Fan nodded, only 1 building sold, which was enough to show that these 3 buildings were very valuable.
Okay, I'll take the one in Area A, Yang Fan said without hesitation. Of course you should buy the expensive one, not the cheap one. The more you buy, the more you earn.
Li Hongying gasped when she heard Yang Fan's words. She knew that she had underestimated Yang Fan.
It's like this, sir.
Each of the 3 small villas in Area A costs no less than 50 million yuan, and there is one more condition for buying a villa in Area A.
On hearing the price, Su Munan almost fainted, but fortunately she was holding Yang Fan's arm.
At the same time, she looked at Yang Fan with watery eyes, thinking to herself, how rich is this man who is younger than me?
Yang Fan asked, what's the condition? Total assets over 100 million. Yang Fan sneered, buying this building would even allow him to sprint towards the billion. He had invested 50 million in Lina's company expansion and another 20 million in the acquisition of the cosmetics factory.
Now there are still more than 200 million, which is simply impossible to spend. Yang Fan took out a bank card and said indifferently, let's go to the capital verification, and then show us the house.
I'm in a hurry.
Li Hongying took a deep breath, took the bank card with both hands and walked to the reception desk. A minute later, she walked up to Yang Fan with excitement. "Sir, your card." Her hands trembled a little when she handed over the card. This man really has the means to buy a small villa in Area A, which has only sold one villa in 5 years. If she sells this villa, she might be able to move up the ranks after working as a sales manager for many years.
Can we go see the house now? Yang Fan asked. Please follow me.
Yang Fan followed Li Hongying, but noticed that Su Munan next to him had not moved.
What's wrong, Nan Nan? Su Munan said, hugging Yang Fan's arm. My legs are a little weak. Chapter 46, Buying a Small Villa.
Yang Fan smiled slightly, looking at this seemingly bold but actually very simple girl, and he felt like laughing. She obviously wasn't very good at kissing, but she still came forward very actively. It was only because she misunderstood that he was supporting her financially, but that wasn't right either.
Maybe it was also because of her appearance?
Yang Fan placed one hand on her waist and then picked her up in a princess carry.
Su Munan is 160 centimeters tall and weighs over 90 kilograms, so Yang Fan didn't even need to use much strength to lift her. Ouch, what are you doing?
Yang Fan smiled at the corner of her mouth and whispered a word in her ear. Su Munan's face instantly turned red after hearing it, and then she struggled to get down. The momentary weakness in her legs disappeared instantly, and Su Munan ran away like she was escaping. Yang Fan shook his head and laughed, and followed after her.
Su Munan muttered as she walked, "You're all talk, you won't even eat what I feed you." What did you say?
Yang Fan, who had followed her, asked, not having heard what she had said.
Nothing, let's go look at the house.
The two of them followed Li Hongying and arrived at the small villa in no time. This small villa covers an area of more than 200 square meters and has 5 floors.
It includes various entertainment venues.
There is a small swimming pool in the courtyard, a fitness room on the 4th floor, and an open-air balcony on the 5th floor, where you can see the night view of the entire Jiangqing city. Yang Fan and his friend Yang Fan followed Li Hongying around for more than half an hour before they had finished looking at the entire small villa. Overall it was not bad, but as a villa, it was a bit small with an area of less than 200 square meters.
No wonder it's called a small villa.
But it does have its advantages. With an area of just over 200 square meters, it only needs 2 or 3 domestic helpers, not too many.
Yang Fan didn't care about that.
For him, the main thing was that he finally had a place to live. It's not bad, with 7 bedrooms and 3 guest rooms, it can accommodate a lot of people. Yang Fan said, stroking his chin. Su Munan didn't say anything. Yang Fan had already told her about Kai Sisi and Chen Lin, but not Lin Yi. Mr. Yang, it is indeed a bit small, but it is still very comfortable to live in.
I don't know what you mean.
Li Hongying asked Yang Fan with longing eyes. If this villa was sold, it would be a great opportunity for her.
Yang Fan thought about it and asked, "Can we move in today?" Li Hongying was overjoyed and quickly said, "Yes, you can move in tonight at the earliest.
There are all the daily necessities inside, and we hire someone to clean it regularly to ensure that it is very clean and free of odors."
Yang Fan nodded and replied lightly, "Okay, then this one."
Saying this, he took out a bank card and handed it to Li Hongying. Looking at the bank card that had just been verified, Li Hongying felt her breathing become a little rapid.
Just what was the identity of this young man? He wanted to buy this small villa without even asking the price? That wasn't what shocked her the most, but how long had it been in total? It's only been an hour or so since Yang Fan arrived here, and he's already buying a house?
And it's one of the 3 most expensive houses in Riverside Manor. You have to know that even those who buy houses in Zone B or even Zone C have to come here several times and bargain several times, and they may not necessarily buy. Just what kind of person is this yellow-haired man in front of her, and how strong is his background? What's wrong? Any other questions? Yang Fan asked, looking at the stunned Li Hongying. Li Hongying came back to her senses and hurriedly said, "No."
"No problem. Do you want to pay for the whole thing directly?" Yang Fan nodded.
Li Hongying took a deep breath, tried her best to sound normal, and said, "Mr. Yang, you and your girlfriend can come with me to the VIP reception room to rest for a while. The contract for this house is not easy to make, and I still need to report to the higher-ups." Although Yang Fan was not very comfortable, he could understand that the contract process for a house worth tens of millions of yuan would be a bit more complicated.
"Okay, as quickly as possible."
"I will do my best, Mr. Yang, and I will also try to get you a good price." Li Hongying hadn't finished speaking when Yang Fan interrupted. "No, you must give me the highest configuration possible."
If you can use gold, don't use silver. Don't even think about trying to save me money, or I'll be angry. Li Hongying looked at Yang Fan in puzzlement. You can't build like this even if you have money, but when she saw Su Munan next to him, who looked surprised, she seemed to understand. Isn't the point of a man spending money to make a woman happy? He brought Lin Yi to buy a house to show her his financial strength. And then it would be convenient for him to woo girls. Li Hongying figured it out in no time. After all, she is a woman who has been there. If a man bought her such a villa, even if she knew that the other person was wooing her, she would be willing. It didn't take long before Yang Fan and Su Munan arrived at the VIP reception room of Riverside Forest Manor. The environment here was not bad, like a simple meeting room. The waiting was boring, so Yang Fan played a game with Su Munan. They had left quite early, but it was almost time. Yang Fan hated wasting time on things like buying a house or a car. Before long, the door to the reception room was knocked on, and Li Hongying's voice came through. "Mr. Yang, may I come in?" Hearing her voice, Yang Fan reluctantly withdrew his hand. Su Munan also tidied her clothes and applied lipstick. "Come in." Li Hongying then walked in, holding a contract made up of dozens of pages of A4 paper in her hands. In addition, she was followed by a gentle-looking elderly man in his 60s, giving off an air of superiority. He didn't look old, and if it weren't for the few white hairs, you might think he was under 50. Yang Fan guessed at once that this person must be of high status, probably someone from the top of the real estate company. "Mr. Yang, I've already drafted the contract, please take a look." Yang Fan took the contract and didn't look at it much, but asked Li Hongying, "Who is this?" The old man on the side heard Yang Fan's initiative to ask and also smiled and replied. "Oh, I am Xiang Nanfei, a shareholder of Duan's real estate." Looking at Xiang Nanfei, who was smiling, it seemed that he didn't have any other ulterior motives, so Yang Fan nodded in return. Duan's real estate, Yang Fan had heard of it, the #1 real estate company in Jiangcheng, and the family behind it was even more famous in Jiangcheng. "My friend, don't worry. I'm just here to find out who bought this villa." Yang Fan was a little puzzled and asked. "Why?" Xiang Nanfei didn't get angry when Yang Fan asked, but explained. "I didn't approve of building these 3 villas. I thought it was unnecessary to build villas in the community. I didn't think anyone would buy them, but it seems that I was wrong." Yang Fan nodded. For these big shots, building these houses might just be a passing interest, or even a bet between 2 people. From the tone of Xiang Nanfei's words, it was likely that these 3 small villas were a bet between him and someone else. 2 of these 3 villas have already been sold, and if another one is sold within 3 years, I'm afraid I'll lose all those acres of land at home. Yang Fan didn't understand what he was talking about, but he was curious about the other person who bought this small villa. Yang Fan was not afraid. If he had doubts, he would just ask, "Who is the other person?" Xiang Nanfei gave him a flat look and then recalled. "What were the names of those 2 little brats from the Gu family, Gu Bei or Gu Chen? I forgot which one, but those 2 are no good, I don't like them." Yang Fan heard a familiar name, Gu Chun. Judging from Xiang Nanfei's words, the power behind Gu Chun was probably not small. Xiang Nanfei muttered to himself. The old guy Gu Qingzhou is pitiful enough, with 2 grandsons who are not reliable, not as good as his granddaughter. Yang Fan didn't know who Xiang Nanfei was talking to, and it seemed like he was talking to himself. He left after a while. Granddaughter? Hearing Xiang Nanfei's words, an evil thought suddenly came to Yang Fan's mind. Chapter 47. My name is Jia. After watching the old man walk away, Yang Fan asked Li Hongying with a puzzled expression. "Who is this old man?" Li Hongying gave a bitter smile and said. "I don't know either. I met him twice before at the board meeting, and I have some impression of him. He has a strange temper." "Oh? Why do you say that?" Li Hongying thought about it for a while, not sure whether to say it or not. After a moment of hesitation, she said. "Well, at a previous group meeting, one of my junior managers was lucky enough to attend, and he saw this person have a fight with the chairman of Duan's group. He spoke quite harshly." Yang Fan nodded slightly and didn't ask any more. This is a bit of a privacy issue, after all, it's someone else's group's business. The fact that Li Hongying was able to say so much had a lot to do with the fact that he bought this small villa today. "The contract is fine, can I sign it?" Li Hongying nodded quickly. Everything in the small villa will be brand new, as well as drinks, foreign wine, snacks, and daily necessities, all included. After the introduction, Li Hongying said the price with some trepidation. Yang Fan nodded. The bare price was 62 million,
and there was 6 million left over to buy things. There were quite a few drinks, ingredients, and supplies worth tens of thousands of yuan, which was convenient. A total of 68 million, Yang Fan was quite satisfied. After all, it was the first time he had accepted such a large cashback. 68 million, 10 times the cashback, that's 6.8 small goals. Li Hongying then handed over a pen and turned to the last page of the contract. Yang Fan took the pen and handed it to Su Munan. Su Munan blinked her big, watery eyes, full of disbelief.
Take it and sign your name.
Su Munan was stunned, unable to believe what she had just heard.
Ah, my name? Yang Fan nodded, affirming that you must sign your name, otherwise I won't have wasted this money. Su Munan hadn't reacted yet, and Yang Fan thought about it again and said, just sign it, it's all the same. Li Hongying looked at Su Munan with envy in her eyes. What did signing this name represent?
It meant that she would become the owner of this house, the owner of this 68 million house. For a moment, Li Hongying even wanted to grab the pen and write it herself, but alas, she was too old. Su Munan looked at Yang Fan blankly, as if he had said something insignificant.
I dare not. Yang Fan was amused by her, what a cute girl.
But thinking about it, for an ordinary family, 1 million is already considered a lot, not to mention this 68 million small villa. Yang Fan sketched it out in his mind, rubbed Su Munan's little head with his hand, and said softly, you are alone in Jiangcheng, and you only rely on me.
What if I don't give you some security assurance? The next moment, tears flowed down Su Munan's eyes like they were free.
We've only known each other for less than 2 days, why are you being so good to me?
Su Munan said chokingly, unable to control her emotions.
Although they had only known each other for a short time, to be honest, Yang Fan really had fallen for this silly girl, a girl who had been hurt by a scumbag.
Shouldn't I be nice to you? What's wrong with knowing each other for 2 days? Are you saying you're going to prepare to leave me? Yang Fan said teasingly.
Su Munan shook her head vigorously and threw herself into Yang Fan's arms. At the moment, she was probably the only one who knew the complexity of her feelings. This young man she had known for a short time had touched her again and again.
Was this true love?
She was sure she was in love. She could no longer live without Yang Fan. She could no longer live without a man who respected her, cared for her, and always had her best interests at heart. Yang Fan had told the truth, except for one thing, the cashback. After a while, he finally calmed Su Munan down and she managed to sign her name. The system's voice rang in his head once again. Spending 68 million, successfully refunding 680 million.
Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh.
This was his biggest cashback so far. His total assets had now exceeded 800 million, and he was just a few days away from reaching 1 billion. After taking care of everything here, Yang Fan and Su Munan had a simple meal together, before Yang Fan drove Su Munan back to the company. The car was parked downstairs for nearly 10 minutes.
Su Munan was exceptionally proactive this time, and she was almost suffocating from the kisses. After bidding farewell to the paradise of tenderness, Yang Fan silently prayed in his heart, system, receive the bodyguard. Ding, the reward is being distributed. Yang Fan got out of the car and waited for the bodyguard in the empty parking lot. 5 minutes later, a man suddenly appeared in front of him.
This magical scene still took Yang Fan by surprise, even though he was prepared. The man was wearing a black robe with a somewhat ancient style, and it was not hot at all despite all the layers of clothing. However, he was wearing a silver mask on his face, so his true appearance could not be seen.
My lord. The man in black bowed.
Yang Fan nodded in surprise, secretly sighing at the power of the system.
What's your name? My name is Jia. Yang Fan frowned, what kind of name is that? Can you change your clothes? I can't let you follow me like this.
Jia shook his head. The next moment his figure disappeared, but his voice still reached Yang Fan's ears.
That'll do.
Yang Fan took a sharp breath and shouted in her heart, system, you're awesome.
In a moment, Jia reappeared. How many can you hit? Yang Fan felt that this question was a bit redundant.
He could tell that he was very strong, but she still wanted to ask. Jia closed his eyes. There is no match for strength below the master level, and death will be shown to those above it. Although he didn't understand, Yang Fan still nodded, otherwise it would seem that his master was ignorant. Without asking any more, since the system had given this bodyguard to him, it meant that he would definitely need it. In other words, he was afraid that he would encounter some danger in the future.
But isn't this a society ruled by law? What other life-threatening dangers are there?
He looked at the progress of his main task, which was already 1/5 complete, and he was also curious about his random magic.
Would it also be invisibility? That seems quite interesting. Yang Fan gave himself a slap, thinking that he had gone astray.
Yang Fan got into the car, indicating for him to get in as well.
Jia, however, shook his head. I will be wherever you are.
Yang Fan was a little puzzled, but then he understood.
He then stepped on the accelerator and left.
When he reached the road, he shouted out.
Jia? Yes, my lord.
The voice seemed to be far away, but also seemed to be right next to his ear. This made Yang Fan, who had read fantasy novels, couldn't help but envy.
Could it be that he can fly? Telepathy? If I have the system, will I develop in this direction as well?
After all, my position is that of a magician. If I also obtain these abilities, can I go to the Sakura Kingdom and live a carefree life?
He. Maybe the future history will be rewritten because of me.
However, these are all Yang Fan's fantasies. But if he really had the ability, he would definitely first investigate whether his parents really died in a car accident.
Without thinking anymore, Yang Fan drove the Porsche 911 towards Drunken University. Chapter 48 Goodbye Zhongran, Limited Time Mission. Drunken University, Entrance.
Yang Fan parked his Porsche here. But today was Friday, and there were quite a few cars at the entrance, many of which Yang Fan didn't recognize. They were all better than his.
Yang Fan also saw a car with a golden figurine emblem.
If he remembered correctly, this car was called a Rolls-Royce Spirit of Ecstasy. It was worth more than twice his Porsche 911.
Yang Fan let out a sigh.
Kai Qianqian was about to graduate, and this car should be hers. Besides, this 3 million sports car was already a bit out of place for his multi-billion-dollar worth. In a moment, a familiar woman appeared in Yang Fan's eyes. When he looked at her again, Yang Fan no longer felt anything.
Name, Zhang Ran. Age, 24. Height, 167. Weight, 100. Charisma, 87. Occupation, graduate student. Number of relationships, 2.
Kai Qianqian is a year younger than Yang Fan, and Zhang Ran is now a postgraduate student. At this time, Yang Fan also noticed the person in the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce. He got out and opened the passenger seat for Zhang Ran.
Gu Chen.
It turns out that he has changed cars.
Yang Fan looked away as if the two of them didn't exist. Just then, another figure appeared.
Zhang Ran, you trashy girl, so you're still at Jiangnan University. Zhang Ran turned her head and looked at the girl who spoke.
Oh? Kai Qianqian?
Recognizing Kai Qianqian, Zhang Ran said with a playful air as she crossed her arms.
What, do you want something for your dog-licking brother?
Kai Qianqian was so angry that her little face turned red, and it took her a while to say a word. You rotten trash girl, brother Xiaofan has been so good to you, and you treat him like this. Zhang Ran smiled slightly and ignored her, but Gu Chen next to her looked furious.
Be polite when you talk to my Ran.
As he said this, Gu Chen was about to slap her. Just as Gu Chen was a span away from Kai Sisi, a strong hand grabbed him, preventing him from moving any further. Gu Chen looked at the owner of the hand, and then his brows furrowed slightly.
Lin Fan?
Yang Fan, expressionless, punched him and sent him flying. He said expressionlessly,
How dare you hit my woman?
Yang Fan only used 3 points of strength for this punch, but Gu Chen almost fainted from the pain. Ding, a limited time side mission has been triggered. Please be tough and slap Zhang Ran in the face so that she will feel remorse.
Reward, Maserati M14 supercar.
At the moment, Yang Fan didn't care about the mission issued by the system at all. Facing Zhang Ran again, he had mixed feelings. Even if he said he didn't care, when he was in the situation, he still had an indescribable feeling. Yang Fan turned around and looked at Kai Qianqian.
You've got some nerve, aren't you afraid of getting beaten up?
Kai Qianqian stuck out her tongue and said, I only dared to scold her because I saw your car. Yang Fan froze for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. Yes, this little girl is very cunning, maybe she deliberately made herself meet with Zhang Ran. She probably wanted to know your attitude. Then he looked at Zhang Ran, who was staring at him intently. You are
Yang Fan? How did you become like this?
Zhang Ran's voice trembled a little. The handsome man in front of him really surprised him. The last time she felt Yang Fan so handsome was in high school.
But after a while she came to her senses. What's the use of being handsome? You became like this just to win me back? Zhang Ran said with a disdainful smile.
Yang Fan didn't say anything, and there was no trace of emotion in his eyes as he looked at Zhang Ran.
Zhang Ran felt a little upset at the cold and indifferent look in Yang Fan's eyes. How dare he look at her like that? He is just a dog that licks her feet. What right does he have to look at her like that? Just one look seemed to convey so much, but also seemed to say nothing at all. Yang Fan took Kai Sisi's hand and walked towards the Porsche 911. Take care of yourself.
An indifferent voice reached Zhang Ran's ears, and for some reason, it made her heart ache.
Why had this man, who had licked her for 3 years, become like this? He was not the man she could summon at will with a word. Yang Fan, what do you mean? Yang Fan did not reply. The more he did not say anything, the angrier Zhang Ran became.
Compared to the previous Yang Fan, this huge contrast was unacceptable to her.
When Yang Fan opened the door of the Porsche 911, Zhang Ran's eyes widened even more. Why? He left and he's doing so well?
He's much more handsome than before, and it looks like he's driving a luxury car.
What's his claim to fame? He's just a lapdog of mine, a lapdog that I've licked for 3 years. Why is he doing so well? Yang Fan, you're a scumbag who abandoned me at the end. Ha ha.
Yang Fan laughed, amused by the woman he had loved for more than 3 years. But he knew that the more he lost his temper at the moment, the more pleased Zhang Ran would be. He lifted Kai Sisi's little hand, placed it by his mouth, and kissed it lightly. Leaving you, I realized what I have missed these years.
Thank you, Zhang Ran. If it weren't for you, how would I find the meaning of living? Kai Sisi got into the passenger seat.
Yang Fan also walked towards the driver's seat, while Zhang Ran was beside him, grinding his teeth in anger.
He can't be so lucky. If he can't have her, no one else can.
At this moment, Guchen finally got up, with a strand of blood at the corner of his mouth.
Cough cough, I felt that you looked familiar when I saw you last time, and you even punched me. So you are the delivery boy Yang Fan? Guchen wiped the strand of blood at the corner of his mouth, and then said viciously. Counting today, you have already punched me twice. Believe me, I will definitely make you regret it.
By the time he finished saying the last sentence, Yang Fan had already gotten into the car, so he didn't even hear the last sentence. A loud engine sound was heard, and Yang Fan left without a trace, as if bidding farewell.
What's the point of driving a broken Porsche? Guchen walked over to Zhang Ran and said with a smile on his face. Ran, are you okay? Zhang Ran watched Yang Fan's car leave before saying indifferently, I'm tired, let's cancel today's date.
After saying that, Zhang Ran walked towards the school. Guchen stayed in place, glaring angrily, his chest rising and falling. These days with Zhang Ran, Guchen had gone from just casually hanging out to being deeply attracted to her. There was something about this woman that seemed to have a magical effect, and Guchen was deeply in love with her. Guchen, who had had countless women, thought he had found true love, and during this time, he had not touched anyone else except her.
Yang Fan, right? Your sister is quite pretty. It seems that she is still a virgin. Ding, the invisible disguise is even more powerful than strength.
The mission is complete, and the reward has been issued at Waterfront Forest Mansion. Yang Fan drove aimlessly, different from before, his speed was fast, as if proclaiming some emotion. It wasn't until Kai Chanshan placed her hand on his that Yang Fan reacted. I'm sorry, I still lost my temper a bit.
Yang Fan said as calmly as he could. Kai Chanshan smiled mischievously and said. That's good. I would be surprised if you didn't react at all.
Yang Fan understood that Kai Shishi just wanted him to have an attitude in front of Zhang Ran.
And his behavior just now should have been recognized by Kai Shishi.
After all, in the beginning, he had left Kai Shishi's family of 3 because of Zhang Ran alone. Yang Fan only felt distressed about her behavior. Brother Yang Fan, stop the car for a while. Yang Fan was puzzled, but he stopped anyway.
Then Kai Sisi pounced on Yang Fan. The two of them entwined.
After a while, Kai Sisi, with a rosy complexion, pushed away Yang Fan's hand.
This man likes to do little tricks every time he kisses. You did well today, I'll reward you by having the time.
Yang Fan shook his head and smiled. He knew that Kai Sisi was talking about the time he had to make up for her. Looking at the adorable girl next to him, Yang Fan felt a little guilty.
But in a moment he became determined. I will not let any of you down, I have the strength to make you all happy. Just then, Yang Fan's phone rang.
This time he first looked to see who was calling, but it was a strange number.
Where are you?
A cold voice came over the line, causing Yang Fan's hair to stand on end.
Chapter 49, She gave me a look.
Knowing who it was, Yang Fan did not answer, but instead asked,
Is there something I can help you with?
The other person did not hear Yang Fan's reply and after a moment of silence said, See you tomorrow. Yang Fan was confused by her two sentences, but it was indeed her style.
Where are we meeting tomorrow?
It wasn't made clear either. Sisi didn't hear anything either. After all, the call was too short, and Yang Fan had deliberately put it on his left ear. After hanging up, Yang Fan didn't say anything, and Sisi didn't ask.
Brother Fan, I'm hungry. I'll take you out to eat.
Yang Fan restarted the car and said,
I want to eat malatang.
Yang Fan nodded, looked at his phone, and then smiled knowingly with Sisi.
Huaxia High School, Snack Street.
Today is Friday, and because of the college entrance exam, the first and second year students have been on a 5-day holiday and will not return until next Monday, so there are not many people.
Beauty, 1 portion of potato noodles. Okay, just a moment. A girl in a blue dress and an apron said.
In no time at all, she brought a bowl of potato noodles to the customer's table. She was very thin, and the dress made her look even thinner. At that moment, a beautiful middle-aged woman walked in, carrying 2 cartons of pure milk in her hands.
Aunt Xiao. Lin called out crisply, Aunt Xiao, why did you buy so much milk?
Xiaoling smiled and lifted her other hand. My Lin is so thin, she must be properly nourished, and there are 2 pig's trotters here too. Lin's heart was warmed. Xiaoling and Jingyuan treated her as if she were their own flesh and blood.
Oh, pig's trotters, I want some too.
Xiaoling had just put down what she was holding when she heard a voice from behind. She smiled slightly and said, No way, I bought these for Lin.
Oh, Lin, can you share some with your sister? I'll just have a little bite. Qianqian walked over to Lin and took her hand. Go on, don't scare Lin.
Lin hurriedly shook her head. No, Qianqian, sister. Shishi stroked Lin's obedient head.
From now on, I'll look after you.
Shishi's hand was warm, and it made Lin feel even warmer inside.
Girl, why did you come back?
Shishi gave her a dirty look.
What, you don't want your own daughter?
Xiaoling slapped her and said something stupid. At this time, Yang Fan also parked the car and walked in.
Aunt Xiao.
Xiao Fan is here too. I was just saying, how could this girl be so kind as to come back? Yang Fan shook her head and smiled. Aunt Xiao, you've misunderstood Shishi. It really is her who wanted to come back.
That's right. Shishi nodded eagerly.
Jingyuan heard the commotion outside and came out as well. After all, there were no customers on a Friday, and the students had already gone to evening study.
It's so lively, what day is it?
Shishi and Yang Fan looked at Jingyuan sympathetically. Jingyuan was puzzled and a little suspicious. Just go about your business, and we'll close up shop and go out to eat later. Jingyuan didn't understand what was going on, and why they were going out to eat. After 10 minutes or so, the group got into Yang Fan's car.
Is this a Porsche?
It's much more comfortable than my Volkswagen, Jingyuan said with a smile. Xiaoling looked at him and wanted to pinch him, but Qianqian was in the way. Look at Xiaofan, in his 20s and already driving a luxury car, and look at you, in your 20s and still riding a bicycle.
Jingyuan let out a bitter laugh. How could that be compared to the present? Yang Fan gave a small smile.
It had been a long time since she had felt so relaxed. It wasn't long before Yang Fan and the others arrived at Xinguala. As soon as they entered the door, someone came to greet them. Dear valued members, please allow me to show you the way, said a waitress, before leading the group upstairs.
Is the service here really that good? I've seen this restaurant online, and I heard it's really expensive.
Jingyuan looked around as if he had never seen the world before.
Qianqian didn't say anything about charging money, otherwise she would be scolded again.
When they arrived at the private room, the group took their seats. Yang Fan ordered a full table of dishes, all of which were uncommon delicacies. In no time, 6 waitresses entered the private room, and they also brought a 2-tiered cake.
Dear Supreme Member, would you like us to sing Happy Birthday together? Qianqian looked at Yang Fan and then shook her head.
No need to trouble yourself, we can do it ourselves.
Then a few waiters politely withdrew. Jingyuan only reacted at this time, and then looked at Xiaoling. is it your birthday today? Xiao Ling gave him a glare. You're so heartless.
Yang Fan laughed heartily and led a few people to sing happy birthday to Xiao Ling. After the song, Xiao Ling also happily blew out the candles and made a wish.
Mom, I bought you this necklace. Sisi took out a gold necklace.
It looked like it cost at least a few thousand yuan, and I'm afraid Sisi bought it with the money she saved. Yang Fan then took out a key and handed it to Xiao Ling.
Xiao Fan, what is this?
Yang Fan smiled faintly and said, I bought a store near Jiangda University, so come here in the future. It's still close to Sisi's place, and it's convenient for Lin to go to school in the future. Xiao Fan, not that I'm saying this to you, but you're just wasting money. Not to mention the cost, it's also a hassle running back and forth in the future.
Kai Gingyuan scolded.
Yang Fan shook his head and laughed, saying, the first floor is the store, and I also bought the second floor. It's a house of more than 100 square meters, so there's no need to run back and forth in the future.
The two were shocked. A house in the university town costs at least a few million, right? Xiao Ling's face looked a little unnatural. Xiao Fan, you. Aunt Xiao, you don't need to be polite, aren't we family? Xiao Ling smiled with relief on hearing this. Yes, they were family. Okay, then I'll consider it your dowry for Shishi. Shishi pouted at hearing this. Mom, what are you talking about? Brother Xiaofan and I aren't even together yet.
Xiao Ling glanced at her, as if she wanted to say something. After the two had given their gifts, they looked at Kai Gingyuan playfully, waiting to see his reaction. Kai Gingyuan laughed disdainfully at this time, and the two brats still want to see me make a fool of myself, you are still too young. Saying this, he took out a small square box. When the box was opened, it turned out to be a diamond ring.
The one I had when we got married was too small, so I got you a bigger one.
Xiao Ling's eyes instantly reddened. Jing, you're just wasting money, you're not allowed to manage money in the future.
Although she said this, Xiao Ling's face was uncontrollably happy.
Yang Fan and Kai Qianqian exchanged glances, but they didn't expect to be shown up by Kai Gingyuan. Lin, you've graduated too, so I bought you a mobile phone with our contact information in it. Chen Lin was a little embarrassed that Yang Fan had also prepared a gift for her. Seeing that Chen Lin was embarrassed to accept it, Yang Fan slipped it into her hands.
Take it, you're such a big person, how can you do without a mobile phone?
Chen Lin took the phone, her eyes a little red, thinking to herself that she must study hard in the future so that she could help Yang Fan.
The family had a pleasant meal together, and then Yang Fan took them back to the waterfront forest residence. Wow, it's so big, it's a villa, right? Xiao Fan, don't tell me you bought this? It must be worth millions, right?
Yang Fan shook his head and laughed, not explaining so much. Just as Yang Fan was showing the others around, Su Munan returned.
Chapter 50, Jin Wenxin is here. Hello, uncle and aunt, I am Mr. Yang's secretary, Su Munan.
Hearing Su Munan call Yang Fan Mr. Yang, Kai Gingyuan was a little relieved, but Xiao Ling looked at her deeply. She is from Hangzhou, a technician I recruited, and now she is my secretary. Yang Fan explained on the side that this was something the two of them had discussed in advance. It was getting late, so after arranging the few people, Yang Fan went back to his room. It was getting late, so Yang Fan asked them to stay the night, so they could see how wealthy he was.
Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for them in the future.
The small villa had 7 bedrooms, each of which was very large. Yang Fan took a shower and then lay on the sofa watching videos until after 10 o'clock, when the door was knocked on.
Who is it? Brother Yang, it's me.
Yang Fan opened the door and let her in.
What's wrong, Nan? I missed you. Can't I?
Su Munan gave a sweet smile that almost made Yang Fan's heart melt.
She was wearing a white nightgown and looked very petite.
The two of them played on the sofa for a while, and then he held Su Munan in his arms and chatted with her.
Are you tired from work? Yang Fan asked. Not at all.
Zhou Ming takes good care of me and doesn't give me much work to do. And the number of people online in my live broadcast channel has already exceeded 1,000. When Zhou Ming was mentioned, Yang Fan nodded. He was the only one in the group who had not been promoted to manager.
Ling Na had told him that Zhou Ming was a bit shifty and told him to calm down for a while.
Yang Fan didn't care either. After all, a company needs all types of people, as long as they are capable. As long as he is not tired. The two snuggled together, and Yang Fan was also trying hard to help her surpass Kai Qianqian.
Just then, the door rang again. Su Munan, like a frightened rabbit, quickly got up.
Hide in the cupboard, Yang Fan said.
Su Munan hid and Yang Fan went to open the door. He was right, it was Sisi. What's wrong, Sisi, why aren't you asleep so late? Sisi was in a bad mood and walked in with her head down. Yang Fan sat her down at the balcony table and then took out 2 bottles of Coke from the freezer. Mom and I just had a long chat, Sisi said. Yang Fan took a sip of Coke and waited for the rest of the story. Brother Yang Fan, do you really think that men will change for the worse when they get rich? Looking at Sisi's eyes, Yang Fan didn't know what to say. Why did she suddenly think this? Yang Fan asked with a smile. Mom said that now that you're rich, there are a lot of pretty women around you, and she told me to hurry up. She looked at Yang Fan and said, Brother Yang Fan, why don't we? Yang Fan stroked her head and said with a serious face. What nonsense! I've already lost you once, and no matter what happens, I will never let you go again. Yang Fan's reply was ambiguous, as if he had answered, but also as if he hadn't. I know, it's just that my mother. I promise you, I will never leave you again, okay? Sisi looked at Yang Fan, who was serious-faced, and her eyes were full of adoration. After the two had been together for a while, and when Yang Fan wanted to see her out, Sisi said, I don't want to go, I want to sleep hugging your abs. Yang Fan laughed out loud. The two of them were so familiar with each other that they didn't avoid the subject. Do you want me to die? Do you think Uncle Kai will come in the middle of the night and chop me up with a 40-meter machete? Sisi was amused by his teasing. The two of them hadn't seen each other for a few days, and after a while of affectionate banter, Sisi didn't leave until after 11 o'clock. Ouch! Yang Fan looked at Sisi, who had fallen on the sofa, and couldn't help but smile. Look at you, you can't even walk anymore. Sisi glared at him in anger, then ran away like she was escaping. After she left, Yang Fan hurriedly went to check on Su Munan in the cabinet. Although they hadn't talked for long, it had been nearly half an hour. Opening the cabinet, he found Su Munan asleep on her side. She was curled up, looking adorable. Yang Fan carried her to the bed and then turned off the light. Outside the door, Kai Qianqian looked at the long hair in her hands and fell into deep thought. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Yang Fan was awakened by Su Munan's alarm clock. Su Munan turned off the alarm clock and broke free from Yang Fan's embrace. Get up, it's time for work. Yang Fan rubbed his eyes, I'm the boss, I don't need to go. Su Munan sat on Yang Fan's body and played with his handsome face. Just because you're the boss, that's why you have to set an example. Yang Fan was so distracted by Su Munan that he lost his sleepiness. He scolded her and then the two of them got dressed. Kai Qianqian and the others had already left, leaving a message for him on the green bubble. He had also given Kai Qianqian the Porsche 911, which Kai Gingyuan drove away in. It seemed that yesterday he had received a Maserati supercar. When they arrived at the garage, Su Munan asked curiously, Brother Yang, when did you buy another sports car? Yang Fan said nonchalantly. A friend gave it to me. Sitting in the Maserati, Yang Fan could clearly feel that it was much more comfortable than the Porsche 911. No wonder it was called a supercar. It didn't drive as well as the Porsche, and he probably wasn't used to it yet. It wasn't long before the two arrived at the company building. Su Munan got out of the car first, and Yang Fan smoked a cigarette downstairs before going up. He hadn't seen Lin Yi yesterday, so Yang Fan went over to say hello first. But today Lin Yi was the same as before, not deliberately ignoring him, and not very enthusiastic either. Yang Fan would take advantage of her a little, and Lin Yi would fight back a little, but he always felt that there was something wrong with Lin Yi. What's wrong, Lin Flower? Facing Yang Fan's inquiry, Lin Yi said coquettishly. What's wrong? You have an unfaithful hand, and I can't fight back? Yang Fan scratched his head and smiled, as if there was no problem, but he always felt strange. By the way, there is a class reunion tomorrow night, do you want to go? Lin Yi asked. What class reunion, who organized it? Lin Yi looked at her phone and said. The class monitor in our senior year, Gao Ming, is hosting it, but Zhang Ren's boyfriend is paying for it. I think a lot of people in the group will go. Yang Fan didn't care at all, and looked completely unconcerned. If it's not interesting, I won't go. Then he asked Lin Yi, are you going? Lin Yi nodded and said. Go ahead. I heard that the class next door will also go. I want to go meet my best friend. Yang Fan didn't know who her best friend was. After all, he hadn't cared about other girls in high school. Okay, I'll be responsible for the pickup and drop off, and you have fun. Yang Fan laughed. Lin Yi said okay and then continued working.
Yang Fan thought about it and asked, when are the two of us?
What, do you want me to be the younger one?
Yang Fan blurted out, how could that be?
It's definitely the older one.
Yang Fan quickly covered his mouth, knowing that he had said the wrong thing.
Lin Yi gave a cold smile and ignored him.
Yang Fan bitterly laughed to himself.
Sure enough, the lipstick that day wasn't hers.
But he also felt a little relieved.
It's good that she knows. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Mr. Yang, there's a pretty girl outside looking for you. Yang Fan let out a ha.
Then he stood up and said to Lin Yi, I won't give up, and I will definitely be responsible for you. Lin Yi ignored him, but she knew that Yang Fan was talking about the time he took advantage of her.
After Yang Fan left, Lin Yi's expression was a little complicated.
After going out, Yang Fan saw the girl from yesterday's phone call.
Jian Wenxin. What did she want? What's wrong, little girl? Jian Wenxin didn't say anything, but Butler Lee next to her took out a bank card.
Yang Fan was very unhappy with him taking out the bank card so easily, and was about to snatch it away and break it. There's 100 million in here, and we've bought your company. Yang Fan's hand, which was about to break the bank card, stopped, and then he wiped the bank card.
What do you mean? My lady wants to be the boss of your company. Yang Fan looked at Jian Wenxin and didn't understand what she wanted to do. What do you mean? Jian Wenxin blinked.
Yang Fan returned the bank card and looked at Jian Wenxin and asked. Little sister, I know you are a bit different from others, but this is no joke, I can't agree. There are still so many employees in the company, he can't just agree to such a request. Jian Wenxin stared at him without saying a word. Yang Fan felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, and then asked, you have to give me a reason, right? A cold voice came from Jian Wenxin.
You took away my. Chapter 51. Do you know who I am?
Jian Wenxin hadn't finished speaking yet, and Yang Fan quickly covered her mouth.
Granny, you can't say that.
Yang Fan whispered in her ear.
Let go of my lady.
Butler Lee shouted angrily, and Yang Fan quickly let go.
A faint blush appeared on Jian Wenxin's face, which quickly faded.
Fine, I agree, but you can't do anything reckless, and you must stay under my watchful eye. Jian Wenxin nodded. You guys go out, there's no point in the three of you staying here. Li's expression changed, and before he could say anything, he was glared at by Jian Wenxin. Then they walked out, and before leaving, they left a comment.
If you dare, let me know if you bully.
Butler Lee walked, and bumped into a big and strong man in uniform.
If you say anything about my boss again, I'll beat you up.
Zhang Taishu said in a serious tone, but his accent sounded very funny.
Butler Lee didn't say anything else and left with the two bodyguards.
Yang Fan didn't ask for the bank card either, and just let Jian Wenxin play here for a few days. Anyone who can casually take out 100 million can't be simple in her family, just use your toes to guess. Yang Fan took her back to his office, while Jian Wenxin looked around curiously.
How come you can think of one thing and come up with another? Yang Fan asked with a dark face.
Jian Wenxin didn't answer, walked over to Yang Fan's desk, turned on the computer, and logged into the company's exclusive office software. Yang Fan sighed and brushed the douyin on the side without caring about her. Let her play if she wants to.
What does a recent college graduate know?
Giving up on communicating with Jian Wenxin, Yang Fan lay on the sofa and fell asleep after a while, leaving only the sound of the video playing in a loop. Yang Fan had a dream, in which he saw a lot of people. It was a company team building event. There were a lot of people, but for some reason Sisi was there too, as well as Yan Jiyin.
Day. A strange sound kept ringing in Yang Fan's ears. Sisi was holding his left arm, while Lin Yi was on the right.
The sound of di continued. Yang Fan felt a half-beat missing in his heart and suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the ceiling of the roof, Yang Fan wiped the sweat from his face. This is terrible, they must not meet. Looking at his phone, it was already past 5 o'clock, so he got up to charge it.
Only then did he see Jian Wenxin sitting upright in his boss chair, still tapping away at the keyboard. It made the sound of di. Have you been sitting here all afternoon? Yang Fan looked at the computer, which was filled with strings of code he couldn't understand. He frowned. Jian Wenxin was only 18 years old, so how could she have been exposed to programming languages? Jian Wenxin didn't even stretch until she saw the words upgrade successful on the computer. She turned off the computer and stood up. I'm leaving. What's the point of you coming to my place? Yang Fan asked. He knew that Jian Wenxin wouldn't necessarily answer, but he couldn't help asking. When she reached the door, she listened for a moment and then turned back to him and said, "To help you." Then she left. Yang Fan frowned slightly, really not understanding what she wanted to do. Help me? I haven't encountered any difficulties, so what is there to help me with? It was time to go home, and many employees had already left, leaving only a few others. Yang Fan was afraid that Su Munan downstairs was getting impatient, so he was also preparing to leave. He said goodbye to Lin Yi and then left. I thought you didn't care about the company at all, but I didn't expect you to find someone to make a new system, said Lin Yi teasingly. Yang Fan was full of doubts. I found someone to do it? If it wasn't you, who else? Only the master account on your computer has the right to make changes, and it can't be hacked by other people, and then someone specially made the system for us, right? Yang Fan laughed and said, yes, I found someone to do it. Leaving her office, Yang Fan stood in silence for a while. It was obvious who had done it. But she had only just graduated from high school, and she was a hacker? Yang Fan felt a touch of admiration for her, while at the same time wondering what her real purpose was. Help me? Unable to think of anything, Yang Fan said hello to Lin Yi and left. Downstairs, Yang Fan walked towards the parking lot and soon saw Su Munan. Next to her stood a middle-aged man in his 30s with greasy hair, seemingly hitting on her. My boyfriend is coming over soon, so please go away. Su Munan said with a small, angry face. Ha, I've been watching you over there for the past 10 minutes, and if you had a boyfriend, he would have come over already. The man laughed, his expression a bit lewd. I just want to invite you to dinner and discuss the true meaning of life. I said no, so please respect yourself. The man gave a wicked smile. Follow me, and I'll pay you 100,000 yuan a month, and you don't have to work. Su Munan was so angry that she couldn't hold back and slapped him. The man was stunned by the slap and said with a sinister look on his face, How dare you slap me, you're asking for it. As he said this, the man swung at Su Munan. Su Munan watched the approaching slap and her face suddenly turned pale with fear. At this moment, she was still thinking, my face will definitely swell up from this slap, will Yang Gu dislike me? At that moment, Yang Fan reached out and grabbed the man's hand. He couldn't move an inch. Who gave you the courage to hit my woman? A flat voice came from Yang Fan's mouth. The man tried to withdraw his hand, but he couldn't move at all. Let go of me, do you know who I am? Yang Fan sneered and shook him off. Who are you? My name is Chen Tao, an executive of the Qin Group, and I'm above Qin Xiao. Yang Fan touched his chin and asked, Who is Qin Xiao? You don't know Qin Xiao? Ha, I thought you were so awesome, and you don't even know Qin Xiao. Yang Fan walked over and picked him up with one hand, as if he were grabbing a chicken with no resistance. Are there any Qins in the 4 families of Zhongcheng? Chen Tao retorted after hearing this, the Qin family is the #1 subsidiary of the Gu family. Yang Fan laughed playfully, Gu family? I've even fought Gu Chen, so what am I afraid of Qin Xiao? Chen Tao's eyes blinked timidly. At that moment, he realized that he had underestimated Yang Fan. He could say such things, and judging from his expression, he didn't seem to be bragging. Who are you? Yang Fan threw him aside, disdainfully saying, I'm Yang Fan. After saying that, he got into the car with Su Munan. He ignored Chen Tao. It wasn't until the Maserati left that Chen Tao took a deep breath. Could this be the most expensive model in the Maserati series, the MC14 hypercar? Chen Tao was filled with fear at this moment. If Yang Fan really dared to beat up Gu Chen, then he would need to let Qin Xiao know. He then took out his phone and dialed the person whose name was noted as Qin Xiao. Hello, Qin Xiao? Qin Xiao is busy, this is Qin Xiao's assistant. Chen Tao was a little puzzled, but he still asked. Please tell Mr. Qin that I heard of Yang Fan. Well, I can't ask that, Mr. Qin hasn't woken up in the hospital yet, but I advise you not to ask, Mr. Qin's leg is broken and he doesn't have time to deal with you. Chen Tao heard the sound of the phone hanging up, and his shock grew even more. Mr. Qin, his leg is broken? Chapter 52 I'll take you to a nice place. On the way back, Su Munan didn't say a word, and Yang Fan thought she was shocked, so she asked. Are you scared? Su Munan said blankly. It's fine, it's happened a lot before, I'm used to it. Yang Fan was silent for a while. She was not tall and not strong, and it was indeed difficult to deal with people like this.
Moreover, when she heard Su Munan talk about her experiences before, although it sounded a bit funny, Young Fan could imagine the difficulties she had experienced. Her appearance rating of 89 was already above 90% of all beautiful women, and it was indeed easy to be harassed.
Don't be afraid, I will be here for you in the future, no one can bully you. Although the sentence sounded very lame, Young Fan also couldn't think of anything to say. Well.
Su Munan blinked her beautiful eyes, and her eyes looking at Young Fan were full of tenderness.
Cough, we're driving, we'll be home soon. That night, Su Munan was lying on the bed editing the video.
Yang Fan was lying on the sofa in the bedroom, chatting with Kai Chanshan and Lin Yi using Green Bubble.
Lin Yi talked to her in a random manner, talking about attending a class reunion tomorrow night.
Kai Sisi, on the other hand, wanted to chat about everything and anything, and told him about some interesting things she had heard.
Yang Fan smiled lightly and responded as best he could.
Kai Sisi, a girl from our school posted a confession wall, it made me laugh so hard.
She sent a screenshot, which read,
Wall. Last night in the third floor toilet in Area A, I accidentally walked into the men's toilet when I went to the toilet during the evening study session. Then there was a guy in there who was still urinating. After he saw me, he just kept on going without caring. I think we are all college students and our quality should be a bit higher.
Although I accidentally entered the men's toilet, guys should respect girls a bit, right? It's not appropriate to see a girl come in and not put it away. Isn't this an exhibitionist? It was really scary.
I hope the boys can behave themselves and be more considerate. Well, I hope that guy apologizes to me in the end.
Anonymous.
Yang Fan looked at the screenshot of the confession wall sent by Kai Chanshan and tapped his head. He recognized every word in the picture, but he couldn't understand the sentence that it formed.
What a strange person.
After a long time, Yang Fan said this. At this time, Su Munan also uploaded today's video and came over to play with Yang Fan.
I'm so tired, I've finally finished editing. Yang Fan rubbed her head and asked softly, do you have to post every day?
Yes, I already have more than 100,000 Douyin followers now.
Yang Fan praised her and went to bed. Are you a ninja?
Su Munan muttered under her breath after the lights were turned off. She was then lectured by Yang Fan, but it was always a short lecture.
Su Munan didn't know why, but she didn't say anything. He can't be impotent, can he?
But his abs are so firm. At 9 a.m., Yang Fan got up, without waking Su Munan. It was the weekend, so he didn't have to go to work. It was a rare day when he didn't set an alarm, but he had promised Kai Chanshan that they would go out, so he had to get up.
Zhengcheng University. It was Saturday, so there weren't many people at the entrance.
Kai Chanshan wore a short green skirt today, with a white blouse on top, and her long, white legs were extremely eye-catching.
They were tightly pulled in. This was the first time Yang Fan had seen Kai Chanshan dressed like this. Facing Yang Fan's unblinking gaze, Kai Chanshan felt a little embarrassed. What are you looking at?
Kai Chanshan's face turned slightly red, which looked very good.
My Chanshan is really pretty, Yang Fan said honestly. The words of someone who is not good at flattery are even more real.
Yang Fan is exactly this kind of person. Kai Sisi turned her head away, embarrassed that she was dressed like this for the first time.
Yang Fan gave a small smile and stepped on the accelerator, driving towards the cinema. Sisi, looking at the sweet or the knife? Yang Fan asked. Kai Sisi thought for a moment and said, the sweet.
Yang Fan bought 2 tickets for the sweet romantic drama, and the latest one only had a 20-minute wait. He also bought a bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of milk tea.
Xiao Fan, this seems to be the first time we've gone to the movies. Yang Fan replied, eating the popcorn, yes.
Kai Chanshan looked at him, not saying anything else, and then let out a huff.
Yang Fan gave a wry smile and didn't reply. It hasn't even started yet, and you've already finished it.
Yang Fan scratched his head. This bucket of popcorn was too stingy, and it felt like it was gone before he even had a chance to eat it. He then went to buy another bucket, and it happened to start checking tickets just as he finished buying it.
Maybe it was because it was the weekend, but there were still quite a few people watching the movie.
And since it was a romantic comedy, most of them were young couples. Kai Chanshan clasped her hands together at the hem of her short skirt, her expression a little unnatural. After all, this was her first time in love, and also her first time watching a movie with the opposite sex. Although she had been very familiar with Yang Fan before, this feeling was different. Yang Fan felt Kai Chanshan's tension and lifted the armrest where the milk tea was sitting, wrapping his arm around her. With her side on Yang Fan's shoulder, Sisi felt less nervous. But after a while, she became shy and pinched Yang Fan's thigh with her hand. Yang Fan grimaced and withdrew his hand. He almost said, "I'm used to it," but fortunately he didn't. Looking around, Yang Fan could see the precipitous mountain peaks. In particular, Sisi's uniform today was a bit tight. As the movie began, Kai Chanshan became engrossed in it, while Yang Fan, who had long since seen through the world, found the plot extremely boring. The movie was about the love story between a poor boy and a rich girl. There were too many ups and downs in the short 2-hour plot. In the end, the rich girl was moved by the boy and led a shameless life from then on.
Oh. What's wrong, little fan? Are you not feeling well? Kai Chanshan asked with concern.
Nothing, I was a little moved, I couldn't hold back. The movie ended, and the final scene stayed on the male lead and female lead kissing. Many couples in the cinema also hugged and nibbled on each other. Many boys who have just fallen in love for a short time watch romantic dramas for this. Yang Fan was also very proactive, leaning down and kissing Kai Shishi. After kissing so many times, Yang Fan also discovered his own problem. Every time they kissed, his hands got restless, for some reason. He had never done anything like that before when he was dating Zhang Ran.
Had being dumped by Zhang Ran awakened the scumbag in him?
After a while, the lights came on and the cleaning lady came in to clean up. The couples reluctantly left. Yang Fan led Kai Chanshan out of the cinema, her face still a little flushed. The movie had lasted 2 hours and 13 minutes, and it was already past 1 o'clock.
Kai Sisi, what do you want to eat?
I don't care, as long as I can be with you. Yang Fan glanced at Kai Sisi and felt that she had undergone some subtle changes. Before, she was lively and mischievous, but today she was so well behaved. But she was still her, so he didn't think about it any further and grinned.
Then I'll take you to a fun place where there's a buffet.
Subsequently, Yang Fan took her to a place that Kai Sisi would never have dreamed of.
A wealthy area. Chapter 53, A Wealthy Place, Duan Yan. Yang Fan.
Why did you bring me here?
Kai Sisi couldn't hold back and directly grabbed Yang Fan by the arm.
In her perception, this was no ordinary place.
Yang Fan laughed, this is the Kai Sisi he knows. Listen to me, it's really not what you think.
Yang Fan grabbed her little hand to stop her from moving. She really hurts when she does that.
This is just a place for massage and health preservation, don't get me wrong. Kai Sisi asked with some disbelief. Really?
Yang Fan gave her a little tap on the head.
What were you thinking? How could I possibly take you to a place like that?
Kai Sisi thought about it and believed him. When they went in, it really wasn't like what Kai Sisi had imagined.
It was divided into 6 floors, each with different services. After paying, Yang Fan first took Kai Sisi to the 3rd floor. This is where you eat, and it is indeed a buffet. The two took a lot of food, but Kai Shishi's appetite was not big, so she didn't eat much.
Yang Fan, on the other hand, let his guard down completely this time. The staff kept staring at him, as if they wanted to put him on their blacklist. The two paid 3,000, and he got his money's worth alone, and that wasn't even the end of it.
Belch. Yang Fan patted his stomach, looking satisfied.
This made Kai Shishi next to him feel disgusted.
How can you eat so much? Look at the way people look at you. Kai Chanshan said coquettishly.
Yang Fan laughed and said to the waiter over there.
Look at how much I've eaten, I'll make it up to you if I eat too much.
The waiter man across from him was very polite and laughed. No need, sir, it's supposed to be buffet, and it's not my family that owns it.
Yang Fan laughed heartily upon hearing this.
After a short break, he then took Kai Chanshan to the 2nd floor. The 1st and 2nd floors are where you go for foot washing and massages, as Yang Fan had experienced on his first visit.
Yang Fan and Kai Chanshan washed their feet and then went to a room. There were 2 aunts with suitcases, one 39 years old and the other 42.
The older one was better, with stronger hands.
Soon Yang Fan and Kai Chanshan were enjoying themselves. At first Kai Chanshan was a bit reserved, but the aunt's technique was so good that she couldn't help singing. Hey, isn't this fun? Yang Fan asked with a smile.
Kai Chanshan glared at him and said, you'd better explain to me why you came here. Yang Fan was momentarily stunned, and after thinking for a moment, he said, Ugh, I was tired from delivering takeaways before, so I occasionally come here to relax. Kai Chanshan looked at his clear eyes, and her anger on her face disappeared a lot. Speaking of him delivering takeaways, Kai Chanshan's eyes still had some concern in them.
After the massage, the two maids left, and Yang Fan sat up and stretched. Kai Chanshan was still in a daze.
She was lying there, looking as if she was about to go to sleep.
Don't sleep, let's go to the hot springs.
Kai Chanshan opened her eyes and asked, "No, there are too many people."
Yang Fan shook his head, "It's a private room, just the two of us."
As soon as she heard that there were only the two of them, Kai Chanshan's face flushed.
She whispered, "Oh.
4th floor, this is the hot spring." Yang Fan has never experienced it before, but the foot massage lady introduced it to him before. This time, he specially came to experience it. The single room is not big, only about 20 square meters, but it is enough for 2 people. Yang Fan wrapped a bath towel around himself and first soaked in the water, and Kai Sisi hesitated for a moment before going down as well.
However, she stayed far away from Yang Fan. Yang Fan laughed, rubbing his forehead. Is he that bad?
Anyway, he came here to enjoy himself, so he closed his eyes and soaked in the water, enjoying himself.
Kai Sisi saw Yang Fan motionless, as if preparing to sleep.
She slowly leaned over towards Yang Fan.
When she got next to him, he suddenly opened his eyes.
Hey hey! It was after 5 o'clock when the two of them finally came downstairs.
Wasn't it fun? I'll bring you again next time. Yang Fan laughed. Shut up.
Kai Sisi glared at him, then jumped on him and bit his shoulder.
Yang Fan covered Kai Sisi's short skirt and begged for forgiveness. I was wrong.
Just then, a good-looking young man appeared, accompanied by a beautiful woman.
Yang Fan used a direct scan. Name, Xian Lingling. Age, 25. Height, 172. Weight, 103. Charisma, 88. Occupation, Xiang Group's daughter. Number of relationships, 2.
Lingling, you have to believe me, I run this place with absolute integrity, I definitely don't keep mistresses.
Xiang Lingling looked at him with a cold face.
Duan Yan, I really see through you, I'll go back and ask my grandfather to dissolve the engagement.
Duan Yan's face turned pale when he heard this. I'm telling the truth, why don't you believe me? Xiang Lingling said and was about to leave. Duan Yan couldn't stop her.
At this time, Yang Fan came forward and persuaded. This beautiful lady, what he said is true. My girlfriend and I just came from inside, and the service there is really good and absolutely decent. It would be such a shame if such a great place had to close down because a couple had a fight. Duan Yan was full of gratitude when he heard Yang Fan speak up for him. Xiang Lingling was about to scold the person who spoke up for Duan Yan, but when she looked at him, she saw that he was a handsome guy, and the girl next to him was even more beautiful.
Humph. Xiang Lingling snorted in anger and left, looking a little deflated. Good brother, thank you for speaking up for me. Duan Yan was very familiar with Yang Fan, and he put his arm around Yang Fan's neck, looking grateful.
Yang Fan was caught off guard by his enthusiasm and pulled away his hand, saying, It's nothing, and I was telling the truth, the service here is really good. Yang Fan thought about the waiter who said it wasn't his family's restaurant anyway, and he wanted to laugh.
Anyway, you've done me a big favor, and I'll make you my friend.
With that, he opened the green bubble QR code. Yang Fan did not refuse, it seemed that he should be the boss of a wealthy party, and it would not be a loss to add him.
Yang Fan. Duan Yan.
After leaving a note, Yang Fan was about to leave, took out the car key and opened the door of the supercar.
Damn, Yang, this car is yours? Duan Yan said with a surprised face. Yang Fan nodded and asked, What's wrong? Brother Yang, you are a hidden talent, I drive a Ferrari F8. Duan Yan said with a smile.
Yang Fan had never heard of this car, not that it was unknown, but he didn't know much about cars. Waving his hand, Yang Fan said goodbye to him, after all, they weren't that familiar.
It didn't take long for Yang Fan to drop Kai Sisi off at the gate of Zhengzheng University. It wasn't even 6 o'clock yet, and Kai Sisi asked with some confusion, Why are you dropping me back here?
Yang Fan explained, I still have things to do tonight.
Kai Sisi let out an O and said, Okay, I was thinking of not going back tonight.
Yang Fan's eyes widened at this, and before he could say anything, Kai Chanshan had already got out of the car. Her face was a terrible red. Yang Fan shook his head and smiled.
Why did he still retain a young body?
He hadn't practiced the boy power. In fact, he was quite complicated inside. Between Lin Yi and Kai Chanshan, he felt that it wasn't fair to either of them, so that was why he had been like this.
Sigh, let's take things one step at a time. Chapter 54, Class Reunion. Happy Community.
Yang Fan waited at the entrance for less than 10 minutes before Lin Yi came down the stairs. Lin Yi was wearing a long black dress today, and this was the first time Yang Fan had seen her wear a long dress. Usually she wore professional attire or loose jeans. Lin Yi, with her hair loose, gave Yang Fan a feeling of charm.
You changed cars? Yes, that one isn't mine. Lin Yi nodded without saying anything else.
Yang Fan opened the passenger door and very gentlemanly helped her get in.
Marriott Hotel? Yang Fan asked for confirmation. Yes. Knowing the destination, Yang Fan drove directly there. Marriott Hotel.
There was a calm man in his 20s or 30s with gold-rimmed glasses downstairs. Long time no see, old monitor. The man in glasses was Gao Ming, the monitor in Yang Fan's senior year. Long time no see, go in quickly, room number 3203. Gao Ming said with a smile. It seems that as the monitor, Gao Ming was quite popular in the class, and even his old classmates, whom he hadn't seen for many years, greeted him with smiles. Not far away in the parking lot, Yang Fan parked the car, but Lin Yi hesitated to get out.
What's wrong, Lin Flower Girl?
Yang Fan asked, taking out a cigarette.
Lin Yi seemed to have something on her mind, and after a while she said, Can you come with me?
Yang Fan didn't hesitate at all. No, I don't want to see those two people. Lin Yi knew that he didn't want to go, and she sighed as well.
Yang Fan added, But, if you take the initiative.
Yang Fan pointed at his mouth and looked at her with a wicked smile.
I can consider it.
Lin Yi glared at him and then got out of the car. Yang Fan let out a dry laugh in the car.
To be honest, he really didn't want to go.
He had already regained his life and didn't want to have much to do with that person. Yang Fan lit a cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and was about to finish it and leave. As he watched Lin Yi's back, he put out the cigarette.
Shall we, long time no see?
Gao Ming said with a smile.
Lin Yi didn't look at him, politely replied and walked inside.
Gao Ming reached out to stop Lin Yi and said, Shall we, I know you've been single all these years, have you still not forgotten about me? Lin Yi said expressionlessly, You're thinking too much, please move aside.
Gao Ming wasn't angry and continued. Shall we, you really can't blame me. After high school, you wouldn't even let me touch you. I'm a normal guy too. We've already broken up, so please move aside. With that, Lin Yi walked around him and went inside.
Gao Ming suddenly grabbed her wrist.
No matter what, I was your first love. You've kept yourself pure all these years for me, haven't you?
He smiled slightly and said softly.
I've thought it through. I still like you. I deliberately asked Sisi from the next class to come here in the hope that you would come. Shall we, let's get back together, shall we?
Gao Ming's tone was very gentle, and he looked particularly like a deep-feeling man.
Lin Xiuhua, just say yes.
The girlfriends that the class monitor has found over the past few years all look like you, because they can't let go of you. The person speaking was Su Chaogui, Gao Ming's follower in high school.
It was because Gao Ming's family had a small business and had a little money.
Lin Yi tried hard to break free, but Gao Ming was too strong and she couldn't shake him off at all.
Let go of me, if you don't let go I'll scream.
Lin Yi struggled, her arms were already scratched red. Gao Ming gave a faint smile, and he was about to put his other hand up, preparing to embrace her in a deep confession. At that moment, a strong and powerful hand grasped Gao Ming's hand. Gao Ming let go in pain, and Lin Yi was finally released.
You are Yang Fan? It seems that you weren't invited to today's class reunion, right? Su Chaogui frowned.
Gao Ming also recognized the person who had come, Yang Fan, a classmate from high school. He looked at Yang Fan meaningfully, and without caring about the hand that had just been grasped painfully, he laughed.
We're all classmates, just come in.
Everyone knew that the sponsor of this reunion was Zhang Ran's boyfriend, and Yang Fan, Zhang Ran's ex-boyfriend, had not invited him. Now that Yang Fan had come uninvited, Gao Ming found it a bit amusing.
Go in? You just ignored the fact that you bullied my girlfriend? Yang Fan said indifferently.
As he said this, he put Lin Yi in his arms. Lin Yi resisted for a moment, but then thought about it and stopped moving, which was considered a tacit consent. However, her jade hands were around Yang Fan's waist, but Yang Fan's face was expressionless. Originally, only the two of them knew about their affair, and at most it would be a scandal in the company. But if the class reunion today were to be exposed, the rumors would spread far and wide. After all, most high school classmates are from a small place. Gao Ming saw that Lin Yi didn't react, and his face instantly became hideous. He had never held Lin Yi like this, so what right did Zhang Fan have? You? Are you worthy of being Zhang Ran's delivery boy for 3 years? Gao Ming said without any concealment. Yang Fan didn't care what he said, and after thinking about it, he realized that this was a good opportunity. Don't believe me? Just ask Lin Yi, Yang Fan said playfully to Gao Ming. Gao Ming's forehead veins bulged, and he suppressed his anger as he asked Lin Yi. Xiaoyi, this isn't true, is it? Lin Yi pinched the soft flesh of Yang Fan's waist as hard as she could, and Yang Fan frowned and didn't say a word. How could she not know what Yang Fan meant? He just wanted to take this opportunity to get her to agree. She didn't let go until her hands grew weak. Yes. Yang Fan grinned and rewarded Lin Yi with a kiss. Gao Ming's face turned a horrible shade of black when he saw this. Fine, Yang Fan, you're really something. Room 3203, hurry up and go in. Yang Fan ignored him and put his arm around Lin Yi's waist as they walked in, looking extremely carefree. Gao Ming, are you just going to let this kid get away with it? Su Chaogue asked. Gao Ming gave a sinister smile and said coldly, what's the rush? Don't forget that Yang Fan is Zhang Ran's ex-boyfriend, so Gu Xiao will naturally take care of him. As for Lin Yi, well, I'll give her face. He'll be my shoe polish, and since she didn't want the chance I gave her, tonight I'll make her regret what she just said. Gao Ming said, taking out a small bag of powder from his pocket, his face a hideous sight. Big brother, that's brilliant. Little brother Su Chaogue laughed. Gao Ming kicked him directly and sent him flying. She can only be mine. Gao Ming looked at Su Chaogue with a cold stare. Yes, little brother is just being stupid and saying the wrong things. Su Chaogue quickly begged for mercy. Yang Fan walked towards the inside. The Marriott Hotel was quite nicely decorated for a 3-star hotel. Don't you feel any pain? Lin Yi said with a blush. Yang Fan grinned. It hurts, but compared to admitting to you that I'm your boyfriend, this little pain is nothing. Lin Yi punched him with a pink fist and said. That doesn't count, and I won't agree to it unless you break up with that other woman. Yang Fan gave a bitter smile and didn't reply. Nothing is difficult in the world if you put your mind to it. Yang Fan is sincere with them all, and he will impress her with his sincerity. He has a lot of sincerity anyway. Seeing that Yang Fan didn't respond, Lin Yi also pushed away the hand he had placed on her waist. Damn, Yang? Yang Fan heard the familiar voice behind him and turned around to look. Duan? The person behind him was Duan Yan, whom he had just met a few hours ago. He never expected to see him again here. Yang Fan saw that the girl next to Duan Yan was not the same one from the afternoon, Xian Lingling. Instead, she was a woman with a charm score of 84, except that she had been in love more than once. Duan Yan also saw that Yang Fan was not next to the girl in the short skirt that afternoon. And this one seems a little prettier than that one. Yang Fan kept giving Duan Yan winks, and Duan Yan also looked like he understood. Good brother, we meet again, what a coincidence. Yang Fan took the initiative to put his arm around Duan Yan's shoulder and said. Duan Yan was also very enthusiastic, and the two were like close friends. Chapter 55, Old Classmates. The two walked to the side, seemingly catching up. Duan, this is really confidential. Yang Fan said seriously. Lin Yi just learned about Su Munan, and it was not yet time to talk about Kai Sisi. Yang, if Xiang Lingling finds out that I'm still fooling around, my old man will definitely beat me to death. The two laughed knowingly. At this time, Duan Yan took out a gold card, which said Supreme Member. Brother Yang, we are destined to meet. This is the premium membership card of the Marriott Hotel. You can enjoy treatment fit for a king here. Yang Fan looked at the gold card and always felt that it was a bit similar to Xingguala's. Okay, I'll take it then. I'll buy you a drink later. Yang Fan was also not polite. Duan Yan's surname was Duan, and if Yang Fan guessed correctly, he should be from the Duan family, one of the 4 great families. After all, when looking at Xiang Lingling today, her occupation showed that she was the daughter of the Xiang group. The only person who could be engaged to her is also from the Duan family, one of the 4 great families. After chatting for a while, the two left. After all, their 2 female companions were still waiting there. Yang Fan took Lin Yi up the elevator, and Lin Yi didn't ask who that person was. As soon as they got out of the elevator, looking at the person at the elevator entrance, Lin Yi revealed an excited smile.
See you. Xiaoyi, I've missed you so much.
Lin Yi took the initiative to pounce on the woman in the yellow dress at the door. The two embraced, and for a moment, there was an infinite spring of light. Yang Fan had a good feast for the eyes. But why did he feel that the woman in the yellow dress was somewhat familiar? It seemed like he had seen her somewhere, but he couldn't quite remember. After a while, Sisi also noticed that there was another person who had come out of the elevator. This person had dyed blonde hair, was wearing clothes from Givenchy, and had a very pale face. She looked a bit different from the person she remembered. Yang Fan had already used his X-ray vision to confirm that he had seen her before, and that she was the one who had earned him the 900,000 yuan rebate.
What a coincidence, we were neighbors in high school. Yang Fan said, taking the initiative.
Sisi was still unsure. After all, this person was so different from the Yang Fan in the delivery uniform that day.
Are you Mr. Yang? Yang Fan laughed, teasing. It's only been a week, and you can't remember me?
Sisi hurriedly shook her head, explaining. No, Mr. Yang, you've changed so much that I didn't even recognize you. At this point, Lin Yi also reacted.
Do you know each other?
Sisi took the initiative to explain to Lin Yi that they met when buying clothes, but did not mention that Yang Fan had given her the clothes. Encountering an acquaintance, Yang Fan was also in a good mood and took the initiative to introduce himself.
Let me reintroduce myself, my name is Yang Fan, I'm Lin Yi's boyfriend.
Lin Yi kicked him with her high-heeled shoe, interrupting, my child who died in childbirth. Lin Yi's face turned red as she said this.
What did she just say?
Sisi was also puzzled.
Ha! Ignore him, let's go.
Lin Yi put her arm around Sisi's and walked towards the private room. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time and had a lot to say at the moment. Yang Fan rubbed his butt, it still hurt a bit from the kick. Luckily, he has a super strong physique, otherwise he would have been in pain for a while. After all, spanking is affection.
Yang Fan laughed and followed the two into the room.
The private room was very large, able to accommodate more than 100 people. There were many familiar faces here. Although they had all changed somewhat, they still felt familiar, although most of them could not recall their names.
Brother Fan Z? A burly man with a lot of muscle tone asked Yang Fan.
He was taller than Yang Fan. He looked to be at least 185 centimeters tall. Yang Fan looked at him and couldn't think of who he was, but he called himself Fan Z.
You are? Yang Fan asked in confusion.
The burly man's face was agitated as he shook Yang Fan's shoulder.
It's me, Fan Z, I'm Xiaoyin Jing.
Yang Fan's mouth fell open, and he looked at him in disbelief.
Xiaoyin Jing? The best friend who sat next to him for a year?
He is only 1.6 meters tall, a skinny little kid wearing black framed glasses. Yang Fan looked at the burly man for a long time and indeed there was some resemblance.
Chen Xiaowu? How the hell did you turn out like this? Yang Fan asked incredulously. How about it, aren't my muscles sexy? I've been training for 3 years.
Chen Xiaowu said with a smile. Yang Fan gave him a pop on the head, and Chen Xiaowu covered his head in pain, not daring to fight back.
Ha, you've grown up, you're taller than me now. Yang Fan laughed as he put his arm around his neck.
This was his best friend from high school, and at the time, Chen Xiaowu was often bullied because he was small and thin and wore thick glasses.
Yang Fan used to protect him and sit next to him at school.
Chen Xiaowu giggled, I was afraid of being bullied, so I built up all this muscle mass.
By the way, Fan Zigu, where have you been all these years? I haven't been able to get in touch with you.
Yang Fan stopped using the penguin account he had used before graduating from high school, when many people had not yet added the green bubble.
Alas, it's a long story.
Chen Xiaowu listened attentively as Yang Fan bragged about his heroic deeds while delivering takeaways. He found it very interesting and was planning to try it out tomorrow. Now, my brother is up and running, having started a small company and made some money, Yang Fan said modestly.
Brother Fan is so mean, can I hang out with you?
I'm tired of being a fitness instructor, being groped by a bunch of female trainees every day.
Yang Fan laughed and said. You're not satisfied with that?
If you want to come, I'll definitely welcome you, I'll make sure you're well taken care of. Yang Fan was also very happy to have met his old friend. Lin Yi and Sisi, who were sitting nearby, also had a long chat, and it looked like they could talk for days and nights. Just then, the music in the private room turned off and the lights gathered on a calm man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. When the music stopped, the 50 or 60 people in the room also returned to calm. Because they knew that he was the organizer of today's event. Gao Ming took the microphone and said to the crowd in the room, "Thank you, old classmates, for being able to attend today's class reunion more than 4 years after graduation. Our class of 2 sisters was always a big group, and I'm very happy that half of you could come today. But you should all know that I'm not the protagonist today." Everyone in the crowd nodded, as they had said in the group. And many people came here just to curry favor with that person. Next, please welcome Zhang Ran and Master Gu Chun of the Gu family, one of the 4 families in Jiangcheng. As Dao Ming's voice fell, the lights hit the double doors, and then 2 people dressed in beautiful clothes walked in. Zhang Ran was wearing a beautiful white dress that shimmered in the light. Gu Chun was wearing a luxurious high-flex suit, and his confident expression was one that no one else could imitate. Yang Fan noticed that Gu Chun seemed to glance at him when he walked in. Chapter 56, There's still one more. After the 2 of them walked to Gao Ming's position, the applause from the crowd also reached a climax. Those who were close to him greeted him one after another, just so that Gu Chun could take a closer look. "Young Master Gu, I'm the one from the Black Soil Group who drives the excavator. We met last time. Young Master Gu, do you remember me? I polished your shoes before. Young Master Gu, I gave your family's rhubarb. Next, please let Mr. Gu say a few words." Gao Ming said, handing the microphone to Gu Chun, who looked at him admiringly. Before coming, Gu Chun had already met Gao Ming and had helped his family's small business a little. Gu Chun took the microphone, glanced at the crowd in the field, and thought to himself, a bunch of hicks. Zhang Ran stood next to him, attracting much attention. She enjoyed the feeling, and she admitted that she was a person who craved fame and fortune. But unfortunately, young masters like Gu Chun, you can't grasp, only I, Zhang Ran, can control. "Hello everyone, I am Gu Chun of the Gu Group." A simple sentence made the crowd instantly boil, and the atmosphere reached a climax. The Gu Group is a behemoth with a market value of tens of billions of dollars. There are only a handful of people in Jiangcheng who can compete with it. I am also Zhang Ran's boyfriend, and I thank you all for coming here to witness our love. Gu Chun looked at Zhang Ran with tender eyes, not at all like the playful look he had at the beginning. This made many women jealous, and they wondered what kind of enchantment Zhang Ran used to make him love her to death. At this time, Gu Chun looked at Yang Fan. And with his gaze, many people also looked at Yang Fan. Even Zhang Ran looked at Yang Fan teasingly. "So what if you drive a sports car? My boyfriend is Gu Chen. The young master of the 4 families in Jiangcheng, Gu Chen. This is not something you can compare with a little money. Secondly, I would like to thank Yang Fan for taking care of Zhang Ran for more than 3 years and keeping her safe." After Gu Chen finished speaking, many people in the crowd couldn't help but laugh. They looked at Yang Fan, with his dyed yellow hair and scruffy appearance, and the way everyone looked at him was the same as they would a clown. "Ding, the host has been provoked, the limited time task has started, please strike back at the provocateur and slap them hard in the face, reward, Ferrari la Ferrari." Lin Yi looked at Yang Fan with some worry, afraid that he would do something stupid. Sisi also had a slight twitch in her beautiful eyes. She didn't know that Yang Fan had ever done anything like this before. "Damn it, brother Fan, they're being too much," Shen Xiaowu said, about to stand up and help Yang Fan get justice. Just like when he was in high school and Yang Fan helped him when his living expenses were robbed. "Sit there," Yang Fan said calmly. "But they." Yang Fan stood up and pressed him down onto the sofa with one hand, the strength of which shocked Shen Xiaowu a little. Without paying any more attention to him, Yang Fan was about to walk towards Gu Chen. Lin Yi grabbed his arm and said with a worried face, "Don't get into trouble." Looking at Lin Yi, who was full of her own eyes, Yang Fan really wanted to hug her in his arms and bully her a bit. "Sure enough, you really care about me," Yang Fan said with a smile. "If I were in a deep swamp, would you be willing to pull me out?" Lin Yi didn't understand what he meant. For some reason, the previous scenes came flooding back to her mind. Since meeting Yang Fan, he had inadvertently helped her a lot. Paying the rent, buying supplies for her at his previous company, helping her to lower her fever when she fainted, and now the job that paid millions a year. Lin Yi suddenly wondered what she would have done if Yang Fan had not intruded into her life. She couldn't pay the rent, her family was asking her for money, her boss had run away, and she was facing unemployment. At this, Lin Yi's lips parted slightly.
If you really get into trouble, I won't pull you out. Yang Fan's eyes dimmed slightly. Before he could say anything, Lin Yi continued. I'm too weak to pull you out, but I'll go down with you. Yang Fan was momentarily stunned by Lin Yi's serious expression. Then he broke into a smile and said, Okay, I'll try to find another solution. Turning his head, Yang Fan walked towards Gu Chen. Yang Fan was 182 centimeters tall and had a handsome face, so he had a special kind of charm. In particular, he had an air of authority about him that was not inferior to Gu Chen's at all. People who didn't know him would think he was some rich kid. Many people thought that Yang Fan was looking for trouble. After being humiliated like that in public, a normal person would have already exploded. Gu Chen looked at Yang Fan with amusement. Today, he had brought quite a few bodyguards, ready to avenge the previous 2 beatings. As soon as he knew that Yang Fan was here, he immediately called for a car full of bodyguards. Today, he was going to let Yang Fan know what the 4 major families of Jiangcheng were all about. But unexpectedly, Yang Fan was not angry. He walked up to Gu Chen and smiled. Gu Xiao, can I say a few words? Gu Chen, who was about to call the bodyguards, was confused by his action. What the hell? You speak. Gu Chen handed him the microphone and was ready to see what he was going to do. Yang Fan wiped the microphone, looked around at the crowd, and then said to Gu Chen. First of all, I would like to say thank you, Gu Xiao, you're welcome. After Yang Fan finished his first sentence, there was an eerie silence in the room. You're welcome? Your girlfriend of more than 3 years was dumped by someone else, and you say you're welcome? Zhang Ran also looked at him with a furrowed brow. What did he mean? Yang Fan continued, although you have all heard about my affairs, I still want to say that I have never liked Zhang Ran. As you all know, when I was in high school, my parents left, which hit me hard. It so happened that a girl came into my world like a ray of light. I thought it was love, but then I realized it was just an extreme misunderstanding of my character. It was a joke. I've learned a lot in the past few years with her. I have no lingering feelings for Zhang Ran, so there's no need for Gu Xiao to say anything thank you. As he said this, he glanced at Lin Yi. Lin Yi noticed his gaze and seemed to guess what he was going to say, her hands suddenly clenching into fists. Sorry, I've said too much. But I still want to thank Zhang Ran. If it wasn't for you, how would I have met my current girlfriend? Yang Fan said, looking straight at Lin Yi. Following his gaze, everyone else also looked over at Lin Yi. What? No way. How is that possible? Lin is the school beauty queen and the class president. Shoo, don't talk nonsense, the class president has already broken up with her. Lin Yi felt a little embarrassed by the stares from everyone. She took a deep breath and then nodded gently. Although the movement was not big, it was enough to shock everyone in the audience. Thank you, Zhang Ran. Yang Fan returned the microphone and walked towards Lin Yi. I thought you weren't going to help me, Yang Fan said with a smile. Lin Yi gave her a dirty look. How could she not help when things had turned out like this? Otherwise, with Yang Fan's personality, I'm afraid there will be a fight later. You're so annoying. Yang Fan ignored her and pulled her into his arms, embracing and kissing her. Zhang Ran looked at the back of Yang Fan's head, her face gloomy and ugly. There was nothing that made an ex-boyfriend regret more than being dumped. She had originally wanted to mock Yang Fan properly, after all, last time at the entrance to Zhang's house had made her feel very bad. But now that feeling was back. She felt very uncomfortable. Why would Lin Yi like him? He was just trash that she had thrown away. Even if it was something I don't want, no one else can have it. Noticing Zhang Ran's expression, Gu Chen whispered to her. Don't worry, he won't be able to leave tonight. Gao Ming watched Yang Fan, who was embracing Lin Yi and kissing her, and his fingernails were about to pierce the flesh. However, he knew Gu Chen's plan and was in no hurry. Lin Yi, when you were with me, you wouldn't even let me touch you, but now you're doing this kind of thing in broad daylight with just some punk. He looked at the wine glass next to him and took out the white powder in his pocket and poured it in. Gao Ming's face gradually became hideous. Ha, you just wait. On the other side, Lin Yi broke free from Yang Fan's embrace. She was still a little embarrassed with so many people around. Let's get out of here. Lin Yi said with a slight blush on her face. Her appearance was very seductive. Yang Fan nodded in the direction of the empty space to the right. Then he said to Lin Yi. No rush, there's another one. Chapter 57, Did I Let You Go? Oh. Ding, the limited time mission is complete, face slapping level, 6, The reward has been distributed at Waterfront Lin Mansion.
Yang Fan gave a small smile, not expecting it to be completed like this. Originally, he was going to be non-violent and non-cooperative, but because of Lin Yi, he still used a gentle solution. Yang Fan and Lin Yi sat at a small table in a corner eating dessert. Next to them were Chen Xiaowu and Sisi.
What chow, Fan Zigo, what chow?
Yang Fan gave Chen Xiaowu a punch, and if you have nothing to say, don't say anything, what a look. Chen Xiaowu gave a silly smile and pointed his thumb at Yang Fan. Sisi also looked at Lin Yi with a face full of curiosity, making Lin Yi lower her head in shame.
Lin Yi, can I have a drink with you? A girl with a pretty face said.
She was the vice class monitor in the previous class, called Su Xin, and she was quite popular in high school. I don't mean anything by it, I just want to express my best wishes.
Su Xin said with a smile. Lin Yi glanced at Yang Fan.
Yang Fan gave a slight smile. Why are you looking at me? Just drink if you want to. I promise to bring you back here in one piece even if you get drunk here today. Lin Yi pinched his arm a little, and then drank the glass of champagne with Su Xin. Yang Fan looked at the crowd in the venue, which was getting smaller and smaller, and couldn't stop the smile on the corner of his mouth.
Brother Yang, I feel like there are fewer people here. Chen Xiaowu asked doubtfully. Can't people go to the bathroom? Yang Fan replied nonchalantly.
After half an hour, there were nearly half as many people in the venue, and Lin Yi also felt something wrong with her body.
Yang Fan, do you feel hot?
Lin Yi's face turned slightly red as she asked.
Hot.
The air conditioning is blowing very comfortably. Yang Fan had just finished speaking when more than 10 men in black entered through the door.
The remaining people in the box were also scared away.
Yang Fan, expressionless, munched on melon seeds as if he hadn't seen it.
It's over, this can't be a gangster, right?
Sisi said with a pale face. Lin Yi was also a little scared, but her expression was a little different.
I don't know where you get the confidence to still be sitting here. Gao Ming walked over and said.
Yang Fan ignored him and looked over at Guan.
Gao Ming felt insulted and said viciously. Still pretending, are you?
I hope you can still be so calm when I play with Lin Yi in front of you tonight. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes and was about to act. But Lin Yi next to him grabbed his arm.
What's wrong with you? Yang Fan asked with a frown.
Lin Yi was lying on top of Yang Fan, panting heavily. Yang Fan looked into her eyes and felt something different.
He thought of the glass of wine and looked at Gao Ming. You did this?
Gao Ming gave a sinister smile and rubbed his eyes, saying.
Didn't you understand the meaning of what I just said?
Yang Fan pushed Lin Yi over to Sisi and said, take care of her for a while. Although Sisi was scared, at the moment, he could only listen to Yang Fan.
Brother Fan, it looks like they're going to start a gang fight.
Faced with more than 10 people, Chen Xiaowu was not scared at all. I don't know if it's the muscles on his body that give him courage. You don't need to intervene, leave it to me.
Brother Fan, don't underestimate me, I'm not the same little bespectacled kid I was back then.
He said this while striking a pose to show off his muscles. Yang Fan didn't say anything, and looked at Guan in front of him.
I really want to know what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Guan said with a smile. Is this Zhang Rant's idea? Yang Fan asked calmly. What difference does it make whose idea it is? Have you not taken my last words to heart? Yang Fan knew that he was referring to the incident at the entrance of the Jiangnan University.
You hit me twice, so I broke your legs today.
Fair enough? Ha ha ha. Guan laughed.
Yang Fan ignored him, his face showing no sign of fear.
Is this your new girlfriend? She's really young, I don't know how she can play in front of you. Gu Xiao, this woman is my ex-girlfriend. What are you? Guan turned his head and said viciously to Gao Ming.
Gao Ming looked at Lin Yi, who was full of unwillingness after being drugged, and wondered if he had just given Guan a reason to marry him. Suddenly, Guan's throat was blocked and he could no longer say a word. His legs had also left the ground.
It's fine to provoke me, but why do you have to provoke my woman?
Yang Fan threw Guan away with one hand, smashing him against a table in the distance. Then he kicked Gao Ming 5 meters away with another kick. Gao Ming was on the ground hugging his stomach, unable to make a sound from the pain. Do it for me, 200,000 for breaking a leg, I'll take responsibility if anything happens.
Guan climbed up and yelled. Stop.
Just then, the door to the box was suddenly opened and a young man walked in.
Guchen, who the hell gave you the balls to cause trouble in my place? The person who came was Duan Yan. Someone told him that someone was causing trouble here, so he rushed over after hearing it. Hey, Yang? Duan Yan asked in confusion. He didn't know that Yang Fan was in this private room. Brother Duan? I didn't realize that even this place was your territory. Yang Fan originally thought that Duan Yan was just here for dinner, but he didn't realize that this was someone's home. Guchen, you even dared to bully my brother, you must give me an explanation today. Guchen also noticed that Duan Yan knew Yang Fan, and his face looked a bit unpleasant. Duan Yan, you're looking for trouble, aren't you? I don't believe you would know someone like him. In Guchen's eyes, Yang Fan was just a nobody, and there was no way he would know someone like Duan Yan, who was also the son of one of the four great families. That left only one possibility: Duan Yan was deliberately picking a fight. Do I need to explain to you who I make friends with? Guchen, you are so much worse than your brother. Duan Yan said mockingly, without the slightest bit of restraint. When it came to his brother, Guchen's face turned ugly. 20 million, don't get involved in this today. Guchen said with gritted teeth. 20 million? Are you trying to swindle a beggar? Do you think I'm just like you and only know how to fool around? Do I look like I'm short of money? Guchen's face turned pale. He didn't expect Duan Yan to be here today. And it just so happened that he knew Yang Fan. You're lucky, I guarantee you won't be so lucky next time. Guchen said with a gloomy face, and then he wanted to leave with a dozen bodyguards. It was only at this point that Yang Fan let out a faint smile. Hee, Guchen, have you made a mistake? Guchen said angrily, what do you mean? He thought Yang Fan was deliberately mocking him, so he was extremely angry. Did I say I was letting you go? Yang Fan stared at him and said. The flat voice entered Guchen's ears, and his expression instantly went crazy. I'm giving you face, without Duan Yan, what are you? Guchen said like a mad dog. Duan Yan's smile gradually faded, and his admiration for Yang Fan dropped a lot. Yang Fan didn't notice, and just shouted faintly. Jie. Chapter 58 Yun Menger. It's useless to call dad, and you're even shouting at your sister. Guchen couldn't stand it anymore, and the bodyguards behind him also struck. Duan Yan's face was heavy, and this guy Guchen really dared to make trouble in his place. The main thing is that he didn't bring anyone. Guchen, are you Gu family going to be enemies with my Duan family? It's got nothing to do with you, I must teach this kid a lesson today. Before Duan Yan could say anything, the lights in the box suddenly went out. Then came some sounds of punches and kicks, as well as the sound of bones breaking. 10 seconds later, the lights came back on, and the scene in the ring made Duan Yan's eyes widen. My lord! Jie stepped on Guchen's feet and said to Yang Fan with respect. His bodyguards were all lying on the ground, huddled up and looking miserable. Yang Fan showed a flash of shock, but it quickly disappeared. He walked over to Guchen's side and crouched down. His strong palm gently patted Guchen's face. I told you, why didn't you listen? Yang Fan grabbed Guchen's left hand. The next moment, the sound of bones breaking was heard. Aha! My hand. This time it's just a lesson. If you dare to mess with me again, I don't care what family you come from, even if you have the capital behind you, I'll come to your door and demand an explanation. The intense pain made Guchen back away repeatedly, and Jie did not stop him. The bodyguard, who was still able to stand, limped and helped him. Hurry, take me to a private hospital. Guchen said with pain. Yang Fan did not stop him either. After all, he was from one of the four great families, and he did not want to make a big deal out of it for the time being. Gao Ming was also preparing to run out in disgrace. Yang Fan grabbed him with one hand and said coldly, "Where's the antidote?" Gao Ming replied in a trembling voice. No, there is no antidote. As long as you sleep with her, it will be fine. Yang Fan's face turned gloomy and he kicked him. Brother Yang is a hidden talent, could it be that you are a martial artist? Duan Yan asked suspiciously. Yang Fan heard the word martial artist for the first time and his face was a little puzzled. Before he could ask more, Sisi shouted, Yang Fan, look at Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Yi was burning with fever and had lost much of her consciousness, entwined in Sisi's body. Yang Fan took over Lin Yi, his face a little complicated. Although he could save Lin Yi right now, he didn't want to do it while she was unconscious. This is not something he would do.
He's right, your woman just got hit with a love potion, just sleep it off.
Duan Yan said with a smile.
Yang Fan heard that Duan Yan seemed to have some understanding, and asked,
Is there no other way besides this? Duan Yan laughed and said, Ha ha, Yang, do you still not dare to do it?
Yang Fan did not say anything, but his expression already said it all.
Okay, I misunderstood you. I will introduce you to someone who is very good at this. Half an hour later.
In a room on the top floor of the Marriott Hotel, Lin Yi was lying in bed, and the flush on her face had slowly faded. Several silver needles were stuck in her arms, and next to her was a 26-year-old woman.
Name, Yun Menger. Age, 26. Height, 169. Weight, 98. Charisma, 90. Occupation, apprentice to a divine doctor. Number of relationships, 0. You called me over in the middle of the night to treat this? Yun Menger yawned and said. Duan Ian beamed. Sister Menger, do we really need to talk about our relationship?
Don't get too close to me, a minor illness is 500W, a major illness is 2000W.
Disturbing my rest in the middle of the night is 1000W. Yun Menger said nonchalantly, which sounded very smooth. Duan Ian looked at Yang Fan and gave a bitter smile.
Yang Fan's eyes lit up, and he took out the unused check, resisting the urge to write another 0, and handed over the check for 10 million.
Yun Menger took it without any hesitation.
Spending 10 million and successfully getting 100 million back. Although it was given directly to Yun Menger, it was considered a consumption for Lin Yi.
This is your girlfriend? Yang Fan nodded. Yun Menger gave Yang Fan a deep look. You do care about her, unlike some men.
As she said this, Yun Menger glanced at Duan Yan. Duan Yan hurriedly looked up at the ceiling, his eyes wandering. Yang Fan didn't feel comfortable striking up a conversation either. He could hear what Yun Menger meant. From her occupation, he could guess that when she was taking Lin Yi's pulse just now, she should have seen that Lin Yi was still a virgin. I'm leaving, don't bother me with these trivial matters next time.
Yun Menger yawned again and left.
It looked like she was very sleepy.
Take care, Menger. Duan Ian said flattery. After she left, Yang Fan asked, Duan, who is this?
You seem to be afraid of her. Duan Ian gave a bitter smile and said, Don't be fooled by her easygoing nature, she has a strange temper.
Does the Yun family of the Big Four know?
She is the granddaughter of the legendary doctor. Not to mention her looks, the line of men who would chase her because of her status could stretch all the way to the capital. 2 years ago, a young master from the capital came to Jiangcheng to harass her, and she turned that young master into a sieve.
The young master's family didn't even dare to fart. Yang Fan felt a little amused as he listened to Duan Yan exaggerating about Yun Menger's exploits.
This Duan Yan, who looked like a womanizer, didn't seem to be faking the horror on his face when he talked about Yun Menger.
And this Yun Menger, how is her name so similar to that of Yun Xiaoer from Jiangda? They also look similar. Anyway, thank you, Brother Duan, for today.
Yang Fan said seriously.
Duan Ian waved his hand and said,
I originally thought you were arrogant, but I didn't expect you to be a martial artist.
No wonder you dare to be so rampant.
Yang Fan was a little puzzled when he heard Duan Ian mention the word martial artist again. It seemed that there was still a side of the world that he had not come into contact with.
Brother Duan, I don't know what martial artist you are talking about? Duan Ian looked at him and asked. You don't know about martial artists?
But I can see that your martial arts skills are at least yellow level.
And I guess your bodyguard is even more powerful.
Yang Fan let out a bitter laugh, and then Duan Ian told him about something he had never known before: martial artists. That is, people who practice martial arts. Martial artists are divided into 4 classes: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow. The Yellow class is the weakest, and the Heaven class is the strongest. Above the Heaven class is the legendary Grandmaster. Anyway, what he said was very mysterious.
Grandmasters can even injure people with their chi, which Yang Fan doesn't believe. This is beyond his understanding. How could it be possible for a human to do that? But after thinking about it, he realized that since there is a system in Grandmasters, it doesn't seem so strange that they exist. Duan Yan didn't know much either, and only gave Yang Fan a general idea.
Moreover, martial artists are very rare, and they are only found in ancient martial arts families that have been passed down for thousands of years.
Duan Yan said that the 4 major families like the Duan family will have some martial artist bodyguards, but they are not of high rank. It was getting late, so Duan left, leaving Yang Fan here to keep Lin Yi company. Chen Xiaowu and Shi Siyu had already left, and he had specially asked Chen Xiaowu to walk her home. But there was no other meaning, it was just that it was dangerous for a girl to be out late. Yang Fan leaned over the side of the bed and fell asleep just like that, keeping watch over Lin Yi. In the morning, Lin Yi slowly opened her eyes, as her head still ached slightly from the medicine she had taken the previous day. The memories of last night also came back, and she really approved of this Yang Fan. Feeling the dullness in her chest, Lin Yi frowned, thought about it, and closed her eyes to go back to sleep. It seemed like she was already his girlfriend, and thinking about last night, she decided to give him a little reward. But after a while, she felt Yang Fan's hand moving around, so how could she not know that he was already awake? Lin Yi pulled him out with one hand, and then kicked him out habitually. Yang Fan. Chapter 59, Take Care of the Female Anchors. Yang Fan, who had been kicked out, was not angry, just laughing. In fact, he had already woken up a long time ago. You're awake, my girlfriend? Lin Yi looked at him with a blush on her face. When did you become so shameless? Yang Fan scratched his head and laughed dryly. Yes, when did I become like this? Maybe it was when Zhang Ran dumped me, or maybe it was when the awakening system kicked in. I must have played only a small part in it. Where's Siyu? Lin Yi asked. I asked Xiao Wu to take him home. Lin Yi nodded and continued. Well, I want Siyu to come to the company and be my secretary. Yang Fan rubbed Lin Yi's head as he looked a little embarrassed. You don't need to tell me about such trivial matters. Duan Yan is no longer here. Yang Fan told him on the green bubble and left. Back at the company, Yang Fan watched the employees at work while drinking kanji. Boss. Yang Fan didn't need to look to hear that it was Zhang Tieshu's voice. Turning his head, Yang Fan gave him a hush. Walking to an unoccupied area, Yang Fan asked, What's wrong, Taishu? Boss, should I ask the 3 people at the door to leave? I don't feel comfortable watching them. Zhang Taishu said eagerly. Although he has only been here for a few days, he is very responsible for the company. After all, Yang Fan pays him a high salary. No, just let them stay there. As soon as he entered, Yang Fan saw Li Butler and the other 2. Although the 3 of them didn't say anything, Yang Fan could see the resentment in their eyes. Because the weather is still very hot. Back in his office, Yang Fan saw Jian Wenxin sitting next to the computer. She didn't work yesterday, Saturday, but Li Na volunteered to work overtime. She told Yang Fan that Jian Wenxin also came yesterday. Since Yang Fan had authorized it, she didn't stop Jian Wenxin either. Looking at Jian Wenxin's operation on the computer, Yang Fan recognized every letter on it. But put together, he didn't understand it. Do I have to pay you a salary? Yang Fan asked teasingly. No need. Jian Wenxin answered coldly, not even looking at him. Knowing that she was working seriously, Yang Fan did not disturb her. After all, she was working for herself. From what he knew about Jian Wenxin, her family definitely did not lack money. A butler can come up with 100 million yuan, so how could they lack money? She can play around with his company, which is worth less than 100 million yuan. Bored, Yang Fan turned on the live broadcast. His company already had many female anchors. There were also a few with a face value of 85 or above. Yang Fan clicked into the live broadcast room of an entertainment anchor. Name, Zhang Chuiwei. Age, 26. Height, 164. Weight, 91. Charm value, 85. Occupation, entertainment anchor. Number of relationships, 4. The live broadcast room had 500 people, which was considered a small internet celebrity. Douyin had tens of thousands of followers. At the moment, she was playing a 4-player game, and the game was halfway over by the time Yang Fan arrived. Family members, vote for me. Zhang Chuiwei cried out. There was a celebrity with hundreds of thousands of followers on the other side, and she was clearly better. The other 2 were also not weak at all. Yang Fan didn't even think about it, and used the fastest hand speed to click on Carnival. The gift effects filled the live broadcast room, leaving the other 3 people dumbfounded. Set sail and send Carnival 1, 2, 38. In just over a minute, Zhang Chuyu's notes had already surpassed the 3 of them combined. Zhang Chuyu was so shocked that she was speechless. 13, oh my god, this is a big shot. 17. Oh no, the little octopus is afraid that she has been targeted by a rich man. 22. No way, the little octopus is ours. Zhang Chuyu also came back to her senses, and regardless of the winning PK, she quickly sent a private message to Yang Fan. Little octopus, big brother, stop, I don't want it anymore. Yang Fan ignored her, and even after the competition was over, he kept on buying gifts for himself. He didn't stop until he had spent 1 million. Main task: successfully spend 1 million on 5 women with a charisma score of 85 or higher. Reward: random magic. Current progress: 2-5. Yang Fan gave a faint smile and then read the private message from Zhang Chuyu. She had already sent more than 10 messages by this point. Little octopus, big guy, stop swiping, I have a union. It's already 300,000, big guy, really stop swiping, I'm just an entertainment anchor, nothing else. Oh, please stop swiping, it's 500,000, I'll go off the air, okay? I'm telling you, I'm not that kind of anchor, I won't agree to any of your requests. Yang Fan looked at the private message Zhang Chuyu had sent and couldn't help but laugh out loud. This girl is really interesting. Yang Fan? What is the request? Seeing that Yang Fan had finally replied, Zhang Chuyu hurriedly replied. I'll tell you, I'm an anchor in a big company, not just any kind of anchor. I can refund all the money I've received to you, and please put your mind to rest. You can find many little anchors for 1 million yuan, so I advise you not to waste your time on me. I'll let you in on a secret, my boss is super handsome and super rich. You'd better not mess with me, or he'll make you eat your words. Yang Fan felt a little strange. Was this the anchor woman of his own company using his influence? It didn't feel bad. It seemed that he had inadvertently become the backing of many people. Yang Fan set sail, what kind of jerk is your boss? After sending this message, Yang Fan exited her private message interface. In addition to Zhang Chuyu, there was also Su Munan, and another female anchor over the age of 85. For now, there were only 3. Of course, Lin Yi and Sisi were not among the anchors. Su Munan had already finished, so Yang Fan went to find another anchor. This was a game anchor, and although she was in the field of games, she had quite a few followers. Name: Bai Xiao Xiao. Age: 23. Height: 162. Weight: 89. Charisma: 86. Occupation: entertainment anchor. Number of relationships: 2. There are nearly 3,000 people in the live broadcast room, and at this time she is still playing with another female host. Entering the live broadcast room, Yang Fan found that the game she was playing seemed to be some kind of king. Without wasting any time, Yang Fan immediately started sending gifts. 1 minute, 2 minutes. After sending the gifts, Yang Fan didn't care about the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. He just seemed to see that Bai Xiaoxiao's game interface was stuck. The hero she was playing with stood motionless at the fountain. And someone else's red-blooded hero was already attacking her crystal. Bai Xiaoxiao was still staring at the live broadcast page in disbelief, her mouth wide open. Marco Polo, Daochan, don't hang up, the crystal is about to explode. Yao, I'm really impressed, I've never encountered a hang-up in a Glory of Kings qualifying match before. Brother, please take me on a couple more games. Bai Xiaoxiao didn't react until the sound of the crystal shattering. Yang Fan had already logged out of the live broadcast room. 3 down, 2 to go. There are only 3 people in his company with a score of 85 or above, so it won't be hard to find the remaining 2. Lin Yi and Kai Chanxian will do. Yang Fan then also sent some gifts to the other female anchors in the company. But he didn't send many, just a little bit to everyone. After that, Yang Fan went to Su Munan's live broadcast room. Chapter 60, Did her lipstick just shine so brightly? Many of Su Munan's true fans knew Yang Fan, and they all knew that Su Munan had switched guilds. There were rumors that she had been bought off by Yang Fan, set sail with money and switched to his guild. Su Munan didn't deny this, so it was considered a tacit admission. The earliest group of veteran fans all knew that Yang Fan had spent 1 million on her. At the moment, Su Munan also did not take any advertisements, and was idly chatting with the fans in the live broadcast room. Until a carnival gift effect broke this calm. Yang Fan sent out a Carnival X10. 12 favorite grandson, get out of the way, here comes my grandfather, I'll bow first. 10x boyfriend 1.5m, the big guy is here, welcome. 11 handsome to the point of being stabbed, Neil, as soon as he arrives, Nan will have to retouch her lipstick. The originally peaceful live broadcast suddenly became lively.
Munan felt a little embarrassed by the teasing comments. Yang Fan was also quite happy to see so many people welcoming him.
He said hello. Hello everyone.
Yang Fan's level 59 account was very obvious, and the comments were in the center.
9 annoying man's mouth, living big guy, catch.
13 tricked by Xiaomei into giving away 2.5 million. Wow, it turns out that the big guy also watches Nan's live broadcast when he's not busy. Yang Fan saw that the atmosphere in the broadcast room was good, so he sent out dozens of red envelopes in a row. Occasionally, he sent out a barrage of comments to chat with them, and for a while, the broadcast room was bustling with activity.
Yang Fan just hung out and chatted with them in between.
After a while, there was a carnival, which made the people in the broadcast room sigh with admiration. Yang Fan was hanging out in the broadcast room, but the operations outside were all in disarray.
Manager Zhou, Miss Su's broadcast room is also. Zhou Ming waved his hand to indicate that he was aware.
His expression was uncertain, as if he had encountered something major.
What's wrong, Zhou?
Zhang Tao asked as he walked past. Zhou Ming told him about the problem. He was originally going to explain the situation to Lin Yi. Although it is said that our company has earned a lot of money, I'm afraid this person has ulterior motives.
Zhou Ming sighed and said. Who says it isn't? And they happen to be the prettiest ones. I'm afraid that it's another union provoking us. Today they're giving gifts, and tomorrow I don't know what they'll do.
Zhang Tao also understood the seriousness of the matter and casually said.
This matter cannot be underestimated.
I'll go with you to see Sister Li. After saying this, the two of them walked towards Lin Yi's office.
Knock, knock, knock. Enter.
Lin Yi was dealing with a large number of documents on her desk and looked very busy.
What is it that you two are here together for? Lin Yi asked nonchalantly.
Zhou Ming looked impatient and exaggerated the matter. Lin Yi also put down her work, and the more she listened, the more she felt that something was wrong.
What is the person's ID?
Zhou Ming was stunned. The operation staff below only told him the situation, but did not say what the ID name was.
I'll go back and take a look.
Zhou Ming said as he turned to leave.
No need, it's a trivial matter, don't worry about it.
Lin Yi said as she dealt with the documents. But Lin Yi, if we don't deal with this, the other party may get even more aggressive.
Lin Yi looked at Zhou Ming indifferently and said. Zhou Xiao, don't be so rash, make sure you've got it right before you come back to me. Zhou Ming felt a little embarrassed by what she said. Lin Yi continued.
Besides, for something so trivial, I can't think of anyone else who would do this except that guy. Zhou Ming wanted to say something more, but Lin Yi gave him the order to leave.
The two left Lin Yi's office.
Zhou Ming was unwilling to give up and was about to tell Yang Fan again.
Old Zhou, if Lin Yi doesn't care, you don't have to bother.
Zhang Tao, this is no trivial matter. If it's serious, it could damage our company's reputation. Zhang Tao couldn't convince him, so he went with him to Yang Fan's office. Before they reached the door, Yang Fan came out, holding a mobile phone in his left hand and a glass of water in his right.
Mr. Yang. The two shouted together.
Yang Fan saw the two as soon as he stepped out the door, nodded and asked.
What is it that you two want?
Zhou Ming was about to speak when he was fortunate enough to show off in front of Yang Fan. But he suddenly noticed the page of the mobile phone in Yang Fan's hand.
Because Yang Fan's thumb was tapping something on the screen.
Looking closely, he realized that it was actually the live broadcast room of a female host. And Yang Fan's hand was constantly tapping the carnival.
Zhou Ming felt like his throat was stuck and he couldn't speak.
In the end, it turned out that he had made a mistake. At the moment, he regretted it immensely.
Why did he want to report it without figuring out the cause of the matter?
Yang Fan stood in front of him waiting, and Zhou Ming's mind was racing as he thought of a way to explain.
Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he said, President Yang, there seems to be a problem with Ms. Su, so you need to go over there.
Yang Fan's mouth curled up in a smile, but he still said seriously, Oh, I see, that's fine, I'll go take a look.
Zhou, go get me a glass of water, and make sure it's a good one. With that, Yang Fan handed him the glass and walked towards the direction of the female anchors.
Zhou Ming's face lit up with joy. He understood the meaning of Yang Fan's words.
Isn't this asking him to keep an eye on the door for him? I, Zhou Ming, may not be good at work, but I have a high emotional quotient. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tao didn't understand what the two were talking about. It was obvious that Zhou Ming wasn't referring to the question that had just been asked.
But why did Zhou Ming suddenly laugh, and such a cheap laugh at that?
Cough cough, Zheng Tao, you go ahead and get back to work, I'm going to get back to work too.
Zhou Ming took the water cup and went to help Yang Fan get water, leaving a confused Zheng Tao behind. Munan's live broadcast room.
Family, I'm sorry.
There's been a bit of a problem with my phone, so I'll turn off the screen for a while. The live broadcast room went dark, and the screen was full of pop-up comments.
11 ex-boyfriend 1.5M, no, you're not doing this again, are you? 15 cheeses power, can you come up with a better excuse next time?
I'd believe you if you said you had cheese for brains, but I don't believe you when you say the screen is broken.
17 left in a heat of the moment, can the host stop treating us like we're stupid? 19 watermelon smashing into the earth, forget it, let's just smash a giant watermelon and destroy the broadcast room.
Yang Fan didn't go too far, and a few minutes later, Munan turned on the screen mirroring. Her clothes were nicely arranged, and she had even retouched her lipstick. Sorry family, the screen mirroring just dropped out, so I had to tidy up. Munan said with a smile, not showing the slightest hint of anything being wrong.
27 going shopping with a bottle in your mouth, it seems like this time it's for real. 9 IQ of 10 centimeters, Munan is an honest and good kid. 1 I have jade disease, was her lipstick that bright just now? Munan's body trembled when she saw this comment.
Fortunately, it was a level 1 small comment, and not many people had seen it. In Yang Fan's office, Jian Wenxin saw Yang Fan return and turned off the mobile phone on the table.
Take a break if you're tired.
Sitting for a long time will hurt your back, Yang Fan said with a laugh.
Jian Wenxin nodded. Oh,